Yue was woken up by the sound of a child crying. She opened her eyes and glanced at her own filthy, fan-sized, grotesquely fat hand. A flood of memories that didn't belong to her surged into her mind in an instant. Combined with the chorus of wailing infants nearby, Yue's head felt like it was about to explode. She realized she had transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic wasteland ravaged by disaster. Here, everything humans, animals, even plants had mutated. Even she herself, affected by mutational radiation, had undergone a grotesque transformation, from a delicate, slender beauty into a 750-pound behemoth. For a moment, Yue wanted nothing more than to die. She lay on the ground, struggling to sit up, but her massive body made even the slightest movement difficult, let alone actually getting up from the ground. Someone beside her let out a sigh. You're already like this. Don't move around anymore. If you can't breathe properly again, we don't have a second dose of enhancer to save you. Yue tried to lift her bloated, jowly chin and turned her head toward the voice. By a flickering campfire sat a woman whose eyes were all whites, without pupils. Memory told Yue that this woman was her second sister-in-law. The radiation had mutated every species on this planet, humans included. Ordinary people were left with all sorts of physical defects. Like Yue, now weighing 750 pounds, and her sister-in-law, blinded by radiation. And then there was her little niece, lying in her sister-in-law's arms, snot streaming from her nose, her head disproportionately large compared to her scrawny body, with a messy mop of short hair, clearly not right in the head. Yue was currently under an abandoned overpass. After a cataclysm that nearly wiped out the world, the surviving family had lost their home. Along with other survivors, they could only gather under derelict structures. They used scavenged tarps to cobble together a shelter. During the day, those still able-bodied would go out to scavenge for food. At night, everyone would band together to guard the overpass. Because in this wasteland, many mutated animals had become vicious, preying on the remaining survivors. They often prowled at night, hunting unarmed humans. The human authorities hadn't been entirely unprepared for this disaster. Before the catastrophe, they had developed two kinds of serums. One was a purifier that could cleanse radiation. The other was an enhancer that could strengthen the body. But with the factories destroyed, both serums were now extremely rare, mostly reserved for mercenary groups and those at the very top of the social pyramid. For a family like the Shurs, scraping by at the very bottom, getting their hands on even one dose was a miracle. This time, because Yue's enormous body was crushing her internal organs, she'd nearly suffocated herself to death just lying on the ground. The Shur family had used their only dose of enhancer on her. But the original Yue never woke up again. Instead, it was the Yue who opened her eyes. Yue sighed inwardly. She had been a great shaman of the Wu tribe, fighting her clansmen for the position of chief. Caught off guard, she'd been stabbed in the back by her own people. Death was one thing, but now she'd transmigrated into this world, stuck in this monstrous body. What kind of sick joke was this? Fuming, Yue tried to roll over, only to tumble off a pile of rocks, her face, bigger than a wash basin, smashing straight into the gravel. Her sister-in-law by the fire jumped in fright, hastily letting go of her daughter and groping her way toward Yue. Wei, are you okay? Yue lifted her pancake-sized face from the gravel, spitting out a pebble in irritation. I'm fine. Don't come over. She looked at her sister-in-law, who could barely take care of herself, yet was still worried about her. Yue snapped. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. From her memories, the original owner had been spoiled by the Shur family since childhood, the little princess of the household. As a result, she developed a host of bad habits, selfishness, arrogance, and more. After the radiation, her weight had spiraled out of control. She could gain several pounds just by drinking water. The original owner couldn't accept this, constantly pestering the family to get her a purifier. Shur's parents, at their wits' end, had to take Shur-E and Shur-Er, who still had mobility but whose minds had regressed to that of young children, out scavenging every day. They hoped to trade what they found for points to buy a purifier for Shiryuebai. The enhancer used on Shiryuebai this time had been a gift from the garrison captain to Shirda, back when he was still of sound mind. But the world collapsed too quickly. The garrison was long gone. Now there were only mercenaries, no more garrisons. Shiryuebai struggled to lift her fan-sized hand and wiped her nose. Her pancake face was now bleeding from the impact. Outside the tarp, a few male voices rang out. That woman in this family isn't bad-looking. Even if she's blind, it won't stop us from having a good time. Best part is, all the men in their family are out on duty. Not a single one left. Shiryuebai turned to look at her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law's blind, pupilless eyes were filled with terror. The daughter in her arms babbled incoherently, words no one could understand. She tried to get up, shaking her head, but her thin, deformed legs couldn't support her at all. Before Shiryuebai could react, a few burly men, covered in thick hair, ripped open the tattered tarp. Her sister-in-law curled up in the corner, clutching herself, shaking her head desperately. "Don't touch me. My husband will be back soon. Go away, get out, leave us alone." Among the survivors under the overpass, the Shur family was one of the most intact. Not a single member had died in the disaster. But while they'd escaped the cataclysm, they hadn't been lucky enough to escape the radiation. Every member of the Shur family had been severely affected. What made it even crueler was that, though her sister-in-law was blind, her mind was still intact. Unlike other girls, who were too simple-minded to realize what these ugly men wanted to do to them, she knew. And because she knew, because her mind was clear, she was all the more terrified and disgusted. Screams rang out, and in the cramped tarp shelter, Shiryuebai's little niece began to wail. Lying on the ground like a mountain of flesh, Shiryuebai frowned as she watched the men grin and approach her terrified sister-in-law. "Damn it, do they think just because I'm this huge, lying here, I'm already dead?" Before Shiryuebai transmigrated, she was a powerful witch, so powerful that if she claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. But now she found herself in this wretched state, a mountain of flesh wrapped around her fragile bones. Shiryuebai couldn't even stand up if she wanted to. Her second sister-in-law's pleading voice, trembling with fear, rang out. "My husband will be back soon." The eldest of the Shur family is a hero who fought against mutant beasts and zombies. "You can't do this to me, you can't." Back when disaster first struck, Shur-E was still in his right mind and fought on the front lines with the garrison. He'd even been awarded a hero's medal. He had contributed greatly to the survival of the remaining survivors. So the Shur family was considered a hero's family. But now, the men who lifted the tarp couldn't help but burst out laughing. That was years ago. Things are different now. None of your men are coming back. Let's be honest, this afternoon, a horde of mutant beasts attacked our survivor camp. All the men from your Shur family are dead. Not a single one made it back. Even your mother-in-law, who knows where she ran off to, chased by mutant beasts. So that's how it was. Second sister-in-law finally understood, and tears streamed down her face. It was because they knew all the men of the Shur family had been killed by mutant beasts, leaving only a few helpless women and children behind. That's why these men dared to come and bully them. "I don't believe it." Second sister-in-law groped around and found a stone. She swung it wildly. "My husband and big brother are both strong. How could they die so easily?" Lying on the ground, Shiryuebai was both angry and helpless. She rolled her eyes. With a start like this, she might as well be dead. Maybe if she closed her eyes and opened them again, she'd get a better hand to play. But look at this mess. She, a 750-pound fatty. Someone who could gain 10 pounds just by drinking water. A beautiful but blind second sister-in-law. A mentally challenged, crippled little niece. All the men dead, Shur mother missing. And a bunch of lecherous scum eyeing her sister-in-law. Shiryuebai's chances of turning things around, 0. "Hey!" But Shiryuebai still spoke up. She struggled to turn her head, her chubby cheeks wobbling as she glared at the men and barked. "Don't touch her." She was cold and selfish, often bullying her fellow witches, but she did have one principle. She couldn't stand men forcing themselves on women. Even if she had no chance of turning the tables, Sure Yuebai still crooked her finger at the men, taunting. Come at me instead, if you dare. The men closing in on her second sister-in-law froze for a moment. Then they burst out laughing. One laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Haha, what did you say? You fat sow, even if you begged us, we'd still be disgusted. Desperate for a man, aren't you? Her little niece, sitting beside Sure Yuebai, picked up a handful of pebbles and threw them at the men. Hit. Don't talk about my auntie like that. Don't. She was angry and anxious, her head wobbling, her eyes unfocused, her balance clearly not right. One of the men slapped the little girl across the face. The frail, beansprout-like child was knocked out cold with a single blow. He raised his foot to kick her in the head. Damn it, useless trash like this should just die. All they do is waste survivor resources. In the Wasteland, survival supplies were limited. Scavengers had to sift through the ruins every day, searching for usable resources to trade for points. Then they'd use those points to get a ration of food from the management. Food was extremely scarce. Even if survivors had points, it didn't guarantee enough to eat. So, to survive, many survivor groups would abandon the old, weak, sick, or pregnant as burdens. The Sure family, with 3 women and children unable to fend for themselves, and Sure mother heavily pregnant, had long been on the list to be cast out. It was only because Sure E had once been a garrison hero, and Sure father, Sure E, and Sure heir were all much stronger than average, that the group had tolerated the Sure family until now. Yao! Realizing what was happening, second sister-in-law shouted, swinging her stone to fend off the men closing in, while turning her head toward her daughter. Just as that big foot was about to stomp down on Yao's head, a fat, meaty hand grabbed the man's ankle. Lying on the ground like a mountain of flesh, Sure Yuebai struggled to lift her bloated face, her eyes squeezed into slits by her fat. From those slits, a cold light flashed. I told you to come at me. Leave those 2 weaklings alone. Didn't listen, huh? Sure Yuebai had ruled the witch clan for 1,000 years. No one had ever dared ignore her words. Rage surged through her, and her fingers tightened. She felt her back grow hot, sweat breaking out. At first, the man whose ankle she grabbed didn't notice anything unusual. He just thought this fat sow was surprisingly strong. Gradually, his companion shouted, Your foot. Her fingers, they're digging in. It was hard to imagine what they were seeing. Sure Yuebai's large, fan-like hand gripped the man's ankle, her 5 fingers sinking in as if squeezing cotton. Soon, the man felt a searing pain. He screamed and collapsed, Let go, you fat bitch. Let go. Let go. He struggled, his leg jerking, trying to shake her off. Instead, he shook his own foot off. Just like shaking off a loose, dangling part. The man stared in shock at the familiar severed foot in Sure Yuebai's hand. Sure Yuebai didn't even glance at it, she tossed it straight into the fire. Her fingertips were covered in blood, but without pausing, she reached for the man's leg again. With one swipe, she tore off his pant leg with a ripping sound. 5 bloody claw marks ran down his thigh. No normal person could do that. Who could grab someone like that? Run. It's a zombie. A zombie. The man's companions screamed and fled, throwing back the tarp. Second sister-in-law was still panicked, groping her way to Yao, scooping up her unconscious daughter. She reached out for Sure Yuebai. Webai, what's happening? Are there zombies? Webai, answer me. Say something. If zombies were here, how could a blind woman carry her daughter and the heavy, immobile Webai and escape? Second sister-in-law was frantic. Sure Yuebai grabbed the struggling man on the ground and, with a few swipes, left him barely alive. She muttered. No zombies. But this guy's about to die. Someone might come soon. Second sister-in-law, I can't move, dragged the body farther away. Although second sister Sure was blind, she stayed under the overpass with her intellectually disabled daughter and her chubby niece, Sure Yuebai. The 3 of them were left behind together. On ordinary days, it was second sister Sure who took care of the other 2. She was probably the most capable of the three. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, second sister Sure groped around and dragged the corpse on the ground out from under the tarp. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, she dragged the body far away. Sure Yuebai was so obese that second sister Sure simply didn't have the strength to turn her over. Yuebai was still lying face down on the ground, trying several times to flip her large body over. But she failed every time. Frustrated, Sure Yuebai's adrenaline surged. She clenched her fists and unconsciously, another layer of sweat broke out on her back. In this wasteland world, a very small number of people could mutate and become superpowered. But most, like the Sure family, had been mutated by radiation into freaks, with even basic mobility impaired. While waiting for second sister Sure to return, Sure Yuebai carefully sorted through her memories and understanding of this world. Fortunately, although this wasteland world was completely devoid of spiritual energy, she still remembered all the shamanic techniques of the Wu clan in her mind. But it wasn't much use. To activate those techniques, Sure Yuebai needed to absorb the world's spiritual energy. She would then convert it into something called soul force. So from the very beginning, this wasteland world, with not even a trace of spiritual energy, was like a fish flopping on land for her. All she could do was wait for death to come. So, what was the point of struggling? Sure Yuebai squeezed her fists, angrily punching the ground. A small dent appeared where her fist landed. She stared in surprise at her own fingers. Sure Yuebai knew very well that she wasn't one of those wasteland mutants with superpowers. She certainly didn't have the brute strength of the Sure family men. So where had that sudden burst of strength come from just because she broke into a sweat? Suddenly, Sure Yuebai sensed a faint trace of soul force within her body. She quickly directed that wisp of soul force to circulate throughout her body. This was a shamanic cultivation technique, allowing her to look inward and better understand her own body. Then, to her delight, Sure Yuebai discovered that although there wasn't a shred of spiritual energy in this wasteland, her body possessed a vast, thick power. Here, people called this power fat. All she needed to do was convert the energy from her body fat, and it could be used to drive the Wu clan's shamanic arts as soul force. It was a complicated process, requiring several rounds of energy conversion within her body. But at least it gave Sure Yuebai a glimmer of hope. "Auntie," a weak voice sounded. Sure Yuebai turned her head. It was Sure Yaoao, who had been knocked out, now waking up. Her head had been smashed against a sharp stone, which second sister Sure hadn't noticed. By the time Sure Yuebai looked over, a pool of blood had already formed behind Yaoao's head. She lay weakly on a pile of rubble, raising her thin little hand toward Sure Yuebai. On her dirty little face, she still wore an innocent, confused smile. "Auntie Yaoao, you're the prettiest in the world." Though the little girl's intelligence was low, she still remembered from years ago that Sure Yuebai was the Sure family's precious pearl, the most beautiful little aunt. Sure Yuebai's round face froze for a moment, unable to describe what she was feeling inside. Just as Yaoao's little hand was about to fall, Sure Yuebai instinctively reached out her chubby paw and grabbed Yaoao's small hand. "Yaoao, don't sleep, wake up." Seeing the little girl's eyelids droop, Sure Yuebai hurriedly activated a Wu clan incantation. She held Yaoao's hand in one of hers, and with great effort, formed a hand seal with the other. At first, the shamanic spell didn't go smoothly. Sure Yuebai tried several times before she managed to convert fat into heat, heat into soul force, and soul force into the hand seal. With the seal, she drew a simple wood vitality array. "All things live by wood, wood brings vitality, vitality brings life, by my will, you shall live." Sure Yuebai gritted her teeth, sweat streaming down her face, as she poured the first wisp of vitality into Yaoao's little hand. Yaoao, who had been on the verge of death, managed to breathe a little longer. But even that was enough to lift Sure Yuebai's spirits. She kept at it. Even though the energy conversion required several complicated steps, she overcame her impatience and irritability, channeling vitality into Yaoao's body bit by bit. Gradually, Yaoao's breathing became more even, no longer ragged and intermittent. Meanwhile, Shirt Yuebai herself felt as if she'd been soaked in water. Even her messy black hair was plastered wetly to her head. She let go of Yao Ao's hand. Though exhausted, she was surprised to find her own breathing had become just a little smoother. This reminded Shirt Yuebai that the reason she'd ended up here was because the original owner of this body had been too fat. The fat wasn't just on the outside, it coated her internal organs as well. The original owner had suffocated to death under all that fat. Now, with her breathing a little easier, Shirt Yuebai actually felt a bit of joy. But she still couldn't flip herself over. Shirt Yuebai squinted and dozed for a while, but was suddenly startled awake by a commotion. Where's the zombie? Where is it? A large group of people, carrying sticks and weapons, cautiously approached the tarp where Shirt Yuebai was. Yao Ao, shaking her oversized head, also opened her eyes. Frightened, she crawled over to Shirt Yuebai. Auntie. Bad people them. Her little face was full of terror. Imitating her mother, she grabbed a stone and curled up in front of Shirt Yuebai. Protect, Auntie. The little girl didn't understand anything. Her legs were as thin as twigs, she could barely walk. Her head was huge, with 2 trails of snot on her face. But by instinct, she was trying to protect Shirt Yuebai. Shirt Yuebai reached out and touched the back of Yao Ao's head. Her hand came away bloody. But at least Yao Ao's life was saved. She wiped her bloody hand on the ground, then hugged Yao Ao's small body and called out loudly. There's no zombie here. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourselves. The panicked survivors outside looked at each other. Someone asked Chin Lauer in the crowd, Didn't you say that fat woman turned into a zombie? How come she can still talk? Zombies were mutated humans. The most severe result of radiation, mutated into zombies, they lost all thought and speech, left only with the most basic instinct. To eat. That's why survivors hated zombies, but also felt pain. Because any zombie could be a loved one mutated. Chin Lauer looked guilty. I saw Shirt Yuebai scratch people with her claws. She almost tore my brother's leg off. If you don't believe me, go in and look. My brother's definitely still in there. The survivors outside the tarp hesitated, seeing how certain Chin Lauer sounded. Then, from inside the tarp, Shirt Yuebai's clear voice rang out. Come on. I've just turned into a zombie and need to eat someone to fill my belly. Hurry up and come in. Right then, second sister Shir's angry voice came from afar. Chin Lauer, haven't you bullied me enough? While I was out looking for food, you come to bully my daughter and my sister. Just you wait. I'll go turn into a zombie right now, and the first person I'll eat is you. The Shir family had just lost 3 men, all dying to protect this survivor group. Now, 3 widows remained, and 2 were threatening to turn into zombies themselves. The crowd fell silent. Shir Urseo's eyes were lifeless as she groped her way forward. Tears streamed down her face as she collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. She looked completely helpless, as if she couldn't even move. No one would ever suspect that a blind woman who could barely take a step without falling could carry a corpse away to dispose of it. So, nobody doubted that the eldest son of old Chen's family was dead. Someone lifted the tarp for a look. Inside were only the 2 strange, disabled members of the Shir family. He called out, Chinda is gone. Let's all go home. What's the point of bullying a widow and orphans? But Chin Lauer wasn't having it. He pointed at Shirt Yuebai under the tarp. She's faking it. Don't be fooled by how fat she is, she's vicious. The few who had come with the Chin brothers to bully Shirt Urseo all nodded in agreement. That's right, we all saw it. Shirt Yuebai lifted her round, doughy face, looking bedraggled and soaked. Her clothes were tattered and filthy. There simply weren't any clothes in this world that fit her size. When Shir's mother left, she'd sewn a makeshift dress for her out of a scavenged bedsheet. Shirt Yuebai's jowls quivered as she spoke. If you hadn't come to bully my second sister-in-law, would you even know if I'm vicious or not? Look at me now, I can't even move. If I could, even a little, I'd have killed every last one of you. She was telling the truth. She couldn't move, so she could only kill whoever came close. If she could move, none of them would have gotten away. The other survivors whispered among themselves, glancing at Shirt Yuebai and then at Shirt Urseo, who was still groping around on the ground. Someone pointed at Qinlao. Who knows what you bullies are thinking? Just stop already, you've got wives and kids too. Yeah, life's hard enough as it is. Don't make things worse for everyone. Women had no protection on the Wasteland. Any woman who looked even halfway decent, sometimes even girls, were in constant danger. Let alone now, when all the men in the Sher family were dead. Even in families where the husband was still alive, sometimes they could only watch helplessly as their wives and daughters were bullied. There was only one reason for it. They were too weak. If a man was too weak, he couldn't protect his wife or daughter. If a woman was too weak, she couldn't protect herself. When the weak were harmed, there was nowhere to seek justice. It was the same whether in the survivor camps or in the city. This state of affairs on the Wasteland had long since stirred resentment among many survivors. If it happened to Sher Urseo today, tomorrow the Qin brothers could sneak into anyone's tent and go after their wives and daughters. So everyone seized this opportunity to denounce Qinlao and his cronies. That was all they could do, denounce them. Sher Yuebai watched coldly as Qinlao was surrounded, people pointing at him, saying he shouldn't bully women, saying that such things wouldn't be tolerated in their survivor group. What a joke. As if saying these things would actually make Qinlao and the others feel any moral shame. Qinlao said nothing, his eyes dark and brooding as he watched Sher Urseo grope around on the ground. Outside the crowd, a blind woman moved with surprising speed, feeling her way into the Sher family's tent. Yao ao yao ao. On her way to dump the body, Sher Urseo had been worried sick about her unconscious daughter. She hadn't even dared to check her daughter's wounds, afraid she'd find a head injury. Mom. A soft, timid voice answered. Sher Yaoao was sitting on the ground, her hands pressed against the gravel, crawling a short distance toward Sher Urseo. Sher Urseo pulled her into her arms. Her hands touched Yaoao's head and came away wet. She brought her fingers to her nose and sniffed, then jumped in fright. Blood, it's blood. Yaoao, whoa. Heavens, how were they supposed to survive, just the few of them left? This wasteland hadn't just turned her once lively, energetic daughter into this, it had also taken her husband. Taken all the men of the Sher family. Her own eyes had been blinded by radiation, and now her daughter's head had been bashed in by the Qin brothers. How were they supposed to go on? What's all the noise? Sher Yuebai's impatient voice cut through, cold and sharp. She's fine. There's not even a scratch on her head. Feel for yourself. Sher Yuebai had always been short-tempered, used to being in charge. She had no patience for the weak. But now she was the weakest of the weak. Living among the vulnerable, Sher Yuebai's patience was always on the verge of snapping. Sher Urseo was long used to her spoiled temper. Sher Yuebai had always spoken bluntly. She reached out and carefully felt Yaoao's head. Aside from the blood, there really wasn't a single scratch or bump. Soaked and bedraggled, Sher Yuebai said. Qinlao won't let this go. Help me up. She was lying on the ground, unable to see or hear much in this position. Under the abandoned bridge, the ground was littered with all kinds of rubble. Big and small stones everywhere. It was because of these stones, used as cover, that this survivor group could camp here. Each family had their own tarp for shelter. The Sher family's tarp was set far from the others, tucked against a pile of rocks at the base of the bridge. Which meant that if Sher Yuebai could sit up, leaning against the rocks, she'd only have to watch the front. Sher Urseo wiped her tears, told Yaoao to stay put, and crawled over to help Sher Yuebai. Sher Yuebai mustered some strength herself, forming a hand seal as Sher Urseo pushed her. The heat stored in her fat slowly seeped from her limbs and bones into her fingers. She converted it into a faint strength and, with Sher Urseo's help, managed to roll herself over. Once she was turned, Sher Urseo went to lift her legs. Those legs were like 4 giant slabs of meat, thick layers of fat on her thighs and calves. Each chunk of fat was as big as a tabletop. To have survived this long in such a body, the original owner must have been tough. Sher Urseo struggled to arrange Sher Yuebai's legs into a comfortable position. Sher Yuebai braced herself on the ground, and with Sher Urseo's help, managed to sit up. By the time she was propped against the pile of rocks, she was sweating again, her hair a tangled, damp mess. She reeked of sour sweat. Given her current situation, Yue Bai couldn't afford to care about her living conditions. She took a deep breath and looked down at the huge, round mound of fat on her belly. Auntie. Yao scooted over, her dirty little body unbothered by Yue Bai's stench, and flopped onto her thick, round belly. Yue Bai, who had just managed to catch her breath, nearly suffocated again. She gasped, "Yao, get off." But Yao reached out her small, blackened, skinny hand, holding a sprouting potato. "Auntie, eat, eat." Her father had scavenged it a few days ago. Yao knew her aunt had a big appetite, so she wanted to share her own ration with her. Yue Bai pressed her lips together and silently looked at Yao. Compared to her, a veritable mountain of flesh, Yao looked frighteningly thin. Especially those legs of hers, as skinny as a toddler's. But Yao was already 8 years old this year. Her eyes were wide and innocent, with 2 trails of snot hanging under her nose as she struggled to hold up the potato in her hands. On the Wasteland, as long as something wasn't highly irradiated, even a sprouting potato, survivors would eat it. Of course, when hunger got bad enough, even highly irradiated food wasn't off limits. The only problem was, after eating such food, your body would mutate even faster. For someone like Yue Bai, just one bite of highly irradiated food could make her gain 100 pounds. It was dangerous for her. Earlier, when she'd treated the wound on Yao's head, Yue Bai had burned some of her fat for energy. But after checking herself internally, she realized she'd started at 750 pounds and only burned off 2. Now she was still at 748 pounds. 2 pounds in 2 hours at her size, it was a drop in the ocean. Yue Bai thought for a moment, then lifted her chubby hand, struggling to reach Yao's head and pat her short, ragged hair that looked like it had been chewed by a dog. "Yao, auntie won't eat. You eat." She sent a wisp of soul power into the top of Yao's head, probing to see what was really going on with this child's body. After a moment, Yue Bai withdrew her power. Yao's legs had stopped growing ever since the Wasteland became irradiated when she was 2. Her brain was the same. In other words, her upper body had grown with her age, but her legs and mind were still stuck at around 2 years old. She wasn't intellectually disabled because of the radiation. Her intelligence had just stopped developing. Yao always obediently clung to her aunt. Second sister-in-law was blind, but she could still hear. She felt a flicker of surprise in her heart. Actually, Yao was easy to calm down. She loved her aunt the most. Whenever she screamed and cried, all it took was a word from Yue Bai. Then Yao would quiet down. But Yue Bai never liked to deal with her. On the contrary, Yue Bai was always disgusted by Yao's closeness, constantly calling her an idiot, a fool. She'd even say that if Yao got too close, she'd become an idiot too. Second sister-in-law had no choice but to keep Yao by her side. But Yao would always scream, making scavenging so much harder for her. By the flickering fire, second sister-in-law turned her head and wiped away her tears. Her husband was dead now. Not a single man from the family had survived. She was the only blind one left to hold the family together. She cautiously tried to discuss things with Yue Bai. "Yue Bai, I want to go look for some food. Could you watch Yao for a while?" Afraid Yue Bai would refuse, she hurried to explain. "Yao won't make trouble for you. I'll talk to her nicely. She'll be good, she won't touch you." When Yue Bai didn't answer, second sister-in-law gently patted her daughter's head and asked softly, "Yao, can you get down from auntie? Be good, okay? Don't touch auntie, just stay by her side, alright?" Yao nodded obediently, sliding off her aunt's big belly and sitting quietly beside her. She tilted her head, her oversized head resting near her aunt, but she made sure not to actually touch her. Seeing Yao so meek and careful, Yue Bai felt a pang of sadness. The original owner of this body, that wretched woman, had often hit and kicked Yao whenever she got close. Yet Yao never complained. Even after being beaten 100 times, the 101st time, she'd still happily try to snuggle up to her aunt. Second sister-in-law sure didn't hear any scolding from Sure Wei and finally relaxed a little. Her heart ached, but she thought, maybe now that all the men are dead, Wei has finally grown up a bit. Maybe she understands how hard things are for me now. Just as second sister-in-law Sure was about to turn and go scavenging, Sure Yuebai's cold voice rang out. Stop right there, you blind fool. Aren't you afraid old Chin will skin you alive if you go out? Sure Yaoao could hear the displeasure in Sure Yuebai's tone. She shrank back, about to curl up instinctively. Sure Yuebai reached out and pulled the little one into her arms, soothingly patting her head. Then she said coldly to second sister-in-law Sure, no scavenging today. There's enough supplies to last you both a few more days. Second sister-in-law Sure hesitated. It's not enough. What was left wouldn't even fill Sure Yuebai for one meal. Since the Wasteland descended, Sure Yuebai had both hated and resented her own body for becoming so hideous. And yet, she couldn't stop eating. She simply couldn't control her appetite. Even though she struggled with it, wanting to eat less, when the time came, she'd get hungry. Her willpower wasn't enough to fight the radiation-induced changes in her body or the constant craving for food. If I say there's enough, then there's enough. Great Shaman Sure Yuebai was used to giving orders. Seeing second sister-in-law Sure's miserable face, she softened her tone a little. She was down and out now, weak, but she needed to unite everyone she could. Second sister-in-law, things aren't like they used to be. You're a blind woman, there's only so much you can do. Don't worry. Things will turn around. I won't take food from you and Yao anymore. She always said this when she was calm. Second sister-in-law Sure clearly didn't believe her. She kept her head down, wiping her tears, but said nothing. She planned to sneak out scavenging once Sure Yuebai fell asleep. Otherwise, how could the three of them survive? She had to do whatever it took to keep them alive. She still hoped she might find her husband's body. It was a foolish hope, but people needed something to hold on to if they wanted to survive in this wasteland. Second sister-in-law Sure sat quietly where she was. Sure Yuebai could tell from her uneasy face exactly what she was planning. It wasn't that she wanted to stop second sister-in-law Sure from scavenging, but she knew how dangerous people could be. With all the Sure family men dead, in the eyes of the other men, second sister-in-law Sure was nothing but a walking outlet for their desires. If she left the survivor group and went scavenging alone, she'd either be dragged into someone's tent, or end up in the belly of a mutant beast or a human. Second sister-in-law, come here. Sure Yuebai sighed. When second sister-in-law Sure obediently came over, she placed a hand on her shoulder. A surge of power flowed into second sister-in-law Sure's shoulder. She felt a wave of heat rush through her body. Her head grew heavy, and before long, she closed her eyes and fell asleep against Sure Yuebai. Sure Yuebai looked up at the wide-eyed, bewildered Sure Yaoao. Yaoao, you sleep too. Let's rest up and then we'll go scavenging together. Outside the Sure family's tarp shelter, Chin Lauer and a few other men kept a close watch on any movement inside. Those damn bitches, how dare they make me lose face. Cursing, Chin Lauer spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. The reason he was staking out the Sure family shelter was because he just couldn't swallow his anger from earlier. Just wait. That fat pig in the Sure family eats enough for a whole mountain every day. All the men in the Sure family are dead now. That woman of Sure Air will have to go out and scavenge for food for that fat sow. Hadn't the others in the group just now condemned them for being inhumane? Well, when Sure Air's wife goes out to scavenge, they could just strip her pants off, couldn't they? In this wasteland, women go missing every day anyway. Who would know if Sure Air's wife was killed by them or eaten by a mutant beast? Chin Lauer and his buddies waited, gnashing their teeth. But even as daylight broke, Sure Air's wife still hadn't come out to scavenge. People in the group were already getting up one after another. At night, no one dared to go out, afraid of mutant beast attacks. Daytime was only a little safer, but not by much. At least during the day, survivors could see better. If a mutant animal was nearby, they'd have a better chance to run. A man next to Chin Lauer yawned and pointed at the unmoving Sure family tarp in the dim light. Maybe those burdens are already dead? Hearing this, Chin Lauer and the others thought it was quite possible. After all, with all the Sure men dead, How could a few useless women survive in the Wasteland? Women in the Wasteland often did this sort of thing. They knew their future was either to be used and abused by countless men, starved or beaten to death, or fed to mutant beasts. So why not just die and get it over with, instead of suffering so much before death? Qinlao couldn't help but feel a little pleased. How boring, just died like that. Shur'er's wife was actually pretty good-looking. Rumor had it that before the apocalypse, Shur'er's wife was a beautiful and famous actress. The Shur family had been well off too. The kind of rich family you'd see on TV. Not just Qinlao and his gang, even in this group, who knew how many men were secretly eyeing Shur'er's wife. It was just that, at first, the Shur men were strong and no one dared to make a move. Qinlao spat on the ground again, feeling disappointed. After a whole night of waiting, the Shur women had apparently killed themselves. The bodies must still be warm. Some men started making suggestions. Qinlao kicked one of them. Then you go. A few men grinned with disgusting smiles. The man who got kicked actually grabbed his belt and headed toward the Shur family's tarp. Most of the group had already gotten up and gone out scavenging in teams. Life in the Wasteland was tough. The area around their survivor group had long been picked clean of supplies. So some suggested they go farther afield to scavenge. After the Shur men died, the group's fighting and defense abilities had dropped sharply. So this time, almost all the men in the group went out scavenging. The women and children left in the tarps saw a lone man heading toward the Shur family shelter. But none of them said a word. As someone approached the Shur family's tarp, Shur Yuebai was already awake. She had spent the whole night adjusting her internal energy. From time to time, she burned some fat energy and used a simple talisman to transfer it to Shur Yaoao and Shur'er's wife. The energy couldn't fill their stomachs, but it was enough to keep them going for the day. Well, look at that, there's actually one still alive in here. The man entered the tarp, undoing his belt, and looked with disgust at the pig-like Shur Yuebai. He didn't pay her any mind. His gaze fell on Shur'er's wife, who was leaning against Shur Yuebai with her eyes closed. Still warm, huh? The man reached out his filthy hand to grab Shur'er's wife. Shur Yuebai, expressionless, reached out her fat hand and, with a move no one could see clearly, yanked the man's hand right off his arm. Didn't you learn your lesson yesterday? She tossed the still warm hand aside, then slapped the man across the face with it. This one's still warm, want it? The man snapped back to his senses, only then realizing the searing pain in his arm. Just as he was about to scream, Shur Yuebai raised her finger, and a golden talisman shot straight to his mouth. Terror filled the man's face as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding stump with his remaining hand. Blood gushed out, and his face turned pale. Shur'er's wife was startled awake by the commotion. Realizing someone was in the tarp, she screamed, who are you? Who are you?" Hearing her screams, Qinlao and his crew exchanged glances from afar. So Shur'er's wife isn't dead after all. Their faces twisted into knowing grins. Looked like Shur'er's wife was putting up quite a fight in there. Shur Yuebai tugged at Shur'er's wife and whispered, "He's going to run. We can't let him get away, he's got friends outside." Earlier, when Shur Yuebai checked herself internally, she found that after transferring so much fat energy to Shur'er's wife and Shur Yaoao, she'd only lost 4 pounds. So she still weighed 744 pounds. At that weight, Shur Yuebai couldn't even walk, let alone get up to chase the man. Shur'er's wife hadn't figured out what was going on, but instinctively did as Shur Yuebai said. She quickly got up and grabbed a stick nearby. Shur'er's wife listened carefully, followed the sound of the man's shuffling escape, and brought the stick down hard. Sitting in a hollow of stones, Shur Yuebai directed her. "Saw, your aim is off, lower, a bit lower." Shur'er's wife adjusted and swung again. This time, she used all her strength. For some reason, her previously weak arms suddenly felt powerful. She was surprised she hadn't eaten since yesterday, but now she didn't feel hungry at all. Instead, her whole body was full of energy. Shur'er's wife swung the stick with even more vigor. The sound of the stick hitting flesh rang out. With a muffled groan, The man who'd been trying to escape collapsed to the ground, his forehead covered in blood. Shi Yuebai patted the frightened Shi Yaoao beside her. Saw, don't let him go. You and I can only handle one at a time. If he gets out and brings others, we'll be in real trouble. Second sister-in-law Shi understood just how serious the situation was. There was no need for Shi Yuebai to spell it out. Still, hearing Yuebai say those words made her feel a surge of happiness. It proved that even though all the men of the Shi family were dead, Yuebai had grown up. She knew how to think things through now. Without hesitation, second sister-in-law followed through with her swing, bringing the stick down on the man's head again and again. She didn't stop until she was sure he was no longer breathing. Yuebai, what do we do now? Second sister-in-law's hearing was exceptionally sharp. She knew that not far from the Shi family's tarp, Qin Laoer and his gang were still lurking. Now that she'd killed one of Qin Laoer's men, second sister-in-law had no idea what to do next. She had a kind of instinctive trust in Shi Yuebai, though she couldn't say where it came from. Shi Yuebai closed her eyes for a moment. We don't do anything. We wait. Letting a blind woman like second sister-in-law go out with a stick to kill people was a last resort. Qin Laoer's group, taking advantage of most of the team being out scavenging, would definitely come into the Shi family's tarp sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Second sister-in-law's face was full of anxiety. That won't do, Yuebai. We need to think of something. Ideally, they could stall, hold out until nightfall when the main group returned. Shi Yuebai's expression turned cold. Second sister-in-law, come here. Pick up some small stones. Then, follow my instructions and arrange them. Second sister-in-law opened her mouth. At a time like this, arranging stones? Wouldn't it be better to look for help, or at least find some more lethal weapons, rather than picking up pebbles? She hesitated, but Shi Yuebai's little niece, Shi Yaoao, moved. A child with the mind of a 2-year-old suddenly seemed to understand Yuebai's gestures. She picked up a pebble the size of a fingertip. Auntie, is this okay? Yes, Yaoao, that's perfect. Yuebai's praise made Yao blush and smile, innocent and shy. She turned around, dragging her weak, skinny legs, and brought back more stones of different sizes. Hearing her daughter helping, second sister-in-law steeled herself and began feeling around on the ground, helping Yao collect pebbles. She arranged the fingertip-sized stones in different positions as Yuebai instructed. She still had no idea what it was for. Once the small dizziness array was set up, Shi Yuebai began to channel the fat energy in her body, infusing it into the array. Second sister-in-law was sweating profusely. Yuebai, let me find you something to eat. You're hungry. Shi Yuebai's thick, chubby fingers formed a hand seal, feeling the slow, turtle-paste conversion of her fat. Second sister-in-law's face was full of worry. I'm not that hungry myself. I'm worried about you and Yaoao. It had been over 24 hours since they'd last eaten. Normally, Yuebai would have been making a fuss by now. Yaoao would be screaming her head off. Because the two of them could kick up a ruckus anytime, anywhere, the others had made them live far from the main group, under this pile of rocks. Shi Yuebai spread her hands, indicating she was fine for now. Then, remembering second sister-in-law was blind, she said, I'm not hungry and Yaoao hasn't cried. Don't go out right now. Second sister-in-law was about to say something when her ears twitched. She lowered her voice. Qin Laoer and his men are coming. Her face went pale. She could hear 3 men's footsteps outside the tarp. The 3 men were making all sorts of filthy jokes, discussing who would get to go first once they got inside. Tears welled up in second sister-in-law's empty eyes as she choked out to Yuebai, I can't leave you and Yao behind. Otherwise, she would have killed herself long ago. Now, she could only hope Qin Laoer's men would spare her life, so she could keep scraping by in this wasteland. Just like most women here, alone and helpless. If she could use her body to trade for a little food for Yaoao and Yuebai, that would be enough. Shi Yuebai frowned, looking at second sister-in-law with a complicated expression. In all her years, no one had ever been willing to go this far for her. Especially since second sister-in-law wasn't even related to her by blood. If second sister-in-law was sacrificing herself for her own daughter, Yaoao, Yuebai could understand. But for her? Why? Sure, I couldn't help but snap. You're healthy. Just worry about yourself. I've never treated you well before. There's no need for you to do this for me. Tears fell from second sister-in-law's empty eyes. She faced Yuebai's direction, unfocused. But your second brother loved you most. It wasn't just second brother. The whole Sure family had doted on Yuebai, cherished her like the moon in the sky. Second sister-in-law had truly loved her husband. Now that he was gone, if anything happened to Yuebai, she didn't know how she could face him in the afterlife. Besides, if she survived Qinlao's men, her fate would be the same as any other woman in the Wasteland, passed around by all. Whether it was for Yuebai or not, her fate wouldn't change. Sure, Yuebai lowered her gaze and muttered, honestly, you're so stupid. She'd never met such a foolish woman. It made her heart ache, and she didn't know what to say. Are you done yet? Qinlao's impatient voice rang out, and then the flimsy, filthy tarp was lifted. Qinlao and his two men stepped right into the dizziness array. Sensing danger, Yao Ao let out a piercing scream. Qinlao shook his head, feeling dizzy the moment he entered the tarp. The two men behind him felt the same. One of them, weaker than the others, couldn't even stand straight and staggered. I feel awful. Maybe it was because the tarp was too close to the rubble pile. The stuffy, closed space made their heads spin. One man even turned around and vomited, clutching his stomach. The air filled with a sour stench. Sure, Yuebai frowned. Second sister-in-law, hit them with a stick. Hit them as hard as you can. Second sister-in-law, terrified, snapped to attention. She gripped the stick tightly and swung it with all her might at the three men making noise. Normally, even with her sharp hearing, she'd never be able to take on three men at once. But Qinlao and his men were dizzy and completely off guard. In no time, second sister-in-law struck Qinlao on the head, knocking him out cold. Looking at the four men collapsed on the ground, Sure Yuebai instructed. Second sister-in-law, search them for food and then get rid of the bodies. In this wasteland world, there's no such thing as letting anyone off. If you can kill someone outright, you do it, leave no loose ends. Otherwise, if you let others survive, the one who ends up dead in the future will be you. Sure Urseo didn't dare waste a second. She quickly gathered all the food and point cards from Qinlao and his men. Then she carried the lifeless bodies of the men she'd killed out of the Sure family's tarp shelter. Luckily, it was broad daylight and most of the team had gone out scavenging. The few widows and orphans left behind in the camp lived far from the Sure family shelter. Everyone just knew that Sure Urseo and the few lonely souls of the Sure family were about to have a run of terrible luck. No one dared stick their neck out to meddle in the Sure family's business. Even if they heard something going on over there, nobody would go out of their way to check. Sure Urseo dumped the bodies far away. Then she hurried back to the shelter, feeling around with her hands. Yuebai, do you think the Qin family will notice that both their brothers died at our hands? If the Sure family had the most intact members after the apocalypse hit, then the Qin family was the healthiest family in the whole team. Look at the families in this wasteland. Who doesn't have a few disabled or mentally challenged members? Only the Qin family's people were all healthy. So the Qin family didn't just have those two brothers, but also several uncles, cousins, and sisters-in-law. All of them were able-bodied, clear-headed, and capable. They were, in fact, one of the strongest families in the team. Sure Yuebai was checking the point cards she'd taken from Qinlao and the other men. Urseo, what nonsense are you talking about? How could a few widows and orphans like us possibly kill those big men? They did try to bully you today, but our shelter is close to the edge of the camp. Some mutant animal must have attacked us. So Qinlao took those men to fight the beast. Sure Urseo paused, then nodded vigorously. That's right, that's exactly what happened. Sure Yuebai sat in a hollow among the rubble, looking over the point cards again and again. A bit of the original host's common knowledge surfaced in her mind. Everyone in the wasteland could exchange scavenged goods for points in the city. Points were like pre-apocalypse currency and came in two types, registered and unregistered. Registered points could be tracked in the city's trading system. They followed legal procedures, and if the owner died, their direct relatives could inherit the points. But registered points could only be stored in a personal wristband, much like electronic money before the apocalypse. Unregistered points, on the other hand, circulated as physical point cards in all sorts of legal and illegal trades. The point cards found on Qinlauer and the others were unregistered. Most were worth just 1 point each. There were a few worth 5 or 10 points. Not many. These guys were really poor. Sherwebai looked thoroughly disgusted. She handed the stack of ill-gotten point cards to Sher Urseo without a hint of guilt. As a Wu clan member, the only thing Sherwebai couldn't get used to was being filthy, stinky, and buried in layers of fat. Everything else, she adapted to just fine. In fact, compared to most natives who'd lived in the wasteland for years, Sherwebai adapted even better. It was nothing more than survival of the fittest, killing and looting the strong, preying on the weak. Urseo, keep these points safe. Later, try to buy some proper food if you get the chance. Right now, the shelter still had a pile of sprouting potatoes. But there was no need to test them. They were all heavily irradiated. Sher Urseo's face was clouded with worry. Even after dumping the bodies, these point cards were basically useless. And although it looked like a thick stack, most were worth just a point or two, hardly enough to matter. With prices skyrocketing in the wasteland, these points could at best buy a few portions of moderately irradiated food. And with so many Qin men missing, if the Sher family's widows suddenly went to the city to exchange point cards for food, it would look very suspicious. Still, having points was better than having none. After all, thanks to Sherwebai's bottomless appetite, the Sher family couldn't even afford a wristband, let alone spare point cards. Most of their hard-earned points went to feeding Sherwebai. And just when life was this hard, all the Sher family's men had died. Sher Urseo pulled out a filthy handkerchief, tears streaming down her face as she wrapped the stack of point cards in it. Let's rest a bit before we go back to arranging the stones. But at this moment, Sherwebai was more energetic than ever. The dizzying array she'd had Sher Yaoao and Sher Urseo set up earlier was just a small one. Isn't there a saying? How can you sleep soundly with others lying beside your bed? If Sherwebai wanted a good night's sleep, she had to guard against anyone sneaking up on her. She didn't have the ability to draw more complex talismans yet. All she could do was expand the dizzying array. Later, she'd slowly add more lethal elements to it. Sher Urseo's lips moved, anxiety about food gnawing at her. She thought she should use her remaining strength to go scavenging while she still could. If she got hungry later, she'd have hypoglycemia. She wouldn't even be able to walk, let alone find any food as a blind woman. But after injecting a strengthening agent, Sherwebai was even more forceful than before. She seemed to have a natural power that made people obey and trust her. Sher Urseo didn't dare voice her own opinion and could only squat obediently beside Sherwebai and force herself to rest. As for Sher Yaoao, she was already Sherwebai's little fangirl. If Sherwebai didn't tell her to move, she'd just sit there quietly by her side. Looking at these two weaklings on either side, Sherwebai placed her two huge, fan-sized, fat hands on the backs of theirs. Her voice carried a strange, compelling power. Let's rest now. Sherwebai summoned the energy from her body fat and injected 2 jins worth of fat energy into both Sher Yaoao and Sher Urseo. After a busy half-day, night fell, and the scavenging team members returned. Sherwebai's weight had finally dropped to 740 jin. Sherwebai, I'm already down to 740 jin. How far can my slim waist be now? It was probably after the rest of the team returned that the old and weak from the Sher family told them about the tarp incident. Several men lingered outside the Sher family's tarp. Just yesterday, they had righteously criticized Qinlauer and his group, saying Qinlauer was out of line. But today, it was as if no one remembered what they'd said the day before. Sherwebai was sitting behind the tarp. Her eyes, squeezed into 2 slits by fat, stared coldly at the dirty, still tarp. Next to her, Sher Yaoao and second sister-in-law Sher had already fallen asleep leaning against her. Their bodies were filled with abundant energy. This energy was pure, just the kind the body needs to function. It made them feel incredibly comfortable, as if they were floating in amniotic fluid. After being exposed to radiation in the wasteland for so long, their bodies had been in terrible shape, but now, the two of them slept soundly, like a big and small pair of skinny pigs. Wei quietly shifted her position. But for someone of her size, losing 10 pounds in 2 or 3 days didn't make much of a difference. Her thick, fleshy hand braced against the gravelly ground, and she managed to move herself just a little. The thick fat pressed against the small stones, but Wei couldn't feel any pain. She reached out and grabbed the stick second sister-in-law had been holding. In the darkness, she poked at the stones on the ground one by one. Then, she quietly pressed those stones deeper into the earth. This way, the stones wouldn't be easily moved out of place. After securing the stones around her, Wei used the stick to try to push herself up. She didn't succeed. But Wei wasn't discouraged. Heaven knows how much strength she used just trying to stand. Even though her butt didn't lift off the ground at all, she kept at it all night, undaunted. She had to get up and be able to move as soon as possible. Otherwise, this terrible start would keep tormenting her. The men outside the tarp heard nothing from inside the family's shelter. Not a single sound to stir their imagination. They grew bored, but none wanted to be the first to break the team's rules. In the end, they left, disgruntled. At dawn, Yao woke up from a good sleep. She saw that her aunt, at some point, had managed to move herself to the top of the gravel pit. Second sister-in-law, full of energy, groped around with her hands. Wei, where did you go? Yao was already on the move. She followed the track her aunt had made the night before, crawling along with her little hands. There was a faint trail of blood along the path her aunt had made. That was from the gravel scraping Yuebai's skin and fat, leaving behind bloodstains. Yao also crawled to the top of the gravel pit. Auntie. Today, the little girl's speech was a bit clearer than yesterday. But not by much. Yuebai smiled at the little girl, who had scratched her hands bloody climbing the pile. Good job. Instead of feeling sorry for Yao, Yuebai encouragingly patted her head. Yao, see? Even if we can't walk, as long as we try, we can still see a different view. She pointed to the far side of the gravel pit, where an old flatbed cart used for hauling goods before the apocalypse was parked. The cart was in terrible shape. But if they picked it up, it might still be usable. Mainly, aside from this battered flatbed cart, Yuebai couldn't find anything else that could help her and Yao move. Second sister-in-law, guided by their voices, also climbed up the gravel pile. Following Yuebai's directions, she climbed over the pile and dragged the flatbed cart back. All 4 wheels are broken. Second sister-in-law, her eyes blank, felt around the cart. We'll need someone to fix it. I know who can. In the tarp next door lived a crazy, eccentric man. While others scavenged for food and water, this man always brought back wires, coils, and all sorts of useless junk, broken computers, motherboards. He was so skinny, he was just skin and bones, and often lost all dignity, begging for food from every tarp. The family had given him food several times. But with Yuebai's bottomless appetite, the family could barely feed themselves, let alone support this oddball long-term. Yuebai said, give him a points card. He'll definitely help us fix the cart. Second sister-in-law looked pained. Those points cards they'd gotten from Qinlauer hadn't been easy to come by. She hadn't even had a chance to warm them in her hands. Yuebai made the decision, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Second sister-in-law, give him the points cards. If he can fix it, someone like him will be useful to us in the future. We should take good care of him. Second sister-in-law had no choice but to take the broken cart and the bundle of points cards wrapped in a dirty handkerchief to the eccentric next door. His tarp was huge, stuffed with all kinds of parts. There were even things no one knew the use for: rubber bands, torn books, blueprints. His junk had piled up so much it spilled outside his tarp. Because he had so much trash, the others in the team couldn't stand him either. So, like the family, he'd been sent to this remote corner. Second sister-in-law found him and explained her request. The eccentric rasped, I don't want points cards. They'll bring me trouble. He knew exactly how the family got those cards. After all, he lived right next to them. But he never said a word. When the men in the team asked what happened with the Scher family, he kept silent. He certainly never mentioned that he'd seen, with his own eyes, the blind second sister-in-law Scher dragging the corpses of Chen family's eldest and second sons away. Second sister-in-law Scher anxiously asked, "Then what do you want?" The skin and bones eccentric grinned, "Food. I want food. Give me food." He hadn't eaten in days. Right now, all he wanted was something to eat. Second sister-in-law Scher frowned tightly and groped her way back to discuss with Scher Webai. The Scher family's pile of small potatoes still sat in the corner. It had been 2 or 3 days, and no one had touched them. Before, that would have been impossible. With Scher Yuebai's appetite, that pile of potatoes wouldn't have lasted her a single meal. But Scher Yuebai immediately decided, give him one. Just tell him we barely have enough to eat ourselves. But if he helps us fix things in the future, as long as we have food, he'll never go hungry. Scher Yuebai held a sprouted potato in her hand. Just as she was about to hand it over, she hesitated and pulled back. Second sister-in-law Scher thought she was just reluctant. After all, Scher Yuebai had always been very protective of her food. Anyone who tried to snatch food from Scher Yuebai would make her extremely upset. She would lie there and curse nonstop, and the Scher family, who doted on her, would always indulge her. Even though times were so tough, they still gritted their teeth and tried their best to make Scher Yuebai feel a little happier. So, in the Scher family, no one ever fought Scher Yuebai for food. Everyone would rather go hungry than take from her. Second sister-in-law Scher wasn't surprised at all that Scher Yuebai would want to keep her potato. But in truth, Scher Yuebai hadn't brought the potato back because she was unwilling to part with it as food. Rather, she felt that if someone helped her fix her flatbed cart, and she gave them a high-radiation potato in return, it just wasn't right. Although Scher Yuebai had done plenty of questionable things back when she was with the Wu tribe, she still had her principles. If someone gave her something valuable, she would never take advantage of them over something so trivial. Scher Yuebai held the potato in one hand and covered it with her other thick, fleshy palm. She closed her eyes, summoned a bit of energy from her fat reserves, and began to transform it. A small purification rune appeared in her palm. The soul power converted from her fat energy flowed through the rune, purifying all the high radiation from the little sprouted potato. A few minutes later, Scher Yuebai handed the now purified potato to second sister-in-law Scher. "Take it to him." Second sister-in-law Scher looked puzzled, not understanding why Scher Yuebai had changed her mind. She couldn't figure it out, but still did as she was told, taking the potato to the strange man in the tarp next door. The strange man didn't say anything at first. He took the potato and was about to wolf it down. But the rough wristband he wore suddenly beeped. Scan. 0 radiation contamination detected in potato. Second sister-in-law Scher's face filled with surprise. She instantly felt a regret so deep she couldn't even put it into words. The Scher family was poor and couldn't afford to be picky. Whenever they found food, whether it was low, medium, or high radiation, as long as it was edible, they'd eat it. They also didn't have money to buy devices that could detect radiation levels in food. Such devices were rare outside the city. Who would have thought that right next door, the strange man nobody in the group wanted to deal with actually had a device that could detect food radiation? If the others in the group found out, they'd probably have tried to steal it long ago. The strange, scruffy man paused, his bony hands still. His hair was wild, like a bird's nest that had exploded. From the tangled, unwashed mess, his eyes shone brightly. He looked at second sister-in-law Scher. She waved her hand, indicating she wouldn't take the potato back. She didn't know why, out of that whole pile of sprouted potatoes at home, there was one with 0 radiation. But since it had already been given away, there was no taking it back. Seeing her gesture, the strange man finally relaxed and bared his yellow-black teeth in a grin. He crunched down and ate the little potato in 2 bites. He ate it with the skin, dirt, and all. After finishing, the man smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste of a 0 radiation potato. Second sister-in-law Scher stood by, waiting. She watched as the man, after enjoying his snack, rummaged around and grabbed some wrenches and wire. In just a few minutes, He fixed the 4 wheels on the broken flatbed cart. When he handed it over, the strange man turned around. He dug through his pile of junk and pulled out a very rough-looking wristband. It was tied with ordinary hemp rope, looking especially rugged. But in the middle was a smooth, round object, almost like an eye. Second sister-in-law sure touched it, her heart pounding. We don't have money to buy it. The man was giving her a radiation detector. But it was clearly not one of the types sold in the city. Judging by its construction, it was probably homemade. The man's voice was hoarse. You gave too much. I don't have change. So take this as an offset. Fixing a broken flatbed cart didn't require a zero-radiation potato. Any food with zero radiation, even a sprouted potato, could fetch a sky-high price in the big city. The strange man wasn't someone who liked to take advantage either. Second sister-in-law sure nodded and pushed the flatbed cart and the radiation detector back to her own tarp. After she finished recounting everything, Sir Yuebai fell silent for a moment. In a couple of days, take him 2 more potatoes and ask if he has any extra radiation detectors. She had underestimated the strange man next door. He really was something. He collected so much junk, and everyone saw him as a beggar or someone with mental issues. No one wanted to deal with someone like that. But who would have thought he was a hidden gem, able to cobble together something like a radiation detector? Second sister-in-law sure hadn't expected their neighbor to be such an expert, either. She happily held the radiation detector. Now we can check the food we scavenged to see if it's high, medium, or low radiation. The lower the radiation, the more valuable the food. Second sister-in-law sure still felt a pang of regret over the zero-radiation potato she'd just given away. But now that the flatbed cart was fixed, she could put Sir Yuebai and Sir Yaoao on it. The 3 of them could go scavenging together. Her own eyesight was gone, but Sir Yaoao and Sir Yuebai could still see. Thinking of this, second sister-in-law sure hurried to the pile of sprouted potatoes in the tarp. She used the new radiation detector to check them one by one. Scan: 100% radiation contamination potato. Scan: 97% radiation contamination potato. Scan: 50% radiation contamination potato. She checked every potato in the pile and only found 2 with medium radiation. She held the 2 medium radiation potatoes, unsure what to do. If she hadn't had the radiation detector, she'd have just eaten whatever food she found. But now that she knew the whole pile was high radiation potatoes, except for 2 below 50%, she didn't know what to do with the 2 medium radiation ones. Should she sell them for points or eat them herself? Sir Yuebai saw her dilemma. Keep them for yourself. We never planned to sell this batch for points anyway. Second sister-in-law sure hesitated. But for a family like theirs, wasn't it a bit too extravagant to eat medium radiation food? Is anyone out there? Oh God, am I already forgotten? From now on, we'll only eat food with low or moderate radiation. Sir Yuebai made the final decision. Why had she gotten so fat? Just a bit of food, and she'd gained dozens or even hundreds of pounds more than a normal person. It was all because she'd eaten too much food contaminated with radiation. As for Sir Yaoao and second sister-in-law Sure, one had her intelligence forever stuck at the level of a 2-year-old, and the other was blind, unable to see anything at all. That too was because they'd eaten too much contaminated food. If they wanted to get healthy and not slide further down the path of mutation, the food they ate couldn't be polluted by radiation. Sir Yuebai took the 2 moderately contaminated potatoes from second sister-in-law's hands. These 2 potatoes, bring them with us on the road. When you and Yaoao get hungry, eat them. As she held the potatoes, she silently used a purification spell, cleansing every bit of radiation from them. Even the solanine in the sprouted potatoes was purified away. That was the beauty of the purification spell. Anything harmful to the body could be completely cleansed. Second sister-in-law furrowed her brow. Yuebai, does that mean you're not going to eat? Sure, Yuebai didn't answer. She braced herself on her arms and, inch by inch, dragged herself onto the flatbed cart. Hearing the commotion, second sister-in-law hurried over and bent down behind Sir Yuebai. She slid her arms under Sir Yuebai's armpits and, using all her strength, tried to help her up. But with Sher Yuebai's size, how could second sister-in-law possibly manage? It was only because Sher Yuebai used her body's fat reserves to cast 2 small strength spells. The strength spell glowed faintly in her palms, giving her a sudden surge of power. With great effort, she managed to help Sher Yuebai onto the flatbed cart. But because Sher Yuebai was so enormous, her belly looked like a giant ball of flesh. That ball of fat pressed down on her legs, squeezing out 4 huge slabs of meat. More than half of her fat spilled off the sides of the cart, dragging along the ground. Sher Yuebai had to reach down and scoop up the massive folds of flesh that had fallen to the ground. Otherwise, when second sister-in-law pushed the cart, her flesh would scrape along the ground. She'd soon be a bloody mess, maybe even bleed out. That little flatbed cart could barely hold Yuebai as it was. If they wanted to go scavenging, both second sister-in-law and Yuebai would have to go. They couldn't leave Yao behind, with her mind stuck at age 2. So second sister-in-law had no choice but to carry Yao on her back. She let Yao's thin, weak legs dangle on either side of her waist. Then she borrowed a belt, cut from an old tire, from the strange man next door. Second sister-in-law strapped Yao tightly to her back. Yao felt uncomfortable and was about to scream. Quiet. Sher Yuebai was drenched in sweat, filthy, stinking, and sore all over. Her messy hair hung over her face, which was slick with a greasy sheen. It's tough for everyone right now, Yao. You need to bear with it. Yao never listened to anyone, but she listened to her aunt. When her aunt told her to be quiet, Yao obediently lay on her mother's back. Second sister-in-law, blind and frail, carried her daughter on her back and pushed the heavy flatbed cart. The 3 of them struggled clumsily, circling the open ground again and again. Look at those idiots from the Sher family. Some people from the group stood nearby, watching and laughing at the 3 sickly, disabled Sher women. What are they doing? Lost their minds and playing with a cart. Maybe all the men in their family are dead, so the 3 of them have gone crazy? Haha, I swear, Sher Yuebai is just here for comic relief. If second sister-in-law had been a celebrity before the apocalypse, pushing a cart with her disabled daughter on her back, she'd look pitiful but inspiring. But Sher Yuebai, a 700-pound fat woman, sitting on a flatbed cart and struggling to scoop up her own fat. It was both disgusting and hilarious. Ugly people really do make the most trouble. That was how the others in the group described Sher Yuebai. Second sister-in-law paused, carefully turning her face toward the cart. Yuebai, focus on practicing. Keep pushing. Sher Yuebai still held the long stick second sister-in-law used for self-defense. As second sister-in-law pushed her forward, she used the stick to sweep aside any large stones in their path. That way, she wouldn't tip over and second sister-in-law wouldn't have to struggle as much. Second sister-in-law gritted her teeth. In the past, Sher Yuebai couldn't stand being mocked like this. Before the apocalypse, Sher Yuebai had been a beautiful little princess, cherished and spoiled by her family. To fall so far, she didn't need anyone else to say anything. She could barely stand it herself. So when people mocked her for her size, Sher Yuebai would lose her temper. Second sister-in-law, people's words, their mockery, can't actually hurt us. Sher Yuebai awkwardly swung her stick, knocking a large stone out of the way. Today, we're just practicing figuring out how the 3 of us can go scavenging together and getting used to this cart. Tomorrow morning, we'll be ready to set out. By now, Yao was getting used to being strapped tightly to her mother's back. She reached out her tiny hand and wiped the sweat from her mother's forehead. Then, in a soft little voice, she said, "Go, Mama. Go, Auntie." Second sister-in-law's throat tightened, tears threatening to spill. She turned in surprise to look at her daughter. Her daughter, with the mind of a 2-year-old, had actually said something like that. A surge of strength welled up in second sister-in-law. With a loud "ah," she pushed the cart with all her might. In front of the Sher family's tarp shelter was a patch of open ground. Second sister-in-law carried Yao on her back and pushed Sher Yuebai around and around in circles. From daylight until night fell. The strange man who lived next to the Sher family's tarp, beside a pile of junk, silently watched the 3 sickly, disabled women. Not until 1 in the morning, when second sister-in-law finally felt tired, did they stop. She was drenched in sweat, but she pushed the cart much more smoothly than when she'd started. She'd figured out how to use her strength to avoid the potholes in the ground, so the cart's wheels wouldn't get stuck. Shuibai, too, had gotten the hang of swinging her stick to clear away any big rocks in their path. When the three of them finally parked the cart and went back inside their tarp shelter, the strange man next door crept out from his junk pile. He quietly approached the Sher family's flatbed cart. The new Wasteland section, designated by the city authorities, was a bit of a distance from the survivor settlement where Shuibai and her family lived. Because of this, the team had to gather and set out before dawn every day. By the time they reached the Wasteland and started scavenging, the sun was already up. At night, mutant animals roamed the area, so everyone had to make sure they were back in the safe zone before sunset. Just going back and forth took 2 hours on the road alone. And the Sher family's situation was even more complicated. Second sister-in-law Sher, who was blind, had to push Shuibai in a cart, with little Yao strapped to her back. That meant they needed even more time. So at 4 in the morning, Shuibai opened her eyes and woke second sister-in-law and Yao. They had to get ready ahead of the others and set out even earlier. Second sister-in-law Sher hurried out of the tarp shelter. As soon as her hand reached the flatbed cart parked outside, she sensed something was off. Maybe because she was blind and her world was pitch black, her other senses had become especially sharp. Webai, are the wheels on this cart taller than before? She pushed the cart back under the tarp. Shuibai was holding onto Yao, channeling some fat energy into the child's body. When she heard second sister-in-law's question, she turned to look. Sure enough, the flatbed cart had been fitted with 4 big new wheels overnight. Not only were they large, they were swivel casters, raising the whole cart higher off the ground. Now, when Shuibai sat on it, her fat wouldn't drag along the dirt. There was only one person who could have done this, the oddball neighbor next door. If we find any food today, let's give some to the neighbor, Shuibai said, bracing herself on the ground and scooting over to the cart. She hadn't eaten a bite of food in days, not even drunk any water. She was surviving solely by converting her body fat into energy to keep her body functioning. At the same time, she was also channeling fat energy into second sister-in-law and Yao. But even so, Shuibai still weighed 738 gene. Not eating had at least stopped her weight from going up, but it was coming off painfully slowly. Trying to lose weight by starving yourself on the wasteland was a hopeless endeavor. Yao had a backpack stuffed with small potatoes. All 3 of the Sher family were leaving the tarp shelter, which meant it would be empty while they were gone. There was no doubt someone would come to loot it as soon as they left. So second sister-in-law decided to have Yao carry their most valuable possessions, the potatoes, on her back. Shuibai thought it was unnecessary. After all, she'd set up a dizzying array in the shelter. Anyone who entered without her permission would pass out from the formation. But she didn't know how to explain this to second sister-in-law, so she just let her fuss over it. Before dawn, the rest of the team was starting to stir. Second sister-in-law pushed Shuibai, with Yao on her back, and they set off. The cart's new swivel wheels worked great. Aside from Shuibai's weight, they didn't encounter any obstacles they couldn't get past. Other than all this trash, there's probably nothing edible here, Shuibai said, looking at the desolate scenery in the early light. Her memories told her that this had once been a highly civilized world. Technology had been incredibly advanced. But after an apocalyptic disaster, this civilization had been reduced to wasteland. The road beneath their feet had once been paved with concrete. Now the concrete was cracked, exposing the yellow earth beneath. The wind whipped up clouds of dust. There wasn't a single blade of grass. Both sides of the road were piled with garbage. There were buildings nearby too, but it was impossible to tell what they'd been. Most had collapsed. Anything inside had long since weathered away, completely unusable. And anything that could be used had probably already been scavenged. Second sister-in-law pushed Shuibai with all her strength. Hearing her words, she sped up, pushing onward. Just ahead is the edge of the old safe zone. Beyond that is the new wasteland, Shuibai said, looking at the flimsy wire fence marking the boundary. The safe zone wasn't fixed. Every month, the city authorities would redraw the boundaries. They based it on how far their hired mercenaries could drive the mutant beasts. If the mercenaries did a good job and drove them far away, the safe zone would be larger. If they slacked off, everything outside the city would be dangerous. This month, the mercenaries had clearly done well. Not only had they held the old safe zone, they'd pushed the boundaries out, creating new land to scavenge. Yue used her stick to lift the wire. Second sister-in-law, without hesitation and sweating all over, led the three of them into the new wasteland. Don't ask how a blind woman had so much courage. All the men in the family were dead. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight for it. Looks like there's something over there, Yue said, pointing with her stick at something glittering ahead. The sun was just rising, and its rays flashed off the shiny object, dazzling their eyes. Second sister-in-law stopped, climbed over the rubble with Yao on her back, and, following Yue's directions, found a mirror. It looks like it's still intact. Great Witch Yue had never seen such a bright mirror before. She took the small, unbroken mirror from second sister-in-law, glanced at her own reflection, and almost threw it away. Back in the witch tribe, she'd never cared about her looks, only about strength. But now, her appearance was just too ugly. A big, dark, greasy face with a massive double chin. The little mirror couldn't even fit her whole face. Yue quickly handed the mirror to Yao. Here, play with this. Don't break it, it can be traded for points. Yao was delighted. She'd been bored, tied to her mother's back. Now, with a little mirror in her hands, she found a new playmate inside. Yao had found a friend. She didn't feel lonely anymore. Second sister-in-law, look, there's a wash basin here, Yue said, sitting on the cart and poking at the dirt with her stick. Clearly, there was nothing edible in this new wasteland, no plants or fruit. Before the apocalypse, this area had probably been part of the city. Now it was just ruins. And all scavengers could find here were household items. Second sister-in-law dug through the rubble and found a wash basin. It was big enough for an adult to sit in. She couldn't hide her disappointment. But Yue just laughed. I think it's great, a good haul. When we get back, we can finally wash up. Second sister-in-law was nowhere near as optimistic as Yue. She really wanted to tell Yue that right now, the only food the three of them had left was that small bag of potatoes on Yao's back. Thinking of this, second sister-in-law suddenly realized that ever since she'd received the terrible news about the men of the family, up until now, she, Yao, and Yue hadn't eaten a single thing. The sky was already bright, though the sun was still hidden behind thick, gray clouds. But visibility was much better than it had been a few hours ago. On the newly opened wasteland, many scavengers had gathered. Some of them were even from their own team. When these people saw the sickly, weak, and disabled members of the family, they greeted second sister-in-law with ambiguous smiles. Hey, second wife, if you need any help, just come find us. If you're hungry, don't hesitate to come over. As long as you're willing, you're always welcome with us. After saying this, those men in the distance gave second sister-in-law a look that needed no words to understand. Yue's face darkened, and second sister-in-law furrowed her brows tightly. She didn't respond, didn't dare to. A pretty woman in the wasteland was dangerous. A pretty woman with no man to rely on was even more dangerous. Second sister-in-law still had to look after Yue and Yao, and she didn't dare talk back to those men. Luckily, it was broad daylight, so those men who teased her didn't dare go too far. Second sister-in-law forced herself to stand still for a while, calming the anger and fear in her heart. Webai, maybe we should move somewhere else? Why? This place is fine. Yue looked down at the long stick in her hand, then waved at Yao, who was nearby. Do you remember what Annie told you, to look for stones? Yao nodded obediently. From now on, you have a new task. Find as many stones of that size as you can. No matter how many, bring them all here. Yao immediately put away her precious little mirror and began searching through the rubble for stones of the size her aunt wanted. Second sister-in-law sure privately thought there was no food to be found in this area. But since Sure Yuebai refused to move, she had no other choice. She could only ask, Yuebai, do you want something to eat? Sure Yuebai shook her head. Not hungry. All right. Second sister-in-law sure didn't feel hungry either. She looked at Sure Yaoao. By any normal reckoning, Sure Yaoao should be hungry by now. Maybe it was because second sister-in-law sure had been lost in grief over her husband these past few days and hadn't paid attention to Sure Yaoao's hunger. Had Sure Yaoao gone so long without food that she was past hunger? If you're worried, just take out those 2 moderately radiated potatoes from your backpack and eat them, Sure Yuebai said, turning to sit on the flatbed cart, using her stick to keep rummaging through the stones in front of her. She didn't find any food, but she did turn up a lot of odds and ends, bottles, jars, and the like. Second sister-in-law sure hesitated for a long time before finally taking out a moderately radiated potato from her pocket. Scan result: 0% radiation contamination. The radiation detector on her wrist suddenly announced. Second sister-in-law sure looked down in surprise, though she couldn't see anything. Webai. She'd clearly checked before. Those 2 potatoes in her pocket were moderately radiated. How had they become 0 radiation potatoes overnight? She was so shocked she could barely get the words out. Sure Yuebai turned back impatiently. What's there to be so surprised about? Food can become more or less radiated over time. Isn't that common knowledge? Everyone on the Wasteland knew that. Second sister-in-law sure opened her mouth. But all they'd ever seen was food left in sunlight or exposed to the air, gradually becoming more radiated. She'd never heard of food becoming less radiated, especially not in such a short time. But she didn't dare ask any more questions. Sure Yuebai was clearly unwilling to answer. She was afraid that if she pressed further, Sure Yuebai would lose her temper. Now that the potato in her hand had become 0 radiation, there was no way she'd let Sure Yaoao eat it. Second sister-in-law sure took out the other potato and scanned it, also 0 radiation. She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Second sister-in-law sure quietly suggested to Sure Yuebai, why don't we go to the big city tomorrow and sell these 2 0 radiation potatoes? We could trade them for 200 medium or low radiation potatoes. Maybe even more. Sure Yuebai just grunted, pulling a towel from the rubble. It was still in its packaging, unopened. Do as you like. With Sure Yuebai's approval, second sister-in-law sure happily put away the 2 precious potatoes. She turned and patted Sure Yaoao's head. Yaoao, eat this. Second sister-in-law sure, heart aching, took a highly radiated potato from Sure Yaoao's backpack. As a mother, she knew giving her daughter highly radiated food was extremely harmful. But there was no other way. People had to survive. At least until the day they simply couldn't go on. Maybe on that day, they'd all be freed. Sure Yaoao obediently took the potato. She wasn't actually hungry and didn't want to eat the bitter potatoes. But since her mother told her to, she said nothing and opened her mouth to take a bite. Sure Yuebai reached out. Wipe the dirt off before you eat. She took the highly radiated potato from Sure Yaoao, purified it in her hand, and then handed it back. Sure Yaoao obediently ate the now purified potato, bite by bite. Second sister-in-law Sure's heart ached so much she couldn't bear to stay there any longer. She wiped her tears away and kept searching through the ruins. She swore to herself that she would use those 2 0 radiation potatoes in her pocket to trade for as many medium and low radiation potatoes as possible. That way, her daughter wouldn't have to eat highly radiated potatoes for a long time. That day, the 3 women of the Sure family came back from scavenging with no food at all. Instead, they brought back a pile of household goods. From a wash basin big enough for an adult to squat in, to porcelain cups for drinking, to towels. Yuebai even found a box of brand new, unopened toothbrushes. The 3 women huffed and puffed, hauling all these things back to the team. The others nearly laughed their heads off. These 3 sickly, weak, and disabled women, now we should add foolish to the list. What's the use of all the stuff you can't eat or drink? The newly opened Wasteland rarely yielded food, but it wasn't completely barren. It had been 5 years since the apocalypse, and the survivors had entered this world of ruins. But before the end of the world, People lived in a society overflowing with resources and advanced technology. There were always some well-packaged foods that had survived to this day. So, the survivors who ventured into the new wasteland could more or less find something to eat. Only the 3 sickly, disabled members of the Schur family came back with nothing but a pile of junk. If these 3 didn't starve to death, it would truly defy reason. Everyone in the group was just waiting for second sister-in-law Schur to come into their tent and beg for food. In the wasteland, it was all too easy to manipulate a woman with no support. But when the 3 women of the Schur family returned to their tent, they showed not the slightest intention of going out to beg for food. Second sister-in-law Schur fumbled around, pulling out the bottles and jars they'd scavenged from a filthy plastic bag. Schur Yuebai patted little Schur Yaoao on the head. "Take out all those little stones you found and count them." Schur Yaoao immediately pulled out a handful of similarly sized pebbles from her pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5, she didn't know what came next. Schur Yuebai patiently taught her 6. Yaoao listened intently, nodded her big head, and said in a drawn-out voice, 6. "Very good, Yaoao. You're amazing." Even if Andy went looking, she might not find so many stones of the same size. Praised, Yaoao's eyes sparkled, as if 2 tiny moons shone within them. Schur Yuebai pointed out a few spots and had Yaoao place the pebbles she'd collected at those positions. The range of the dizziness array was slowly expanding. Schur Yuebai pressed her hand to the ground, palm covering a talisman. She channeled her fat reserves through the talisman, converting them into spiritual energy, which she then infused into the dizziness array. It was like recharging a battery. Every so often, Schur Yuebai had to pour more spiritual energy into the array. The more energy she put in, the longer the array would last. But her abilities were limited. Her obese body was riddled with blockages in her meridians. Converting 10 or 20 pounds of fat at once was simply impossible. Even just a few ounces of fat, trickling through her blocked meridians, was enough to leave Schur Yuebai in agony. Not to mention, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, and had spent the whole day baking under the wasteland sun. Her weight had ballooned by another 2 pounds. Schur Yuebai was on the verge of tears. She was now up to 740 pounds. Some people gain weight just by drinking water. She was even more extreme. She gained weight just by sunbathing. If it were the original owner of this body, she would have broken down by now. But Yuebai's willpower was far beyond ordinary. Even as the fat energy surged through her meridians like fine steel wires, causing pain everywhere they went, she persisted in infusing a few ounces of spiritual energy into the dizziness array. Then she pulled Yaoao over, placed one hand on her head, and channeled a pound of energy into her. Yaoao didn't feel hungry at all. She had no idea what her aunt was doing. But seeing her aunt's forehead covered in sweat, Yaoao reached out and wiped it away. "Auntie tired?" "So tired." With the intelligence of a 2-year-old, the little girl couldn't form a complete sentence yet. Schur Yuebai patted Yaoao's head, forced a smile, her chubby cheeks piling up like a laughing Buddha. "Auntie's not tired. Yaoao, go find some more little stones. Auntie needs to work alone for a bit." Seeing Yaoao obediently crawl away, Schur Yuebai turned her attention to the large wash basin they'd just scavenged. Her short, fat fingers struggled to form a hand seal as she focused her mind. She was casting the water-gathering spell. Energy continued to circulate through her body. Every bit of converted energy made Schur Yuebai grimace in pain. But she gritted her teeth and endured, until tiny wisps of mist began to condense in the air. The mist, guided by her hand seal, drifted toward the wash basin and gathered there. By the time second sister-in-law Schur finished stacking up all the bottles and jars, she groped around and turned back. "Yuebai, why did we bring back so many bottles? If any men break into our tent, we can use these bottles to smash their heads." Schur Yuebai, still concentrating, replied offhandedly. It was a perfunctory answer. But second sister-in-law thought about it and found it made sense. It was getting late. She picked up Yaoao and the 2 of them curled up beside Schur Yuebai. "It's late. Let's rest early. Tomorrow morning we'll go into town to sell potatoes." The next morning, second sister-in-law was awakened by the sound of water. She shot up from the ground, groping in the air. Water? Where did the water come from? There were water sources in the wasteland, but all of them were polluted. Anyone who drank from them would die instantly. Nothing could survive in that foul, black water. The authorities had no choice. To keep the survivors alive, they racked their brains to filter out water with 100% radiation pollution. This 100% radiation-polluted water was drinkable. It wasn't good for you, but at least it wouldn't kill you right away. So every survivor team had to go to the big city periodically to buy water. Ordinary people couldn't get water. Water resources were tightly controlled by the authorities, and individuals couldn't buy water. Only survivor teams could purchase it. That's why there were no lone wolves in the wasteland. Everyone banded together into survivor teams, all just to get water to drink. With resources so scarce, water prices inevitably kept rising. A few years ago, when the team went to the city to buy water, they had to trade away half their food supply. Now, even half their food wasn't enough to buy enough water. More than half the food survivors found would be used to buy water. So it was no wonder second sister-in-law was so shocked today. Did the team distribute water? Sure. Calmly took 3 bottles, cleaned in the wash basin the night before, and started washing them out. No, I left the wash basin by the bridge pier last night. Somehow, it collected half a basin of water overnight. As she spoke, there was a hint of resentment in her tone. She'd worked herself half to death all night, and only managed to gather half a basin of water. This morning, I wanted to find 3 clean bottles to fill with water. On the way into town, she could put them in Yao's backpack for her to drink if she got thirsty. But all the bottles they'd scavenged yesterday were filthy. I had to use up 1/3 of the water just to wash 3 glass bottles clean. The bottles weren't big, the kind that used to hold canned mandarin oranges before the apocalypse. What made even angrier was that, even after all this effort, she'd only lost 2 pounds of fat overnight. While she was burning fat for energy, her body was still piling on more. And the rate of gain seemed to be accelerating. Charge. Second sister's face was turned toward the underside of the bridge pier. Though she was blind, her curiosity was undiminished. Could it be that the place where the Sher family had settled was some kind of feng shui hotspot? Why was it that not only did food here seem to be free of radiation, but even leaving a basin under the bridge pier would collect a small pool of water? Second sister Sher reached out, groping along the edge of the pier. Sher said nothing as she watched. Once second sister Sher had washed 3 glass bottles and filled them with clean water, Sher instructed Sher Yao. Come here, Auntie will wash your face for you. Obediently, Sher Yao crawled over, bracing herself on her hands. She watched as Sher tore open a new towel from its packaging and, without a hint of hesitation, tossed it into the remaining water in the basin. Sher swirled the towel in the water. Hearing the sound, second sister Sher realized what Sher was doing. She hurried back. You can't use water like that. Second sister Sher was frantic, groping her way to the basin. This is water, water. In the past, the Sher family could get water rations from the team. But now that the men of the Sher family were dead, who would bother to look after the 3 sick and disabled women left behind? If the team bought water, no one would spare a thought for the 3 of them. Second sister Sher understood that from now on, they would likely have to beg for every drop. If they were lucky, maybe someone would take pity and let them have a sip. Life was just that hard. So now that they finally had a small basin of water, second sister Sher couldn't bear to waste it. Water is meant to be used, Sher said, blocking second sister Sher's hand. Seeing her so panicked she was about to cry, Sher simply grabbed her hand and dipped it into the basin. Scan, purified water, 0 radiation. The radiation detector on second sister Sher's wrist suddenly announced. She jumped in fright, sitting dumbly by the basin, not knowing how to react. All she felt was heartache. This water was more precious than a human life, no, more precious than the lives of everyone in their team. Purified water with 0 radiation. And now she and Sher Yao had just used it to wash their hands and faces. This was probably the most surreal thing second sister Sher had ever experienced, even more shocking than the news of her husband's death. But Sher Yuebai just smiled, using the towel to dry second sister Sher's hands, then washed Sher Yaoao's face. She looked with satisfaction at Yaoao's clean, fair face. All clean. What a pretty, adorable little girl. Sher Yaoao proudly shook her big head. Pretty little girl, pretty. Little girl is pretty. Second sister Sher still hadn't recovered. She stared blankly at her now clean, fair hands, her eyes growing hot. It suddenly reminded her of the time before the apocalypse, when many jewelry companies had asked her to model for their ads. Not only was she beautiful, she had especially lovely hands. Any jewelry worn on her hands looked high-class and elegant. Pour out the water, Sher Yuebai instructed Yaoao, pointing to a small patch of open ground inside the dizzying circle. Last night, out of boredom, she'd found a few sprouting potatoes and buried them in that patch. Yaoao wobbled over, pushing the basin along the ground. The water in the basin, after washing faces and hands, was now pitch black. Second sister Sher suddenly came to her senses. Don't pour it out. This water is still drinkable. Even though it was now blacker than ink, it was still zero radiation water. Even selling this basin of dirty water could fetch a lot of points. Sher Yuebai's tone was full of disdain. How can you drink water that's been used to wash hands and faces? Out with the old, in with the new. There'll be more. Yaoao, pour it out. Second sister Sher's heart ached as she listened to Yaoao pour the water onto the ground. She was a little angry but didn't dare show it. Sher Yuebai was even tougher than before. Second sister Sher felt a bit of fear toward this new Sher Yuebai. The 3 sick and disabled members of the Sher family slung on their backpacks, took their gear, and left their tarpaulin shelter. Before leaving, Sher Yuebai took a glass bottle of water from Yaoao's backpack. She looked at the odd man sitting outside their shelter, tinkering with parts. Catch. Sher Yuebai tossed her bottle to the man. He looked down, puzzled, at the clear liquid inside the bottle. In the sunlight, it shone with an enticing light. Scan. Purified water. Zero radiation. The radiation detector on the man's wrist beeped. His expression shifted from blank and wooden to shock and panic and finally to disbelief. He scrambled to his feet, looking in the direction the 3 Sher family women had gone. He took 2 steps after them. But then he looked back at the other survivors under the bridge. Because everyone else lived farther away from the Sher family and the odd man, no one heard the beep from his detector. But the 3 sick and disabled Sher family members had set out early in the morning. Many people watched them go, laughing to themselves. Those 3 still hadn't given up. Well, they had to go scavenging, otherwise, no matter how much food the Sher family had, that fat Sher Yuebai would eat it all soon enough. Noticing all the furtive glances, the odd man's eyes filled with tears. He clutched the glass bottle to his chest and ducked back into his shelter. Sher Yuebai ignored all the mocking, skeptical, and scornful looks along the way. Second sister Sher, blind as she was, carried herself with calm composure. With Yaoao on her back and pushing Sher Yuebai, they headed toward the city. Not long after they left the team's line of sight, a group of mercenaries came toward them. They wore black combat uniforms, patched and dusty, but each was tall, straight-backed, and looked tough and well-trained. Sher Yuebai glanced at the leader, thinking he looked vaguely familiar. To her surprise, the captain's sharp gaze swept over her, then landed on second sister Sher. He raised a hand in greeting. Second sister. Second sister Sher stopped, tilting her head in confusion. Who is it? We're from the Xiangqing Mercenary Corps. The captain and his men approached. I used to be stationed with Sher. I attended your wedding to Sher. We're here today especially to find you. Even though the handsome man had already introduced himself, second sister-in-law Sher was still tense all over, refusing to let down her guard. In this wasteland, you could never tell if someone was human or a ghost. As a delicate and beautiful woman facing mercenaries who only cared about money, second sister-in-law Sher was right to be cautious. At the same time, she felt grateful that Sher Yuebai hadn't washed her face for her that morning. The dirt on her face helped conceal her looks. Don't be afraid, second sister-in-law. Isha said quickly, as if he'd noticed her nervousness. We came to find you because Aunt Shur is currently with our mercenary group. As he spoke, Isha frowned and glanced at Shur Yao Yao on her back, and at Shur Yuebai, whom she was pushing along. I'm sorry, second sister-in-law. By the time my men and I arrived, Shur Yi, Shur Er, and Uncle Shur, the men of the Shur family had died during a night raid by mutant animals. Outside the big city, every so often, mutant beasts would gather and attack survivor teams living on the outskirts. So every survivor group would send people out on night watch. That night, many people died. Quite a few survivors were mauled beyond recognition by the mutants. By the time Isha and his mercenaries arrived, the ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses, a true hell on earth. After they fought off the mutants and went back to check, they found Mother Shur hiding inside a large metal barrel. Outside the barrel were 3 male corpses, gnawed down to the bone. Since there were exactly 3, they figured these must be the remains of the Shur men. Isha had been busy leading his men to hunt down mutants these past few days, while Mother Shur had fallen into a coma. He hadn't had time to send her home, so she'd been staying with their mercenary group. Today, he finally got a break and came to inform second sister-in-law Shur. But as soon as he reached the survivor camp where the Shur family lived, he saw second sister-in-law Shur in such a pitiful state. Isha frowned, unsure how to even begin asking her to take Aunt Shur back. Everyone in the Wasteland knew what it meant for a family to lose all its men. In such circumstances, life would only get harder for second sister-in-law Shur than for most women. Mother Shur was also pregnant and about to give birth soon. The burden on second sister-in-law Shur was even heavier. To be honest, given all this, the fact that second sister-in-law Shur hadn't abandoned Shur Yao Yao and Shur Yuebai to escape on her own only proved that Shur Er had married a truly good woman. The mercenaries following behind Isha didn't know what to say either, and everyone fell silent. Sitting on the flatbed cart, Shur Yuebai made a decision. Since my mom is with you, please bring her back to us, she said. We're heading to the big city today to sell potatoes. Shur Yao Yao shook her big head and said loudly, we're selling potatoes with 0 radiation. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yi's sharp eyes as he looked at Shur Yuebai, now so fat she was like a mountain. In his memory, Shur Yi's little sister, the Shur family's little princess, had been a beautiful, proud girl. Now, even after being mutated by radiation, she still had the courage to go out. That took real strength. But her personality hadn't changed at all, still as stubborn as ever. Isha remembered seeing her at Shur Er's wedding, tagging along with Shur Yi. He hadn't liked her much back then. But most rich girls were like that, so he hadn't thought much of it. Now, hearing her speak, her arrogance actually gave her a certain decisiveness. Potatoes with 0 radiation? Isha shifted his attention away from Shur Yuebai. We'll buy them. How many points do you want? He didn't take Shur Yao Yao's words seriously. After his old squad was disbanded, Isha had formed his own mercenary group, but he still kept tabs on his old teammates. Especially Shur Yi, who had been his closest brother-in-arms. So he knew a bit about the Shur family situation. Shur Yao Yao's mind had been damaged by radiation. You couldn't take her words at face value. Isha was only willing to buy their potatoes out of consideration for his old comrade's family. But when second sister-in-law Shur took out 2 potatoes from her pocket and Eva's radiation detector beeped, he and his men were shocked to discover there really were potatoes with 0 radiation in this world. They'd never seen such a thing before, and for a moment, Isha didn't know what price to offer. Second sister-in-law Shur didn't know how many points to ask for either. But Shur Yuebai spoke up decisively, we don't want points. We'll trade for 1,000 medium to low radiation potatoes. Isha and his mercenaries all gasped. This proud little girl really dared to ask for a lot. One mercenary pointed at Shur Yuebai's mountainous body. You! Before he could finish, Isha raised his hand to cut him off. All right, we'll buy them. But we don't have 1,000 medium to low radiation potatoes on hand. Can we trade for other food? Shur Yuebai waved her hand indifferently. Whatever. Just bring the food and my mom together. Now that she'd found a buyer for the potatoes, Shur Yuebai didn't think it was necessary to make a special trip to the big city. She instructed second sister-in-law Shur, let's go. We'll keep scavenging. Let's try to find more bottles and jars today. If we could find some toothpaste, that'd be great. Yuebai's memories told her that the survivors in this wasteland used to clean their teeth with toothpaste and toothbrushes. She'd never used such fancy things in her life. Yesterday, in a newly opened scavenging area, they'd found a box of brand new toothbrushes. So today, Yuebai was hoping for a bit of luck to find a tube of toothpaste to try out. Second sister-in-law Shur's legs were trembling. She still hadn't recovered from Yuebai's outrageous bargaining. She instinctively followed Yuebai's instructions, carrying Yao Yao and pushing Yuebai as they headed toward the new scavenging area. Ija looked down at the 2-0 radiation potatoes in his hand. Should he call Yuebai naive or generous? She hadn't even asked for a deposit, just left so straightforwardly. Wasn't she afraid he'd go back on his word and not only refuse to give them food, but also not return their mother? Captain, how should we eat these potatoes? One mercenary asked, eyeing the potatoes in Iwa's hand curiously. It had been 5 years since anyone had eaten zero-radiation potatoes. Ija stuffed the potatoes into his pocket and shot his subordinate a look. Eat them? No way. We'll take them to the big city and sell them to those rich folks. We'll trade them for 2,000 medium to low radiation potatoes, enough to feed our group for months. When Yuebai told second sister-in-law Shur to push her, with Yao on her back, they went scavenging again in the newly opened wasteland. The problem with second sister-in-law Shur pushing Yuebai was that they couldn't get through places that were too uneven. After all, a flatbed cart isn't made for climbing hills and crossing rough terrain. But along the easy roadsides, there was simply nothing left to scavenge. Any area by the road had already been picked clean by other survivors. How could it possibly be Yuebai and her group's turn to pick through it? After searching through the ruins for several hours, second sister-in-law Shur was starting to feel hopeless. She looked up, feeling the sun beating down above her. It was particularly harsh today. On the wasteland, the temperature, weather, and even the seasons were unpredictable. It might be bone-chilling cold one day, and then scorching hot the next. No one could say for sure. After all, no one in the wasteland had the leisure or resources to monitor the weather or make forecasts. And everyone knew, the stronger the sun, the higher the radiation. Lately, after being out in the sun, second sister-in-law Shur would feel dizzy. Before air died, she'd even had a few nosebleeds. She'd had a bad feeling about it back then. She worried that she might have developed some terminal illness from radiation. But in this family, they were either fools or cripples, not to mention Shur's mother, who was a bit crazy. Only she and Yuebai had anything close to normal intelligence. And Yuebai had that kind of temperament. How could second sister-in-law Shur tell her family she might not have long to live? Feeling the sunlight heating her face, second sister-in-law Shur's head throbbed. It was as if something inside her skull was about to burst. Yuebai, the sun's getting stronger. How about we find some shade to hide in? Second sister-in-law Shur was getting anxious. She couldn't afford to collapse now. Shur's mother was about to be sent back, Yuebai couldn't move, and Yao was still just a child. She was the only one with a normal mind and able-bodied. If she died, what would happen to the rest of them? Yuebai was also fed up with the sun, absolutely sick of it. Just a little time in the sun, and her weight would start shooting up. All she could do was keep holding Yao's little hand, pouring energy into her. She even filled both glass bottles in Yao's backpack with water. Once they were full, she had Yao drink them. Before long, Yao's little belly was bulging. When she heard second sister-in-law Shur's voice, Yuebai responded and pointed to a ruined building ahead. There's a house up there that hasn't completely collapsed. Let's go there and find some shade. Following Yuebai's directions, second sister-in-law Shur, stumbling and bumping along, managed to get Yuebai and Yao to the half-collapsed house. Luckily, it was right by the road. She didn't have to struggle much to push Yuebai in on the flatbed cart. As soon as they got inside, Yao, still on second sister-in-law Shur's back, started fussing in a clear, stuttering voice. I need to pee, I need to pee. Need to pee. She had never before expressed herself so clearly. Before this, Sure, Yao couldn't even manage her own bathroom needs. She often soiled her pants, and the Sher family's tarp shelter was always filled with the stench of urine and feces. Of course, the Sher family wasn't the only one with a mentally disabled member. In fact, among the survivors outside the city, everyone's living conditions were about the same. The Sher family was just a bit more miserable. They had fools, madwomen, and cripples all in one household. Mama, P. Sure, Yao was holding it in. Her aunt had just made her drink so much water, she couldn't hold it anymore, really couldn't. Second sister-in-law Sher was at a loss for how to respond. She'd never encountered this situation before. Sure, Yuebai calmly instructed, hold it for a bit. There's nowhere to go right now. Before she could finish, she spotted an exposed toilet behind a collapsed wall. This room must have been a bathroom before. The roof was blown off, but the toilet itself was intact. There's a toilet over there, Sher Yuebai said. Take her there. Second sister-in-law Sher quickly fumbled over and set Sher Yao down by the open-air toilet. Sher Yuebai, still on the flatbed, dutifully turned her head to keep watch, in case anyone with no sense happened to wander by while Sher Yao was using the toilet. Her gaze landed on a slingshot in the corner of the ruins. She struggled over and picked it up, her hands scraped raw by the rough rubble. Just then, a foul stench wafted over. Sher Yuebai turned around and saw second sister-in-law Sher leaning over the half-collapsed wall, retching. Sher Yao sat on the toilet, her face red with embarrassment. Seeing Sher Yuebai looking over, Sher Yao shook her big head and said shyly, I pooped black and yellow stuff, Andy. Sher Yuebai didn't mind at all. It's fine, just detoxing. Both Sher Yao and second sister-in-law Sher had a lot of radiation pollution in their bodies. Sher Yuebai had just made Sher Yao drink several bottles of pure, zero radiation water, which was bound to have some effect on her body. As long as it wasn't a bad effect, it was fine. With her aunt's reassurance, Sher Yao was delighted. Her freshly washed face glowed with a rosy hue. Second sister-in-law Sher couldn't see what her daughter had passed. But she was shocked again. Her daughter could now speak in full sentences. Before, she could only scream or blurt out single words. At most, 2 words. Now she could even describe the color of her own poop. It was a rare bit of progress. Seeing that it was getting late, Sher Yuebai pointed to the broken beds in the collapsed house. Let's drag one of these mattresses back. She had already counted. There were 3 broken beds, each with a mattress. Even though they were old, a good wash would make them usable. It was still better than the whole family sleeping on rocks. And Sher mother was about to be sent back. Sher Yuebai's memory told her that not only was Sher mother crazy, she was also heavily pregnant. She could give birth any day now. In this wasteland, there was no way to expect a healthy baby from Sher mother. But a newborn was still a newborn, you couldn't just put it on bare rocks. Human babies aren't like witch tribe babies. Human infants are so fragile, a breath could snuff them out. Second sister-in-law Sher was already numb from the stench. She was blind, radiation had taken her sight, but her other 4 senses were much sharper than most people's. Maybe Sher Yuebai just thought it was smelly. But second sister-in-law Sher would have a visceral reaction and throw up. She fumbled to strap her daughter back on her back, then followed Sher Yuebai's instructions to drag the mattress. By the time the sun set, it had taken them several hours of stumbling and struggling, but they finally managed to drag one mattress back to the group. As expected, the whole group burst into laughter. Oh my god, haha. The Sher family's sick, weak, and disabled actually dragged back a mattress? Are they planning to eat it? The rest of the team hadn't even finished mocking Sher Yuebai and her siblings when the lunatic that was Sher's mother, heavily pregnant, was sent back. She was escorted back by the Xiangqing mercenary group. To make a show of force, Ija personally brought all his mercenaries, every one of them armed to the teeth. The burly, broad-shouldered men escorting Sher's mother immediately drew the attention of everyone in the survivor camp as soon as they entered. Especially when they saw the weapons, fear flickered in everyone's eyes. Someone whispered, "Who'd have thought Sher Yi's influence was still this strong? He's dead and gone, but he still has connections with the mercenaries." Yeah, I heard Shuri and the mercenary leader were as close as brothers, risked their lives together. Tisk. The team was full of all kinds of people. Some who'd previously eyed Shur's second sister-in-law with open desire quickly reined themselves in when Ija and the mercenaries arrived. In that instant, Shur Yuebai understood exactly why Ija had made such a big show of it. He wanted everyone in this survivor group to know these sick, weak, and crippled members of the Shur family had the mercenary group backing them. Sniff, what a good guy. Shur Yuebai mentally handed Ija a good guy card, then turned to look at her mother, who had just been brought back. This was her mother, here in the Wasteland. Webai. Shur's mother ran up to her, laughing, jumping up and down with joy. Webai, have you seen your father? Where did your father go? Before Shur Webai could answer, her mother spun around and tried to run off. Ija, clearly used to this, quickly grabbed the runaway mother. Auntie, didn't we agree? I'll go look for Uncle, and you stay here and don't run around. Ija had always had a good impression of Shur's mother. Back when she sent food to Shuri, she'd always send a share for Ija, the orphan too. So he had real affection for her. Shur's mother nodded, her confused face tinged with urgency. Then you have to hurry, okay? Yuebai's dad hasn't come back for days. He's not out chasing some hussy, is he? No, if Uncle's out there with some hussy, I'll beat her up myself. Ija soothed her, leading her over to Shur's second sister-in-law. Then he looked at Shur Yuebai and Shur Yaoao. Ija sighed. The Shur family, honestly. The mercenaries behind him looked at the Shur family, one old and crazy, one childlike, one fat, one blind, and were all at a loss for words. They glanced sympathetically at the mattress outside the Shur family's tent. Ija figured they were probably thinking the same thing as the rest of the group. What on earth did the Shur family drag a mattress back here for? But Shur Yuebai couldn't be bothered to explain. She just pushed her cart over and called to the weirdo next door. Get me a chain. Her mother was mentally unstable and about to give birth. If you took your eyes off her for a second, she'd run off. Shur's second sister-in-law was blind. If she had to chase after the mother all day, she'd never get anything else done. Ija frowned, clearly disapproving, and looked at Shur Yuebai. He opened his mouth to say something, but Shur Yuebai shot him a fierce glare. The mercenary group had more important things to do. They couldn't waste their time babysitting Shur's mother. That was why Ija was sending her back in the first place. Since they couldn't take care of her, they shouldn't meddle in the Shur family's affairs. Now, they could only manage things the way Shur Webai wanted. In the end, Ija said nothing. He sighed, took out a stack of points cards from his pocket, and glanced at Shur's second sister-in-law. Thinking about it, the only one in the Shur family with clear thinking and the ability to act was the second sister-in-law. But it seemed like Shur Yuebai was the one calling the shots. He handed the stack of points cards to Shur Yuebai, speaking gently. Webai, take these points. From now on, I'll bring you more every month. Just take good care of your mom, okay? He hoped that, for the sake of these points cards, Shur Yuebai would treat her mother a little better. Shur Yuebai took the cards without hesitation. Sure, you're welcome to come by any time. She acted as if it was only natural. The mercenaries behind Ija couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Honestly, Shur's mother wasn't even their captain's real mother, just the mother of the captain's old friend. If the captain was willing to hand over points to the Shur family every month, couldn't Shur Yuebai at least show a little gratitude? Now it looked like their captain was paying tribute or something. Shur Yuebai ignored the mercenaries' dissatisfaction. She patted Ija on the shoulder. With each pat, she quietly transferred a bit of fat energy into his body. Go on, live well. Ija had been running around all day and was feeling a bit hungry. But after a few friendly pats from Shur Yuebai, he suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. In fact, he felt unexpectedly energized, all his fatigue gone. Ija didn't think much of it. He just nodded at Shur Yuebai and left with his men. The mercenaries also left 2 large crates for the Shur family. People in the camp craned their necks, trying to see what was inside. But Shur Yuebai swept a sharp gaze around, tugged on the chain attached to her mother's wrist. Mom, Weirdy, come on, help me move these boxes inside. Weirdy was the name she'd given the strange man next door. The scrawny man glared at Sure Web-Eye, his voice rough. "Don't call me that. I have a name." "What is it?" Sure Web-Eye asked, all ears. Weirdy shut his mouth and said nothing. He'd never tell anyone his real name. "All right then, Weirdy, help move the stuff." Sure Web-Eye directed the Sure family, and even the second sister-in-law came to help. Together, they managed to haul the 2 crates into their tent. As soon as they finished, Sure's mother tried to run out again, shouting, "Web-Eye's dad. Where's Web-Eye's dad? I'll go look for him." Sure Web-Eye grabbed the chain, which was tied to her mother's wrist. "Mom, come back. You're about to give birth. You can't go anywhere." At some point, the weird man had slipped back to his own tent. Sure Web-Eye sat her mother down by the fire. Sure's second sister-in-law started sorting through the crates, then exclaimed in delight, "Web-Eye, we've got 300 small potatoes and 700 small bread rolls." Each bread roll was individually wrapped, with a tiny desiccant packet inside. All pre-apocalypse stuff. But Sure Web-Eye's face darkened. 700 expired bread rolls? I'd rather have the potatoes. At least she could use a purification spell to remove the radiation from the potatoes. But 5-year expired bread? How was she supposed to purify that? You couldn't really say it was inedible, it wasn't spoiled, just expired. Those individually wrapped bread rolls could probably last forever. But still, they were expired. All in all, Sure Web-Eye felt this deal was a bit of a loss. "Let's sell them. Tomorrow we'll set up a stall outside, let people trade for them or buy them with points." Second sister-in-law Sure was reluctant to sell off all 700 of their precious little loaves of bread. But she couldn't win against Sure Web-Eye. Sure Web-Eye was decisive, her word was law, and she wouldn't tolerate anyone arguing with her. So, the next day, second sister-in-law Sure had no choice but to set up a stall on the empty ground in front of the Sure family's tarp shelter. 1 loaf of bread costs 100 points? Some survivors gathered around, watching as Sure Web-Eye rode on the ground. "At that price? Who's going to buy it? We thought you sickly Sure family folks were going to eat your mattresses or something." Most people were just there to watch the spectacle. To them, 100 points was an astronomical price. If they had the ability to earn that many points, why would they still be living outside the city? Anyone with real skills lived inside the big city. "Come on, Sure Web-Eye, your bread is way overpriced." A few people who were actually interested tried to haggle. "If you set the price at 1 or 2 points, we might help your business out." Sure Web-Eye sat on a flatbed cart, sneering as she wrote with a thin stick. No bargaining. As she finished the last character, she flicked the stick upward. With a sharp crack, she struck the hand of someone in the crowd. A survivor, who had been reaching out to steal a loaf or 2 in the chaos, clutched his bleeding hand and screamed in pain. The surrounding survivors immediately started blaming Sure Web-Eye. "We're all part of the same group. How can you just hit someone?" "Yeah, we're all on the same team." "So why are you stealing?" Sure Web-Eye rolled her eyes, waving the stick around, her words dripping with sarcasm. Her attitude and temper made people want to give her a beating. But then they remembered that the Sure family had a good relationship with Isha, the leader of the mercenary group. So they had to swallow their anger. Second sister-in-law Sure was uneasy. She quietly moved behind Sure Web-Eye and whispered, "Web-Eye, maybe we shouldn't make enemies everywhere. What's there to be afraid of? If 1 comes, I'll kill 1. If 2 come, I'll kill them both." Sure Web-Eye had already fallen to this point. She didn't go looking for trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. She was just selling bread at her own doorstep. Buy if you want, don't if you don't. She wasn't bothering anyone. How is that making enemies? Sure Web-Eye's domineering words really gave off the vibe of someone with nothing left to lose. The Sure family was already in dire straits. If worst came to worst, she'd just go down fighting. Some of the survivors who'd been tempted to snatch the bread started to back off. Then one of the survivors, thinking a bit more cleverly, smiled and took out a pack of baby diapers. Her eyes were full of calculation, as if she was trying to trick a fool. "Web-Eye, Auntie noticed your mother's about to give birth. Don't you guys love picking up junk? I mean, those pre-apocalypse bottles and jars. How about I trade you this pack of diapers for a loaf of bread? She held out an unopened pack of baby diapers, 30 pieces in all. Sure, Yuebai took it, checked the expiration date on the package. It was 2 years past. But it was still sealed, so it could still be used. Sure, Yuebai nodded, and the woman happily took away a loaf of bread, smaller than the palm of her hand. So she's a fool after all. Someone in the crowd suddenly understood. They'd just seen Sure Yuebai riding, hitting people with a stick, and thought she was shrewd and tough. But here she was, trading edible bread for baby diapers. Even an idiot knew you shouldn't have kids in the Wasteland. Who'd have thought that Sher's mother, at her age, was still pregnant? Sher's father must still be quite vigorous. Well, pregnant or not, babies were still born in the Wasteland. It's just that Wasteland children weren't as precious as those born before the apocalypse. Most of them ran around naked, pooping and peeing wherever. They grew up wild, with no one really caring for them. Trading bread for baby diapers, unheard of in the Wasteland, and unlikely to be imitated. Wasn't Sure Yuebai afraid her mother would give birth to another little fool? But whatever, if Sure Yuebai wanted to be stupid, let her. Immediately, others got ideas and ran back to their own tents to fetch odds and ends. These were things you couldn't eat or drink, just little conveniences for daily life, basically useless in the Wasteland. No one counted them as real goods. Survivors earned points to buy food, water, or high-tech gear and weapons. But Sure Yuebai had a thing about cleanliness. If someone tried to trade opened or used items, like underwear or bras that had been worn a few times and not washed, she wouldn't take them. Trying to trade those for bread? Dream on. Second sister-in-law Sure stood anxiously behind Sure Yuebai, carefully trying to persuade her. Don't trade them all away. Save some for us to eat. Isha had given them good stuff, knowing that except for second sister-in-law Sure, the other women in the Sure family couldn't move around much. So he'd given them food that would last. Sure Yuebai didn't listen at all. She clumsily turned around and stuffed a big, unopened pack of sanitary pads into second sister-in-law Sure's hands. Here, you'll need these. Keep them safe. She pointed out a spot. There stood a brand new pearwood carved cabinet. Some survivor had brought it here like it was trash, trading it for a loaf of bread. Move that cabinet into our tent. Put all the stuff you'll need for your period in there. Sure Yaoao was still too young to need pads. Sure Yuebai, having grown so overweight, had hormone problems and had already gone through early menopause. As for Sure's mother, her period had long since stopped. But for some reason, maybe radiation, she was pregnant at her age. So, in the end, only second sister-in-law Sure needed sanitary pads. And the diapers for when the baby comes, second sister-in-law, you take those too. Just then, the family who'd traded diapers for bread came back, the whole clan in tow. Maybe they'd found an old diaper factory in the ruins. They disappeared for a while, then came back, grinning, with 100 packs of diapers. N, M, L, S sizes, even adult sizes, every kind, all unopened. Looked like they'd been sitting in a warehouse for years. Sure Yuebai glanced at the sly grins on that family's faces. She figured this family must have pegged her as the world's #1 fool. They pushed over 100 packs of diapers in one go. Honestly, this family had probably just provided enough diapers for the Sure family's unborn baby for its entire childhood. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, how can you do that? What you're doing is straight up cheating. Everyone knew food was scarce. No one knew exactly how much food the Siang City Mercenary Corps had left in those 2 big boxes for the Sure family, but what Sure Yuebai had put out on her stall was, at most, a couple hundred small bread rolls. The Zhou family, in one shot, pushed over 100 packs of diapers, which would take away half the bread rolls on the stall. That would leave nothing for the rest of the people who wanted to trade for bread, right? Second sister-in-law Sure, who was dragging a carved pearwood cabinet, stopped in her tracks and turned her face, her eyes empty and hollow. She called softly to the arguing crowd. Webai. She was worried the survivors would start fighting, which could lead to chaos. Sure's mother, with an iron chain around her wrist, was always thinking of running away. She waddled around the edge of the crowd, dragging the chain, her belly huge. But Sure Yuebai was too heavy, No matter how hard her mother tried to run, Sure Yuebai didn't budge an inch. Sure Yuebai just sat there on the flatbed cart, watching the survivors argue over her family's bread. She had no intention of stopping them. The quarrel was over her bread, but so what? It's not like she forced the two families to fight here. Second sister-in-law Sure, not getting a response from Sure Yuebai, sensed that she didn't care. So she said nothing more, just continued dragging the pearwood cabinet, worry etched on her face. How are we out of line? Sure Yuebai hasn't said anything, who are you to talk nonsense here? The Zhou family woman's voice was loud and shrill. The woman arguing with her, surnamed Zhang, immediately turned to Sure Yuebai and said, "They're treating you like an idiot, Sure Yuebai. If it were me, I wouldn't sell to them at all." Sure Yuebai kept her distance, watching the show while trading a few sets of children's math workbooks with other survivors. She found the math problems simple and interesting, so she tossed them to Sure Yaoao. The Zhou and Zhang families' argument escalated until they started fighting. It wasn't just woman against woman. Men fought men, then men fought women, and women fought men. It was total chaos. Anyone nearby could get caught up in it. The onlookers tried to step back, only to realize that at some point, their calves had been tangled up in iron chains. What's this? Oh no, I'm going to fall. Several people tripped over the chains and fell, some even chipping their teeth. Amid the chaos, Sure Yuebai couldn't help but smile peacefully. She slowly reeled in the iron chain in her hand, pulling her mother, who was running around with her big belly, back to her side. "Mom, it's not safe here. Stay away from these people. If you get knocked over, they can't afford to pay for it. Let's just pack up for today." Sure Yuebai had only planned to sell 200 bread rolls, expecting it to take the whole morning. The family could go scavenging in the afternoon. But she hadn't expected that after just half an hour, the teams would start fighting. Business was impossible. Better to go out scavenging as a family. Even in her madness, Sure's mother helped her daughter pack up the stall. Outside the tarp, the fighters and the fallen finally calmed down. Sure Yuebai was just about to lead her family out to scavenge when the Zhou family woman, hair a mess and face bruised, shamelessly came over. "Yuebai, are you still trading bread for diapers?" "Sure, but the price just went up." Since they thought she was a fool, Sure Yuebai decided to go big. 10 packs of diapers for 1 bread roll. Take it or leave it. If not, we're heading out. Friendly reminder, this is today's price. Tomorrow, it might be different. The Zhou woman, fresh from a fight, didn't even hesitate. Deal. Let's trade. After all, those diapers were as good as trash to her. Better to trade them than not. Sure Yuebai traded 10 bread rolls for the Zhou family's diapers. She checked her haul. The diapers now formed a small mountain. There were 50 packs of baby diapers, enough for the baby for now. And 50 packs of adult pull-ups. Those could be saved for her mother. After giving birth, her mother would still have postpartum bleeding. She was too unstable to care for herself, and second sister-in-law was blind, so she couldn't help change her mother's pants all the time. They didn't have the resources or enough clean clothes for that. Pull-ups were the best solution. So the Sure family's group of old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant people, stumbling along, set out to scavenge again. Along the way, a few bruised survivors from other teams watched them with schadenfreude. Old, weak, sick, disabled, pregnant, plus a madwoman and a fool. They'd basically collected all 7 Dragon Balls of the Wasteland. The epitome of misery. At 9 in the morning, the sun still hadn't fully risen. The temperature wasn't too high. Sure Yuebai directed second sister-in-law, who had Sure Yaoao on her back and was pushing Sure Yuebai in the cart. Sure Yuebai sat on the flatbed cart, holding the iron chain. The other end was tied to her mother, who was always trying to run off. Yuebai, look. Sure's mother had climbed up onto a pile of rubble, grinning as she pulled out a photo. She waved a picture of a panda-faced meme and danced around, saying, "This is your dad. Look how handsome your dad was when he was young." Sure Yuebai. Passing by the collapsed house with the open-air toilet from yesterday, Sure Yaoao, clutching a math workbook, lay on second sister-in-law's back. "Mama, I need to go to the bathroom." Second sister-in-law stopped abruptly and looked back at her daughter. Before she could react, Shi's mother started up again. I need to go too. I need to go too. Last night, Shi Yuebai had left the bucket by the bridge pier and filled a big basin with clean water. After the last incident, second sister-in-law seemed numb. She didn't say much this time, just washed 4 water bottles as instructed by Shi Yuebai. Along the way, Shi Yaoyao and Shi's mother had been drinking water nonstop. The 4 bottles should have been emptied by now. But maybe second sister-in-law had miscalculated, because Shi Yuebai had handed out water to both of them several more times while scavenging. Shi Yuebai was fighting an ongoing battle against the omnipresent radiation. She'd spent all last night working on the water-gathering spell, and on today's scavenging trip, she kept urging her mother and little Yao Yao to drink more water. Whenever their bottles ran dry, she'd use the spell to refill them. Shi Yuebai hadn't checked on her mother, or Yao Yao's physical condition yet, but after all her running around, her own weight had finally, thankfully, dropped to 735 jin. The difficulties were right in front of her, but as long as Shi Yuebai kept working at it, there was still hope she could get back on her feet. She watched as Yao Yao sat on the toilet, while her mother obediently queued outside the door. Shi Yuebai handed another water bottle to her second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law wanted to say she wasn't thirsty, that the water should be saved for the others, but then she remembered that this morning, they'd managed to fill another basin with water. She fumbled for the bottle and took a sip. How could she describe that feeling? It was like drinking nectar from the heavens. Webai, this water is so good. Did you have any? She handed the bottle, after just a small sip, back to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai pushed it back to her, her gaze sweeping over the ruins. She told her, there's enough water. Don't feel like you have to save it. When we get back today, let Yao Yao take a bath. At night, Yao Yao had to sleep pressed up against her, and Shi Yuebai often woke herself and Yao Yao up from the smell. But second sister-in-law was startled by her words. You. Webai, what kind of people do you think we are? A bath? With water this good, even with a hint of sweetness and purity? Second sister-in-law felt as if a dark cloud had gathered over her head. Surely she'd be struck by lightning for such extravagance. There's enough water, Shi Yuebai repeated simply. If there wasn't, she could just keep using the water-gathering spell. Even though the spiritual energy, soul power, and fat energy kept flushing through her blocked meridians, she couldn't deny that after persistently using the spell for a dozen or so hours, she was getting faster and faster at gathering water. Hard work paid off, even if the pain far outweighed the reward. It was still worth it. This time, Yao Yao filled half the toilet with poop. Shi's mother pinched her nose and shouted angrily, if you don't flush, I'm telling your grandpa. She held up a panda-faced meme at Yao Yao. Look, your granddaughter won't flush the toilet. Second sister-in-law hurriedly got up and instinctively flushed. There was still water. Even though the water was black, the city's sewage system beneath the ruins was still somewhat functional. Second sister-in-law carried Yao Yao out of the outdoor toilet and set her on the bed frame next to Shi Yuebai. The little girl's cheeks were flushed, and she looked nervously at her aunt, afraid she'd be scolded for not flushing. Shi Yuebai didn't seem to mind at all. She thought for a moment and said, let's take this desk and chair back. She pointed to the child's posture-correcting desk and chair set in the room. The previous owner must have just bought it before the apocalypse. The plastic wrap was still on. Shi Yuebai brushed off the debris from the desk and, to her surprise, found a brand new set of pencils and an electric sharpener. Yao Yao, now you'll have pencils to write with. Sitting on her makeshift cart, Shi Yuebai kept searching and found a stack of scrap paper and some exercise books with grid lines. Second sister-in-law came over from the collapsed wall, looking hopeful. Can Yao Yao write? What she really wanted to ask was, is Yao Yao able to write? She'd seen the changes in her daughter over the past few days. But being able to express her physical needs clearly and being able to write were two entirely different things. Second sister-in-law never had high hopes for her life. She just wanted to leave the wasteland with Yao Yao painlessly before she died. For that, she had a desperate plan hidden deep in her heart. She wanted to find a kind of medicine from before the apocalypse, so Yao Yao could just fall asleep and never wake up. Of course, she'd only do that if her illness got to the point where she was on her deathbed. Otherwise, how could Yao Yao survive? How could she survive? A mentally disabled daughter, left without her only protector and support. Who knew what might happen to them in the Wasteland? A layer of tears suddenly welled up in second sister-in-law's empty eyes. She felt a stinging around her eyes, and when she blinked, blackish-yellow tears rolled down her cheeks, carving tracks through the grime. Sure Yuebai saw her rubbing her eyes with filthy hands and quickly called her over, taking out some clean water. "Don't rub. What's wrong with your eyes?" "Maybe a bit of grit got in." Second sister-in-law squatted in front of Sure Yuebai, who tilted her chin up. Soon, she felt something cool and refreshing being poured over her eyes. She quickly tried to dodge. "Yuebai, no, that's water." It was pure water, with zero radiation. No, she couldn't let such precious stuff be wasted on her. Sure Yuebai grabbed her by the neck, as if she were about to strangle her. Impatiently, she said, "I told you, there's enough water. As long as I'm here, stop fussing." Just like that, Sure Yuebai used a whole bottle of clean water to rinse second sister-in-law's eyes. Second sister-in-law started crying again. This time, it wasn't because of her plan to end her daughter's life. It was for Sure Yuebai's generosity. Such wastefulness. Second sister-in-law wept with heartache. "Huh? Your tears." Sure Yuebai looked curiously at the tears streaming down her face. Her tears were different from others, blackish-yellow. But Sure Yuebai had just rinsed both her eyes clean. Was it because people's bodies had mutated in the Wasteland, so even their bodily fluids had changed color? Sure Yuebai thought it was likely. She refilled the bottle with water and rinsed away the fresh blackish-yellow tears. Just then, Sure's mother finished in the toilet. She held her panda-faced meme and, very conscientiously, flushed the toilet. The 4 sick, weak, disabled, and pregnant members of the Sure family had barely started scavenging before Yao Yao and Sure's mother had to take turns at the toilet. It looked like they wouldn't get far today. Sure Yuebai decided they might as well head home. She had Sure's mother and second sister-in-law carry the desk and chair back. As soon as they got under the Sure family's tarp and set up the desk and chair for Yao Yao, Sure Yuebai taught her to write the character Sky. "Yuebai, but my stomach still hurts," Sure's mother said, coming over and touching her tight, swollen belly. "Auntie," Yao Yao said fearfully, glancing at her grandmother's feet. "Grandma, she..." Sure Yuebai looked down, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she's going into labor. She was a lifelong spinster, and no matter how much theory she'd read, faced with this situation, she was at a total loss. What do I do? Sure Yuebai's second sister-in-law still didn't know what had happened, but she could smell the scent of amniotic fluid. Her eyesight was gone, and though she'd known this day would come soon, she was still at a complete loss. She asked Sure Yuebai in confusion. "Yuebai, what do we do? Mom's about to give birth." "Have her lie down." Even though Sure Yuebai was panicking inside, she kept a calm and strong exterior and didn't forget to comfort little Sure Yao Yao. "It's okay. Grandma's just going to have a baby. Can you help?" Sure Yao Yao nodded quickly, her usually blank, big head showing a rare trace of understanding. Sure Yuebai patted Yao Yao's head and infused a bit of fat energy into the acupoint at the top of her head, just as she always did. "Yao Yao, go make the fire bigger, okay? Just like your mom usually does." There was always a fire burning under the tarp. When it was hot, they'd cover it with ash. When it was cold, they'd uncover it and throw in scraps of paper or other flammable trash. On the other side of the Sure family's tarp, there was also a pile of charcoal left behind by the men. You could always find mutated branches among the ruins. Yao Yao slid off her chair and hurried over to the pile of charcoal and mutated wood. Looking at her strong little arms, Sure Yuebai thought, "Once this is over, I'll have Guai Guai make a flatbed cart for Yao Yao too." Second sister-in-law coaxed and pushed Mother Sure onto the mattress. The amniotic fluid instantly soaked into the cotton padding. Mother Sure complained, "I don't want to lie down, don't push me, ah." Shi Bai rolled her flatbed cart over to the pile of small bread, grabbed one, and rushed out of the tarp. My mom's about to give birth. Does anyone know how to deliver a baby? As long as my mom and the baby are safe, I'll give you a loaf of bread. Word spread quickly through the camp. A thin, sallow-faced woman with a deep red mark around her neck rushed over, naked and filthy. I can do it. She was painfully thin, covered in wounds, clearly someone who'd been through hell. Shi Bai looked expressionlessly at the woman's cramped, tortured fingers. You sure? You don't look like it. She felt no sympathy. In her previous life among the Wu tribe, she'd done plenty to oppress her own people. Mainly because those people were just too pathetic. So Shi Bai wasn't about to entrust her mother and baby's lives to this woman just because she looked pitiful. But the woman's eyes burned with a desperate will to survive. I graduated top of my class from medical school. Before the apocalypse, I did a year's rotation in obstetrics. I can do everything: set bones, treat wounds, colds, coughs, surgery, stitches, you name it. Just then, a man from the Qin family arrived. He raised his foot, about to kick the woman. You bitch. We let you stay in our tent and you dare run off. This was Qin Huaihai, father of Qin Lauda and Qin Lauer. He looked to be in his 50s, big and burly, and that kick would have been no joke. Shi Bai swung her staff and smacked Qin Huaihai on the leg. What the hell are you doing? Qin Huaihai still didn't know his two sons were dead. People came and went in the Wasteland. It was normal to be delayed somewhere. His sons hadn't come back for a few days. He figured they'd just gone off to another camp to mess with women. Shi Bai tossed the bread at the woman. Go. Do what you're supposed to do. The woman snatched up the bread and scrambled into the Shi family's tarp. Qin Huaihai lunged after her, wanting to drag her back for a beating. Shi Bai blocked him with her staff, her chubby face cold and forbidding. Anyone who dares disturb my mom giving birth today, I'll kill them. Don't believe me? Try it. She was fat as a mountain, sitting on a flatbed cart, a ridiculous sight. But somehow, she radiated an aura of one woman holding the pass against 10,000 men. Qin Huaihai, fuming, backed up 2 steps and pointed at Shi Bai. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've got mercenaries backing your family. That woman, I picked her up yesterday. If I say she comes back, she comes back. Who are you to interfere? He didn't care at all that Mother Shi was in labor. In the Wasteland, a single mistake could mean 2 lives lost. Qin Huaihai just couldn't stand seeing the woman he'd picked up escape from his tent. He hadn't had enough fun yet. He wanted to keep her for when his sons returned. Shi Bai snorted coldly, her attitude pure domineering CEO. From now on, she's mine. Says who? You picked her up, I took her from you. That's the law of the Wasteland. Shi Bai tapped her staff in her palm. So, either you kill me or you give her to me. Simple as that. Qin Huaihai swung a fist at her. You're asking for it. But with just that bit of brute force? Shi Bai didn't even flinch. She swung her staff and broke his arm with a single blow. Aya! Shi Bai, you monster. I'll get someone to kill you. Qin Huaihai screamed, clutching his broken arm and rolling on the ground in agony. But the other Qin men weren't back yet. No one else in the Wasteland wanted to get involved. Besides, you could hear from the sound of that blow, Shi Bai's family was known for their strength. Maybe she'd inherited it too? Soon, only Qin Huaihai was left howling on the ground. A moment later, from behind Shi Bai, her mother's cries of pain rang out. Bai, it hurts so much. Why isn't your father back yet? Bai. The cries filled the air. Shi Bai dug at her ear, feeling like she lived in a world full of suffering. She turned her head and shouted into the tent. Mom, save your strength to push. She stood guard outside, unable to go in, idly playing with her staff and occasionally giving Qin Huaihai a whack. Yell all you want. No one's coming to help you. Shi Bai loved seeing people angry, but too scared to do anything about it. Scream all you like, no one's coming. The woman inside rushed out, having wrapped herself in a piece of cloth she'd found in the Shi family's tent. Her own clothes had been stripped by Qin Huaihai. Seeing Qin Huaihai lying half dead on the ground, she gave Shi Bai a deep look. Your mom's out of strength. She doesn't know what she's doing no matter how hard she tries, it's useless. Web-I raised her eyebrows theatrically. And what do you want me to do about it? She couldn't push for her mom. You figure something out. As long as my family's kid is food, you'll get your share. If not, I'll throw you back to the Chin family. Web-I threatening people, a seasoned hand. Gnome Yasi frowned as she looked at Web-I. This abnormally overweight girl gave her a feeling that was hard to describe. It always felt like she had to listen to her, she simply couldn't not listen. Otherwise, if this girl got angry, the consequences would be very serious. Gnome Yasi's lips moved slightly. Your mother's labor is going to be very difficult. She needs something to eat, or she won't make it through. Normally, no one could have children in the Wasteland. In these radiation-filled conditions, who knew what kind of monster a newborn might turn out to be? But in such harsh environments, women's suffering only seemed to multiply. Most of the time, it wasn't even the woman's choice to get pregnant. Sometimes, they didn't even know they were pregnant until it was too late. Just like Web-I's mother. Web-I swung her stick again, hitting Chen Huaihai. Then she turned around. Let's go. I'm going to give my mom some mental support. When Web-I entered the tent, her mother was drenched in sweat, pinned to the bed by her second sister-in-law. Even at a time like this, she was still trying to get up. Maybe she thought that if she changed positions, the pain would lessen a bit. Web-I, your second sister-in-law is unfilial. She's trying to kill me. Web-I, help me hit her. Web-I's mother had never liked her second sister-in-law. There was no other reason. Just that old-fashioned sense of family status from before the apocalypse. The Sher family had been very wealthy before the world ended. The second son was the classic rich kid, heir to the family business. The second sister-in-law had been a very popular actress at the time. So this was basically the story of a celebrity marrying into a wealthy family. Web-I's mother thought very highly of herself and naturally didn't like a woman who was only after their money. So when the second sister-in-law joined the family, she suffered a lot of trouble from her mother-in-law. Then the apocalypse came, but the second sister-in-law didn't leave her foolish husband like those gold diggers would have. But by then, Web-I's mother had already been driven half-mad by the radiation of the Wasteland. The story of the celebrity marrying into a wealthy family never got its happy ending. Web-I pushed her flatbed cart closer. Mom, second sister-in-law isn't unfilial. Once you give birth, the pain will stop. Web-I's mother could just barely listen to her. After all, Web-I was her favorite daughter. She stopped struggling, but she wasn't helping either. Web-I held her mother's hand, then turned to Gnome Yasi. I can make sure she has enough strength. Just be quick. Gnome Yasi glanced at the sick, weak, and pregnant women of the Sher family. Even though the tent was full of women and girls, the atmosphere here was surprisingly comfortable. She gritted her teeth, knelt on the mat, and reached out to press on Web-I's mother's swollen belly. Web-I's mother immediately let out a pig-like scream. Ah! At the same time, Web-I closed her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead. She endured the pain in her meridians, forcing her body fat to compress and transform into energy, sending it in thin streams into her mother's body. To endure and resist such intense pain, a person needed to burn through all their energy. And after years of living half-crazed in the Wasteland, Web-I's mother had always saved her own rations for her beloved daughter. Her body was already falling apart, skin and bones, yet still carrying a huge belly. Who knew how much she was suffering? To help her mother resist the pain and have enough strength to give birth, Web-I had to provide double the energy from her fat reserves. And this double wasn't just about the amount. It was about doubling the output rate. But now, her meridians were so blocked it was almost inhuman. The energy could only trickle through the tiniest channels, thinner than a strand of hair. So the amount she could release was very little and very slow. But her mother needed a lot. To give her mother more strength, Web-I had to double her output. She had no choice. Meridians were fragile, forcing it would only cause them to snap. That would mean her body would be ruined. Web-I could only make the energy flow twice as fast as before. The pain doubled as well. Sure Yuebai gritted her teeth, holding her mother's hand tight, pouring energy into her nonstop as her mother screamed in pain. When the pain reached its peak, Sure Yuebai cursed in her heart. What the hell? She was a grand shaman, always selfish and self-serving. Why was she sacrificing so much for these people? It was infuriating. Sure Yuebai felt like her personality was about to turn into that of a bleeding heart saint. Webai, webai. Her mother's voice rang out. She lay on the mattress, tears at the corners of her eyes. She was in agony, but when she saw Sure Yuebai drenched in sweat and gritting her teeth in pain, she cried and asked, Yuebai, does it hurt? Mommy's here, oh mommy's here, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Sure Yuebai's heart ached. Her mother might not have been a good mother-in-law, but she was definitely a good mom. She took a deep breath and tried to keep her voice steady. It's okay, Mom. It'll be over soon. The original owner had eaten her mother's rations. Sure Yuebai was using the original owner's body. This debt, Sure Yuebai would repay it. She gritted her teeth hard and once again forced her body fat to move at top speed. This time, it was 3 times faster than before. Her meridians hurt so much they were going numb. This pain all over her body was hard to say whether it was worse or better than her mother's labor pains. She's out, she's out. Gnome Yasi, who had been wearing a dark, exhausted expression, suddenly broke into a smile. A hint of vitality appeared on her face, and she said excitedly, it's a girl. The second sister-in-law was also excited. She strained toward the faint sound of the baby's cries. How's the baby? As in, does she have all her fingers and toes? All the parts are there, Gnome Yasi replied, handing the bloody baby to the second sister-in-law and starting to clean up afterbirth for Sure Yuebai's mother. Sure Yuebai finally let go of her mother's hand. The pain in her body faded. She sat silently on the flatbed cart, watching the newborn in her second sister-in-law's arms. Sure Yaoao crawled over from the campfire, not minding that Sure Yuebai was drenched in sweat. She snuggled into Sure Yuebai's arms. Auntie. Good girl, Yaoao, hand Auntie that kettle. The kettle was something they'd brought while fleeing. It was a new aluminum kettle. Resigned, Sure Yuebai used a water-gathering spell to fill the kettle. While Gnome Yasi was busy with her mother, Sure Yuebai took Yaoao, grabbed a few pieces of charcoal from the fire, and put them in the bottom of the kettle. This outdoor kettle was designed to be very convenient. The charcoal at the bottom kept the heat and also warmed the water. Sure Yuebai asked Yaoao to bring her a small plastic basin, then poured the warm water into it. Second sister-in-law, bring the baby over. Let's give her a quick wash. Gnome Yasi stared in shock at the steaming basin of water. What kind of family background did the Sure family have? They actually had such clear water and could even use it to bathe a newborn. Sensing Gnome Yasi's gaze, Sure Yuebai didn't say a word. Gnome Yasi finished cleaning the baby, then licked her dry lips, looking at Sure Yuebai with longing in her eyes. Yaoao, give Dr. Gnome some water, Sure Yuebai instructed. Sure Yaoao immediately took out a small bottle of water from her backpack. Gnome Yasi, full of excitement, reached out to take it. But Sure Yuebai raised her long stick and pressed it down on Gnome Yasi's hand. Her eyes were cold as she spoke in a flat voice. From now on, if you're following me, you need to know what to say and what not to say. Understand? She had the ability to protect herself. Even if someone found out the Sure family had water hidden in their tent, she could still get away safely. But before she left, anyone who dared to leak information, she'd make sure they died first. Gnome Yasi nodded urgently. She was a smart woman. She'd seen how Sure Yuebai nearly beat Chen Huaihai to death, and she knew exactly who she needed to follow to survive. Sure Yuebai put away her stick, satisfied as she watched Gnome Yasi grab the water bottle and drink desperately. Don't worry. As long as you do your job well, you'll have plenty to eat and drink. Gnome Yasi paused, a bit suspicious about where the Sure family's clean water actually came from. Thinking about second sister-in-law's good looks, Sure mother's pregnant belly, and the fact that there were only women in the Sure family's tent. In the Wasteland, women who lost the protection of men usually had to do certain things to survive. It wasn't hard to guess. Gnome Yasi lowered her head, drinking water and nibbling her small piece of bread. Her eyes were numb. She accepted it. No matter what the future held, she wouldn't leave the Sher family. Staying here was much better than being killed by men outside, with not even a bite to eat or a sip to drink. Sher Yuebai had no idea what was going through Nong Yasi's mind. She glanced at Sher mother, who had collapsed from exhaustion. She patted Yao's head and said softly, "Go practice writing. The character Auntie just taught you, write it 100 times. Yao obediently crawled over to the writing desk. Sher Yuebai then told second sister-in-law and Nong Yasi, "Go next door and find Guai Guai. Have him make a crib for the baby." She paused, tilting her head to ask second sister-in-law, "What's the baby's name?" Second sister-in-law, holding the freshly washed baby, stammered, "We haven't named her yet. Life had been so hard." Every member of the Sher family woke up each day scrambling just to find something to eat. Who had time to care about the baby in Sher mother's belly? Sher Yuebai thought for a moment. "All right, then let's call her Sher Xiangrui." This little girl was her blood-related sister. After all these years, it was the first time Sher Yuebai had so many relatives, and now a little sister. She cared deeply about this baby. Sher Yuebai had second sister-in-law bring Xiangrui over. Fat as a mountain, Sher Yuebai formed a hand seal above her head. As she finished, a faint light glowed around her hands. She touched the light to Xiangrui's forehead. "In the name of the great shaman, I give you this name. May your life be blessed with good fortune. May water flow smoothly, may the wind always be at your back. When you reach the mountains, the path will open. When you reach the fog, the clouds will part." Xiangrui opened her bright eyes and looked at Sher Yuebai, cooing softly. "Take her away. Everyone, get back to work," Sher Yuebai said. Nong Yasi blinked in shock. That move Sher Yuebai just did, it looked like some kind of ancient ritual. Could Sher Yuebai be an esper? Thinking of this, Nong Yasi shook her head as she helped second sister-in-law out. There were espers in the Wasteland, but they were rare, almost the stuff of legends. Espers were the elite of the Wasteland, at the very top of the pyramid. If Sher Yuebai really was an esper, there's no way she'd still be living in a dump like this with the Sher family. The best resources in the Wasteland all belong to espers. Setting aside her doubts, Nong Yasi and Yao returned from next door with a shopping cart from Guai Guai. Guai Guai never collected useless household items. His tent was piled inside and out with all kinds of parts and components. If he had any household goods, it was only because he wanted to take them apart for some part inside. Along with the shopping cart, Nong Yasi was carrying 2 small prosthetic limbs. "These are from Guai Guai." He said they're for Yao. Whenever the Sher family went scavenging, second sister-in-law had to carry Yao on her back. It was exhausting for her and uncomfortable for Yao too. Sher Yuebai was delighted and quickly had Nong Yasi help Yao put them on. That Guai Guai is actually useful for something. She was very pleased. She immediately had the overjoyed second sister-in-law deliver 10 bottles of water to their neighbor. Nong Yasi and second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law frowned. "Yuebai, do we really have 10 bottles of water?" What she really wanted to ask was, do we have that much water? They'd just used a whole pot of clean water to wash Xiangrui, and according to Sher Yuebai's plan, they were going to bathe Yao soon too. And now there was still water to give away? Sher Yuebai was impatient. "We have enough. Just do as I say. Isn't your daughter being able to stand and run around worth 10 bottles of water?" The bottles were all scavenged anyway, didn't cost them anything, and there was a whole pile of them in the Sher family's tent. Sher Yuebai found them annoying. Second sister-in-law said no more, fumbling over to pick up the bag of 10 bottles of purified water Sher Yuebai handed her. No question, this water didn't even need testing. It was pure, zero radiation water, worth its weight in gold. Second sister-in-law even had the illusion that anything passed from Sher Yuebai's hands was automatically zero radiation. Guai Guai next door accepted the water in silence, not even saying thank you. He just hugged the big bag of bottles and disappeared back into his own tent. Just as second sister-in-law, Sher Yuebai, and the others thought that was the end of it, Guai Guai suddenly burst out of his tent and tossed something into the Sher family's tent. He seemed afraid of people and darted back into his own place at lightning speed. Sure Web-Eye picked up the object curiously and her eyes went wide. A gun. It looked homemade. Holy crap, what kind of creature is Guai Guai? He can even make this kind of thing. Web-Eye, what is it? Second sister-in-law asked anxiously, feeling her way over. Sure Web-Eye handed her the rough, homemade pistol. Guai Guai gave it to us in return. You keep it. Inside the tent, Nong Yasi, who was helping Yao stand and walk, was just as excited. They had a gun now. Oh my god, they actually had a gun. Even though it looked old-fashioned, nowhere near as good as the mercenaries' laser guns. It still used old-style bullets. But it was still better than just sticks and clubs. A lot of people struggling in the Wasteland didn't even have an old pistol. It was Friday. Vacation time. Haha, oh my god. Nong Yasi and second sister-in-law Sher could barely contain their excitement. Now that they had a gun, it meant they finally had some deterrent power. Those survivors who wanted to bully them would have to think twice. Bullets don't have eyes. Seeing that it was already late, Sher Web-Eye rested for a while, then checked her current body weight internally. After a period of busy work, and having secretly injected each person with a gene of fat energy while no one was looking, her weight had fluctuated up and down. Now, Sher Web-Eye had 730 gene left. Sher Yao was diligently copying the character 100 times. Worried about Yao's eyes getting strained, Sher Web-Eye gave her a solar lamp. They'd found this lamp while scavenging in the ruins. To others, it was just useless junk, but Sher Web-Eye found it rather interesting. This kind of solar lamp could store energy as long as it was left in the light when not in use. When you needed it, you just flipped the switch on top. Although the lamp didn't stay on for long, it was enough for Yao to finish writing those 100 characters. Second sister-in-law Sher was tidying up the things in the tarp, putting a dirty seat cushion into the shopping cart they'd gotten from Guai Guai. From now on, this shopping cart would be Sher Xiangrue's stroller. While Nong Yasi was taking care of Xiangrue and Mother Sher, Sher Web-Eye used a water-gathering spell to fill a large wooden basin with water. Yao, come here. Just then, Yao had finished writing her 100 characters. She awkwardly stood up from her chair, as if wanting to sit on the ground and scoot herself over by hand. Yao, walk over here. Sher Web-Eye's tone was a bit stern. You need to get used to it quickly, because no one has the extra time to teach you. Yao looked at Sher Web-Eye in panic, terrified of making her aunt angry. She had already crouched to the ground, but now slowly stood up, and step by step, painstakingly walked toward Sher Web-Eye. Second sister-in-law Sher, who was fussing with the shopping cart, listened nervously for the sound of Yao's footsteps. Nong Yasi, holding Xiangrue, stood up as well, ready to help at any moment. Web-Eye, after all, Yao just got her prosthetic, Nong Yasi said, feeling sure Web-Eye's demand was harsh. Most people, after being disabled for a long time, need a long period to adapt to standing with a prosthetic. Yao had just gotten hers, and being able to stand and find her balance was already impressive. Sher Web-Eye, sitting on a flatbed cart, glanced at Nong Yasi. There's no time. She didn't have time to teach Yao. Second sister-in-law Sher was already busy enough, and Nong Yasi had to care for both Xiangrue and Mother Sher. So Yao could only be her responsibility. But Sher Web-Eye was not a patient person. If she was in charge of Yao, this was how she'd do it. Fortunately, Yao listened to Sher Web-Eye very well. She staggered, stepping on her prosthetic, and walked toward Sher Web-Eye, one step at a time. Several times, Yao nearly fell, making second sister-in-law Sher's heart leap into her throat. But the little girl steadied herself and finally, despite the close calls, made it to Sher Web-Eye safely. Both second sister-in-law Sher and Nong Yasi let out a sigh of relief. But then came the sound of water. They realized that the basin by the bridge pier had somehow filled up with water again. Sher Web-Eye had said earlier that Yao should take a bath when she got back. Second sister-in-law Sher had thought she was just saying it. But Sher Web-Eye meant it. Given Sher Web-Eye's no-nonsense personality, neither second sister-in-law Sher nor Nong Yasi dared say anything, even though they felt it was a waste of clean water. After Yao came out, scrubbed clean from a basin of black, dirty water, she looked like a different person. Shi Yuebai was reminded of the big-headed dolls from cartoons. She actually looked rather cute. All right, go to sleep. Shi Yuebai patted Yao's head and watched her hobble over to the mattress, carefully lying down next to Mother Shi. Gnome Yasi, holding Xiangrui, frowned deeply. She saw Shi Yuebai sitting on the flatbed cart, leaning against a pile of rubble, resting with her eyes closed. Gnome Yasi walked over with Xiangrui in her arms. So, what are we going to do about this child? Gnome Yasi had delivered Xiangrui herself, and her strong sense of responsibility made her worry for the baby's future. Shi Yuebai, filthy all over, lifted her chubby face with its double chin and looked blankly at Gnome Yasi. What do you mean, what to do? The child's born, so you raise it. What else is there to do? Gnome Yasi sighed, sat down beside Shi Yuebai with Xiangrui in her arms. I just checked your mother's body. She's too old, there's no milk. Which meant the baby would need formula. But where would you find that in the Wasteland? Even expired formula had long since been scavenged and sold to the wealthy in the big city. As if to prove her point, the tiny bundle in her arms started to fuss, pursing its lips and about to cry. In the dead of night, even though Mother Shi was exhausted and passed out on the mattress, she still frowned uneasily. Shi Yuebai reached out her thick hand and stroked Xiangrui's little head. She drew a thin stream of fat energy from her own body and infused it into Xiangrui. The baby, who had been about to cry from hunger, gradually quieted down. Gnome Yasi just thought the baby was too little and tired herself out crying. She said worriedly, that cry doesn't sound good. A weak cry meant the child might not survive. And in a place like the Wasteland, it was almost certain Xiangrui wouldn't last long. Shi Yuebai pressed her lips together and said nothing. You should get some sleep with Xiangrui. There's endless work to do tomorrow. Gnome Yasi's heart sank. Endless work. How many men would each woman have to serve? But at the same time, she felt a sense of security. The Shi family was her best option now. Gnome Yasi sat on the edge of the mattress with Xiangrui. After an hour or so, Xiangrui started fussing again. Shi Yuebai barely slept the whole night. Every time Xiangrui started to whimper, she'd infuse a bit of fat energy into the baby's tiny body. But the baby was so small, she could only give a little each time. Too much, and the baby's body wouldn't be able to handle it. After making it through the night, as soon as Gnome Yasi woke up, Shi Yuebai assigned her a task. 50. Gnome Yasi's face went pale. 50? Then she heard Shi Yuebai continue. We still have 500 small bread rolls left. Take 50 out and see if you can trade them for some clean clothes or any kind of daily necessities. I ate really well today. Gnome Yasi stared at Shi Yuebai, almost dumbfounded. I thought. Thought what? Shi Yuebai frowned, looking at Gnome Yasi with confusion. What is she talking about? Gnome Yasi quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing. She let out a silent sigh of relief, then turned to the box of bread and counted out 50 small rolls. When she turned back around, Shi Yuebai was already directing Shi Yaoao. She had Shi Yaoao lay out the small stones she'd scavenged, making a path all the way to the edge of the Shi family's tarp shelter. Daylight fell on the newly laid stones, pressing their black, shiny surfaces into the ground and giving off a muted gleam. Holding her armful of bread, Gnome Yasi suddenly realized that the stones formed a mysterious and intricate pattern. Yuebai, what are these? She thought the pattern actually looked pretty nice. Shi Yuebai's tone was flat. It's decoration. It sounded like she found it boring. Gnome Yasi didn't dare ask further. She hugged her pile of bread and watched as the group of survivors began to gather around. There was a hungry light in all their eyes. Especially when they saw the bread in Gnome Yasi's arms one by one, they could barely contain themselves. Shi Yao ignored what others might be thinking and simply followed her aunt's instructions, laying out the stones she'd collected over the past few days. Shi Yuebai sat on the flatbed cart, directing Shi Yaoao until all the stones were laid out. Go do your homework. Write the character 90 times, and then write 100 times. Shi Yaoao obediently stood up. The nearby survivors gasped in surprise. That cripple actually stood up? Did I hear that right? Shi Yuebai is making that idiot right? Can she even hold a pen? She probably can't even grip one. Second sister-in-law sure groped her way out from under the tarp. Perhaps out of a mother's instinct, she angrily retorted, "Who says Yao can't write? Don't talk nonsense." Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone knew the Sure family's situation. Sure Yao was mentally challenged. Apart from screaming, what else could she do? Second sister-in-law Sure opened her mouth to explain. Sure Yuebai raised her hand to stop her. "No need, second sister-in-law. Yao just needs to work hard." There was no need to prove anything to anyone. She just had to quietly work hard. One day, Sure Yao's transformation would astonish all those who looked down on her. Sure Yuebai's gaze was calm, her whole demeanor steady and unhurried. Gnome Yasi couldn't help but look at Sure Yuebai again deeply. This girl's way of thinking was already far beyond most people in the Wasteland. Even though she was so fat, her personality had a kind of charisma that made people want to follow her. Once again, Gnome Yasi was sure she'd made the right choice. She hadn't picked the wrong person to follow. "Dr. Gnome, stay in the tarp today. Trade bread for supplies and look after Xiangrui and my mother. And check Yao's homework. If she doesn't write a character well, make her write it 100 more times." Sure Yuebai handed Gnome Yasi the chain that locked up her mother. Today, she was only taking second sister-in-law out to scavenge. Having just joined this group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, Gnome Yasi suddenly felt she'd been entrusted with a huge responsibility. She asked in disbelief, "You trust me that much?" Sure Yuebai patted Sure Xiangrui's little head, infusing fat energy into his tiny body. She said, "See the stone pattern on the ground? You can't step outside that boundary, and those people can't come in." Of course, Sure Yuebai didn't really trust Gnome Yasi. In this world, no one was worthy of her trust. She had drawn a line, her own prison. The other survivors couldn't come in, and Gnome Yasi couldn't get out. Second sister-in-law had 2 bottles of water in her backpack. She was pushing Sure Yuebai, ready to leave. Gnome Yasi quickly asked, "Are there any requirements for the supplies we trade for? For example, is there anything we should focus on? Besides clean clothes, these 50 rolls should be able to get us more." Sure Yuebai, sitting on the flatbed cart, didn't even turn her head. She just waved her hand. "The rest is up to you." On the bumpy road, second sister-in-law asked worriedly, "Now that we're out scavenging, will the others try to steal the bread from Dr. Gnome?" Over the past few days, Sure Yuebai had shown just how tough and ruthless she could be. Second sister-in-law had suffered plenty from Sure Yuebai's harshness before. But when that harshness was directed at outsiders, it became a powerful deterrent. "That's nothing to worry about," Sure Yuebai replied casually, turning over rocks ahead with her long stick. "But we do need to get back early today. Xiangrui can't hold on much longer, at most 2 hours, 4 hours. I have to get back by then." She was afraid that if she got back too late, Xiangrui would starve to death. Second sister-in-law was also worried about Xiangrui. She could tell that Dr. Gnome didn't have much hope for him. The child probably wouldn't last much longer. Maybe it was better for him to go early. Better than struggling on in this cruel wasteland, only to be disappointed by it all. The 2 of them scavenged as they went, but didn't get far. Without Yao needing to use the bathroom all the time, and without Sure's mother running off, they moved much faster. Second sister-in-law had basically given up on finding food or water, because there simply wasn't any. And even if they did find some, it wouldn't make Sure Yuebai particularly happy. Sure Yuebai was more interested in finding household items, like various bottles, jars, and basins. "Yuebai, there's a pot here." Second sister-in-law lifted a big stone and found a frying pan underneath. Sure Yuebai's eyes lit up. "Great! Tonight we can fry some potato slices." Even though Sure Yuebai and her people could survive indefinitely on her fat energy without eating or drinking, sometimes you just had to satisfy your cravings. She and second sister-in-law dragged back a big haul of bottles, jars, plastic and metal basins, and the frying pan in a scavenged sack, returning to the Sure family's tarp. They saw several people passed out at the edge of the stone pattern. Gnome Yasi was waiting at the entrance, holding the wailing Sure Xiangrui. Sure Xiangrui had been crying for over an hour, his voice growing louder and louder. He was clearly starving. When she saw Yue and second sister-in-law return, Gnome Yasi hurried over with Xiangrui in her arms. But as soon as she reached the edge of the stone pattern, she slammed into an invisible barrier. Gnome Yasi was pushed back several steps by an unseen force. She didn't think too much about it, just anxiously shouted, "Did you find any formula?" This child's cries suddenly sound so much stronger. She's healthy, she can make it. Yue spread her hands. They had gone out scavenging, but hadn't found anything edible at all, let alone something like expired baby formula. Gnome Yasi anxiously followed behind Yue and the others. What should we do then? Should we soak some bread in water for the baby? She'd seen the food in the Sher family's tarp shelter, a big pile of sprouting potatoes and a few hundred small bread rolls. Those were the only things even remotely edible. Soak the bread in water, mash it into a thin gruel that a baby could swallow. Gnome Yasi knew newborns shouldn't eat like this, but there was simply no other way. Yue was firm. No. Gnome Yasi's lips moved, but seeing second sister-in-law Sher remain silent, she didn't dare argue. In the Sher family, anything Yue said was law. Before the Wasteland, it was because everyone in the family spoiled her. After the Wasteland, it was because everyone's intelligence seemed to have dropped. Now it was because Yue's personality had become even more forceful, fiercer than before. But under her leadership, the few remaining members of the Sher family hadn't suffered any harm. So now, whatever Yue said, second sister-in-law Sher would do. Hand Xiangrui to me. Yue took Xiangrui, frowning at the tiny bundle in her arms. She was flesh, and so was Xiangrui. But this mountain of flesh, Yue actually felt a rare twinge of pity for this little lump of meat. So small. Yue lifted her thick, broad, fan-like hand and gently stroked Xiangrui's tiny head. She watched as Xiangrui cried her heart out, but the fat energy Yue could transfer into that little body was only a trickle. Soon, Xiangrui quieted down, hiccuped from crying, and fell asleep. Shameful, crying like that just for a bite to eat. But in the end, the energy she could give was barely enough to keep her going. Yue muttered her complaints as she handed Xiangrui back to the dazed Gnome Yasi. "Xiangrui, what's wrong with her?" Gnome Yasi asked, looking at the now peacefully sleeping baby. Yue replied wickedly, probably fainted from hunger. She turned her flatbed cart and looked at the pile of clothes Gnome Yasi had traded for with 50 bread rolls. All of them were in good condition, some even brand new. Yue tore open a dress, frowning as she shook out the chiffon fabric. No wonder they wanted to trade new clothes for bread. What woman in the Wasteland would dare go out in a dress? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Gnome Yasi put the sleeping Xiangrui into the shopping cart. She looked guilty. "I didn't do a good job." She had actually wanted to pick out useful clothes and supplies. But survival resources in the Wasteland were so scarce it was outrageous. When she said she wanted to trade bread for clothes, preferably new ones, a huge crowd came, arms full of clothes, mountains of them. At first, she was picky, trading one bread roll for 10 sets of long shirts and pants. But later, she got overwhelmed. It was inevitable that some people mixed in impractical clothes with the rest. And there were so many people crowding around, some even tried to charge into their marked-off area on the ground. Thinking of this, Gnome Yasi opened her mouth and pointed to the little stones scattered around the tarp. I noticed something strange. It seems like people outside can't cross into our stone boundary." Yue didn't answer. Her silence meant the matter was closed. As if Gnome Yasi hadn't said anything. "These pretty dresses, save them for later. I can wear them someday." Yue didn't blame Gnome Yasi at all. Everyone makes mistakes, and besides, Gnome Yasi hadn't really done anything wrong. Yue might be a domineering, longtime bully of the Wu clan as the great shaman, but she also liked pretty things. She tossed the chiffon dress she'd unwrapped to Yao and instructed, "Fold it up and put it in the Wangwali cabinet. Yao, here's a set of children's clothes. Go change into them." Yue shook out a pink t-shirt and blue jeans. Judging by the size, they'd fit Yao perfectly. There was even a matching pink butterfly hairband. And Sure Yao had just washed up. A sweet-smelling little girl and clean new clothes were a perfect match. Obediently, Sure Yao took the new outfit to change. Sure Duebai kept rummaging when suddenly her hand paused. Her gaze fell on a few bags of cement in the corner. Gnome Yasi hurried to explain. This morning, when I was trading bread, someone brought over a few bags of cement. I thought. She lowered her head, feeling even more embarrassed. She'd noticed the Sure family seemed to be living comfortably, united and at peace. Gnome Yasi had let herself relax a little, thinking maybe she could use the cement to fix up the collapsed public toilet in the rubble behind them. Otherwise, the whole family would have to eat, drink, and relieve themselves under the tarp, which was very unhygienic. Mother Sure liked to wander around, and often stepped in filth without even noticing. Gnome Yasi, blushing, quietly voiced her thoughts. For a long moment, neither Sure Duebai nor second sister-in-law Sure responded. She looked up, uneasy, at second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law's eyes were vacant, but there was a faint hint of black in her previously all-white eyes. Her face was turned toward Sure Duebai. Clearly, everything depended on Sure Duebai's opinion. Gnome Yasi looked at Sure Duebai again. She thought Sure Duebai would be angry, because her brow was furrowed so tightly it looked like a deep character carved between her brows. We need to build a road, straight to that public toilet, Sure Duebai said. But she wasn't blaming Gnome Yasi for trading bread for cement. Instead, she looked at Gnome Yasi with approval. You did well, but you didn't get enough cement. Even if we fix the toilet, it'll only help those of you who can walk. What about me and Yao Yao? Last time, she'd climbed the rubble pile to check out the view on the other side. The collapsed public toilet wasn't far from their tarp. But Sure Duebai's flatbed cart couldn't get over the rubble. Yao Yao had just gotten her prosthetic and could barely walk on flat ground, let alone climb over rubble every time she needed the toilet. Gnome Yasi stammered then, what should we do? Get more cement. Build a road. Sure Duebai shrugged. Clear out the rubble, build a road from the tarp to the public toilet. That would perfectly solve the problem of her not being able to get to the toilet in her flatbed cart. Second sister-in-law and Gnome Yasi were both startled by Sure Duebai's words. Second sister-in-law, you? Duebai. Sure Duebai snapped her fingers not very loudly. Great, no objections from either of you. Then starting tomorrow, we'll move all the rubble behind us out of the way. Actually, when Gnome Yasi traded for cement, she was being a bit naive. She was completely overwhelmed at the time, trying to keep Sure Mu from running everywhere, looking after Sure Xiangrui, and dealing with all the survivors coming to trade for bread. By the time she saw those bags of cement, Gnome Yasi had already collected a huge pile of clothes. A sudden idea struck her. Maybe she could fix up the toilet behind the Sure family's tarp. But she never considered that she didn't actually know how to repair a toilet, let alone the fact that now they also had to build a road. But once Sure Duebai made up her mind to do something, there were very few people who could change it. The next morning, as soon as second sister-in-law Sure and Gnome Yasi opened their eyes, Sure Duebai handed each of them a piece of cloth. Our situation is tough right now. We don't have shovels, and we don't have a cart to move stones. So all we can do is use our hands, put the rocks onto the cloth, then use the cloth to move the rubble forward. Sure Duebai pointed out the direction for them. Currently, the Sure family's tarp was set up at the base of a collapsed bridge pier. It was the dirtiest, messiest spot with the most trash and rubble. That's why no one in the group liked living there. They'd banded together to drive the Sure family and the weirdos to this spot. Meanwhile, they themselves lived together on the wider, cleaner riverbed under the bridge. The public toilet was above, on top of the bridge pier, half collapsed and half buried. According to Sure Duebai's plan, they needed to clear a path through the mountain of rubble under the bridge pier, by hand. The stones they moved would be piled up in front of the Sure family's tarp, forming a natural barrier. That way, we'll be separated from the rest of the group. Gnome Yasi looked out from the Sure family's tarp. Sure Duebai nodded, unconcerned. That's right. Otherwise, after we go through all the trouble to fix up the toilet, wouldn't they just get to use it for free? Fat chance. From now on, Anyone who wants to use Sir Yuebai's toilet will have to pay. Gnome Yasi glanced at second sister-in-law Sher, who had already turned to start moving rocks. There was no point arguing with Sir Yuebai, so she might as well get her assigned work done early. Gnome Yasi hurriedly turned around too, and together they started piling rocks onto the cloth, then grabbing the four corners to haul the rubble to where Sir Yuebai had pointed. Sir Yaoao wobbled to her feet, wanting to help. Sir Yuebai raised her long stick like a supervisor and said, "Go practice your writing. Write the character Heaven 80 times, Earth 90 times, and Human 100 times. When you're done, do 100 addition problems within 5, then you can come help." After settling Yaoao, she turned to Shirmu. After giving birth, Shirmu acted as if nothing had happened. It was like she didn't even know she'd had a child. As soon as she woke up, she'd start running around crazily, not even glancing at Sher Xiangrui. Of everyone in the Sher family, Shirmu only listened to Sher Yuebai. When Sher Yuebai looked over, Shirmu, who was about to get up and run, froze. She sat down, grinned awkwardly at Sher Yuebai, and giggled, hee hee. Sher Yuebai pinched the bridge of her nose and pointed at the pile of firewood inside the tarp. "Mom, light the fire, but don't burn anything else. Heat up some water and take a bath first." Shirmu was far dirtier than Yaoao or second sister-in-law Sher. After giving birth, Sher Yuebai hadn't had time to look after her. Gnome Yasi had at least put her in adult diapers to deal with the postpartum bleeding. But Shirmu didn't know how to change them herself. She hadn't washed herself before or after giving birth, so now she stank to high heaven. She'd always doted on her children, at least she did with Sher Yuebai. Because it was Sher Yuebai giving the order, Shirmu immediately sat by the fire and started poking at the coals. The weather had suddenly turned cold that day. Survivors from the group hunched their shoulders, pulled on long sleeves and pants, and gathered outside the Sher family's tarp. A thin line of rubble had already been piled up around the patterned area in front of the tarp. The survivors who'd fainted at the edge of the pattern yesterday had already been dragged away by their families. Everyone knew Sher Yuebai's rules. No one was allowed inside the area paved with stones. So people stood outside the stone pattern and shouted, "Sher Yuebai! Sher Yuebai! Are you trading bread today?" Sher Yuebai sat inside the tarp, face expressionless, saying nothing. A large basin of water sat in front of her. Gnome Yasi, who was clearing rubble behind the tarp, heard the shouting, grabbed a few small loaves of bread, and went out to say, "Yuebai says today we're only trading for cement. 10 bags of cement for 1 loaf. Bring as much as you want." Outside, a bunch of survivors holding clothes immediately started complaining. "Why are you only trading for cement? We know you want clothes. We went out scavenging yesterday and found a bunch of new clothes." "Yeah, why aren't new clothes as good as cement? Why are you discriminating?" Gnome Yasi opened her mouth, then finally said, "If you want to trade, bring cement. That's the only thing we're trading for." She turned and took the bread back inside the tarp. She had too much to do today to waste time arguing with the group. Wait. A survivor held up a box of disinfectant. "Do you want this? It's not expired. Latest production date before the apocalypse. Look, I've got 10 boxes. I'll trade them for 60 loaves." He seemed desperate, pushing his way forward. Each box contained 6 bottles of disinfectant, all 1-liter bottles. He was already dizzy from standing on the stone pattern, but he still held up the box. Gnome Yasi hesitated, glancing back. Sher Yuebai, still sitting inside, spoke up. "Trade. Dr. Gnome, any medical supplies they bring, trade for them. No haggling. Medical supplies are always in high demand." If survivors outside the city found medical supplies while scavenging, they'd usually bring them into the city to trade for food. But prices in the city were high. 60 bottles of disinfectant might not even get 60 loaves of bread. The survivor with the disinfectant was getting a good deal from Sher Yuebai. Gnome Yasi immediately reached out, took the box, and handed over the bread. Box after box of disinfectant was carried into the stone-patterned area. The survivors were in an uproar and asked Gnome Yasi, "Why do you trade for everything? Do you still want cement?" "We brought some." Some quick survivors had already run off to fetch cement as soon as Gnome Yasi came out. Gnome Yasi, sweating from all the work, traded another 10 loaves for 100 bags of cement. By the time she finished, it was already afternoon. She looked apologetically at second sister-in-law Sher, who had been silently moving rocks by herself the whole time. Sorry, second sister-in-law, I made you do all my work. It's fine. Go wash up. Second sister-in-law Sher was so tired her back wouldn't straighten. But strangely, she wasn't hungry. Not just her, even Sher Mu, Yaoao, Nong Yasi, and even Sher Xiangrui didn't feel hungry. Sher Xiangrui whimpered twice, Sher Yuebai patted his head, and he fell back asleep. Nong Yasi was just about to refuse. Survival was already difficult enough. Why waste precious water on washing? She knew the Sher family had a little bit of clean water, but that was reserved for the 2 children to bathe. As for the adults, as long as they weren't desperately thirsty, they shouldn't compete for that tiny bit of water. In fact, the water used for Sher Yaoao and Sher Xiangrui's baths could technically be drunk. Nong Yasi still hadn't figured out where Sher Yuebai put the basin of bathwater after Yaoao had finished with it. She turned around just in time to see Sher Yuebai reaching her chubby little hands into the basin. The water in the basin was crystal clear. Sher Yuebai used this water to scrub her hands and arms. Her hands didn't end up all that clean, but the water in the basin turned black. Noticing Nong Yasi watching, Sher Yuebai lifted the basin and poured the dirty water onto a patch of potato seedlings nearby. Nong Yasi's lips moved. She felt that even water this dirty was still drinkable. It was still better than the kind of water that would kill you with a single sip. But then her gaze fell on the small patch of potato seedlings and her eyes lit up. By the bridge pier, there was a small plot of land Sher Yuebai had deliberately cleared. It wasn't big, at most 2 square meters. Some sprouted potatoes had been buried in the soil. Lately, Sher Yuebai hadn't had time to tend to these potato plants. She simply poured all the used water onto this little plot. Unnoticed, the sprouted potatoes broke through the soil and grew at an abnormal rate. In this wasteland, ordinary people couldn't grow crops. It was said that some ability users could, but the crops they produced all went to those at the very top of the pyramid. Ordinary survivors like them could never get their hands on any. To find a few green potato seedlings under the Sher family's tarp, even if it cost Nong Yasi her life from thirst, she felt it was worth it. Besides, she wasn't even thirsty right now. At night, the women of the Sher family slept close together. Last night, Nong Yasi had slept next to Sher mother and woke up this morning feeling refreshed, full of energy. She wasn't thirsty, wasn't hungry, had the strength to work, and didn't feel dizzy or lightheaded anymore. Under the bridge, Sher Yuebai handed a small plastic basin to Nong Yasi. Nong Yasi looked down. While she'd been lost in thought, Sher Yuebai had already filled the little basin with water. She hesitated to accept it. Yuebai, this is too much of a waste for me. Before she could finish, her eyes fell to Sher Yuebai's feet. There was a large basin there, filled to the brim with water, clear and precious as gold. Nong Yasi. A crazy thought popped into her head. Did the Sher family have an endless supply of clean water? Wash your hands and face and help my mom bathe tonight. Sher Yuebai shoved the basin into Nong Yasi's hands. She didn't have time for pleasantries. If the women of the Sher family kept themselves clean, Sher Yuebai would sleep better at night when they all squeezed together. At least she wouldn't feel like she was sleeping with a bunch of stinky pigs, even in her dreams. Nong Yasi's heart ached, but she still did as Sher Yuebai said, dipping a clean towel into the clear water. Bit by bit, she wiped her hands and face with the water that was as precious as gold. The shameful sense of luxury and waste made Nong Yasi want to cry. Yuebai, I feel like there's something strange about my body these past couple of days. As she wiped the sweat from her arms, face, and neck, Nong Yasi said carefully, I don't feel hungry at all. Sher Yuebai's voice was a little cold. As long as you can survive, what's the point of thinking so much? Not everything needs to be figured out. Sometimes it's better to stay in the dark. Nong Yasi actually felt that Sher Yuebai made sense. She was living a life she'd never even dared to dream of before. For women in the Wasteland, Nong Yasi was basically living in paradise now. Seeing Nong Yasi quiet down, Shiryuebai wheeled her flatbed cart over to the dizzying array on the ground. These past couple of days, Shiryuebai had been busy with all sorts of things. Every morning, before anyone else woke up, she would inject fat energy into everyone's bodies. Today, with the increased workload, Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Shir were burning through their fat energy faster. So Shiryuebai took the chance, while they were resting, to pat their shoulders. And while they weren't paying attention, slapped a dose of fat energy into their bodies. Besides that, Shiryuebai had made major modifications to the dizzying array on the ground. Not only did she enhance the dizzying effect, she also added a barrier. Outsiders could enter the array, but as soon as they did, they'd get dizzy and disoriented. If they pushed further in, they'd faint. Gnome Yasi, on the other hand, couldn't leave. If she tried to exit the array, she'd hit an invisible barrier. Such a complex formation required Shiryuebai to burn even more of her body's fat energy. So after all the adding and subtracting, she still had 725 gene left. Losing weight was really just too hard. As night fell, the bread for supplies exchange at the Shir family's tent was over for the day. Shir Yaoao finally finished the mountain of homework Shiryuebai had assigned her. She joined second sister-in-law Shir and Gnome Yasi, and the three of them started hauling rubble behind the Shir family's tent by hand. Ija arrived with 2 mercenaries to check on the Shir family's old, weak, sick, and disabled. What he saw was the women of the Shir family working hard. To his surprise, there was a line of stones marking a boundary outside the Shir family's tent. "What are you doing?" he asked second sister-in-law Shir and Shir Yaoao, but his eyes were searching for Shiryuebai. He saw Shiryuebai wheeling her cart out from under the tarp. Ija asked angrily, "Webai, did the team force you to do this?" How else to explain why a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people weren't out scavenging, but were instead doing hard labor here? Ija knew that, with no men left in the Shir family, the rest of the team must have opinions about these women. But he hadn't expected that, even with mercenaries backing the Shir family, the rest of the team would still ostracize them. "Did they make you draw a line to separate yourselves?" Ija's handsome face was tinged with anger. "Don't worry, Webai, I'll go talk to them." Shiryuebai handed Ija another good guy card. "No, I told them to do this." Then she waved at Ija and the 2 mercenaries. "I'm planning to build a wall to separate the Shir family from the rest of the team. Since you're here, you're strong, come help move some big rocks." What else was there to say? Shiryuebai's words made Ija stop in his tracks. A flicker of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. And it wasn't just him, even the 2 mercenaries he'd brought along were staring in disbelief. They all wanted to crack open Shiryuebai's head and see what on earth was going on inside. This group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people were already struggling to survive. Shouldn't they be making the most of every minute and second to scavenge for supplies? These past few days, Ija had been patrolling the area where the Shir family's group was camped, always bringing his mercenaries along. You could say Ija was abusing his authority a little, showing some favoritism toward the Shir family. After all, it was definitely inconvenient for the Shir family to go out scavenging. If he happened to run into Shiryuebai and the others while on patrol, he could lend them a hand. But as it turned out, Shiryuebai and her family rarely went out scavenging at all. He almost never ran into them. Ija had worried for days. How were the women of the Shir family managing? He couldn't help himself and came to check on them today, only to find Shiryuebai actually organizing them to do manual labor. And it wasn't just the Shir family women. She even wanted to recruit Ija and his men. Annoyed, Ija led the 2 mercenaries into the Shir family's tent to help move out a huge boulder. It really was big and heavy, no wonder Shiryuebai wanted a few strong men to handle it. With a stern face, Ija called over the other 2 mercenaries. The 3 of them rolled up their sleeves and, while they were at it, moved a few more large stones out of the tent. "Put them over there." Shiryuebai, looking very much the boss, pointed out a few spots with a long stick. With the strength of second sister-in-law Shir and Gnome Yasi, there was no way they could have moved those big rocks. Shiryuebai's abilities were still limited, just barely enough to keep the women in the tent fed, and that was already a struggle. Moving all those heavy stones was really too much for her. Ija had done her a huge favor. Try not to work your family so hard from now on. Ija put down the stone he was carrying, pressing one hand to his shoulder and shaking out his arm. He glanced inside the tent, only some rubble was left. Then Ija brought over a cardboard box and set it down in front of Shuriwebai. This is some formula I exchanged for with my points. Ija's family was all either dead or missing. He was the only one left. He had all those points, but not much use for them. Thinking of the child in Mother Shur's belly, Ija couldn't help but worry. So he used his points to get some formula and a few small packs of biscuits from the big city. He squatted down in front of Shuriwebai, looking at her, built like a mountain of flesh, and spoke to her like an older brother, earnest and sincere. If anything happens, come find me. I'll try to patrol around here more often for a while. Webai, Shuri always doted on you the most. You should really go out scavenging properly, stop making trouble. Shuriwebai pressed her lips together, not really wanting to respond to Ija. But she caught a whiff of blood in the air. It was coming from Ija. She turned and took out a bottle of disinfectant. Let's clean up your wounds first before anything else. Ija was stunned for a moment, looking down at the bottle of disinfectant she'd shoved into his arms. But Shuriwebai was already wheeling her flatbed cart into the tent to inspect the rubble pile in the back. She left Ija to be entertained by second sister-in-law Shur and Nongyasi. After all, as a shaman, she was good at fighting, not socializing. It had to be said, after a whole day spent clearing the rubble, there was some real progress. At least now a large open space had been cleared inside the Shur family's tent. And on that open ground, there were even flagstones laid out. Shuriwebai looked up at the towering pile of rubble. Underneath it, there was probably a flagstone path leading straight to the public restroom. And if you kept going up, you'd reach the bridge. Webai, I'm heading out. Tomorrow I'll take you all scavenging. Ija's voice called from outside the tent. Shuriwebai waved her hand impatiently, not even bothering to look back. In the Wasteland, unless you were a mercenary or had special abilities, not scavenging would make you stand out. So Shuriwebai didn't refuse Ija's offer. Ija, still uneasy, came back up. He looked up at the pile of rubble that reached the bridge overhead. Ija frowned and asked, Webai, what are you planning now? Second sister-in-law Shur stepped forward, apologetic. Webai wants to clear a path for us old, weak, sick, and disabled folks to get to the public restroom more easily. She's always thinking of all of us. Captain E, it's not that we don't want to go scavenging. It's just that the food you gave us last time is enough to last us a long while. Second sister-in-law Shur was very protective of Shuriwebai. She didn't want anyone to misunderstand her. But she didn't tell Ija that, in fact, they hadn't eaten anything these past days. And, strangely enough, they didn't feel hungry at all. Ija didn't say anything, just gave Shuriwebai a long, searching look. But the two mercenaries behind him snorted. Second sister-in-law, your young lady here still doesn't know what's important. Anyone who followed financial news would know about the Shur family. Father Shur had built his fortune from nothing, becoming one of the richest men in just a couple of decades. Shur-e might have had a tough childhood, but he grew up to join the garrison, which suited his personality. But Shuriwebai was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, spoiled and pampered all her life, raised to be self-centered. That's why people in the Wasteland often mocked her for her unyielding princess attitude. Even now, with Ija as the mercenary leader clearly looking out for the Shur family, he was willing to take them scavenging, with the whole mercenary group as their backup. So why was Shuriwebai still so cold and indifferent? Ija turned around, a warning in his eyes. The mercenary behind him wanted to say more, but finally lowered his head, full of resentment. Second sister-in-law Shur looked even more embarrassed. Captain Webai, it's fine. Uebai's still young. Ija comforted second sister-in-law Shur, then turned and left with his two mercenaries. Once they were a little ways off, he shoved the bottle of disinfectant into one of his men's hands. Think before you speak next time. Chunyong was still indignant, about to say something about Shuriwebai, when he looked down and saw the unopened bottle of disinfectant in his hands. Huh? Chunyong's eyes widened. Disinfectant. And it wasn't even expired. For mercenaries, Medical supplies like this were as precious as life-saving elixirs. Especially disinfectant. When mercenaries fought mutant beasts, they were bound to get injured. Disinfectant got used up fast. But if you didn't use it and your wounds got infected by mutant creatures, you could end up as a zombie. Merchants in the big city knew this and jacked up the prices of medical supplies sky-high. Especially for mercenaries, they had to pay several times more points than ordinary people for things like disinfectant. Most of the time, there wasn't even any in stock. Did Sir Yuebai not understand how much a single liter of disinfectant meant to mercenaries? Otherwise, why would she so generously give it away just for moving a few rocks? Qin Yang looked a little downcast. If he had known Sir Yuebai would be so generous, he wouldn't have said those sarcastic things to her back in the Sher family's tent. Sir Yuebai didn't care about Qin Yang's inner turmoil. In fact, she hadn't taken his mocking words to heart at all. Second sister-in-law Sher, on the other hand, was a bit worried that Qin Yang's words might have hurt Sher Yuebai's self-esteem. But as night fell, Sher Yuebai was busy with her own affairs. After checking Sher Yao's homework, she called Gnome Yasi over to help wash Mother Sher. Gnome Yasi, though reluctant to waste water, still followed Sher Yuebai's instructions. She stripped Mother Sher and sat her down in the wash basin. The moment Mother Sher sat in the water, she uncharacteristically quieted down. She even managed to say a few normal sentences to Gnome Yasi. Trim my nails too. My skin's been so dry lately. Use the best essential oil on me. Gnome Yasi lowered her head. Okay. Did I get a membership card for your place? Mother Sher closed her eyes, leaning against the rim of the basin. Gnome Yasi quickly looked to Sher Yuebai, unsure how to answer. Sher Yuebai said, Mom, you didn't. This is just a trial package, just a wash, that's all. Mother Sher's face clearly showed her dissatisfaction. But, remembering she hadn't bought a membership and was only here for a trial, she knew she couldn't ask for too much. Second sister-in-law Sher smiled as she fumbled for a clean set of clothes for Mother Sher. When Mother Sher got out of the basin, the water was as black as ink. As usual, Sher Yuebai poured the dirty water onto the small patch of potato seedlings. Let's all get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, we'll split up to get things done. Building a path to the public toilet was not something they could give up on. But since Asia was taking them scavenging tomorrow, the Sher family had to split into two groups. Sher Yuebai planned to leave the stronger, more able-bodied second sister-in-law Sher and Gnome Yasi in the tent to keep moving stones and to look after the still crazy Mother Sher. Sher Yuebai and Sher Yao would take the baby, Sher Xiangrui, out scavenging. Mother Sher came over, her face full of affection as she asked Sher Yuebai, What about Mommy? What's Mommy's job? The way Mother Sher spoke was like she was talking to a kindergartner, her gaze full of doting love. She was waiting for her precious daughter to assign her a task. When Sher Yuebai was young, whether it was kindergarten, elementary, or middle school, Mother Sher never missed a single parent-teacher event. She was always the most enthusiastic parent. At every parent-child activity, Mother Sher was the one who cooperated best with Sher Yuebai. Scenes from those memories flashed through Sher Yuebai's mind, leaving her a little bitter. She really had been a child raised in a honey jar. Mom, your job today is to move stones. If you do a good job, I'll get you a membership card. Mother Sher clapped her hands happily, her clean face beaming with motherly love. Okay. Yuebai gave Mommy a job. Mommy will do her best. The next day, before dawn, Sher Yuebai woke up sitting on the flatbed cart. She was furious to discover that even though she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, after a night of constant wasteland radiation, her weight had gone up again. In just one night, her body had put on dozens of genes of fat. Damn it. You think I can't beat fate? Gritting her teeth and enduring the agony, Sher Yuebai forcibly injected 4 genes of fat energy into each member of the Sher family. Except for the baby, Sher Xiangrui. Too much fat energy would do Sher Xiangrui no good. In fact, it wasn't good for any ordinary person. Gaining 4 genes in a day was already the limit for an adult. For a baby like Sher Xiangrui, 2 or 3 liang at most. While everyone was still asleep, Sher Yuebai used her water-gathering spell to fill every basin, bottle, and jar with water. Finally, she poured a huge amount of spiritual energy into the enhanced dizziness array on the ground. She didn't stop until wisps of white mist began to rise from the ground, the spiritual energy so dense it was almost tangible. At this point, Yuebai's weight finally dropped to 718 jin. So, as they say, there's endless fun in fighting with people and endless fun in fighting with the heavens. Yuebai refused to believe it. She, a grand witch of the Wu tribe, would really get fat enough to die in this wasteland? A sliver of light broke through the thick clouds and landed on the enhanced dizziness array in front of Yuebai. Behind her, the tiny patch of potato seedlings visibly shot up by a millimeter. It wasn't much, but the leaves looked much fresher and greener. Soon, the women and children of the Shur family woke up one after another. Yuebai called out to the sleepy women and children. Starting today, you all have to brush your teeth and wash your faces every day. Look, I've already got the water ready for you. She gestured to the 20 or so basins under the bridge. After a whole day of moving stones yesterday, the cleared space was now filled with basins and bottles. Every single one was full of clean water. Zero radiation. Pure water. Gnome Yasi stood up in shock, her suspicions now confirmed. Yuebai was definitely a water-type ability user. Gnome Yasi's heart pounded wildly. She'd only wanted to survive for a bite to eat, but had unexpectedly latched onto a powerful ability user. It was like buying a random lottery ticket and winning billions. She was determined to cling tightly to Yuebai. Yuebai, don't worry, we'll definitely work hard today. Gnome Yasi clenched her fists in determination. For this clean water, she'd move even more stones than yesterday. Yuebai nodded, then added. But don't overdo it, Dr. Gnome. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's easy to survive with me. All I ask is for simple loyalty. The women and children of the Shur family washed their hands and faces with the clean water, wiped their necks, and used the box of toothbrushes Yuebai had scavenged to brush their teeth without toothpaste. Just then, Iwa's voice sounded from outside the tent. Yuebai, are you ready? I'll take you scavenging. All set. Yuebai had Yao carry a big bag with 2 bottles of disinfectant. In front, she wrapped Xiangrui in a baby blanket. She herself sat on the flatbed cart and rolled out of the tent. Outside the enhanced dizziness array, Ija and Qinyang stared in shock at Yuebai, Yao, and Xiangrui. Ija frowned. Just you 3. Not a single able-bodied person among them. What are you guys doing? Perhaps it was because she sensed the gazes of Ija and Qinyang. Yao felt a bit uneasy. She quietly tried to hide behind her aunt. Yuebai glanced at Ija. Yes, it's just the 3 of us. Everyone else is busy moving rocks and can't spare the time. Ija put his hands on his hips and studied Yuebai carefully, taking a deep breath. This girl really doesn't know how to prioritize, does she? Is moving rocks really that important for the Shur family right now? Shouldn't they be seizing every opportunity to scavenge for supplies? He was about to say something more, but then saw the self-assured look on Yuebai's face. Ija felt powerless. Fine, just the 3 of you then. He waved his hand, finally compromising with Yuebai. Then he noticed Yao, with her skinny arms and body, carrying a big backpack and holding a baby in front. Yao could barely walk straight on her own, wobbling unsteadily, let alone having her push Yuebai around to scavenge. Resigned, Ija took hold of the handles on Yuebai's flatbed cart, steadied himself, and began pushing her forward. The place I'm taking you to scavenge today is already very close to the perimeter, Ija said, glancing down at Yuebai, who looked like a mountain of flesh. Only near the perimeter are there fewer survivors competing. There should be quite a bit of food left to find over there. Ordinary survivors only operate within the safe zone. That's why the city's management hires mercenaries to guard the city and continuously expand the safe zone, securing more resources for survival. As soon as a new safe zone is established, survivors flock there to scavenge. If you're even a little slow, after a few days there's basically nothing left to eat. So the place Ija was taking Yuebai and the others was already near the front lines where mercenaries operated. Seeing Yuebai sitting silently up front, Ija thought she might be scared. Don't worry. Even though you'll be scavenging near the front line today, with us here, we'll keep you three safe. He was a responsible person. He'd bring the three of them out, and he'd make sure to bring them back. Sure, Web-I lazily responded. She wasn't much of a talker to begin with, and as Asia pushed her along, her gaze fell on the ruins they passed. There were so many things she thought could be taken back and put to use. So she really didn't feel like responding to Asia. Sure, Yaoao wobbled along behind Asia, with Qinyong walking beside her. At first, Qinyong thought Sure Yaoao would be hard to manage. But all the way to the perimeter, Sure Yaoao didn't scream or get impatient like before. Though she still bobbed her head as she walked and moved a bit awkwardly, she was much less trouble than Qinyong had expected. At the edge of the perimeter, there were no survivors in sight, just a few mercenaries with weapons coming and going. Asia stopped Sure Yuebai's cart in front of a pile of rubble. Before the apocalypse, this was probably a night market. The mercenaries have already swept through here 5 or 6 times. We'll set up camp here, it's very safe. You and Yaoao can scavenge here. The area was large, and any mutant beasts or zombies that had been lurking here had already been cleared out by Asia's people. Asia was preparing to expand the area further. He thought for a moment, then bent down and handed Sure Yuebai a rectangular communicator. This is from our group. The previous owner already, well, you take it. If anything happens, contact me directly with this. I'll get here as fast as I can. Sure Yuebai looked at the communicator in her hand. The screen was a bit scratched, but several channels were already set. One was for Asia's mercenary team. There was also a private channel with Asia and a public channel for the whole city. All right, you go to your thing. Thank you, Sure Yuebai said, accepting the communicator. Then she took a bottle of disinfectant from Sure Yaoao's backpack. Payment. She handed the disinfectant to Asia. A flicker of surprise flashed in Ia's eyes, but then he smiled and patted Sure Yuebai's head. Thank you, Web-I. Honestly, a bottle or two of disinfectant was a drop in the bucket for Asia's mercenary team. But it was the thought that counted. This chubby girl wasn't as spoiled or bad-tempered as he'd thought. Sure Yuebai watched as Asia and Qinyong left. She maneuvered her cart, and together with Sure Yaoao, began searching the area closest to the perimeter for anything useful. Before long, Sure Yaoao dragged a baby cradle out of the rubble. The cradle was a bit bent out of shape, but along with it came several big bags of newborn clothes. Sure Yuebai immediately praised Sure Yaoao generously. Yaoao, you're amazing! You actually found so many useful things. Yaoao, it was the right decision for Auntie to bring you scavenging. You're even better than your mom and Dr. Nong. Sure Yaoao blushed shyly at the praise. Then she puffed out her little chest, looking very proud. Yaoao, awesome. Sure Yuebai nodded and smiled, telling Sure Yaoao to tidy up the slightly bent stroller and put Sure Xiangrui in it. Mercenaries came and went around them. Just as Asia had said, there was no need to worry about safety. Once Sure Xiangrui was settled, Sure Yaoao was clearly much more relaxed. She bent down to rummage through the rocks in front of her. She still couldn't help shaking her head as she worked, but her scavenging speed was getting faster and faster. Sure Yuebai watched her from behind. Whenever Sure Yaoao got tired, Sure Yuebai would lift her walking stick and tap her gently. She'd channel some of the fat energy from her own body into Sure Yaoao through the stick. The passing mercenaries watched in surprise as the pile of things beside Sure Yuebai grew larger and larger. There were all kinds of towels, toothbrushes, bedding sets, and so on. Sure Yaoao even dug up a whole box of toothpaste. The mercenaries were just about to ask why Sure Yuebai was collecting so many things you couldn't eat or drink when Sure Xiangrui woke up. The little one babbled, smacking his lips in the misshapen cradle. Asia and 2 other mercenaries happened to return from a sweep up ahead. They immediately gathered around. What a cute little guy. The 3 dirty mercenaries hadn't seen such a clean, healthy baby in a long time. They watched him with fascination for quite a while. A rare smile appeared on Eva's handsome, grimy face. He lifted his blackened hand and gently poked Sure Xiangrui's chubby cheek with his fingertip. Looks just like Sure Yuebai. Shi Yuebai, who was inexplicably called out, stretched her neck as much as she could even though she didn't really have one. She glanced at Shi Xiangrui, who was surrounded by mercenaries. Shi Xiangrui had been washed clean. The redness and wrinkles from birth were gone from her face. Her fuzzy little head squirmed restlessly in the cradle. Shi Xiangrui's mouth opened and closed, smacking softly. She's hungry, definitely hungry. Qinyong guessed, shouting, "Get her something to eat, quick, quick, quick." The rough men gathered around the cradle suddenly became extremely anxious. Even Ija started fumbling around in a panic. What do babies this small even eat? Last time, outside the big city, I saw. The mercenary speaking suddenly went pale. He was actually trying to recall what babies this young could eat in the Wasteland. But every memory he had of newborns here was disturbing. Either the babies were abandoned right after birth, or they were sold off. As for what happened to those sold babies in the end, no one dared to think too deeply about it. Because if they did, it would expose the darkest, most terrifying side of human nature. That would make everyone in the Wasteland utterly despair. The mercenaries, flustered, started trying to figure out what to feed Shi Xiangrui. Shi Yuebai, meanwhile, told Shi Yao to pick up Shi Xiangrui from the cradle. She gently patted Shi Xiangrui's little head, and the baby let out a soft whimper and closed her eyes, falling asleep again. She's asleep again? Eva found this fascinating, his eyes clear as he asked Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai replied, "She's always like this, not quite the same as other babies." Any baby that managed to survive birth in the Wasteland was already different from normal infants. They were often missing limbs, or so obviously abnormal that you could tell at a glance. A perfectly healthy baby was actually a rare sight in the Wasteland. Ija looked carefully at Shi Xiangrui and Shi Yaoao's arms again. He understood, and said nothing, but Qinyong couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Such a healthy-looking kid. Too bad she's mute, not even able to cry. Ija shot Qinyong a glare. Qinyong pressed his lips together and fell silent. He'd always been the type to speak without thinking. Qinyong gave Shi Yuebai an apologetic smile. Shi Yuebai pursed her lips, not blaming him. As for Shi Yaoao, there was no need to worry. She was obviously a child with intellectual disabilities, obvious at a glance. A child like that couldn't even understand what Qinyong had left unsaid. "Yaoao, go back to scavenging." Shi Yuebai told Shi Yaoao to put Shi Xiangrui back in the cradle. She watched as Yaoao, shaking her head and moving awkwardly, turned to rummage through the rubble. Ija turned and sat down on a big rock next to Shi Yuebai. "Yuebai, why do you collect so much useless stuff?" Shi Yuebai, sitting on a flatbed cart, was rummaging through a box of toothpaste, her arm thicker than a chubby thigh. "It's useful. We're in desperate need of this stuff." Survivors in the Wasteland, tormented by the lack of resources, only cared about food and water. But Shi Yuebai was different. Ever since she transmigrated into this body, she hadn't eaten a single bite. Once she'd solved the basic problem of survival, of course she wanted a better quality of life. Ija sighed, giving Shi Yuebai a long, searching look. What a pity. Among the Shi family, only second sister-in-law and Shi Yuebai seemed to have normal intelligence. At least, that's what Ija used to think. But Shi Yuebai had a bad temper. Before, Ija could only communicate with second sister-in-law. Now, he could talk to Shi Yuebai too, and they could communicate just fine. But he still couldn't understand her actions. Maybe her intelligence had been affected by the radiation of the Wasteland, too. It's just that, compared to the rest of the Shi family, the decline in her intelligence wasn't as obvious. After a while, Qinyong called out to Ija from a pile of rubble. Ija stood up. "Well, Yuebai, keep looking. I'll take you all back later." He brushed the dust off his clothes symbolically, grabbed his weapon, and with a few quick steps, joined Qinyong. Once the mercenaries had all left, Shi Yuebai waved at Shi Yaoao. "Want to brush your teeth?" Shi Yuebai took out a tube of toothpaste, tore open the box, and looked at Shi Yaoao expectantly. This box of toothpaste expired a year ago. "Yaoao, try it, see if it still works." Shi Yuebai took a bottle of purified water and a brand new toothbrush from Yaoao's backpack and handed them to her. On Yao's wrist was a black, rough-looking radiation detector. They'd traded for it from Guai Guai. Everyone in the Sher family wore one of these detectors on their wrist. Scan. 0 radiation contamination. Purified water. That line appeared on the detector's screen. To avoid drawing attention, Sher Yuebai had everyone set their detectors to silent mode. Yao saw the words on the screen. Her little face paused, a thoughtful expression appearing. Auntie read. These days, Auntie had been making her practice reading every day. In Yao's muddled mind, a new understanding suddenly dawned. So this is what words are. She thought these words were kind of fun, like a new game. Sher Yuebai took Yao's hand. Seeing Yao couldn't stop shaking her head, Sher Yuebai pressed her hand on top of Yao's head, holding her still. Come, Auntie will teach you. Sher Yuebai pointed at the words on the detector, teaching Yao to read them one by one. Yao stammered, scan, 0 radiation, contamination, purified water. Scan, purified water. She repeated each word over and over. After dozens of repetitions, Yao finally squatted down and brushed her teeth with the toothpaste and toothbrush Sher Yuebai gave her. Sher Yuebai watched closely, the toothpaste still foamed. She couldn't resist grabbing a new toothbrush from the box and joined Yao. One squatted in front of the ruins, the other sat, both brushing their teeth together. Sher Yuebai opened her mouth, rinsed, and felt her mood improve immensely. The refreshing taste in her mouth. This really had been a highly advanced, resource-rich civilization before the Wasteland. Toothpaste was one thing, but there was even green tea-flavored toothpaste. From today on, Sher Yuebai would brush her teeth every morning and night. Not just her, everyone in the Sher family would do the same. Before nightfall, Ija and the mercenaries wrapped up their work for the day. Even though the mercenaries were all tough, elite survivors, some of the best the Wasteland had to offer, once night fell, the mutant beasts became unusually active. Even the zombies grew noticeably more alert. So, as a rule, mercenaries stopped proactively hunting mutants at night. Instead, they spread out along the defensive line, keeping watch. Ija pushed Sher Yuebai and Sher Yao along as they headed back. Sher Yao had picked up a huge pile of non-edible household goods, so many that she and Sher Yuebai couldn't possibly carry them all. Not to mention, they also had little baby Sher Xiangrui with them. Qinyong volunteered, and together with a few off-shift mercenaries, helped Sher Yuebai carry everything back. As night fell, Sher Yuebai handed Ija the last bottle of disinfectant from Sher Yao's backpack. Where did you get so much disinfectant? Ija asked, puzzled. Sher Yuebai made something up. I just pick up things other people don't want. Sometimes I get lucky. Ija didn't press further. He took the third bottle of disinfectant and set a box of canned food in front of Sher Yuebai. They were all expired, most of the cans dented and battered. Sher Yuebai glanced at them. There were about 15 or 16 cans, and all of them were cat food. But before the apocalypse, cats ate better than most people do now. Sher Yuebai looked up at Ija in surprise. He smiled at her. You can't just keep picking up things you can't eat, Yuebai. People have to fill their stomachs first. These cans were what they'd found today. The mercenaries actually didn't lack food or water. They were always at the front, exploring areas no ordinary survivor could reach, so their chances of finding supplies were much higher. Ija had noticed that Sher Yuebai and Sher Yao had picked up a ton of stuff today, but not a single bite to eat. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Sher Yuebai and Sher Yao might be able to go hungry, but what about Sher Xiangrui? What about Sher mother and second sister-in-law? Ija couldn't just watch Sher Yi's family starve to death. Sher Yuebai stared at the box of cat food for a while, then reached out and gripped Ija's shoulder. She suddenly poured a huge amount of fat energy into his body. Last time, after Ija went home and didn't eat for a whole day, he'd felt something odd about his body. Today, he clearly felt a warm current surge into him from where Sher Yuebai gripped his shoulder. Ija looked at her in surprise. Sher Yuebai's face was smeared with grime, her hair a tangled mess, water dripping down her cheeks. Her chubby hand trembled as she said, "Brother Ija, thank you for always looking out for us." Sher Yuebai let go. In that brief moment, She'd managed to push 2 gene of fat energy into Eva's body. She'd overdone it, though. The fat energy rushed through her meridians so fast that her whole body ached inch by inch. Waving her hand, she didn't wait for Ija to say anything, but turned and ducked into the tarp shelter. She'd been gone all day, and in that time a lot of the rubble inside had been cleared out, making the space much larger. The area that had been paved with stone slabs was now much bigger, even exposing several steps. Gnome Yasi and Sure Mother were sweeping debris off the steps. When they saw Sure Web-Eye return, Gnome Yasi waved at her. Second sister-in-law groped her way over. Web-Eye, we've dug out a swimming pool. Should we fill it in? There was a swimming pool right in the straight line from the Sure family's tarp to the public toilets. They'd already dug out half of it. If they didn't fill it in, Sure Web-Eye's flatbed cart still couldn't reach the toilets. Sure Web-Eye pushed her cart forward and, seeing the pool, couldn't help but grin. The pool hadn't been fully dug out, but just by eyeballing it, it looked big enough to fit the whole Sure family at once. Keep digging, Sure Web-Eye said, eyes shining. She instructed second sister-in-law and Gnome Yasi, don't rest tonight. Clear all the rubble out of the pool. She held a long stick and tapped second sister-in-law with it. Each tap, Sure Web-Eye would shed a couple of liang of fat, which would flow through the stick into second sister-in-law's body. Of course, whenever she got the chance, Sure Web-Eye would also tap Gnome Yasi and Sure Mother, sharing the fat energy equally. The 3 of them had been hauling rocks all day and were starving, but as they kept working, the hunger faded away. They took turns resting for a bit, then lit lamps and started clearing the pool. The pool must have been part of a water park on the riverbank before the bridge collapsed. Among the ruins near the pool, they even found a pile of brand new swimsuits, uninflated swim rings, floating pool toys, and so on. Gnome Yasi thought these things were useless and was about to throw them away, but Sure Web-Eye stopped her. Leave them by the pool. It's late, get some sleep. Exhausted, the Sure family women, even with all the extra fat energy, couldn't fight off their muscle fatigue. The work was way beyond their physical limits. As soon as Sure Web-Eye spoke, second sister-in-law, Sure Mother, Gnome Yasi, and Sure Yaoao all collapsed onto the big mattress. They didn't even have the strength to talk, just fell asleep instantly. None of them noticed Sure Web-Eye quietly moving her flatbed cart to the edge of the pool. Everything had to be moved by hand. The pool wasn't that big, but with the Sure women's efforts, they'd only managed to clear about 1/10 of it in a whole day. But that was already enough for Sure Web-Eye's needs. She used a water-gathering spell, filling the depression with water for nearly 3 hours. Before long, the 1.8-meter deep, 3-meter wide pit was full. Delighted, Sure Web-Eye dove in, her massive body landing in the pit like a boulder. Water splashed out, soaking the nearby potato sprouts. Sure Web-Eye sat comfortably in the pit, scrubbing the grime off her arms. She scooped up water and washed her face. Soon, the water in the pool turned murky. With all the filth on her, it would probably take several pools worth of water to get clean. Happily, she piled stones around the edge to make the pool a little bigger, all the while gathering more water. God, Sure Web-Eye had never realized how blissful it could be to take a proper bath. In this wasteland, it didn't take much to make her happy anymore. The only downside was that after a whole day of scavenging under the sun's radiation, and all this effort, even after filling a whole pool, her weight had only dropped by 1 gene. Sure Web-Eye still weighed 717 gene. Because there was finally a place big enough to fit Sure Web-Eye. Sure Web-Eye kept gathering water, scrubbing her arms over and over, and even managed to wash her hair several times. After more than 5 years without a proper wash, her hair couldn't possibly get clean in just one night. But at least her arms were now washed white and plump. As for the rest of her body, it was much harder to clean. Because she was still wearing her clothes. At her current weight of 717 gene, about 360 kilograms, she was as round as a ball. There was no way she could take her clothes off on her own. Besides, Sure Web-Eye only had 1 set of clothes. She'd been wearing this outfit ever since her body started swelling up. Whenever it tore from being stretched, her mother would patch it up with new fabric. After 5 years of mending and patching, she'd never changed her clothes, let alone washed them. Before dawn, the sound of water woke up Nong Yasi, second sister-in-law Sher, little Yao, and mother Sher from their mattresses. By the faint light inside the tarp, Nong Yasi looked toward the sound of water. She saw Sher Yuebai sitting in the pit that would become their swimming pool. The same pit they'd dug out by hand the day before, now filled with water. The overflowing water was spilling out, washing the stone-paved path until it gleamed white. Nong Yasi was stunned by the sight. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, got up from her mattress, and walked barefoot onto the stones. The wet, cool feeling under her feet jolted her back to reality. She dropped to her knees, sobbing, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. Heaven knew what she'd suffered in the wasteland, just for a sip of water. But here, at Sher Yuebai's place, clear, clean, zero radiation water was gushing out of the pool pit. A thin layer of water flowed into the nearby potato seedlings, soaking into the earth. At that moment, Nong Yasi felt she could die happy. You're all awake? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get to work. Sher Yuebai sat in the pool, calling to Mother Sher, second sister-in-law, and little Yao. Look, this pit is still too small. Today, let's try to clear out all the stones from the pool. That way, our whole family can use it to bathe. You won't have to take turns washing in a tiny basin anymore. Second sister-in-law hesitated, lips trembling, and stepped forward. When her foot touched the whetstone, she reacted just like Nong Yasi. She dropped to her knees. Mother Sher and little Yao, on the other hand, were much calmer. After all, it would take them a while to really grasp what was happening and understand the situation. They did as Sher Yuebai said, stepping into the water-filled pit and continuing to haul stones out by hand. Soon, Nong Yasi and second sister-in-law snapped out of it. They joined in clearing the rocks from the pool, and the work went even faster. It was still before dawn, but everyone in the Sher family was full of energy. Gradually, outside the Sher family's tarp, the piles of stones around the intricate pebble pattern grew higher and higher. Following Sher Yuebai's plan, Nong Yasi stacked the stones they carried out in 2 curved lines. Now, looking at it, the stone piles looked like walls, dividing the Sher family's tarp and their team into 2 separate areas. Sher Yuebai. A rough, raspy voice called out. Sher Yuebai, her round, pale face and plump white arms showing, rolled a flatbed cart out from under the tarp. Outside the stone wall stood Guai Guai from next door. He was holding a newly made construction cart, eyes burning with eagerness as he looked at Sher Yuebai. Trade water. I want water. He'd heard the sound of running water before dawn. Lately, Sher Yuebai had been giving him a zero-radiation potato every day. Sometimes, she'd even give him a bottle of clean water. Guai Guai knew that Sher Yuebai had food and water. He didn't care why her food and water were radiation-free. Nor did he care where the Sher family got their supplies. He only cared whether he could trade something of value for food and water. Sher Yuebai glanced at the construction cart in his hands. One isn't enough. I can get as many as you want. Guai Guai anxiously pushed the cart up to the stone wall. I can help you work too. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Anything at all. Sher Yuebai pursed her lips and said nothing, turning back into the tarp. A moment later, Nong Yasi came out and took the cart from Guai Guai. She handed him a bottle of water. Sher Yuebai was never stingy with what she had. But Nong Yasi still quietly warned Guai Guai. Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, neither of us will get anything. She and Guai Guai weren't part of the Sher family, so if they could benefit from Sher Yuebai, they'd better not go blabbing about it. If everyone found out, there was no guarantee they'd still get their share. Guai Guai nodded, taking the water, eyes still burning with desire. What does Yuebai want me to do? Nong Yasi pointed to the pile of cement inside the stone wall. Can you use cement to build up these stones into a sturdy wall? She hadn't understood before why Sher Yuebai wanted all the stones from behind the tarp moved to the front. In this wasteland, trying to survive alone was far too dangerous. Especially given the Sher family's situation. They were either blind or simple-minded. It was best not to cut themselves off from the team. That way, if danger came, there'd be someone to help. But now Nong Yasi understood. They needed to split off, and the sooner the better. Sure, Yuebai was a water-type ability user. A water type with little means of self-defense, but able to produce endless, zero-radiation clean water. If others found out, she'd be locked up in a cage and used as a human water reservoir. Guai Guai looked hesitant, glancing at the pile of cement. I don't know how. He sounded oddly confident about it. Nome Yasi opened her mouth, about to say something. But sure, Yuebai's voice came from inside the tarp. Let him do what he's good at. He can figure it out. She didn't care about a single bottle of water, so she didn't expect Guai Guai to pay her back equally. With Sure Yuebai, both Nong Yasi and Guai Guai had to rely on their own abilities. Whatever they could offer Sure Yuebai, that's what she'd use. Guai Guai dashed back to his own tarp. He tinkered all day and finally brought out a small mechanical digging arm. Yuebai, trade for food. In the blood-red sunset, the skinny Guai Guai stood outside the stone wall, holding up the mechanical digging arm, eager to please. It had to be said, the things Guai Guai made, whether it was the flatbed cart that Sure Yuebai was using now, or that mechanical digging arm, were all pretty impressive. Especially that mechanical digging arm, which could be worn directly on a person's arm. At the end was a mechanical claw, and compared to human fingers, it could grab more and heavier rocks. Sure Yuebai strapped it onto Nong Yasi's arm, and Nong Yasi's speed at digging up rocks increased significantly. Add in a construction site handcart, and what would have originally taken several people a few hours to move, all those broken stones, Nong Yasi finished in just 1 hour. Sure Yuebai was quite pleased with the mechanical digging arm, so she had Sure Yaoao bring over a small bag of potatoes and 2 bottles of purified water. She then traded with Guai Guai for 10 more mechanical digging arms. These were things Guai Guai had whipped up on the spot. He'd noticed that the Sure family had been using their bare hands to dig and move rocks these past couple of days, and their efficiency was terribly low. So, on a whim, he invented this gadget. Sure Yuebai found it useful, which made Guai Guai very happy. He soaked himself in his tarp shelter, working non-stop to make more mechanical digging arms for Sure Yuebai. He kept at it until every member of the Sure family had a pair of mechanical digging arms. With just 1 day, they managed to dig out an entire swimming pool. Everyone cheered and rushed into the pool. Sure Yuebai sat at the edge of the pool, watching the Sure family splash around in the water. She took out a swim ring and used the included pump to inflate it fully. Sure Yuebai tossed the swim ring to Sure Yaoao. Go have fun. Sure Yaoao, wearing a little yellow duck swim ring, happily splashed about in the pool filled with purified water. Seeing how much fun Sure Yaoao was having, Nong Yasi took out some inflatable pool float clouds that had been piled up by the shore. She inflated the clouds and set them on the water. Upon seeing this, Sure Mother happily climbed onto one of the clouds. Yuebai, I'm going to fly. Sure Mother rolled around on the cloud, absolutely thrilled. Everyone was washed clean and fresh by the pool full of purified water. But to fill the whole pool, Sure Yuebai's body weight had dropped to 716 jin. With a faint smile on her face, she turned away. Today, she had decided to let the old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Sure family have a day off to play in the water, as a reward for their hard work. Sure Yuebai pushed her flatbed cart and found a pair of scissors. Looking at a full-length mirror they'd hauled back, she faced the mirror and, with a single snip, cut off the tangled hair on her head that hadn't been combed in 5 years. The grime in her hair was different from elsewhere. After 5 years without washing, it was all grease. And it was all knotted up. To fix her hair would take hours just to untangle it. And the grease couldn't be washed out with purified water, she'd need shampoo. But as luck would have it, in all the supplies she and Sure Yaoao had found these past few days, there wasn't a single bottle of shampoo. Not even a bar of soap. Sure Yuebai was someone who hated hassle, so she cut her hair to shoulder length. Then, turning around, she was just about to toss the big handful of cut hair into the fire to burn it when it was already quite dark outside, and Sure Yuebai's hand paused. Someone was sneaking around, trying to climb over the Sure family's rubble wall. Outside, a few people were whispering to each other in hushed tones. The Sher family's old, weak, sick, and disabled have mercenaries backing them now. If that guy Ija from the mercenary corps finds out. Another person smacked his companion on the head. We're not going into their tarp to do anything bad. We're not killing or robbing anyone. We just want to see what good stuff the Sher family got from the mercenaries. A couple of days ago, the Sher family had traded a bunch of little bread loaves for some useless things. That had already caught everyone's attention in the group. People were all saying privately that the Sher family's old, weak, sick, and disabled might be dumb, but their luck was off the charts. They actually had mercenaries backing them. Now the Sher family didn't even need to go scavenging anymore. Couldn't the whole Xiang City mercenary corps support a few old, weak, sick, and disabled? For 2 days in a row, everyone watched as the Sher family kept moving rubble outside. In the end, the rubble even formed a wall. A lot of people in the group were curious just how much good stuff had the mercenaries given the Sher family, that these old, weak, sick, and disabled could live so leisurely? Inside the tarp, Sher Yuebai's ears twitched as she listened expressionlessly. She casually twisted the handful of hair into a little figure. Then, with her chubby, short fingers, she pinched out a round golden talisman. A drop of bright red blood welled up from Sher Yuebai's fingertip and fell onto the golden talisman. The talisman was instantly dyed gold and red, and in the dim light, the color looked almost eerie. The gold-red talisman landed on the little figure made of hair in Sher Yuebai's hand. The little figure, made of black hair, seemed to come alive. It flew out of the tarp and landed on the ground. There, it transformed into a woman in a red traditional wedding dress. Red tassels hung from her wedding robe, and her long, smooth black hair covered her entire face. She looked downright creepy. The ghostly bride lay on top of the rubble wall, silently and emotionlessly watching the men below as they prepared to climb up. The man at the top looked up and came face to face with a head of long, straight black hair. Through the strands of hair, he saw a deathly pale face and bright red lips. Her eyes were even more terrifying, completely black pupils, no whites at all. The red wedding dress sprawled over the rubble wall, bathed in moonlight. G-ghost. The man below, staring at the ghostly woman's face, felt his scalp tingle. Who could tell him why, in the middle of the wasteland, there would be something like this? Was it a mutant beast or a zombie? Oh, mama. The man in the lead didn't bother climbing the wall anymore. He turned and ran. The rest looked up one after another and were so frightened by the ghost bride on the wall that their hair stood on end. That fear seemed to be carved into their very bones. Especially as the ghost bride on the wall slowly began to crawl down the rubble wall. She stood up with a series of creepy, cracking movements. The men outside the rubble wall had already run off in a panic. But the ghost bride didn't just disappear. She twisted her head with a series of unsettling cracks and began to walk step by step along the Sher family's rubble wall. She seemed to be searching for anyone else foolish enough to try sneaking into the Sher family's tarp. Sher Yuebai sat in front of a pile of scavenged, brand-new bedsheets. She had to admit, Sher Yao was truly a little scavenging genius. She had perfectly understood what Sher Yuebai meant. Whenever she went out scavenging with Ija and the other mercenaries, most of the things she found were new, still sealed in their original packaging. Among them was a huge stack of new bedsheets. Even though the last place Ija had taken them scavenging was a collapsed night market street, it didn't stop that street from having plenty of shops selling household goods. There were quite a few of those 9.9 yuan for a whole set bedding stores, too. Sher Yuebai had just opened up a new bedsheet. She wanted to sew 2 bedsheets together to make herself a new outfit. The patched-up clothes she was wearing were just too filthy and tattered. Many parts had been worn thin by Sher Yuebai herself. If she kept this up for a few more days, her clothes would be full of holes. Sher Yuebai's mother, who had been lying in bed for a few hours, sat up. In the dim light, she tilted her head and asked, "Sweetie, what are you doing?" Sher Yuebai didn't even look back. "Making myself some new clothes." As soon as she finished speaking, her mother climbed off the mattress and walked over to her. There were still chains locked around her wrists, but her hands were already busy. Sher Yuebai glanced over and saw her mother pull a sewing kit out from who knows where. The leather sewing kit was stiff with starch, but her mother skillfully took out a needle and thread. She picked through the 2 bedsheets in Yuebai's hands. She found 2 blue sheets with identical patterns. Yuebai watched as her mother quickly threaded the needle. She hurried to fetch the solar lamp Yao used for homework. Yuebai turned on the lamp and brought it over to her mother. Her mother glanced at her, a gentle smile on her face. Maybe it was because she'd washed up in the pool, but under the bright light, her mother's face looked clean and radiant. There were deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her expression was kind and gentle. There was no doubt, though Yuebai's mother was usually a little crazy and never cared much about Xiangrui or Yao, her love for Yuebai ran deep to the bone. That kind of love wouldn't disappear just because her mind wasn't always clear. Yuebai is a grown girl now. She's always liked being clean and pretty since she was little. Mommy will make sure this dress turns out especially beautiful. Yuebai sat quietly beside her mother, watching her sew the bedsheets together, stitch by stitch. After about an hour, Yuebai lifted her large hand and pressed her palm to her mother's back, channeling fat energy into her body. At times like this, her mother would look up from her sewing. She'd look at Yuebai, her eyes crinkling with a loving smile. After doing this so many times, infusing fat energy into others, Yuebai had gained some experience. She could now channel her fat energy much faster. Where it used to take her over 10 minutes to infuse a couple of ounces of fat energy, now it only took a minute. In 10 minutes, she could make her mother gain a whole pound. Over these past days, the family hadn't lost any weight, even though they hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Unlike others in the group, who were gaunt and sallow, looking listless and exhausted. In fact, after cleaning themselves up, every member of the family looked rosy-cheeked and bright-eyed. With their energy needs met, even heavy labor only served to make the women stronger. Yuebai, do you hear something? Urseo sat up from her mattress. Gnome Yasi and Yao were still asleep. But Urseo had sharp ears. She could hear strange noises from far away. Even in her sleep, she could wake up at the slightest sound. Yuebai's mother kept her head down, sewing. Yuebai turned to Urseo and said, "Someone from the team is coming." At those words, Urseo's face turned deathly pale. She'd heard the commotion earlier. But since she was blind, she'd thought it was just mutant beasts outside, and had been anxious for a while. But after those people who tried to climb the wall ran off, everything went quiet again. No mutant beasts broke into their tent. Urseo had gradually relaxed and drifted off to sleep. But she'd barely slept when now, someone from the team was coming. "Yuebai, there are about 20 people," Urseo warned, gripping her pistol and facing the tarp. Yuebai, as massive as a mountain of meat, struggled to push her flatbed cart. "I'll go take a look." By the time she reached the edge of the tarp, the 20-odd men from the team had already gathered outside the family's rubble wall. "There, that's the zombie." "Yeah, that's right, a zombie. No normal person would look like that." The men who spoke were shivering, gesturing to the others about the ghostly woman in the wedding dress. Yuebai lifted the tarp and sat among the patterned stones, her gaze mocking. Urseo groped her way out. "What zombie? If there was a zombie, we family would have been the first to get eaten. But we're all still alive and well." Dawn was just breaking. The weather looked like it would be good today. Everyone's gaze fell on the rubble wall around the family's place. There was no sign of any zombie in a wedding dress. Instead, there was a big clump of hair caught on the wall. Everyone's eyes then turned to Yuebai's head. Her hair had been cut. What was once long and wild now only reached her shoulders. Everyone immediately understood. In the middle of the night, seeing a big clump of black hair on the wall could be pretty creepy. People in the apocalypse exposed to radiation often had moments of confusion. Even normal people could get muddled sometimes. Especially since their team had had bad luck lately, every scavenging trip turned up nothing to eat. Water prices in the city had gone up again, and life just seemed to be getting harder. Mistaking a big clump of hair for a female zombie wasn't impossible. The team leader glared at the men who'd raised the alarm. You guys have nothing better to do than stare at the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Sher family, huh? If you want to look, fine, but don't go causing trouble for the team, alright? Since there wasn't much food to be found, the leader had to make everyone scavenge for longer. That meant getting up even earlier to prepare, heading out before dawn to new scavenging grounds. At night, they could only head back after dark. Everyone in the team was exhausted every day. These guys who had nothing better to do than try to climb the walls of the old and weak were really annoying. The men who had been scolded were not convinced. While the rest of the team was getting ready to go out scavenging, they quietly slipped into Chen Huaihai's tent. That's right, the one who had actually encouraged them to sneak a look inside the Sher family's tent last night was none other than Chen Huaihai himself. The Chen family's tent was made of several layers of tarps, and in the innermost layer huddled a few women. Each one looked dull-eyed, sallow, and emaciated. Chinda and Chinair still haven't come back? The first man to enter the tent was named Chu Zhongshuan. He'd been the one leading the charge to the Sher family's tent yesterday. Chen Huaihai's face was still badly bruised. The injuries were from being beaten by Sher Yuebai, and even after several days, they hadn't healed. At Chu Zhongshuan's question, Chen Huaihai shot him an annoyed look. No idea where they've gone off to. Forget about them. The Chen family had plenty of men, all of them strong and of normal intelligence. So whether they had 2 more or 2 fewer sons, it didn't really matter. Besides, Chen Huaihai had a lot of women and a lot of children. Right now, there were even 2 pregnant women in his tent. Their genes were good, and the children born were healthy. All boys. In the Wasteland, in a family, if you had a lot of healthy, strong, normal men, your clan was bound to prosper. Chen Huaihai's brothers were all able to find plenty of food outside and bring it back. With more food, more people were willing to stick close to the Chen family and help them out. After a few words, the conversation naturally turned to the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the Sher family. Chen Huaihai's gaze grew dark. You're sure you saw zombies crawling on their wall? Recently, the women of the Sher family had gotten lucky and managed to cozy up to the mercenary group. That Sher Yuebai even dared to beat him up in public. If Chen Huaihai hadn't been recovering from his injuries, he would have killed Sher Yuebai long ago. He hadn't been able to move for a few days, but that didn't stop him from keeping an eye on the Sher family's idiots. At first, he joined the others in the team in mocking the Sher family for wasting their time hauling rocks. What was most plentiful in the Wasteland? Ruins and rubble. Anyone hauling rocks in the Wasteland had to be seriously lacking in brains. But to his surprise, after just a couple of days, the pile of rubble around the Sher family's tent had actually turned into a low stone wall. It looked just like a little courtyard from before the apocalypse. Those idiots in the Sher family sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Of course, Chen Huaihai was not pleased and immediately sent a few people to check it out. They say you can only think about pleasure when you're warm and fed. Just how much food did the Sher family have in their tent? Enough for those fools to leisurely build a waist-high wall? Chen Huaihai's gaze landed on the men beside him. Chu Zhongshuan immediately said, "We can't be sure, but there's definitely a lot of food in the Sher family's tent. No doubt about it." But that wasn't what he'd said last night when he'd come running to Chen Huaihai in a panic. Chen Huaihai had been startled too. If zombies appeared in a place like this, the whole safe zone would have to be reorganized. He'd have loved to just kill off those old, weak, sick, and disabled in the Sher family. Now that zombies had shown up near the Sher family, those people were bound to get bitten. So he told Chu Zhongshuan to go make a fuss with the team leader. Best case, a group would storm the Sher family's tent and bring all their stuff out for him. But Sher Yuebai's eyes were clear, with no sign of zombification. When Chu Zhongshuan and the others found Chen Huaihai, they said everyone in the Sher family had gotten up. They were still hauling rocks. And all of them seemed full of energy, whether it was Gnome Yasi, second sister-in-law Sher, or Little Sher. They all looked like they were on something. Their spirits couldn't have been higher. What's more, the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Sher family had gotten clean. It was hard to describe. In the Wasteland, everyone lived covered in dust, as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Even if you weren't carrying anything, you still walked hunched over, living in constant tension. But now, the Sher family's old, weak, sick, and disabled weren't just clean, they stood up straight. Chen Huaihai clenched his fists, eyes full of hatred. Getting in with the mercenaries, some people really have all the luck. Chu Zhongshuan nodded. They must be sleeping with the mercenaries. Otherwise, why would the mercenaries give them such good resources? There was an awkward contempt in his tone. A few men in the Chen family tent moved their lips. Honestly, they wanted to say, if sleeping with someone could get you that much stuff, then those old, weak, sick, and disabled in the Sher family had real skills. If the mercenaries were willing to protect them, even if it meant sleeping with them, they'd do it too. There was nothing shameful about it. In the Wasteland, any way to survive was worth respect. Chen Huaihai spat, a bunch of whores. If there aren't any zombies around their tent, then you guys need to figure out a way to make them hand over their food. It's so hard to find food for the team now. They're part of the team too, aren't they? Chu Zhongshuan nodded immediately. Exactly, they should contribute to the team. Sure, Yue Bai and the others had no idea that someone was already plotting to target them, these poor, lonely widows. These past few days, Ija had run into a mutant beast pack. He messaged Sure Yue Bai on the communicator, telling her he wouldn't be able to take them scavenging for a while. But he sent Sure Yue Bai a map. Ija, this is the new safe zone range that hasn't been officially announced by the city yet. You guys can scavenge here for the next few days. Sure Yue Bai glanced at her communicator and replied simply, Sure Yue Bai, okay? But she didn't plan to drag everyone out. The Sure family's stone wall was only waist-high, and it was just a pile of rubble. It wasn't sturdy at all, and offered no privacy. Sure Yue Bai planned to reinforce it with cement. She didn't really know how. The original owner's memories were all about eating, drinking, having fun, and fancy brands. None of it was useful in the Wasteland. Sure Yue Bai asked Guai Guai for advice, and Guai Guai dug up an old, tattered book for her. How I Mix Cement in the Wasteland. Sure Yue Bai read it for a while, then followed the instructions in the novel. Pour cement on the ground, shape it into a ring. Pour water into the ring, add some small stones, mix it up. Then slap it right onto the wall. The process was crude, just stuff the cement mixture into the gaps between the rocks as hard as you can. Guai Guai, watching from next door, couldn't help but suggest. Shouldn't you add some sand and smooth it out? Sure Yue Bai paused. No need, let's just leave it like this. We'll fix it up when we have the chance. After Sure Yue Bai's wild, slapdash efforts, a very rough, not-so-sturdy stone wall took shape. A textbook example of a janky, shoddy construction. But Sure Yue Bai was very satisfied. Her home finally had a wall. Next, her plan was to build this janky wall up to 2 meters high, so that no one in the team could easily peek into the Sure family's business. A new day began, and the women of the Sure family resumed another day of hard labor. They moved stones from behind the tarp to the front, all under Sure Yue Bai's not-so-professional direction. Gnome Yasi sorted out some smaller stones and mixed them by hand with cement. Together with the larger rocks, they built up their wall. Between two curved rubble walls, Sure Yue Bai deliberately left a doorway. It was big enough to fit her own hefty body through. At the moment, Sure Yue Bai couldn't find a door large enough to fit into the wall, so she had second sister-in-law Sure find 2 large bed sheets to make a double curtain for the entrance. This move nearly made the other survivors watching them from nearby teams laugh their teeth out. These old, weak, sick, and disabled women of the Sure family really were simple-minded fools. What kind of defense could 2 bed sheets possibly provide? At best, it was just for psychological comfort. More and more people mocked the Sure family for wasting their efforts. Among them, some less noticeable voices occasionally wondered aloud. What are those idiots from the Sure family doing? We can't even see their tarp anymore. Indeed, Sure Yue Bai had worked hard to build a rubble wall, but she never expected it to actually provide any real defense. She just didn't like having everything her family did watched by others, coming and going. That was all. After the wall was up, Sure Yue Bai had Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Sure move Sure Yaoao's desk outside. The light is better out here. Yaoao, you'll do your writing outside from now on. She gave instructions while checking Yao's homework. At first, Yao couldn't even write the character for Sky properly, sometimes adding an extra stroke, sometimes missing one. Sometimes, halfway through, she'd just start scribbling nonsense, making it impossible to tell what she was writing, let alone more complicated characters like Earth. The first day she tried writing Earth, who knew what she was actually writing. But after a few days, Yao's Sky character gradually became quite neat. Her Earth character also started to take shape, you could just about tell what it was. On the third day, Yuebai asked Yao to write person. That one was simple and Yao wrote it beautifully. After that, Yumi and her progress was clear. From the start, you could tell they were actual characters. Gnome Yasi leaned over, smiling. Yao is actually really great. Her handwriting is getting better and better. Most of the time, Yuebai set Yao's study plan. But the one who taught her to write hand over hand was Gnome Yasi. Gnome Yasi was a top student herself, with beautiful handwriting. She even held Yao to the standards of her own calligraphy teacher. Yuebai nodded, pointing at one of the strokes as she discussed it with Gnome Yasi. Look, the brushwork is really coming through. Second sister-in-law who was blind, sat quietly nearby, listening in. As she listened, her face was full of excitement. Everyone said her daughter was mentally disabled. Even she had believed it. But who could have guessed that in just a few days, her daughter could already write 6 characters? Sky, Earth, person Yumi, he. Second sister-in-law repeated the words to herself, eyes welling up. This is wonderful. My Yao is wonderful. Tears streamed down her face, black and yellow. Her eyes itched, and she lowered her head to rub them with her hand. Yuebai stopped her, second sister-in-law. Don't use dirty hands to wipe your eyes. There's a clean towel over there. Last time, when they went scavenging with Ija, Yao had found a brand new, boxed metal rack. Assembled, it became a metal clothes rack, complete with casters at the bottom. The moment it was put together, Yuebai brought out several new towels. Everyone in the family got their own towel, no sharing allowed. At first, Gnome Yasi thought it was a hassle. Who would be so particular in the Wasteland? But when she saw they had a whole pool of zero-radiation clean water, she understood. With such a big pool of clean water, after moving rocks all day, they could even swim in it. So, having their own towel and washing up every morning with clean water seemed only natural. Gnome Yasi got up and led second sister-in-law to the rack. Second sister-in-law, this is your towel. The clean water is here. Next to the rack was a large tank, found among the ruins while moving stones. It looked like it had once been used for ornamental fish at the Riverside amusement park before the apocalypse. Yuebai placed it next to the rack and filled it with water. This clean water was reserved for everyone to wash up in the mornings and for washing hands during the day. Second sister-in-law used a small plastic basin to scoop up some water from the tank. She bent over to wash her eyes with the clean water. When she straightened up for a moment, her vision turned gray and black. Webai. Second sister-in-law panicked. This gray-black was different from the total darkness she was used to. She didn't know what was happening. Was her brain disease getting worse? Out of habit, she called Yuebai's name, completely flustered. Yuebai quickly rolled over on her cart to her side. What's wrong? Standing by the basin, second sister-in-law shook her head. I think I'm fine now. It was just for a moment, the color in front of her eyes changed. Very quickly, her vision returned to pitch black. She relaxed and changed the subject. Webai, what should I do with this basin of water? Yuebai looked down at the water second sister-in-law had used to wash her eyes. Once clear, it was now black and yellow. Pour it out, dump it in the potato patch. Yuebai let second sister-in-law handle it herself. She turned to Gnome Yasi. The wall needs to be higher. Make it as high as you can. After all, if there was one thing they had plenty of, it was useless rocks. Just then, a group of people crowded outside the bedsheet door in the wall. Yuebai, you have mercenaries backing you. You're not short of food or water, while we're all starving. Food is getting harder and harder to find. Other teams don't have so many burdens, so they find food faster than we do. You have food, why don't you share it with everyone? The bedsheet curtain was lifted, and second sister-in-law hurried out, feeling her way. Bye-bye, what do we do? In the Wasteland, people could still find food, but they couldn't afford to relax. Especially now, when the family was made up entirely of women and children, none of them able to put up a fight. It was no surprise that they had sparked the team's outrage. The people from that group barged in, shouting as they pulled back the makeshift curtain made from a bedsheet. From their angle, they couldn't see that outside the family's tarp, there was also a clothes rack hung with clean towels. Yao had been sitting at her study desk writing. Worried, she looked up, pencil in hand, and started chewing on the end of it. Her anxiety made her head start to wobble again. Yuebai noticed and placed her palm firmly on top of Yao's head, pouring a large dose of soul power into the acupoint at the crown of her head. What are you panicking for? Don't you still have me? Soul power didn't have much effect on people in the Wasteland. But it could calm the mind, steady the spirit, and prevent wild thoughts. Antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds could have a similar effect. So whenever the family members were panicked, sleepless in the middle of the night, or jolted awake by nightmares, Yuebai would infuse them with some soul power. That way, they'd sleep a bit better. And wouldn't keep her up all night. Yao quickly calmed down, no more screaming or head wobbling. In a small voice, she asked, Auntie, what do we do now? Yuebai told her to keep working on her homework, then pushed her cart over to the gate in the wall. Looking out, she saw a few shifty-looking men from the group. But most of those who'd come this time were women. Their men had all gone out scavenging. I never said I wouldn't share food with everyone, Yuebai said. She waved for Nong Yasi to bring out the hundreds of potatoes, a case of powdered milk, a dozen or so cans of cat food, and several hundred small loaves of bread from under the tarp. The women's eyes lit up at the sight. Chen Huaihai's legitimate wife, with her sharp, mean face, couldn't wait. She stepped right onto the patterned stones. A gust of wind blew, lifting a mass of black hair draped over the wall. Wei Lingxia suddenly felt the world spin. She looked up and saw a pale face right in front of her. Long black hair floated in front of her, and blood-red lips seemed about to kiss her own. A red wedding dress fluttered. She shrieked and stumbled back a step. Her mind cleared instantly. Wei Lingxiao looked around. Her face, dirty and blackened, made it impossible to see her expression. What was that? What did I just see? The others were baffled. What do you mean, what? Wei Lingxia stared blankly for a while, searching everywhere, but saw no sign of the woman in the red wedding dress with long hair. There's something here, I know there is. She kept looking around, refusing to believe it was nothing. A woman beside her, impatient, shoved her. Don't start acting crazy. We're here for business. Reminded of their purpose, the group of women demanding food snapped back to attention. After all, the food their men brought home was getting scarcer, and water prices kept rising. If they didn't want to die of thirst, they had to rack their brains to find food. So they stopped caring about whatever Wei Lingxia was going on about. Their anger refocused on Yuebai. As the women continued to shout, demanding Yuebai share her food, Yuebai pulled out a thick wooden stick from behind her. She blew on one end, and it burst into flame. She held the torch over the pile of bread. What are you doing? Do you know what you're about to do? Someone shouted. Among the women, the few shifty men pushed forward anxiously. The one in front, just like Wei Lingxia, stepped onto the patterned stones. But he didn't move forward, he just froze. The man behind him shoved him, yelling, "What's wrong with you? Move." Suddenly, the man in front screamed, stumbled back, and waved his arms frantically. But nobody paid him any mind. Everyone's attention was on the torch in Yuebai's hand. They were terrified she'd actually burn all those loaves of bread. Take one more step and see what happens. Yuebai's face was full of malice. If I can't have it, none of you can. She'd never claimed to be a good person. Back in the witch tribe, Yuebai's motto was always, carve your own path and leave others with none. Here in the Wasteland, life was a daily struggle. She hoarded what little she could, like a hamster, just trying to make things a bit easier for herself. Every day, stuck in this huge, unwieldy body, barely able to walk, she felt like a useless lump. She'd been bottling up her anger for a long time. Now these people wanted to mess with her? Fine, then nobody gets to have it easy. As she watched the group's faces twist with both pain and fury, yelling at her and accusing her of wasting precious food, Yuebai felt a strange delight. She lowered the torch, and the cardboard box began to catch fire. The crowd at the gate gasped in horror. Several people couldn't help but lunge forward, trying to snatch the food from under her torch. But as soon as they took a step, they froze in place. Then, terrified, they backed away, craning their necks to look for something or someone around them. Once Yuebai had had her fun, she lifted the torch again. A wicked grin spread across her chubby, round face. Relax, I was just messing with you. If you want food, it's simple. Before, I traded bread for supplies with you, and you were all pretty happy about it, weren't you? As long as you have something I want, you can trade for it. Follow my rules, and everyone gets by. If you don't, then that's the end of it. She pressed the torch down again. The crowd at the gate cried out in alarm. A woman shouted, "What do you want?" I have some bricks at home. Do you want them?" She was desperate. Back in her tent, her starving child was barely clinging to life. Thinking of her son, she couldn't even cry anymore. Just one bite of food would keep her son alive for another day. But Yuebai could burn a whole box of bread without batting an eye. The woman was truly at her wit's end. Yuebai raised the torch and tilted her chin at the woman. "Bricks? Proper, neatly stacked bricks. Sure. Bring them over. 100 bricks for one loaf of bread." The woman stared at Yuebai in disbelief. After a few seconds, she snapped out of it, turned barefoot, and ran home. Weilingxia, now recovered from her fright, remembered why she'd come. She reached out to stop the woman. "Ahong, where are you going? Get out of my way." Ahong shoved Weilingxia aside. She was in a hurry to fetch bricks. Her son's life depended on it. Weilingxia never expected that Ahong, the very person who'd agreed to help her force all the food out of the Sher family's tent, would be the first to turn traitor. She ran a few steps after Ahong, calling out, "Come back, Ahong. Hurry, come back. As long as we get the Sher family's food, your son will be saved." Everyone was supposed to stand together and demand the Sher family share their food. As long as those idiots from the Sher family wanted to survive in this group, they'd have to hand over their supplies. Don't be fooled by Yuebai waving that torch around. She was just putting on a show. Yuebai would never actually burn the food. But Ahong ran like the wind, darting straight back to her own tent, completely ignoring Weilingxia's shouts. Weilingxia could only run a few steps before she had to stop. Her ribs had only just been broken by Chen Huaihai a few days ago, all because she hadn't listened to him properly. But it wasn't her fault. Half a month ago, Chen Huaihai had hit her on the head, and her hearing had never recovered. It wasn't that she was deliberately disobedient. Weilingxia, sweating and clutching her ribs, sat down to rest on a pile of rubble. After a moment, she turned to look at the Sher family's tent. Gritting her teeth, she got up and went to stir up the others again. If she couldn't force the Sher family to hand over their food today, she'd be in for another beating from Chen Huaihai. Behind Ahong's tent was a pile of red bricks, probably left over from before the Wasteland, when someone had planned to build shops by the embankment. Of course, anything edible from those shops had long since been looted. Ahong found a woven bamboo basket, tied a hemp rope to it, and started piling red bricks inside. She slung the rope over her shoulder and, straining with all her might, dragged the bricks toward the Sher family's tent. A crowd was still gathered at the Sher family's door. Some of them were clearly not in their right minds, wanting to rush into the Sher family's stone-patterned barricade, only to be scared off for some reason. All they could do was stand at the entrance and hurl verbal abuse at Yuebai. But Yuebai didn't care. She'd grown up being cursed at. Malice and insults meant nothing to her. "Move. Get out of the way." Ahong, drenched in sweat, dragged her basket of bricks forward. Yuebai raised an eyebrow. Ahong became the only woman allowed past the barricade. "Here are your bricks." Ahong collapsed to the ground, looking up at Yuebai with desperate hope. Sure, Web-Eye was unmoved. Not enough. Still short of 100. Ahong scrambled to her feet. I can bring more. I have plenty of bricks at home. Sure, Web-Eye curled her lip, looking like an old-time miser. Pile the bricks over there. Go on. Ahong did as she was told, dragging her empty basket home. Her son, lying on the ground, was nothing but skin and bones. His head looked huge, as if his neck could barely support it. Mama. He called out weakly as Ahong rushed to him, tears streaming down her face. She knelt beside him and kissed his forehead. Be good, sweetheart. Mama's going to get you something to eat. Hang in there. Her son blinked obediently, too weak to cry or fuss. Ahong hurried to the pile of bricks, frantically loading them into her basket. The hemp rope bit into her shoulder as she shouted, "Ah!" A small, frail woman, dragging a heavy load, step by agonizing step, back toward the Sure family's tent. After several trips, the rope had worn her shoulder raw and bloody. Those watching, including Wei Lingxia, wanted to say something, but in the end, no one knew what to say. How many more? Ahong dumped another load of bricks onto the ground, her shoulder slick with blood, and collapsed weakly in front of Sure Web-Eye. One short. Sure Web-Eye's eyes were clear and steady as she looked at Ahong. Someone outside the barricade shouted, "Just one short? Can't you let it go? Just give her the bread. Her son's about to die. Her boy's on his last breath. Just give it to her already." Sure Web-Eye, holding her staff, looked at Ahong. Are you going to waste more time here, or are you going to fetch that last brick? It was as if Ahong suddenly came back to life. She jumped up and ran home. When she returned, her son was on her back, and she clutched the final brick in her arms. Sure Web-Eye, please, give me food. Please. Ahong's tears had long since dried up. Exhausted, she sat on the ground with her son. The onlookers pointed at Sure Web-Eye, cursing her to high heaven. How can you be like this? Don't you have a heart? Everyone has parents. Why are you so much more ruthless than the rest of us? Be a human being, will you? Everyone thought Sure Web-Eye was just toying with Ahong. If she really had a heart, she would have given Ahong a piece of bread long ago. But Sure Web-Eye was too stingy to spare the food and just wanted to make Ahong run back and forth for her own amusement. Watching Ahong run around like a fool, who knew how Sure Web-Eye was laughing inside? That fat woman was really something else. Sure Web-Eye lifted her eyelids and swept her gaze over the crowd at the door. Sorry, but I never claimed to be human. She signaled to Sure Yaoao, who brought out a bottle of water and handed Ahong a piece of bread. Here's your bread. Sure Web-Eye's face was expressionless. She didn't even look at Ahong's stunned, petrified face. Sure Yaoao squatted beside Ahong, asking curiously, Auntie, isn't your son starving? Why are you just sitting there? Why was Ahong still in a daze? Ahong snapped out of it and looked at the small bottle of clear water in her hand. She didn't even need a radiation detector. Just seeing how crystal clear the water was, she knew how precious it must be. It's too much, Ahong croaked. Wasn't the deal 100 bricks for a piece of bread? So why, besides the bread, was she getting water, something thousands of times more valuable? Sure Web-Eye replied, just eating bread will make your mouth dry, won't it? She figured Ahong's son had been hungry for so long, he probably couldn't even produce saliva anymore. If he tried to eat bread, he'd probably choke to death. After all the effort Ahong had put in, even injuring her shoulder, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Sure Web-Eye might be heartless, but if Ahong paid the price, she deserved her due. Ahong's lips trembled as she looked at Sure Web-Eye's mountainous figure. She kowtowed, touching her forehead to the ground in sincere gratitude. Sure Web-Eye turned her head, pushing her cart aside to avoid her. Don't try that with her. Her heart was hard as iron. This was a business deal, fair and square. She wouldn't accept such a big gesture of thanks. Ahong stood with her back to the crowd. While no one was looking, Sure Yaoao secretly handed her a bottle of water. All anyone could see was that Sure Yaoao genuinely gave Ahong a piece of bread. After a while, Ahong's son, cradled in her arms, took a deep breath. He opened his eyes weakly. Mom. Just as he was about to say he wanted more water, Ahong quickly covered his mouth. The water and bread hadn't come easily to her, and she knew that if anyone found out she had a bottle of clear water on her, there was no way she'd make it safely back to her own tarp shelter today. Ahong hoisted her son onto her back. She really gave her bread, huh? The crowd started whispering, their eyes drifting toward Ahong's pockets. People who have been starving for a long time can't eat too much at once. They have to take it slow, bit by bit. So Ahong only let her son take a single bite of bread before putting away the rest. In the crowd, a few shifty-eyed men exchanged glances. Ahong's man had gone out scavenging. If they robbed Ahong of her bread now? Just as they were hatching their plan, Ahong, carrying her son, stopped in her tracks. She looked hopefully at Shiryu-bai, whose face was cold and indifferent. Is there anything else you want? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Shiryu-bai's gaze fell on a pile of red bricks. 100 bricks for a piece of bread. Bring as many red bricks as you have. As soon as she said this, a spark lit up in Ahong's eyes. She nodded eagerly, then hurried off with her son and an empty basket. The rest of the crowd started murmuring, is it really that simple? There are red bricks everywhere. If we bring some over, can we get bread too? Shiryu-bai looked at them. Don't you have anything else to trade? Previously, Shiryu-bai had traded bread for baby diapers, adult incontinence pads, disinfectant, and new clothes, even cement. She always used food to exchange for things others thought were useless junk. In fact, if you wanted to deal with Shiryu-bai and get food from her, there was no need to go to such lengths or risk a fight. After all, Shiryu-bai was a fool. Just trade some junk for her food. The survivors, who had been itching to cause trouble under Wailing Xia and those men's instigation, started to rack their brains. They began to think about what they could use to trade with Shiryu-bai for food. Someone brought out a box of sterile medical bandages. Shiryu-bai, will you trade for these? Yes. Shiryu-bai was generous, exchanging a small piece of bread for 10 boxes of sterile medical bandages. The whole group was in an uproar. Gradually, everyone started to figure out Shiryu-bai's logic. As long as it was new, in large quantities, and basically useless junk, you could trade it with Shiryu-bai. Someone lugged over a huge box of underwear. All brand new, Shiryu-bai. Look, there are adult and children's sizes. All kinds too, lace, boxers, briefs, thongs. There must be at least 1,000 pairs in here. I won't haggle with you. Let's just call it 1,000 pairs. I'll just trade for 10 small pieces of bread. That's fair, right? The man spoke gruffly, clearly trying to make things difficult for Shiryu-bai. He wanted to see if she'd really trade food for such a huge pile of useless, brand new underwear. Shiryu-bai glanced at the box full of underwear. Deal. That one word came calmly from her lips. Shiryu handed over 10 small pieces of bread to the man. He was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the bread and left. There weren't that many small pieces of bread to begin with. Some people traded for a bit, others for a bit more. Soon, the pile of bread in front of Shiryu-bai was almost gone. The large courtyard the Shir family had fenced off with rubble, once spacious, was now filling up with all sorts of odds and ends. The survivors watched as the pile of bread disappeared before their eyes. There wasn't a single piece left. Their urge to stir up trouble gradually faded away. Gnome Yasi looked at the courtyard full of red bricks and frowned at Shiryu-bai. Most of the people today brought red bricks. Are all the red bricks from Ahong's house being piled up here? At first, everyone held back and didn't touch Ahong's bricks. But later, when Ahong went to deliver bricks to Shiryu-bai, someone snuck into her house and stole 100 bricks. They brought them to Shiryu-bai, who barely glanced at them before trading a piece of bread. Encouraged, the survivors who had nothing else to trade all went to haul bricks from Ahong's house. Gnome Yasi kept muttering. And that person who brought cement the other day, today they brought another 300 bags. The 100 bags of cement already in the yard hadn't even been used up yet. Who knew when they'd ever get through the new 300 bags? Besides the cement, the family who had traded diapers for bread before brought over another 1,000 packs of diapers. They really did think Shiryu-bai was a fool. Gnome Yasi was a little angry. But Shiryu-bai didn't seem to mind. She rummaged through a big pile of handmade soap and picked out a bar of honey-scented essential oil soap. Shiryu-bai's eyes sparkled with delight. We can wash our hair today. In Yuebai's memory, essential oil soap could be used to wash your hair. At least, that's what some brands advertised. Yaoao was happy to see her aunt so pleased and clapped her hands in excitement. Yuebai told Yaoao to take a few bars of the essential oil soap back to their tent. Finally got rid of all those useless little breads. Let's celebrate today and take a nice, fragrant bath. Seeing Yuebai and Yaoao so happy, Nong Yasi didn't know whether she should laugh along with them. Other people had schemed and fought desperately just to get a single piece of bread. But to Yuebai, it was just useless junk. But then Nong Yasi remembered Yuebai was a water-type ability user. With her powers, what wouldn't she be able to get in the future? Nong Yasi felt at ease. She happily picked up Xiangrui from the baby cradle. Inside the tent, Yaoao and Yuebai couldn't wait to get into the pool. Yaoao took the essential oil soap and scrubbed Yuebai's greasy hair, working up a lather. Yuebai felt wonderful. The itch on her scalp was instantly soothed. One by one, the family members got into the pool, each holding a bar of essential oil soap. A thin layer of bubbles floated on the clear water, but because the water was so clean, the bubbles quickly disappeared. Yuebai said happily, "Starting today, I'm going to be a clean fatty." After getting out of the pool, Yuebai changed into the roomy new clothes her mother had just sewn for her. It was a new outfit made from 2 clean bedsheets stitched together into a tube shape. Even so, to Yuebai, it was already wonderful. In this wasteland, finding clothes that fit her was nearly impossible. Her old outfit, full of patches and holes, was long past wearing. She was so disgusted by her old clothes that she didn't even want to use them as rags. The whole family happily took a thorough bath. Even Xiangrui was put on a floating cloud by Nong Yasi, dressed in a Little Mermaid swimsuit with a neck float, and set to swim in the pool. Early the next morning, Yuebai received a message from Ija. "Ija, have you all been scavenging properly these past few days?" Yuebai replied casually, "Yeah." "Ija, have you found anything to eat?" Yuebai didn't want to get into it. If she told him she hadn't taken the family out scavenging at all, Ija would just sigh and fuss at her. So she lied, "We have. We're eating well." Ija didn't reply again. Yuebai breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the crowded courtyard, she turned and instructed Nong Yasi to keep moving the stones behind the tarp today. After digging a small pool on the path behind the family's tarp leading to the public restroom, the whole area was much more spacious. The open space stretched out from under the bridge supports and went all the way up. Luckily, the people who built the city before the apocalypse had considered the needs of people with disabilities. They had installed ramps beside the steps. That made it much easier for Nong Yasi and second sister-in-law to haul stones with the construction cart. The mechanical digging arm was a huge help in moving the stones. Yuebai planned things out. The rubble on the steps could wait. For now, just clear the stones from the ramp. That way, the ramp would be ready for use, and they wouldn't even need to pave it with cement. Yuebai. A cautious voice sounded by the courtyard gate. Yuebai turned and saw Ahong, eyes red, her son on her back, hunched over timidly. Yuebai frowned at her round face, annoyed. "What do you want?" "All my red bricks were stolen." Ahong looked like she was about to fall apart. She'd run around all day yesterday, already starving, then had to sprint for her life. When she got back to her tarp, she passed out from exhaustion. When she woke up this morning, she found that all the red bricks by her tarp had been stolen. Someone in the group had used her bricks to trade with Yuebai for bread. Ahong said humbly, "I don't have anything left to trade." "Yuebai, is there anything you need from me?" "I can give you anything. I'm begging you, please." Even though the others said Yuebai had run out of bread to trade, they'd managed to trick some bread out of the family by pooling their junk and sharing it among the group. But Yuebai still had a box of potatoes and over a dozen cans of cat food. Now everyone was thinking about how to get those things from her. Ahong was desperate. The little bread she got yesterday had already been broken into tiny pieces and mixed with water to feed her son. She herself hadn't eaten a bite of bread or had a sip of water. Yuebai was irritated. "Can you stop begging all the time? Is your dignity really that worthless? Sure, Webai wasn't some kind of sadist who enjoyed watching people grovel at her feet. She said harshly, if you have nothing to trade, I can't give you food. This isn't a charity. With that, she pushed her flatbed cart and turned to leave. Behind her, Ahong cried out. Then can I help you move stones? Please. I still have strength, I'm strong. I can do it, really, sure, Webai. Please, no, just give me a chance. Let me prove I'm useful. Sure, Webai stopped and looked back at Ahong. Ahong straightened her knees, which had been about to bend. Just as she thought Sure Webai was going to coldly refuse her, Sure Webai nodded. Do you know how to mix cement? Oh, doesn't matter if you don't, I don't either. I don't need you to move bricks. I want you to build that wall. Last night, with so much stuff around, someone had tried to climb the wall into the Sure family's yard to steal. Sure Webai hadn't even needed to do anything, the sight of her hair had scared the intruder off. But the wall she'd built was basically a shoddy mess. A casual push, and it collapsed. Honestly, Sure Webai was almost moved to tears by her own handiwork. Now that Ahong had offered, Sure Webai didn't have to fix the rubble wall herself. Ahong nodded eagerly, set her skin and bones sun down, rolled up her sleeves, and started mixing cement by the collapsed wall. As she'd said, she still had some strength left. Even after going so long without food, she could still wield a shovel. She was more experienced than Sure Webai, able to sift out the tiniest stones from the rubble to mix with the cement. Just as Ahong was about to mix the cement, she turned and saw a huge vat of clean water beside her. Ahong. Webai this. So much clean water, and they were using it to mix cement? Ahong felt faint. Sure Webai snapped, don't slack off, get to work, or I'll dock your food. She was holding a book borrowed from Guai Guai, titled The Overbearing CEO's Delicate Darling. It was mildly interesting, but not much. Ahong didn't dare say another word and just worked as hard as she could. After a while, she asked timidly, Miss Sure, can I give my son a little of this water? Sure Webai glanced over and called out, Yaoao, get some water for Ahong and her son. Yaoao, who was practicing her handwriting, obediently stood up and ran into the tarp, coming back with 2 bottles of water. Here, this is clean. Yaoao might be naive, but she treated her aunt's words as law. Auntie only let them drink the bottled water. The pool water for bathing, the water by the clothes rack for washing faces, and the water by the cement for mixing cement, none of that was for drinking. Auntie said it was dirty. Ahong took the 2 bottles with trembling hands and carefully fed her son a sip. Mom. Her son opened his thin eyelids. Mom, you drink too. Yaoa watched from the side, then looked back at second sister-in-law Sure and Sure Webai. She brought a bottle of water over to them. Mom, have some water. Auntie, have some water. With Ahong's help, the cement at Sure Weibai's house was mixed very evenly. Sure Webai finished reading her book and then watched Ahong for a while. Your technique is really skilled, she remarked with some admiration. The wall Sure Webai had built herself stood in stark contrast to the one Ahong was building with red bricks. At a glance, Ahong's red brick wall was much neater. Ahong replied respectfully. When we first arrived in the Wasteland, we lived around here. Back then, my husband also wanted to use these red bricks to build a house. In their original world, after an apocalyptic disaster, the whole planet had become a wasteland. Countless people died. There was no need to keep count, no one could, and there weren't enough people left to do it anyway. Ahong and her husband, with their son, survived the apocalypse and had been hiding under a bridge pier ever since. Back then, life wasn't quite so hard. Even in the ruins, you could still find plenty to eat. Ahong followed her husband, trying to build some kind of shelter. That's when she learned how to mix cement and lay bricks. Later on, food became scarcer and scarcer. Everywhere that could possibly yield food had already been picked clean. As she spoke, Ahong kept laying bricks without stopping. We never finished building our house. My husband went out every day to look for food, but there just wasn't much to find. She spoke with her head down, busy with her hands. Her heart was full of bitterness. But her eyes were dry. Her body simply didn't have any extra moisture left to produce tears. Sure Webai didn't say anything. Just then, second sister Sher and gnome Yasi came over, pushing a cart full of gravel. They didn't know what to say either. Suddenly, Sher Webai laughed. Who isn't having a hard time? At least you and your husband are both of sound mind, able to think logically. Look at the Sher family, some are old, some are young. If Sher Webai hadn't suddenly transmigrated here, who knows how this family would have ended up, probably picked clean to the bone. What does anyone have really? Everyone's struggling. So why feel sad or bitter? Compared to most people, Ahong was already much better off. Ahong, head down and working, took a deep breath and smiled too. That's true. Actually, our life is already much better now. She gathered her energy and quickly finished building a wall. Then she turned to Sher Webai and said, "If only we had a sand crusher. We could turn all this gravel into sand and even plaster the wall with it." Sher Webai raised her eyebrows. All right. She didn't say anything more, just told Sher Yao to bring 2 cans of cat food, 2 radiation-free potatoes, and 2 bottles of water for Ahong. That's all for today. If you want more food, come back tomorrow. She needed to reorganize the yard. There was too much stuff piled up now and the space was too small. She should fence off a separate area just for storing all the supplies she'd traded for with bread. Also, Sher Webai planned to talk to Guai Guai about fencing off his tarp shelter as well. After all, there was enough cement and red brick. And if the red bricks ran out, Sher Webai could keep building with stone. Ahong hugged her pile of supplies, trembling all over. It was too much, really too much. Just for a day's work, she'd gotten 2 portions of food. And among them were 2 bottles of precious, clean water. Yesterday, she'd just licked the rim of the bottle Sher Yao had given her. Clear water was different, so sweet and refreshing. Not like the water sold in the big city, which always had a foul, bitter taste. Ahong wanted to kneel to Sher Webai again. But when she saw Sher Webai turn her head, that look of disgust in her eyes, Ahong straightened up and bowed instead. Thank you. And I won't tell anyone. Ahong was no fool. Like Gnome Yasi, she suspected Sher Webai might be an ability user. She knew that if word got out, Sher Webai could easily be skinned alive by her own team. Or worse, people from the big city might get involved. All the ability users in the Wasteland kept their powers hidden until they could protect themselves, just to avoid this kind of trouble. The ones who did show themselves were always extremely powerful leaders at the very top of the pyramid. Ordinary survivors could only look up to them. Sher Webai raised an eyebrow. Seeing how tactful Ahong was, she didn't bother with any warnings. After Ahong left with her son, Sher Webai once again compared the wall she'd built with the one Ahong had made. The difference was huge. She felt a bit depressed. All she could do was pick up a stone, cast a strength spell, and squeeze it hard. The palm-sized stone was crushed into fine powder. Didn't they need sand? Without a sand crusher, Sher Webai would just make some by hand. To crush stones into sand, she had to use the strength spell. These days, Sher Webai had been using the water-gathering spell every day, constantly pouring spiritual energy into the enhanced dizziness array under her feet. She'd also used soul power to make a bridal-dressed puppet. And she had to keep infusing the Sher family members' bodies with fat energy. Her body was in constant pain. The agony of torn meridians was something only she herself knew. Using the strength spell was just adding another layer of pain on top of that. So Sher Webai didn't care. What she did care about was how slow she was. After crushing stones for ages, she'd only made a small pile of sand. When night fell, Sher Webai had Sher Yao bag up about 10 potatoes and bring 10 bottles of water, each about 500 milliliters. The 2 of them went to the outside of Guai Guai's tarp shelter. I always knew you had a lot of stuff here, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Sher Webai pushed a cart inside. But after a few steps, she couldn't go any further. Actually, Guai Guai's tarp covered an area several times larger than the Sher family's. He alone occupied most of the space under the bridge. But inside his tarp, there was barely any room to move. It was packed with all sorts of strange parts. Most of the junk he'd scavenged was piled up outside the bridge pier, stacked high. Sher Webai clicked her tongue. With all this stuff, can you make me a sand crusher? Guai Guai, hair wild and eyes fixed on the potatoes and water in Shi Yao's hands, replied, I can, but there's no power source. You wouldn't be able to use it. In other words, he could build it, but there was no electricity or fuel. Shi Bai pursed her lips. Well, that was the curse of the Wasteland. But she didn't give up. Think of something. I need sand. Guai Guai glanced at her, then beckoned for Shi Yao to hand over the food and water. His voice was as harsh as a duck's quack. There's one way, modify a mechanical digging arm, and you can crush the gravel by hand. Like you did just now. He'd seen Shi Bai crushing stones by hand in the yard earlier. Why haven't I gone out to have fun yet, and the holiday is already half over? No, this can't be true. When someone saw her using the strength spell, Shi Bai didn't panic. It was nothing at worst, she'd just silenced them. Besides, Guai Guai wasn't the type to gossip. She raised an eyebrow at him. His hair, now cut to shoulder length, hung down clean and straight, surprisingly smooth and jet black. So black it almost shimmered with a faint blue sheen. The hair quality of this body Shi Bai was using wasn't bad at all. All right, we'll do as you suggested. She turned back with Shi Yao. The next morning, before dawn, Shi Bai didn't even have to ask Guai Guai. He brought over the improved digging mechanical arm on his own. A real talent. His digging arm didn't use any power source, just clever mechanical design to maximize force. It could easily crush a stone. I can't get it down to powder, though, Guai Guai said, a little regretful. He hunched over, skinny and shriveled, clothes in tatters, hair a mess. He watched as Shi Bai crushed a stone into fine powder with her bare hands. It was so fine, even finer than sand from a sand mill. But Guai Guai's mechanical arm, using only physics, could at best crush stones into uneven granules. Still, with all the women of the Shi family, and even little Shi Yao working together, the speed at which they produced gravel increased a lot. Guai Guai glanced over. The old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Shi family sat on the stone pile in the yard, wearing the digging arms and crushing rocks. He turned to leave. From start to finish, Guai Guai never showed the contempt or ridicule toward the Shi family that others did. Some people from other teams, especially the tall ones, would shamelessly crane their necks over the rubble wall to peek inside. Seeing the Shi family all crushing stones together, they burst out laughing. What's this? Are those idiots playing with rocks now? Hey, how much longer can your potatoes last? Shi Bai is out here trading supplies. As soon as they shouted from outside, Shi Bai dropped the stone in her hand, dusted the powder off her thick palms, and calmly wheeled her cart to the door. Outside stood Chen Huaihai, Chu Zhongshuan, and a few others. Behind them was Wei Lingxia, her face bruised and swollen. Chen Huaihai's beady rat eyes kept darting behind the sheet that served as their door curtain. When he spotted Nong Yasi, he spat slut. He was just waiting to see how long Nong Yasi would stay with the Shi family once they ran out of food. Fat idiot, here's a pile of shit. Trade it for your cat food? Want to? Chu Zhongshuan sneered, looking at Shi Bai with both disgust and disdain. When Shi Bai paused to think, the men around him and Chen Huaihai burst into laughter. She's actually considering it? Trading cat food for shit? Ha ha. Second sister-in-law Shi, furious, felt her way out, hands trembling, her blank eyes facing Chen Huaihai and Chu Zhongshuan. Don't go too far. We're not as stupid as you think. Those little buns they traded away, Bai said they were expired. She wouldn't let the Shi family eat them. Though the Shi family hadn't gone hungry lately, they were nowhere near desperate enough to trade potatoes for shit. Chen Huaihai and Chu Zhongshuan laughed maniacally. She says they're not stupid? Ha ha. The whole group mocked the Shi family's old, weak, sick, and disabled as idiots and morons. Chen Huaihai sneered, yeah, as if an idiot would know they're an idiot. Second sister-in-law Shi was so angry she was about to cry. She'd been drinking a lot of water lately. Shi Bai's water was like it was free, nourishing the Shi family. As she started to cry, blackish yellow tears rolled down her cheeks. A familiar sting burned her eyes. Even her daily headaches eased a little from the pain. She heard even louder laughter from across the way. She was both angry and hurt. Sure Yuebai turned back to her and said, "Our own flaws are ours to accept. There's nothing to argue about. But if you can't handle a few taunts, that's real stupidity. You have to know yourself." Chen Huaihai calls them idiots, morons, fatties, and so on. Isn't it true? If you can't admit your own flaws and feel wronged when others mock you, and then argue with those who are whole and able, you're just making things harder for yourself. People mock you because they want to get under your skin. If you can't let it go and get all worked up, they'll just mock you even more. Second sister-in-law Sher asked, "So what should we do? Just let them bully us?" Sher Yuebai replied calmly, "There's only one way to deal with people like that. Don't talk, just kill them." As soon as she finished, Chu Zhongshuan and the others laughed even harder. Haha, she's so tough. We're so scared, oh so scared. Bang! A gunshot. One of those ancient handguns from ages ago. Ija and his mercenaries, who were on their way to the Sher house, suddenly stopped. He turned his dirty face, ears perked toward the Sher house. Something's wrong. That was a gunshot. No one used such old weapons anymore. Almost no one could even recognize the sound. Ija, though, came from a long line of garrison soldiers. He knew all kinds of weapons, hot, cold, even lasers. He and his mercenaries sprinted toward the Sher house. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongshuan stared in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. He looked at second sister-in-law Sher as his body collapsed backward. She stood there, hands shaking, holding a black pistol. Her hearing was unmatched, even though she was blind. She'd hit Chu Zhongshuan's heart with a single shot. One bullet, dead. Chen Huaihai took a long time to react. He pointed at second sister-in-law Sher, mouth opening and closing, wanting to curse, to kill her. But she, still trembling, suddenly swung the gun toward him. We're not, she murmured. "We're not what you say we are." At last, no one dared mock them as a bunch of idiots anymore. See? Sure Yuebai was right. When it comes to people who taunt you, just kill them. Why argue? The more you argue, the more it seems you can't accept your flaws. Just kill them. Kill them all. Fuck you all. Ija, from far away, could already smell the stench. He and his mercenaries rushed over and saw the scene. A group of men had been bullying Sher Yuebai and second sister-in-law Sher, two people at a disadvantage. One look, and Ija knew they'd been bullied. He and his mercenaries charged in, fists and feet flying at Chen Huaihai and the others. "I already told you, didn't I? The Sher family is under my protection now. You bastards dare bring chicken manure here to humiliate them." Ija was furious. A few mercenaries beat Chen Huaihai's group of men until they were wailing and begging for mercy. On the ground, Chu Zhongshuan's corpse seemed to be deliberately ignored. Ija didn't notice it, and neither did the other mercenaries. Amidst the chaos, Sher Yuebai's eyes fell on the dozens of bags of chicken manure that Chen Huaihai and the others had brought over. She hesitated inwardly. She actually wanted that manure. It wasn't that her family was short on manure. Ever since Sher Yuebai stopped eating and drinking, using only her body fat for energy, she no longer needed to relieve herself. As for Nom Yasi, second sister-in-law Sher, mother Sher, and little Yao, the four of them only drank a bit of water that Sher Yuebai gave them each day and ate nothing else. Even though Ija had traded hundreds of potatoes for Sher Yuebai earlier, those potatoes were just left to sprout in the ground. Nom Yasi and the others never touched them. With only water to drink, the four of them still needed to use the public toilet once a day, for both big and small business. All they had to do was climb over the tarp behind the Sher family's shelter to a pile of rubble nearby. In fact, the public toilet, half buried in the ruins, wasn't hard to access. As long as your legs worked, you could step on the rubble by the door and get inside to use it. In the Sher family, the only ones who used to relieve themselves anywhere were little Yao and Sher Yuebai. Little Yao, because of developmental issues, couldn't control herself. Sher Yuebai, because she was so obese, couldn't move at all. But ever since little Yao got her prosthetic legs, there was no one left who relieved themselves outside. Now, the Sher family shelter was clean and tidy, nothing like what outsiders imagined, with filth everywhere. Shirwebai quietly wheeled her tablet cart closer to the bags of chicken manure Chen Huaihai's group had brought. On the plastic packaging, the words chicken manure were printed in big red letters. But underneath, there was a line of small print explaining its use. It really was chicken manure. But it was composted chicken manure, fertilizer for growing crops to improve the soil. Shirwebai only had a small patch of potato seedlings planted behind the Shir family's tarp. It stretched out from under the shelter of a bridge pier. This chicken manure from the Wasteland could be used to grow potatoes. Having made up her mind, Shirwebai tapped the bags of manure lightly with her stick. Glancing up, she spotted Ah Hong, who was carrying her son to work nearby. "Come here." Shirwebai waved her over, asking Ah Hong to carry all the bags of chicken manure into the Shir family's yard. Ah Hong did as she was told. She set her son down. He lay quietly under the wall of the Shir family's yard. Last night, Ah Hong's son had eaten a can of cat food and drunk a bottle of water. Today, he finally wasn't as sickly as before. He lay there quietly, watching the mercenaries beat Chen Huaihai's group bloody. In the end, Chen Huaihai and his men fled in disgrace. They didn't even have time to take Chu Zhongshuan's corpse with them. Ija and the others glanced at the chaos on the ground, their eyes skimming over Chu Zhongshuan. They just assumed he'd been knocked out by someone. "I gave you a communicator so you could contact me right away if anything happened." Ija frowned deeply, bending down to look at Shirwebai, who was like a mountain of flesh. "How long have people in this team been bullying you?" Shirwebai thought for a moment. "You mean their constant mocking?" "That's always been the case." What did bullying even mean? Shirwebai never really felt like she was being bullied by the others in the team. Even today, when Chen Huaihai's group brought chicken manure to trade for her little bread rolls, Shirwebai had seriously considered how many bags of chicken manure she could get for a single bread roll. Seeing Shirwebai's calm, expressionless face, Ija lowered his head and rubbed his face. "What are you all going to do?" The more Ija thought about it, the more worried he felt for the Shir family's widows and orphans. They really didn't seem very bright. Back when Shir-E was still around, Ija hadn't paid much attention to the Shir family. But now Shir-E was dead. Ija's best brother in the defense squad was gone from this wasteland. All that was left was a group of widows and orphans. Ija felt the burden on his shoulders growing heavier. He gritted his teeth and said decisively to Shirwebai, "I'm moving into your team." Most mercenaries now lived in the big city. The city's management arranged housing for them, but it was always right up against the city walls. To the city's leaders, they spent points to hire mercenaries to expand the safe zone and protect the city. So they wanted to get the most out of these mercenaries. By making them live right at the city walls, if mutant beasts or zombies attacked, the mercenaries would be the first in danger. In that situation, the mercenaries would fight to the death against the monsters. But Shirwebai's team was outside the city, not far from the walls. Shirwebai politely refused. "That's not necessary, Brother Ija. People in the team humiliating us is nothing new, we're used to it." What she really meant was that she didn't want to get too involved with Ija. Ija was a good person, but he liked to meddle too much. Even though he'd been busy fighting mutant beasts these days, every morning he'd remind Shirwebai to take everyone in the Shir family to scavenge for food in the area he'd marked out. Shirwebai would agree, saying she'd already taken everyone out. But in reality, she just stayed home, enjoying her days. If Ija moved into their team, she'd have to go scavenging under his watchful eye every day. People say that once you tell one lie, you have to tell 100 more to cover it up. Shirwebai thought gloomily that, if she'd known it would come to this, she should have just told Ija from the start that she didn't have time to scavenge. Ija's dark eyes burned with a barely contained anger. "You're used to being humiliated by others?" This was bullying Shirye's family. "These cowards only pick on the weak. As long as I'm here, no one will dare humiliate you again. At least, not so openly in front of him." Ija turned and found a patch of empty ground next to the Shir family's odd-looking tarp. He decided to settle down there. His decision quickly spread through the whole team. Not long after, the team leader came over to Shirwebai with a friendly smile, ready for a chat. The team leader smiled at Shirwebai, his face creased with wrinkles. Whereby your Sure family has suffered before, and it's all because I, as the team leader, didn't take good care of you. Second sister-in-law Sure was sitting just behind Sure Whereby. She turned her head, her expression sour. The child died, and now you come to show concern. Back when people in the group wanted to bully her, calling her whole family idiots, this team leader was nowhere to be seen. But now, upon hearing that Asia was going to stay here, he rushed over in a hurry. Hearing the team leader's warm words, second sister-in-law Sure felt a nameless anger rise in her chest. Sure Whereby, on the other hand, was calm, expressionlessly watching the team leader. The survivor group the Sure family belonged to was actually quite small. Compared to the large survivor teams, this little group had no advantage whenever they went out scavenging. Even scavenging in the Wasteland had its own hierarchy. After mercenaries secured a new safe zone, the city's management would send people in first to sweep it clean. That usually only took a day or two. Only after that would the management officially announce the boundaries of the new safe zone. But before the announcement, some well-connected large survivor teams would go in for a second sweep. Only after the official announcement would the small and medium teams rush in to scavenge whatever was left. Even so, fights would often break out between teams over territory while scavenging. The Under the Bridge team lost every time. Their members were always grumbling and complaining. Many families with some strength had already moved out, joining other teams. It was said the Chen family wanted to leave too. Chen Huaihai was just waiting for his two sons, Chinda and Chinair, to return. They'd already said that as soon as the two came back, they'd move out immediately. So, in this power dynamic, having a mercenary team leader join their group was a big deal. Of course, the team leader wanted to get close to Sure Whereby and build a good relationship with the Sure family. At this moment, the team leader was sitting inside the Sure family's walled yard. He was, after all, the team leader, and he'd greeted Sure Whereby very politely when he arrived. Sure Whereby had let him in. Now, the team leader acted as if he hadn't heard second sister-in-law Sure's words. He glanced around the yard and praised, "Sure Whereby, you really have a lot of stuff here. It's like a little open-air warehouse." Sure Whereby replied bluntly, "We're not moving, but you need to deal with Chu Zhongshuan's corpse and the Chu family." She had no patience for small talk. He was only here because he saw the value in the Sure family. And Asia moving in was to back them up. If Sure Whereby said they weren't moving, then Asia wouldn't leave either. The team leader froze for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he felt awkward again. He said, "Whereby, you know your situation. Ever since the men in your family had their accident, the team hasn't collected any food from you. So this time, with the water distribution." He looked troubled. Every time they went scavenging, the team would collect a portion of the food as dues to buy water from the city. The Sure family, being old, weak, sick, or disabled, hadn't gone scavenging with them. So the team leader had nothing to collect from them. Since they hadn't paid dues, naturally, they couldn't get any water from the team. He'd come partly to build relations with the Sure family, and partly to inform them of this. Second sister-in-law Sure's face showed a hint of sarcasm. Her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. The Sure family had so much clean water, why would they want the team's water, which was 100% radioactive? In the latest safe zone announced by the city management, there's actually quite a bit of food, the team leader said, watching second sister-in-law Sure's face, afraid she'd get angry. "How about you come scavenging with us tomorrow? Whereby, since you can't move, let second sister-in-law and Dr. Nong come with us." Before second sister-in-law Sure or Dr. Nong could reply, Sure Whereby refused. "Second sister-in-law and Dr. Nong can't protect themselves. Let's talk about it another time." She made it clear she didn't want to continue the conversation. The team leader glanced again at the crowded Sure family yard. He sighed, got up, and left. Life being hard isn't scary. What's scary is not working hard to improve. For the sake of the mercenary team leader, he'd wanted to give the Sure family a hand, but Sure Whereby had refused. That was fine too. Taking a blind woman like second sister-in-law and a pretty woman like Dr. Nong out scavenging, who knows what trouble that might cause. As soon as the team leader left, Dr. Nong came over. "Whereby, see? People are so pragmatic. Now that we have someone backing us, he can't wait to cozy up to us. Ahong, while building the wall, sneered. That's how people are, especially in the Wasteland. No one bothers to pretend anymore. The warmth and coldness of human relationships is on full display. Shi Yuebai waved for Shi Yaoao to come over. She said to Shi Yaoao, "Remember this. This is normal. We don't need to stand on a moral high ground and criticize the team leader. For useless burdens, he didn't kick us out, he just ignored us. That's already pretty humane." Shi Yaoao nodded, half understanding. Ahong's son, half lying on a rock, also fell into thoughtful silence. Shi Yuebai turned, pushing her tablet cart toward the tarp. If the environment is harsh, then use everything you have to make yourself valuable to others. Living is just that simple. Don't talk to Shi Yuebai about feelings or sentiment. Even two lovers deeply in love, if neither can meet the other's needs in any way, they'll break up. Whether it's physical needs, emotional value, or material needs, at least one must be met. Let alone someone like the team leader, who's barely connected. The Shi family didn't need to be too harsh on him. As long as things were passable, that was enough. Faced with the cold and warmth of human relationships, Shi Yuebai was frighteningly calm. But as soon as she entered the tarp and saw the message on her communicator, her cold expression instantly melted. "Ija, I've settled in. Let everyone go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take all of you out scavenging." According to Iwa's nice guy plan, they'd get up at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow, and he'd take Shi Yuebai and the others to meet up with the mercenaries. They'd have to be on the defense line before dawn. Shi Yuebai, her face scrunched like a pancake, stared at the scratched-up communicator screen for a long while. "Shi Yuebai, no need for everyone to go. Yaoao and I will take Xiangrui, that's enough. Ija, I'm not comfortable leaving second sister-in-law and auntie here alone." This team's survival situation was dire. After leaving the Shi family's yard, the team leader immediately went to Ija, chatting him up for quite a while. It was obvious he wanted to bypass the Shi family and curry favor with Ija. School starts tomorrow." The group leader came over and said something to Shi Yuebai, and Ija could pretty much guess what it was about. But Ija didn't say much. He didn't have the time to deal with this group leader. He still had to set up his own tent. He didn't have any extra stuff with him. Aside from the tent, it was just Ija himself. And just like that, he'd moved into the team where the Shi family was. Wearing his combat uniform, Ija lay on a self-inflating mattress, using his army backpack as a pillow. He looked at the communicator in his hand. Shi Yuebai hadn't sent any more messages. Just as Ija was thinking that Shi Yuebai and the others had probably fallen asleep, there were some awkward footsteps outside the tent. It was probably Shi Yaoao. Ija sat up quickly, crossed his legs, and waited. Shi Yaoao shook her head and said clearly, "Uncle E, Auntie asked me to bring this over." She carefully put what she was holding outside the tent, then turned and ran off. Ija, a bit confused, poked his head out of the tent to look at what was left in the moonlight. 2 potatoes, baked in the ashes by the campfire. Shi Yuebai, even though her own family was struggling, still did this for him. Scan, 0 radiation contamination potatoes. Ija's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed in surprise. He'd seen 0 radiation potatoes before. He'd thought the 2 potatoes the Shi family had before were already a stroke of luck. But now here were 2 more 0 radiation potatoes? Since the apocalypse, Ija hadn't seen this many uncontaminated potatoes. Shi Yuebai was particular about food quality, and she'd even cooked the potatoes for him. Ija ate the 2 0 radiation potatoes. With complicated feelings, he sat cross-legged in his tent, eating every last bit, not even leaving the skins. The fullness in his stomach made him lie down. Too lazy to move, he slept the best sleep he'd had since the apocalypse began. At 4 a.m. the next day, Ija got up on time. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked to the Shi family's tarp shelter. "Ija, Shi Yuebai, come out, we're going scavenging." A few minutes later, Shi Yuebai came out with a sour look on her face, followed by the Shi family, all yawning. Everyone shuffled out into the moonlight. It was Gnome Yassi's first time going scavenging with the Sher family since joining them. She stood at the edge of their perimeter, holding Sher Yaoao in her arms, a little nervous as she looked at Sher Yuebai. If we all go, what about the stuff in the shelter? Inside the Sher family's tarp, besides a pool's worth of water, there were also a lot of potatoes and barely touched cans of cat food. Sher Yuebai had already told Ahong yesterday to finish her chores today while carrying her son. But who could guarantee that their food wouldn't get stolen while they were out? Sher Yuebai said, "No one can get in. Don't worry." Without Sher Yuebai's permission, no one could enter the Sher family's shelter. It was hard enough just to get into the yard. The only thing Sher Yuebai worried about was that when the sun came up, she'd be exposed to direct sunlight. When that happened, her weight would balloon. The stronger the sun, the faster her weight would increase. Usually, hiding in the Sher family's place, Sher Yuebai could always find a patch of shade. Even if her weight still increased, she could burn off the extra fat by constantly using her fat energy. So she kept her weight fluctuating around 716 jin, about 358 kilograms. Just then, Ija came back from the front line with Qinyong. Qinyong waved hello to Sher Yuebai. Sher Yuebai turned her head away, looking cold and not wanting to talk. Ija patted Qinyong on the shoulder, then walked up to Sher Yuebai and bent down to look at her. Seeing her sour expression, Ija couldn't help but laugh. "I know you don't want to move, but getting out and scavenging with the whole family is pretty good, isn't it?" For some reason, Ija found Sher Yuebai kind of cute. Dragging her out to scavenge, she was clearly annoyed. But even her anger was kind of cute. Sher Yuebai took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and said nothing. Faced with someone who looked decent, had good abilities, and was determined to protect the Sher family, Sher Yuebai didn't even know how to lose her temper. Ija smiled and patted her head. He was surprised at how soft and clean her hair felt. He didn't think much of it when he saw Sher Yuebai awkwardly shake her head. He just laughed and pulled Qinyong away. Qinyong felt like Ija was teasing a pet. He shook his head and followed Ija back to the front line. Soon, the sun came up. To Sher Yuebai's despair, today's sun wasn't just big, it was huge. By morning, the temperature was already 30 degrees. By noon, it would be even hotter. Sher Yuebai sat on a flatbed cart, angrily closed her eyes, and checked her weight internally. 717 jin. 720 jin. 731 jin. Very quickly, her weight was approaching her original maximum. Sher Yuebai started to panic. She beckoned to Sher Yaoao, "Quick, quick, Yaoao, come here." When Sher Yaoao came over, Sher Yuebai transferred 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, of fat into her body. Sher Yaoao shook her head a little, not understanding what her aunt was doing. "All right, now go get your mom." Sher Yuebai called over second Aunt Sher, Gnome Yassi, and her own mother one by one. Under the pressure of the sun's radiation and her expanding weight, Sher Yuebai went a little crazy and injected 6 jin, 3 kilograms, of fat energy into each member of the Sher family. That was already the maximum a normal human body could handle. Second Aunt Sher pinched her arm. She was puzzled. She hadn't eaten much lately, but her clothes felt tighter. Her once thin arms now had a bit of meat on them. Gnome Yassi felt the same. But like second Aunt Sher, she figured people could go 3 days without food, but not 3 days without water. With Sher Yuebai being a water-type ability user, their skin was hydrated and their cells were full of water. So it made sense that they looked a little plumper. "Sher Yuebai." Ija's voice rang out again. He came back from the front line, a laser rifle slung over his back, and squatted in front of Sher Yuebai with a smile. Seeing her scowling, he couldn't help but tease. "Still mad? You've been sulking all morning." Before he finished, Sher Yuebai put her hand on Ija's shoulder. A twisted, wicked grin appeared on her face. "Not mad, just think the sun's a bit much today." "It is a bit much." Ija was about to check the ground temperature when he suddenly paused. He felt a surge of heat flow from Sher Yuebai's palm through his shoulder, spreading into every part of his body. Sweat broke out on Iwa's forehead. He felt more energetic, but his belt seemed a bit tight. He had a strange feeling. Did he just get a bit of a beer belly? "Ija, gaining weight painlessly. Human body fat is also a form of energy. The potential of chubby people is actually limitless. Those who manage to survive the apocalypse and make it into the Wasteland era were, for the most part, people who used to have some meat on their bones. Take Ah Hong's son, for example. According to Ah Hong, her son used to be very fat, a chubby kid since he was little. He was always teased by people around him and by his classmates at school, who called him Little Fatty. It was only after there was nothing to eat or drink that her son gradually slimmed down. But among the kids his age, the skinniest one had already starved to death. As for the rest, who knows if they're still alive. Brother Ija, you're really a good person. If my big brother were still here, he'd definitely be grateful to you. Sure, Yuebai was making small talk, just to pump a bit more fat energy into Ija's body. Ija tilted his head, glancing at Sure Yuebai's hand that had been resting on his shoulder the whole time. Maybe Sure Yuebai herself hadn't noticed. Her hand was burning hot. Almost hotter than the sun. Ija pressed his lips together, watching Sure Yuebai calmly and without giving anything away. She kept jumping from one topic to another. This chubby girl wasn't much of a talker, but she was really trying her best to keep the conversation going. After about 10 minutes, Sure Yuebai finally withdrew her hand, satisfied. She'd managed to transfer fat energy into Ija even faster this time. Of course, the bigger reason was that Ija's physical condition was excellent, his meridians completely unobstructed. It was much easier to infuse him with fat energy than with anyone else. So, in one go, Sure Yuebai pumped 15 jin, about 16.5 pounds, of fat energy into Ija. For a normal person, suddenly gaining 15 jin in a single day would be unbearable. But Ija was different. He didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable. He just kept watching Sure Yuebai with those dark eyes, scrutinizing her. Sure Yuebai grinned. All things considered, even though she'd been roasting under the sun, her weight had stayed the same. Brother Ija, you go do your thing. I'm going to find a shady spot to hide for a bit. Sure Yuebai turned around, pushing her flatbed cart, and slowly made her way through the sprawling ruins. She now weighed 714 jin, about 787 pounds. As she walked, Sure Yuebai burned through her body's fat energy, converting it into spiritual power, then into soul power, to fuel her strength spell. If there was any obstacle ahead, she just moved it out of the way with her bare hands. Whether it was reinforced concrete or foam boxes. In the middle of the vast ruins, Sure Yuebai dug herself a hole with sheer force, finding a shady, sheltered spot to rest. Her weight gain started to slow down. The rebound wasn't as dramatic as before. But due to the radiation, her weight still bounced back by about 10 jin. Panting, Sure Yuebai looked down at her hands, now bloody and raw. She'd forgotten to bring the digging mechanical arms that Weirdy had made for her. Digging through trash with bare hands, flesh, and bone just couldn't take that kind of abuse. Sure Yuebai sighed. This body was just too weak. In her previous life, she could jump and run and mess around without ever getting out of breath or breaking a sweat. Now, after just a bit of walking and some heavy lifting, she was panting like a dog. After a second of self-pity, Sure Yuebai pulled herself together. She gathered her soul power, and a small, round healing talisman floated up in her palm. In the dim light of the pit, the golden healing talisman glowed with white light. The light slowly drifted down onto Sure Yuebai's bloody hands. The wounds began to heal, little by little. Gaining soul power was much more troublesome than simply outputting fat energy. Directly infusing others with fat energy was simple and crude. But converting fat energy into soul power took Sure Yuebai 3 times as long. In her current state, even sitting still, her weight kept creeping upward. If she wanted to speed up the conversion, the only way was to endure 3 times the pain. She was never one to sit still. While accelerating the conversion of soul power and using it to sustain the healing talisman, Sure Yuebai also challenged herself. She kept using the strength spell to dig through the trash pit with her bare hands. Great. Sure Yuebai thought this pain was even worse than being in the 18th level of hell. It felt like someone was rolling a spiked rolling pin from the top of her head all the way down to her feet. And not just once, but over and over again. Gritting her teeth, she yanked out a sheet of metal and tossed it behind her. Her face, which had been scrubbed clean, was now covered in a thin layer of black oil. Yuebai wiped her face with a hand that had been cut by glass. Now her face was smeared with both blood and greasy black grime. Her hair, freshly washed just last night, was now tangled and clumped together. Greasy. And she was giving off a powerful stench of sweat. The clothes she'd just made from new bedsheets were now soaked with a layer of black oil from the inside. It stuck to the inner lining. She didn't care at all, just kept digging with single-minded focus. As she dug, Yuebai unearthed over 100 brooms. Brand new ones, big and small, all kinds. Curious, she grabbed one and gave it a casual sweep, the pit instantly filled with swirling dust. Yuebai covered her nose and sneezed, and a brush fell from above, bonking her on the head. "Webai, what are you doing here?" Outside the pit, Nong Yassi's voice rang out. She bent over a little, having followed the trail in, looking around the pit in amazement. "I can't believe there's a place like this here. Webai, why are there so many brooms here?" Yuebai rubbed the spot on her head where the brush had hit her. She turned and said to Nong Yassi, "They're all new. This must have been a broom factory before. Go call second sister-in-law and Yaoao over. Let's pick out a few to take back, we'll definitely need them." Under the bridge, there was mostly rubble. Aside from that, there was all sorts of unidentifiable trash. Bent, broken, rusted, useless scraps of paper, you name it. It was about time to clean up all this garbage. Yuebai gathered the Shi family and had each person carry 20 brooms back from the pit. It was getting dark when Ija and Qinyong came looking for them, ready to take the Shi family home. They saw the Shi family, all covered in dust, hair wild, sweating buckets, lugging big bags and little bundles. And all of it was basically useless junk. Each person had a long pole slung over their shoulder, with at least 20 brooms tied to it. Yuebai was even more over the top, her pole had at least 30 brooms tied to it. Brooms. Qinyong felt a headache coming on. "Captain." He looked at Ija. With the Shi family like this, could they really be brought along? Wouldn't this group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people just become a burden to their captain? Qinyong understood that Ija and Shi were close brothers. Rumor had it that before Shi lost his mind, he'd even saved Ija's life. But the Shi family was just too much of a load. Ija's mouth twitched. He reached for the little belly that had suddenly appeared today. His once rock-hard abs seemed to have been covered by a layer of soft fat. "Let's go." Ija stepped forward and took the broom-laden pole from Shi Yaoao's shoulder. "We'll talk when we get back." Shi Yaoao actually had strength. If Ija looked closely, he would notice a coin-sized golden strength talisman on the back of her neck. It was put there by Shi Yuebai, made using Shi Yuebai's soul power. As long as Shi Yuebai kept channeling soul power into the talisman, it would continue to function. And it would make Shi Yaoao incredibly strong. It was as if Shi Yaoao had been fitted with a power device. The soul power Shi Yuebai infused was like a battery. With this setup, even though Shi Yaoao was small, carrying 20 brooms was no problem. But Ija and Qinyong didn't know this. When Ija took the brooms from Shi Yaoao's shoulder, Qinyong had no choice but to take the brooms from Shi mother and second sister-in-law. Shi mother shook her head. No, I'm listening to Webai." Her daughter told her to carry the brooms home, and she wouldn't let anyone else touch them. Qinyong had no choice but to take Nong Yassi's brooms instead. In fact, second sister-in-law and Nong Yassi didn't need Qinyong's help at all. Actually, everyone in the Shi family had a strength talisman from Shi Yuebai. All these talismans required Shi Yuebai's soul power to work. These coin-sized strength talismans only made the Shi family members relatively stronger, not to the point of moving mountains or filling seas. So it didn't look too out of place. Shi Yuebai said nothing, simply activated the talisman and pushed the flatbed cart forward. Ija took the 30 brooms from her shoulder. He'd originally thought about hiring a mercenary to push Shi Yuebai's cart. But seeing how quickly she moved, Ija just smiled and strode after her. They returned to the team under the bridge in silence. Because the Sher family had gone with the mercenaries to the security line, they returned earlier than the others. When they saw the Sher family's stone wall, it was still daylight. Ahong's son was sitting near the sheet-draped doorway. From a distance, he raised his thin hand and waved at Sher Yuebai and the others. He was getting stronger every day. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, this 12-year-old boy was nothing but skin and bones, on the verge of starving to death? Now he could sit under the wall, smiling happily at them. When Sher Yuebai's group returned, Peng Ziyuan looked up and reported to her. My mom finished half the wall today. When my dad got back, she went home and told me to wait here for you. Big sister Webai, I did this. He proudly showed off his work to Sher Yuebai. On Peng Ziyuan's other arm was the digging mechanical arm he'd borrowed from Sher Yaoao. He couldn't move much and didn't have much strength. But he'd spent the whole day using the mechanical arm to sort the pile of stones by the wall into 3 neat heaps, small, medium, and large. The small stones were about the same size as the ones in Sher Yuebai's courtyard. The medium ones were each about the size of an adult's palm, perfect for building the wall. The rest were as big as stools. At his young age, Peng Ziyuan had quickly figured out Sher Yuebai's character. Here, there was no room for sentiment. Only those who could prove their value had a way to survive. Peng Ziyuan pointed to a pile of dust on the ground. That was what he'd made while crushing the stones. These can be mixed with cement. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Sher Yuebai glanced at the 3 piles of stones and the thick layer of gravel on the ground. She had to admit, Peng Ziyuan's work was more productive than all of theirs put together. Crushing stones into small pieces wasn't hard. The hard part was using the mechanical arm to make each piece about the same size. That required precise control. The 3 piles of stones, small, medium, and large, were arranged neatly. Walls built with the medium stones and cement would be very even. Even Ija couldn't help but comment. This kid could pilot a mech one day. Ordinary mercenary teams didn't have mechs. You needed real strength to build one. Those things were great for fighting mutant beasts and zombies. But the pilot needed precise control over both the machine and their own strength. Ija had his own dream mech. But he didn't have the money or a mech pilot to train. As he spoke, Ija crouched down, carefully examining the digging mechanical arm on Peng Ziyuan's arm. Peng Ziyuan looked up at Sher Yuebai, his eyes shining. Big sister Yuebai, am I someone valuable to you? Yes. Sher Yuebai nodded honestly. As long as you keep crushing stones for me, you'll be able to live well. It seemed Peng Ziyuan was indeed quite valuable. Originally, Sher Yuebai had thought that since the whole family had gone scavenging with Ija, there wouldn't be enough sand and gravel for mixing cement at home. She'd planned to have the family work overtime tonight to make more. But Peng Ziyuan had finished all the work by himself. Sher Yuebai even got 3 extra piles of stones in different sizes. She had Sher Yaoao go back to the tarp, bring out a heavy plastic bag, and hand it to Peng Ziyuan. Your and your mom's wages. The plastic bag was black, so no one could see what was inside. Peng Ziyuan peeked in excitedly, for potatoes and 2 bottles of water. Ija and Qinyong didn't notice any of this. They were squatting together, studying Peng Ziyuan's mechanical arm. Last time they came, they hadn't noticed the Sher family had such a thing. Now that Peng Ziyuan had shown it off, they were getting more and more interested. Suddenly, Qinyong looked up, eyes shining. Captain, this could be used against mutant beasts and zombies. This kind of mechanical arm, with its physical structure, could crush stones. Why not the spines of mutant beasts or zombies? If you had 2 of these, you could probably tear those creatures apart easily. Ija turned to Sher Yuebai. Yuebai, will you sell this? I'll use all the points in my account to buy it from you. If that's not enough, I'll write you an IOU. Qinyong quickly pulled out his communicator. How many points? If it's not enough, I have more. Sher Yuebai waved her hand. No need for points. Just give me some food, and I'll rent it to you. She'd traded food for this from the strange guy next door. So it belonged to her. Now she could rent it to Ija for some food, perfectly reasonable. Next door, the strange man was hunched over a pile of parts. He didn't react at all to Sher Yuebai's words. He didn't even want to stand up and say that the digging mechanical arm was his creation. In this hopeless wasteland, No one deserved to know he existed. Late at night, Ija and Qin Yang called in another member of their mercenary team. She was supposedly the team's sniper. Her marksmanship was excellent. That sort of counted as having some microcontrol skills. But compared to a real mech pilot, she was still far off. The three of them huddled in Eva's field tent, discussing things late into the night. The next morning, when Shi Yuebai got up, she discovered that Qin Yang and the mercenary named Hu Qinggui had both moved to her neighborhood. 3 high-quality, professional field tents were now set up just outside her yard. The Shi family, the Guai family, and the 3 field tents formed a shaped layout. The Guai family was at the very tip of the formation. Before dawn, Ija came to call for Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai was about to lose her mind. With a sour face, she sat on a flatbed cart and asked Ija, who was outside the wall. "Are we going scavenging again today? We didn't find any food yesterday, Ija ji. Why don't you just give up on us already?" Ija couldn't help but laugh. Seeing how grumpy Shi Yuebai looked, he teased her cheerfully. "No way, there's still hope for you guys. Today you get a day off. I'm mainly here to help you mold stones and build up your wall." He pointed to Hu Qinggui, who was walking over behind him. "He'll help you mold the stones. For free." Then he patted his own chest. "Ija ji and Uncle Qin Yang will help you build the wall." Shi Yuebai snorted and said nothing. "Free, huh?" As if Shi Yuebai didn't know what was really going on. The excavator mech arm Ija rented was mainly for Hu Qinggui's use. To get used to the excavator arm, Hu Qinggui was practicing microcontrol by molding stones and, as a side effect, helping Shi Yuebai build her yard wall. She turned away, letting Ija mess around with the pile of stones. If there were free laborers, Shi Yuebai would use them, no reason not to, since she didn't have to pay a cent. Seeing her with such an arrogant attitude, Hu Qinggui pushed up his glasses and frowned. "Captain, she doesn't seem too happy to see you." These days, Shi Yuebai was probably the only one who dared give mercenaries the cold shoulder. Even the highest-ranking commanders in the big city would bow and scrape in front of mercenaries. Since Ija had settled them in this big city, Hu Qinggui had never seen him care so much about a bunch of dead weight. Shi Yuebai really shouldn't be acting like this. He was a little annoyed. But Ija didn't care. He replied casually. "She's giving me attitude, not you. What's your problem?" Hu Qinggui, He smacked his own mouth. Fine, he was being nosy. If the captain wanted to be the one sticking his warm face to a cold, but who was he to comment? Qin Yang, watching from the side, just laughed. He'd been through all this before. Seeing Hu Qinggui's disappointed in you look, Qin Yang patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Before dawn, Ija, Qin Yang, and Hu Qinggui got to work. 3 mercenaries, 1 building the wall, 1 mixing cement in Shi Yuebai's yard. Hu Qinggui, wearing the excavator mech arm, sat by a pile of rubble, molding stones. He was a crack shot, always handling the team's long-range attacks. But molding stones with the excavator arm was a whole different story. If his control was even a little off, the stone would either be crushed to powder or left in a huge, useless chunk. After an hour, Hu Qinggui's arms were trembling and drenched in sweat. Damn, this is way too hard. That's why it was so difficult for large mercenary teams to find a suitable mech pilot. The Wasteland had only existed for 5 years, but according to unofficial statistics, it took at least 10 years to train a mech pilot. All the existing pilots were chosen ones from before the apocalypse. Some could use a mech to thread a needle. Maybe they came from a family of embroiderers, able to stitch along the river during the Qiming festival with thread a quarter the width of a hair. Some could slaughter entire mutant beast packs with a mech. Maybe before the apocalypse, they were top excavator or crane operators. In short, finding the right person was all about luck. Someone like Hu Qinggui just didn't have the talent. Ija paused in his wall building, took a cigarette from his pocket, and lit up by the wall. He saw Pang Ziyuan being carried over by a man, with Ah Hong following behind. Ija held his cigarette between 2 long fingers, rubbing his brow with his thumb. Amid the swirling smoke, his handsome face took on a hard edge, but he smiled at Pang Ziyuan. You're here? Hu Chengue, give the mech arm to the kid. Hu Chengue froze, then jumped up, dropping all the irregular stones he'd been holding. He hurriedly took off the excavator arm and bowed to Pang Ziyuan. Ziyuan, it's all yours. Chen Yang laughed and cursed. Damn, Hu Chengue, you're shameless. Ahong and her husband were both startled. The couple jumped back a step in unison. The man carrying Pang Ziyuan was his father, Pang Zhonggong. An honest, simple man, his face flushed red. Not knowing how he'd offended the mercenaries, he stammered. Sorry, I am just here to drop off Ziyuan and his mom. He'd gone scavenging with a few men from the team, checking out how other, bigger teams were surviving. So he'd been away for several days. He'd heard from someone in the team under the bridge that his son had nearly starved to death a few days ago. Pang Zhonggong rushed home, only to find his wife and son alive and well. When he asked, Ahong wouldn't give details, only saying that the Shi family had helped and given them some food and water. Today, Pang Zhonggong came to drop off Ahong and his son for work, mainly to thank the Shi family. Shi Yuebai was willing to share food with his wife and son even though she herself was struggling. Shi Yuebai was a good person. But as soon as he arrived, he ran into the mercenaries. Pang Zhonggong instinctively felt he must have done something wrong to offend them. Hu Chengue and Qin Yang smiled and waved it off, saying no, it's nothing, as they helped Pang Ziyuan down from his father's back. Hu Chengue eagerly helped Pang Ziyuan put on the excavator mech arm, eyes shining. Bro, can you show me how to mold a stone into a brick? Pang Ziyuan's face flushed, but he carefully picked up a stone. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he molded it into shape in just a few moves. Effortless. Not even a bit of strain. And this was when he was weak all over, his arms little more than skin and bone. He didn't have a trace of muscle strength. Hu Chengue looked down, feeling utterly defeated. Comparing yourself to others really is the quickest way to get frustrated. The temperature was rising again. Just as everyone fell silent, Shi Yuebai had Shi Yao deliver another 5 excavator mechanical arms. And he said, please trouble Uncle Ija to finish crushing the stones and build all the walls. Shi Yao blurted out a long sentence in one breath. Even she was stunned after she finished, not expecting herself to repeat her aunt's words word for word. The little girl's clean face was flushed red, and she was secretly delighted. She bounced back into the tent on her prosthetic leg. The cigarette in Eva's hand burned down, a long ash falling to the ground. He stared at the 5 mechanical arms on the ground, lost in thought. So it turns out his vision was too narrow. This thing, Shi Yuebai, actually had 6 of them. Qin Yang and Hu Chengue were both shocked, their eyes darting to the tightly closed tent. For the first time, they thought that maybe Shi Yuebai wasn't just a shallow, grumpy, bad-tempered fat girl. Meanwhile, Ahong and Pang Zhonggong still stood there at a loss. Even Pang Ziyuan was anxious, not knowing what to say to avoid offending these powerful mercenaries. Ordinary people in front of mercenaries were as fragile as tofu. Ija tossed away his cigarette, patted Pang Ziyuan on the head, and said, "You keep crushing your stones. From now on, you work for Webai, and I'll feed you." Ahong and Pang Zhonggong were both baffled. They didn't understand what Ija meant. After a long while, Pang Zhonggong cautiously asked, Commander E, are you planning to take care of our Ziyuan? Yeah. If you agree, we can discuss the terms. Ija stood up. At 1.9 meters tall, he towered a whole head above Pang Zhonggong. Pang Zhonggong's heart pounded. But why? Our Ziyuan is just a kid. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't need to know anything. From now on, all he needs to do is crush stones. Hu Chengue excitedly sat down next to Pang Ziyuan, putting on another mechanical arm. Did the Pang family still not get it? The mercenary corps had taken a liking to Pang Ziyuan. Ija was grooming him. From now on, Pang Ziyuan would spend a few years crushing stones, build up some muscle, and when Ija had the money for mechs. By then, Pang Ziyuan would be a killing machine. Pang Zhonggong and Ahong were over the moon. Could there really be such a good thing in this world? Commander E was willing to feed their son just so he could crush stones for the Shi family. Why? Could it be that Commander E had his eye on second sister-in-law Sher? Trying to curry favor with her through this? Well, their son would benefit either way. Everyone knew that a few years ago, Xiangqing suffered a total collapse of its garrison. The profession of garrisoning disappeared entirely. Xiangqing split into several scattered cities, large and small. From then on, survivors living outside the city faced a harsh and dangerous existence. Their lives were never truly safe. It was also around then that mercenaries began to appear. The city's management kept switching mercenary groups. Eventually, they hired Eve's Xiangqing Mercenary Corps. Only then did the death rate among survivors outside the city finally drop. Ija was capable. Rumor had it that the core of his mercenary corps was actually the old Xiangqing garrison. But due to various external pressures, Ija managed to regroup the garrison and turn it into a mercenary corps. His group was more disciplined, more humane, and still followed pre-apocalypse military regulations. For Peng Ziyuan to be taken in by Ija was like landing a government job for life. It seemed love really was powerful. Ahong and Peng Zhenggong nodded repeatedly. Peng Ziyuan still didn't quite understand. Shi Yuebai sat in the courtyard, coldly watching everything unfold outside. Amid Ahong and Peng Zhengging's repeated thanks, Ija turned and walked into the courtyard. Seeing Shi Yuebai come out, he asked, "What's wrong? What's with that look on your face, Yuebai?" He reached out and flicked her forehead. Shi Yuebai angrily covered her forehead and said coldly, "The Peng family still doesn't realize that their son is going to risk his life for you in the future. There's no such thing as a selfless good guy." Ija was only good to the lonely Shi family. He was willing to take in Peng Ziyuan, not because of some so-called love, or because he fancied second sister-in-law Shi. He wanted to buy Peng Ziyuan's life. Right now, he was just digging a pit for Peng Ziyuan. Ija's smile grew wider. He bent down, hands on his knees, meeting Shi Yuebai's gaze. "Yuebai, has anyone ever told you you're pretty smart?" Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes. Before she could say anything, Ija reached out, palm pressed to her forehead, and gently pushed her back. "In the end, everyone's just trying to survive, right? Your family doesn't have enough food to raise him to adulthood. If he doesn't eat, he'll die anyway. So, starve to death in a few days, or live a few more years and die piloting a mech in battle. It's a false choice from the start. Yuebai, your brother Ija could die too." Iwa's expression suddenly turned serious as he met Shi Yuebai's eyes. "So before the Peng family even realizes it, your brother Ija might already be dead. Once you walk this path, there's no turning back. Your big brother thought the same way back then." Back in the day, Shi was a great garrison soldier. If he hadn't been injured and lost his wits, he'd have made the same choice as Ija. Shi Yuebai snorted, "You're not bad. I doubt dying will be that easy for you." If Ija wanted to die, he'd have to get her, the Grand Witch's, approval first. Shi Yuebai couldn't be bothered to argue further. She tossed a bag into Ija's arms. "This is for the three of you. Today's wages for Peng Ziyuan. You hand it over." Whatever Ija was planning, she wasn't losing out. After all, if Ija wanted to train Peng Ziyuan, he'd be the one feeding him. And Peng Ziyuan would still be crushing stones for the Shi family. Shi Yuebai couldn't care less if Peng Ziyuan ended up piloting a mech or dying in a swarm of mutant beasts or zombies. Not her problem. Shi Yuebai was full of restless energy. Her favorite thing was bullying honest folk. She rolled her flatbed cart to the edge of the tent, turned her head, and shot a cold, mocking look at the dazed Ahong. "What? Someone's willing to feed your son, are they going to feed you too? Or are you planning to live off your son's rations forever and never work again?" Ahong snapped out of it, immediately rolled up her sleeves, blushing as she hurried into the courtyard to mix cement. "I'll work, Yuebai, don't be mad." Chen-yong glanced at Shi Yuebai, then at Ahong, and sidled up to Ija, whispering, "Suddenly, I think this chubby girl is kind of cute. I'll be nicer to her from now on." Ija opened the bag Shi Yuebai had given him, turned to Chen-yong, and corrected him. "You're her uncle. I'm her brother." Chen-yong was about to protest. "Why?" Scan, 0 radiation contamination in purified water. Scan, 0 radiation contamination in purified water. Scan, Zero radiation contamination in purified water. Chinyong, Shuyuebai is so fierce. Ija, so cute. This is. Chinyong's eyes widened. He was just about to speak when Ija reacted quickly, clapping a hand over his mouth. There was a warning in Ija's eyes, telling Chinyong to keep quiet. If 1 or 2 zero-radiation contaminated potatoes could be chalked up to luck, then the string of zero-radiation potatoes that followed, plus these 3 bottles of uncontaminated water, were definitely not a coincidence. The Shur family either had a rare and extraordinary ability user among them, or there was something in this area capable of purifying radiation. And either of those things absolutely could not be revealed. An ability user without the means to protect themselves would, in the end, become nothing more than a tool locked in a cage. Not even a person anymore, just a tool. And anything that could purify radiation would, without exception, become a coveted treasure fought over by countless factions. In the end, because of greed and disputes over distribution, it would be torn apart, piece by piece, until nothing was left but dust. That's right, this is the Wasteland. A world where nothing can truly develop, sliding ever deeper into the abyss. Chinyong's expression grew grave as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He gave a barely perceptible nod. Ija lowered his hand and, expressionless, turned back to building the wall. After a while, Chinyong sidled over and whispered, "Captain, what do we do with these 3 bottles of water?" To Shuyuebai, maybe it was nothing to casually toss them 3 bottles of water. But for Ija and his crew, it was a huge dilemma. The last time Ija sold 2 zero-radiation potatoes, it caused a stir at the very top of the city's power structure. If they tried to sell zero-radiation water now, 3 bottles at once, no less, the profit would be huge, but it would definitely attract attention. Sooner or later, someone would trace it back to the Shur family. Ija glanced over at the Shur family's tarp. The tarp was tightly closed, no one had gone in or out. Even Ahong and Pang Ziyuan, who'd worked for the Shur family for so long, had never set foot inside. "Drink it," Ija said, steeling himself. "If we want to erase all evidence, the only way is to drink it." Chinyong said nothing, his lips trembling as he stared at Ija for a long time. At midday, Ija called Chinyong and Huichungue over. The 3 of them squatted behind the army tent, out of everyone's sight. Each had a bottle of water in front of them, their faces heavy, as if they were about to make a heroic sacrifice. Huichungue said, "I can't believe we're just going to drink it." Chinyong muttered, "If we sold this, how many points could we get?" Ija replied, "Enough to buy a mech's leg." These were 3 bottles of zero-radiation water. On this wasteland, aside from water ability users, no one could purify water to this level anymore. Resigned, Ija wiped his face. "Let's drink." The 3 of them sat cross-legged, picked up their bottles, and drank with the kind of pain you'd feel if you'd just torn up a winning lottery ticket. They unscrewed the caps and gulped down every drop. Clutching his chest, Chinyong stood up. "Damn, I guess today I lived in luxury for once. Back to work." If he'd just drunk a mech's leg, he'd better mix some extra cement for the Shur family. Huichungue closed his eyes, savoring the moment. "I have to say, I feel like I'm bursting with energy. The clear water takes me back 5 years to when Ija smacked him on the back of the head. "Enough with the nostalgia. Get to work. What's the point of reminiscing after you've already drunk it?" Expressionless, Ija returned to the wall, channeling his grief into labor. By afternoon, he'd already built a ring of walls around the Shur family's tarp. Ija was ex-military, and his work was even better than Ahong's. Chinyong was in charge of mixing cement. Pang Ziyuan and Huichungue worked together to clear out the rubble the Shur family's women hauled from the tarp. The women made trip after trip, carting out what seemed like endless loads of broken stone. Pang Zhonggong had been worried about his wife and child. He spent the day watching and helping Ahong build the wall. Just as Ija had promised, he made sure Pang Ziyuan had enough to eat. Whenever Chinyong and Huichungue ate, Ija made sure Pang Ziyuan got the same. Ahong's food was provided by Shuyuebai 2 steamed potatoes. Pang Zhonggong, who was helping out for free, wasn't given anything by Shuyuebai. Even so, Peng Zhenggong felt that leaving his wife and child to work for the Shi family was better than anywhere else on the Wasteland. Shi Yuebai might have a bad attitude, but she posed no threat to Ahong. And the Shi family had mercenaries as backup. That night, Peng Zhenggong carried Peng Ziyuan home, Ahong trailing behind, exhausted but visibly relieved. Peng Zhenggong, you're finally back. Outside the Peng family's tarp, a man approached, face full of anxiety. When are we leaving? This man was the friend who'd been dragging Peng Zhenggong out to scavenge for food and who'd checked out other survivor groups with him. The bridge team's strength was fading. With the Shi family's men dead, their defenses were much weaker. People were restless. Several families had already snuck away. Peng Zhenggong hesitated, handing Peng Ziyuan to a nervous Ahong. Take our son inside. Ahong hoisted her son onto her back, shaking her head desperately. No, I'm not leaving. At first, she hadn't cared one way or another about Peng Zhenggong's plan to leave the group. With nothing to eat at home, staying meant death anyway. Leaving didn't guarantee survival. But now Ahong was determined not to go. Leaving might not mean survival, but staying with Shi Yuebai, she was sure they'd live. Things would get better, little by little. She didn't want to leave. Peng Zhenggong nodded to her. All right, we're not leaving. Take our son inside and get some rest. You've worked hard all day. Don't forget, you have to work again tomorrow. You need to rest. His words finally calmed Ahong's fear. She hurried back into the tarp with her son. She'd have to work hard again tomorrow. Only by working hard for Shi Yuebai would she and her son get food. And clean water. That was a secret no one could ever know. Outside the Peng family's tarp, Peng Zhenggong said seriously to his friend, We're not leaving. I've seen the other groups out there. None of them treat women and children even a tenth as well as here. Even if those groups are stronger, my wife and son wouldn't survive in that kind of environment. His friend stared at him in disbelief. Do you even know what you're saying? If you stay here, your whole family will starve to death. Leave, at least you'll survive. They said, as long as you keep finding food for the group, they won't touch your wife. Peng Zhenggong looked coldly at his friend. Have you ever thought about what would happen if one day I couldn't find any food? In a team like that, if I'm out for a long time, who's going to guarantee the safety of my wife and child? And what if one day I end up dead, just like those men from the Shi family? When the men from the Shi family had their accident, Peng Zhenggong happened to be in the team. The atmosphere in the team under the bridge was terrible that day. But no one rushed to prey on the Shi family's widows and orphans or divide up their food. In any other team, that would have been unthinkable. Later, he'd heard that Chinda had gone looking for second sister-in-law Shi. But for some reason, nothing happened to her in the end. Still, the fact that Chinda and a few thugs went to find her in the Wasteland, that was already considered civilized. Really, by comparison, it was very civilized. At least in the team under the bridge, on the surface, everyone minded their own business. Other teams were practically back to the Stone Age. Let's not even talk about the chaotic relationships between men and women. There were even cases of people eating each other's children. Peng Zhenggong didn't believe for a second that if another team recruited him, they'd just leave his wife and child alone. His friend thought Peng Zhenggong was being foolish. There's no future here. This team is going to get swallowed up sooner or later. I heard the Chen family is planning to leave soon, too. Having been away for a while, his friend wasn't up to date on the subtle changes in the team. He didn't have a wife or kids, so he couldn't understand Peng Zhenggong's concerns. In fact, Peng Zhenggong, who used to do search and rescue work before the apocalypse, had always had pretty good luck finding food. In any team, the main force for finding food was always the healthy men. Ideally, the man would also have some strength, be meticulous, and have the patience to rummage through the ruins, and carefully dig out food hidden in overlooked corners beneath the rubble. As the wasteland dragged on, all the safe areas had already been thoroughly searched. Food was getting scarcer, and the survivors' living conditions were getting worse. More and more survivors were starving to death. Someone like Peng Zhenggong, who could still find food, would be welcomed in any team. He'd have it much better than in the team under the bridge. The reason Peng Zhonggong had been going hungry these past 2 years was because he kept giving his food to his wife and son, leaving himself hungry. To him, his wife and child were a burden. And yet, for these two burdens, he'd stuck it out in this survivor team. It really wasn't worth it. Peng Zhonggong's expression grew distant. He patted his friend on the shoulder. "I'm not leaving. My wife and kid are here." He turned and went back into his own tent, leaving his friend baffled. The next day, in the team under the bridge, Chen Huaihai, who could finally move again, went to find the team leader. He came right out and demanded that the team leader kick out all the old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Shi family. The team leader looked at Chen Huaihai's battered face with a pitiful expression. "The old and weak from the Shi family haven't really done anything to you." Chen Huaihai sneered, pulling at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean, they haven't done anything? Look at what they did to me." The team leader's gaze shifted from Chen Huaihai's face to Wei Lingxia behind him. To be honest, the injuries on Wei Lingxia's face from domestic violence were even worse than Chen Huaihai's. "It's all because of those idiots from the Shi family." Chen Huaihai gritted his teeth. "If you don't kick them out, then our Chen family will leave." The poor team leader ran a hand through his gray hair, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "But hasn't your Chen family already been planning to leave?" He was a leader without much ability, and he couldn't keep people. Anyone who had a way out had already left. He wasn't fooled. He knew the Chen family had already lined up their next team and were preparing to leave. So, since they were going to leave anyway, threatening him with this seemed a bit pointless. But he didn't dare say what he was really thinking. Chen Huaihai was scary. Chen Huaihai paused, spat on the ground. "Since you know I'm leaving, just kick the Shi family out. Otherwise, you know my new team is strong enough to crush 3 of your little teams." Outside the big city, there were hardly any small teams left. Counting them up, there was probably only the team under the bridge left. The other small teams had either been swallowed up or disbanded because they couldn't survive with so few people. Chen Huaihai was confident he could make the team leader do what he wanted. The team leader's face turned red, but unexpectedly, he stiffened his neck and stood up to Chen Huaihai. "Then bring your people and try. We have 3 mercenaries in our team now." Chen Huaihai knew how to use leverage to pressure people, but the team leader wasn't stupid. Since the Chen family had already decided to leave, the team's strength would be greatly reduced. If the team leader kicked out the Shi family now, wouldn't that mean losing those 3 mercenaries too? Whether or not the Shi family stayed, the Chen family was leaving anyway. So the team leader might as well tear off the mask and openly side with the Shi family. Chen Huaihai glared at the team leader, furious. "You'll get nothing good from crossing me." The team leader replied bluntly. "I want to survive too, Chen Huaihai. Some things you shouldn't push too far. Show some mercy. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future." Chen Huaihai turned to leave, but was blocked by Wei Lingxia. He slapped her across the face. "Bitch, are you looking to die, getting in my way?" Wei Lingxia staggered back from the blow. "Hurry up and pack our things. We're leaving today." He was determined to wipe out the Shi family's widows and orphans. And he'd remember the humiliation the team leader gave him today. The 2 of them headed back to the Chen family's place, just in time to see the wall outside the Shi family's home. For once, the sunlight wasn't shrouded in gloom. Golden light fell on the red brick wall, and laughter drifted from the courtyard inside. Wei Lingxia felt a little dazed. In this wasteland, she hadn't seen anything so neat and orderly in a long time. Those red bricks, one by one, stacked so precisely. They looked solid, too. A Hong ran out from behind the sheet hanging as a curtain in the wall, smiling back at Shi Yuebai. "Can you finish marking the wall line on Guai Guai's side today?" Shi Yuebai was still inside the wall. She held a piece of chalk in one hand and pushed a flatbed cart with the other, her face cold as she came out. "Let him mark it himself. No one else can touch his stuff or he'll go crazy." Ah Hong agreed. Her husband had brought back a big bag of instant noodles the other day, and a whole case of bottled water. She and her son weren't worried about food anymore. But who would complain about having too much to eat? For a day's work at the Shi family, Ah Hong got 2 potatoes and a bottle of water. That was enough to fill her belly. She could save the instant noodles and bottled water at home, wasn't that great? Bitches just love to stir up trouble. Wei Lingxia didn't really know why, but she spat out a curse at Ahong. She stepped forward, blocking Ahong's path. Looking at Ahong's face, which was still fairly decent, Wei Lingxia felt an increasing sense of resentment and imbalance. Ahong, stopped in her tracks, asked in confusion, "Auntie, what's wrong?" The two of them were actually somewhat related. Wei Lingxia could be considered Ahong's elder. Before the apocalypse, they'd been quite close. Back when they were first hiding from the disaster, they'd stuck together. And ever since then, they'd been living under this bridge. Last time, when Wei Lingxia listened to Chen Huaihai and went to the Shi family to demand food, the first person she looked for was Ahong. Ahong used to trust Wei Lingxia a lot and would listen to whatever she said. Wei Lingxia told her the Shi family had food and that if everyone banded together to make a fuss, the Shi family would have to hand it over. Ahong immediately followed Wei Lingxia. But in the end, the Shi family's food was traded away for all sorts of worthless junk. Wei Lingxia had fulfilled Chen Huaihai's orders. But why was it that Ahong was getting closer and closer to those old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the Shi family? Why, in this hopeless wasteland, did Ahong still have such a bright, happy smile on her face? Why? Shouldn't Ahong be living an even harder life than her? Wei Lingxia was struggling so much now, she'd do anything just to avoid being beaten to death by Chen Huaihai. She was Chen Huaihai's legal wife, with a marriage certificate and everything. But now, Chen Huaihai's tarp was full of women. Wei Lingxia had to act like a housemaid, serving those women. When Chen Huaihai messed around with those women, Wei Lingxia didn't even dare utter a word. She hated those young, pretty women. If it weren't for them, Chen Huaihai wouldn't make her do so much, wouldn't beat her so badly. So whenever she saw a pretty woman smiling so freely, Wei Lingxia just wanted to slap that smile right off her face. "Your son's still alive, right?" Wei Lingxia forced a smile, pretending to show concern as she asked Ahong. "How much work do you have to do for the Shi family every day? Do they still give you food?" Unless that meddler Ija had given the Shi family a bunch more food. Last time, most of their supplies had already been tricked away. There shouldn't be any extra food left for Ahong and her son. In the Wasteland, survivors were always extra sensitive and guarded when it came to food. Ahong pressed her lips together, her smile fading a little. Wei Lingxia's questions were like, before the apocalypse, someone asking you where your safe was, how much money was in it, and what the code was. Utterly rude. Peng Zhenggong came back and brought a little for the two of us, but not much, barely enough for a couple of days. Ahong's smile returned to her lips. We help out the Shi family with some chores, and we get a bite or two to eat each day. You have to keep going somehow. It's fine if we eat a little less as long as there's something to eat. She didn't mention how much food Shi Yuebai actually gave her each day. Even when Peng Zhenggong asked, Ahong always gave vague answers. She knew that if she ever revealed the Shi family's secret, she and her son might never get clean, clear water again. Thanks to Ahong's deliberate vagueness and misdirection. Wei Lingxia and Chen Huaihai, standing behind her, both assumed the Peng family was about to run out of food. Wei Lingxia, especially, felt her mood lift, a secret delight blooming in her heart. Some people are just like that. If they're miserable, they don't want to see anyone around them doing better. Facing Ahong, Wei Lingxia felt a strange, subtle sense of superiority. Chen Huaihai stepped forward, putting on a deliberately earnest tone as he said to Ahong, "By seniority, I should be considered your uncle. So let me give you some advice. Stop hanging around with those idiots in the Shi family." When he said idiots, Chen Huaihai couldn't help but glance nervously at the Shi family's wall. He was afraid second sister Shi might overhear and, unable to take the insult, come charging out and shoot him. Ahong frowned, unable to hold back. Actually, the Shi family is quite smart. She stopped herself in time. Now that the Peng family had enough food, Ahong finally had the energy to pay attention to the team's internal grudges. She knew there was bad blood between the Qin and Shi families. There was no need for Ahong to explain everything to Chen Huaihai and Wei Lingxia. Let them keep underestimating the Sure family in their arrogance. They say you have to know yourself and your enemy to win every battle, so it was good for the Sure family to keep their strength hidden. Sooner or later, Chen Huaihai would realize the Sure family wasn't nearly as stupid as he thought. Even the so-called idiot Sure Yaoyao could now write many words, and her thinking was very clear. Sure Yaoyao's language skills had been damaged before, but now the girl was working hard to recover. Seeing Ahong stop mid-sentence, Chen Huaihai couldn't help but shoot a contemptuous glance at Sure Yuebai, who was rolling out from behind the wall on a flatbed cart. Looks like even Ahong didn't know how to defend the Sure family's idiots. They don't get it at all. Do they really think the mercenaries will protect them forever? His tone was nasty, his eyes full of arrogance. He turned to Ahong. We're leaving. You should come with us. Your husband's got skills. If you join a new group, you won't have to build walls for people anymore. As he spoke, Chen Huaihai's gaze swept up and down Ahong's body, naked and lecherous. In a new group, the women from the Qin family would be used as gifts to curry favor with the others. In the Wasteland, in such harsh conditions, women were consumables. Of course, Chen Huaihai was always on the lookout for new faces. Wei Lingxia met Chen Huaihai's eyes. She didn't need him to spell it out. She knew exactly what he was thinking. But she said nothing. Sure Yuebai, just coming out from behind the wall, glanced over at Ahong's group, then turned and headed toward the strange tarp. She didn't interfere. If Chen Huaihai offered big rewards and Ahong was tempted, then Ahong would have to bear the consequences herself. If Sure Yuebai tried to stop her, the Pang family might think she was deliberately blocking their path to a better future. Then, from behind Sure Yuebai, Ahong's voice rang out, refusing. No, my husband already turned down his friend's invitation to leave yesterday. I'm not going either. Chen Huaihai's face instantly darkened. So you're planning to stay here and starve to death with the Sure family? Wei Lingxia grabbed Ahong's thin wrist. I'm your aunt. How can I just stand by and watch you make the wrong choice? Come with us, quick. You really can't stay here. You'll catch the idiot disease too. Wei Lingxia had already found out everything she needed to know. This morning, Pang Zhonggong had gone out scavenging with the survivors from the team under the bridge. As long as the Qin family could take Ahong and Pang Ziyuan away, Pang Zhonggong would definitely leave the team under the bridge with them. The team that Chen Huaihai had chosen to join would be very happy to have Pang Zhonggong. Of course, they'd be even happier to have the Qin family and those women. After all, in that team, the mortality rate for women was extremely high. In the end, no woman ever left that team alive. Ahong twisted her wrist, protesting, Auntie, let go of me. I'm not leaving. But Wei Lingxia was strong. Chen Huaihai, standing by, added, We're doing this for your own good. We're your elders, we'd never hurt you. But what exactly were they doing now? Sure Yuebai pulled out a baked potato and handed it to Guai Guai, who had just stepped out from under the tarp. Here, catch. The scruffy, bearded man caught the potato Sure Yuebai handed him. He didn't even bother peeling it. He just took a bite. Like Sure Yuebai, he paid no attention to the scene of dragging and struggling happening ahead. After eating Sure Yuebai's potato, Guai Guai didn't even need to be told he knew he should give something in return. He dragged out a large wheelchair from behind him. The kind big enough for several adults to sit in at once. He'd made it especially for Sure Yuebai. Sure Yuebai's eyes lit up at the sight of the wheelchair. The flatbed cart she was using now wasn't bad, either. Guai Guai had added 2 extra-large swivel wheels to it, making it about the same height as the wheelchair. But there was one problem. If Sure Yuebai wanted to move, she had to push the flatbed cart herself. It was like rowing a boat. As she got more used to her heavy body, she was able to move faster and faster on the cart. But inevitably, she felt the cart didn't quite keep up with her will. And since both her hands were occupied pushing the cart, she couldn't do anything else. This is a remote control, Guai Guai rasped, pointing to several buttons on the wheelchair. There were up, down, left, and right buttons. If you pressed 2 at once, the wheelchair could even move diagonally, northeast, southwest, southeast, northwest. It could even recline flat on the spot. With a wheelchair like this, Sure Yuebai wouldn't even need a bed anymore. Looking at the oversized, state-of-the-art wheelchair, Shi Yuebai was overjoyed. She immediately told Shi Yaoao, who had followed her, to go fetch 30 bottles of water for Guai Guai. Every time the Shi family went out scavenging, they'd bring back loads of bottles and jars. As long as the bottles were intact and could hold water, they'd treasure them, clean them, and stack them in a corner. Once Shi Yuebai was done with her chores, she'd fill the clean bottles with water. Whenever they needed some, Shi Yaoao just had to grab one from the corner. Shi's mother came bouncing over, holding a box in her arms. Inside, plastic bags were folded neatly, filling the box. "Webai, look how good I am at saving money," she said. "We'll never have to buy plastic bags again." Shi's mother, still a little crazy, hadn't fully grasped what it meant to live in this wasteland. But over the past few days, she'd vaguely realized that life was getting tough. So she'd become obsessed with collecting plastic bags. There was a huge garbage dump near the Shi family's place. This was the useless trash Shi Yuebai had mentioned, not knowing what it could be used for. Besides piles of rubble, there were scraps of paper and all sorts of broken things. Shi Yuebai had told her mother to sweep around the house with a broom whenever she had nothing to do. And somehow, from that mountain of garbage, Shi's mother could always find countless intact plastic bags. She'd wash them clean with fresh water, dry them, then fold them neatly, roll them up, and collect them together. Before she knew it, she'd gathered a whole box full. Shi Yuebai had nothing to say about her mother's little obsession. Everyone had their quirks, Shi Yuebai had hers too. Besides, the plastic bags her mother collected weren't entirely useless. For example, right now, Shi's mother took a black plastic bag from the box and handed it to Shi Yaoao. "Use this to carry them." Shi Yaoao bounced away, the black plastic bag in her hand billowing in the wind, rustling noisily. From a distance, Wei Lingxia couldn't hear what Shi Yuebai and Shi Yaoao were saying. She just watched Shi Yaoao's cheerful figure disappear behind the neatly stacked walls of the Shi family's compound. So hateful. Why was it that, while everyone else was living in misery, anyone who joined the Shi family seemed to bounce as they walked? Wei Lingxia tightened her grip, dragging Ah Hong harder toward the Qin family's tarp. Earlier that morning, Ija and the others who lived near the Shi family had gone to the perimeter. Because things were tense at the perimeter, Ija hadn't had time to ask Shi Yuebai to go scavenging with him. So now, Wei Lingxia and Chen Huaihai felt they could do as they pleased. Ah Hong struggled, but Chen Huaihai simply grabbed her other arm. Together, he and Wei Lingxia dragged her away. Shamelessly, Wei Lingxia coaxed her as she dragged her along. "Just come with us for now. I'll come back for your son in a minute." Seeing how uncooperative Ah Hong was, Wei Lingxia and Chen Huaihai exchanged a look. As soon as they got Ah Hong into the Qin family's tarp, they'd knock her out. Pang Zhenggong was usually gone for a day or two when he went out scavenging. Sometimes he'd be gone for 10 days or half a month, that was normal. He knew the team's limitations. Sometimes, even when he went out with the group, he'd split off on his own, heading to the more deserted parts of the perimeter. By the time Pang Zhenggong got back, his wife and son would have already been taken away by the Qin family to another team. At that point, Pang Zhenggong would have no choice but to stay with the Qin family and the new team. Sitting on a pile of rubble by the wall, Pang Ziyuan shouted anxiously, "Mom, Mom, where are you taking my mom?" Ah Hong couldn't break free and was being dragged farther and farther away by Wei Lingxia and Chen Huaihai. Just then, she spotted the friend who had spoken with Pang Zhenggong the night before. She called out to him for help. "Help me. Please help me," Wei Lingxia said. "Ah Hong, why are you being so difficult? I'm your aunt. Would I ever hurt you?" Pang Zhenggong's friend just glanced at Wei Lingxia and Ah Hong. He didn't make a single move to intervene. He even chatted with Chen Huaihai for a bit. That's right, the team Pang Zhenggong's friend wanted to join, and the one Chen Huaihai wanted to join, were one and the same. Ah Hong was helpless, her legs dragging on the ground. She turned back and shouted to Shi Yuebai, "Help me! Help me! Yuebai, save me! I'll trade my life for yours." "Heh heh heh heh." Chen Huaihai shot Ah Hong an irritated look. "Stop making a fuss. We're taking you so you can have a better life. If you stay with this group, your son will starve to death." In truth, no one believed Pang Ziyuan could survive. Although Pang Zhenggong could still find food, he was bringing home less and less as time went on. With the price of water skyrocketing, food that could actually be eaten was becoming even scarcer. Most of the food had to be traded for water. On top of that, everyone knew Pang Zhenggong could find food. So, many people would come to borrow food and drink from him. But no one ever paid him back. Especially Wei Lingxia, she borrowed the most. Because of her family ties to Ahong, and because she was often beaten by her husband Qin Huaihai and had her food withheld, Wei Lingxia would come crying to Ahong whenever she was hungry. And she'd eat and drink at the Pang family's home. But as Pang Zhenggong brought home less and less food, Pang Ziyuan went hungry more and more often. Once Ahong had no extra food to give Wei Lingxia stopped coming. Later, Ahong even went to Wei Lingxia a few times, begging her to give Pang Ziyuan a little food. But Wei Lingxia refused. Well, not exactly refused. It was that Qin Huaihai wanted Ahong to sleep with him a few times and would give her food each time. He made his intentions clear to Wei Lingxia. Wei Lingxia grew to resent Ahong and deliberately turned her away. After all, whether Pang Ziyuan lived or died didn't really matter to her. Now that Qin Huaihai had run into Ahong, Wei Lingxia could only curse Ahong as a shameless seductress in her heart, while helping Qin Huaihai drag Ahong away. Ahong cried out, hoping someone nearby would help her. Calling out to Shi Yuebai was just a desperate move. The people around looked on with numb expressions. Back when the Qin family caused trouble for the Shi family, they hadn't dared to intervene. When Shi Yuebai beat up Qin Huaihai, they hadn't dared to step in either. Now, as Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia dragged Ahong away together, they still didn't dare to interfere. Tears streamed down Ahong's face as she looked at the blank faces around her, and she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "All of you have borrowed food from my family, why can't you help me?" If just a few people, even just a few, stepped forward to block Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia, it would be enough. Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia weren't scary at all. The women and children standing in front of their tarps watched as Ahong was dragged farther and farther away. How could they help? They were hungry too, and every day was a struggle just to survive. If they got beaten to death by Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia, who would take care of their children? Human life was as cheap as grass, yet everyone clung to their own. Just as Ahong was falling into despair, ahead of her, Shi Yuebai's figure in a wheelchair slowly turned around. She was spotlessly clean, her face round and plump like a giant steamed bun, but her eyes were especially bright. Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia stopped in their tracks. They glanced back. Wasn't Shi Yuebai behind them just now? If they remembered right, she'd been talking to Guai Guai. Why was she suddenly here? "If you're willing to give your life to me, then this person belongs to me now," Shi Yuebai said. She held a long stick in her hand. It looked just like an ordinary bamboo pole, about 2 meters long. It seemed flimsy, as if it would snap with a little force. But Qin Huaihai's eyes grew wary, and he took 2 steps back. He'd been hit by that stick before. "Fatty, we mind our own business. I'm just taking this foolish girl away, that's all," Qin Huaihai said stiffly. "I haven't messed with you this time." He kicked Wei Lingxia. Wei Lingxia caught on. "Right, I'm Ahong's aunt. We're leaving here, I'm taking her with me, is that not allowed?" Ahong, her wrists gripped by the 2 of them, shook her head desperately. "No, I don't want to go. Yuebai, save me. If you save me, my life is yours. I'll do anything for you, even kill or set fires." Shi Yuebai pointed her stick at Ahong and said to Qin Huaihai, "You see? That's what she says. And I just happen to need someone to kill and set fires for me. So, either you let her go right now, or you die here." Qin Huaihai's eyes darkened. One hand gripped Ahong, the other slid behind his back, reaching for the knife at his waist. Suddenly, he lunged at Shi Yuebai. "Let your mother go." But before Qin Huaihai's knife could stab Shi Yuebai, she grabbed his wrist. With a twist. To the onlookers, it was as if the knife in Qin Huaihai's hand had somehow ended up in Shi Yuebai's. With practiced ease, she kicked Qin Huaihai, spun him around, and forced him to his knees. his arms pinned behind his back. "I'll give you a chance, Ahong," Shuriuebai said, holding out the knife she'd confiscated. "Didn't you say you'd kill and set fires for me? Well, here, kill him, and you'll be one of us." Shuriuebai even thoughtfully handed her the knife by the handle. Ahong's other hand was still being held by Wei Lingxia. She and Wei Lingxia hadn't even processed what had just happened. From Shuriuebai's appearance to Chen Huaihai being disarmed and subdued, it had all happened so fast that most people didn't even see how she did it. Wei Lingxia snapped out of it and yanked Ahong back. "Don't listen to her. Get away." Tears streaming down her face, Ahong shook off Wei Lingxia's hand. She walked toward Shuriuebai, trembling, and took the knife. She didn't dare to kill. But Ahong slashed at Chen Huaihai's neck. If she didn't kill Chen Huaihai, he would kill her and Pang Ziyuan. He wouldn't spare Pang Zhonggong either. "Too shallow," Shuriuebai said, tilting her head to look at the thin line of blood on Chen Huaihai's neck. It was barely a scratch, not even enough to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Chen Huaihai's eyes bulged as he struggled to get up, rage and a strange fear warring inside him. "Ahong, you bitch! I'm your uncle. How dare you hurt me, you?" Before he could finish, Ahong, hands shaking, stabbed the knife into his throat again. Blood gushed out. Chen Huaihai stared at Ahong in disbelief. Her eyes were already blurred with tears. She couldn't even see the blood. Wei Lingxia screamed, "Husband!" She tried to rush over. Shuriuebai jabbed her in the stomach with her stick. Still refusing to see reason. Her giant, white, bun-like face was full of exasperation. "You're still helping this man, even now?" Wei Lingxia's body was covered in bruises, all from Chen Huaihai's beatings. Shuriuebai hadn't even used much force, but Wei Lingxia curled up on the ground in pain. She glared at Ahong with hatred. "How dare you kill my man?" A pool of blood had spread across the ground. When Pang Ziyuan crawled over, he saw from a distance that Chen Huaihai was kneeling in front of his mother. Ahong was trembling as she stabbed at him several times, but still failed to kill Chen Huaihai. She grew anxious, glancing in panic at Shuriuebai. The look of blatant disdain in Shuriuebai's eyes made Ahong feel deeply ashamed. She could sense that Shuriuebai thought she was useless. Ahong raised the knife again, her hands shaking as she prepared to stab once more. Suddenly, Nong Yasi rushed up behind her. She snatched the knife from Ahong's hand and, with one swift motion, slashed it across Chen Huaihai's carotid artery. Nong Yasi had studied medicine. She knew this was the only way to kill Chen Huaihai instantly. Chen Huaihai collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief as his body convulsed. Wei Lingxia crawled away, sobbing and screaming as she fled. Nong Yasi stood there holding the knife, while Ahong, still trembling, stood before Shuriuebai. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Though Nong Yasi's expression was cold, her eyes were filled with panic and fear. But she was steadier than Ahong, because Nong Yasi hated enough. Yes, she hated Chen Huaihai to the bone. As long as this man lived, Nong Yasi could never sleep in peace. "You can go back now," Shuriuebai said lightly to Nong Yasi. As Nong Yasi turned to leave, Shuriuebai added in a calm voice, "You did well." A faint unease and fear in Nong Yasi seemed to melt away. She left, carrying the knife, blood dripping from its tip with every step. Ahong was still shaking as she stood before Shuriuebai, staring at Chen Huaihai's limp corpse. Deep inside, a secret thrill began to rise in her. Ahong wasn't stupid. She could vaguely sense the way Chen Huaihai and many other men looked at her, full of threat. She pretended to be timid because she had no way to resist this world. She didn't know how to protect herself. That constant, unknown fear had weighed on her heart for years. Now, after stabbing Chen Huaihai several times and hearing his screams, even though it was Nong Yasi who killed him, Ahong felt as if she had personally lifted a mountain off her back. All of it gone. Ha ha. Ahong burst out laughing, clutching her stomach, unable to straighten up. Ha 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 ha. Shuriuebai gave her a strange look, waiting for Ahong to finish laughing before asking, "Are you done with your work for today? Don't think you can get out of work just by acting crazy." Shuriuebai said coldly. Your life belongs to me now. Get back to work. Don't delay the wall building. With Shi Yuebai, there was no such thing as mercy. Whether Ahong had overcome some psychological barrier, or whether Nong Yasi had gotten her revenge, Shi Yuebai didn't care. The Wasteland wouldn't give anyone time to slowly work through their issues. Neither would Shi Yuebai. Ahong hurried off, running to the strange tarp outside. The wall in front of the Shi family's tarp was already finished, except for the gate. The wall was solid, the red bricks looking quite nice. Shi Yuebai had Pang Ziyuan shape some sharp stones, planning to fix them to the top of the wall with cement. Anyone who tried to climb over would be turned into a porcupine first. There were still plenty of red bricks left. Shi Yuebai had already told Guai Guai to mark out an area for himself, planning to enclose him with a wall as well. By the time Ahong, still trembling, reached Guai Guai's tarp, Guai Guai had already circled off his territory with chalk. The mercenaries were gone, so mixing cement was left to the women of the Shi family. Nong Yasi brought cement to Ahong, and the two women silently began building the wall. Everything seemed just as before. And yet, nothing was quite the same. Shi Yuebai still sat in her wheelchair, pressing the button on the armrest to move forward. The leader of the survivor team hurried over. He took one look and slapped his thigh. "Sai, why'd you go and kill him? What are we going to tell the Chen family when they come back?" The leader looked at Shi Yuebai with a pitiful expression, his lips trembling. "Yuebai, you're the one who killed him." Shi Yuebai nodded. "I understand. It's not your problem." Hearing this, the leader was relieved. He found two women to carry Chen Huaihai's corpse into the Shi family tarp. Then he hurried after Shi Yuebai, saying, "The Chen family isn't just Chen Huaihai. Now that you've killed him, his two sons won't let you off." Shi Yuebai sat calmly in her wheelchair. Sorry, but Chen Huaihai's two sons were already dead." The leader went on, "He also has a few brothers, probably in another group now. Chen Huaihai didn't leave with his brothers because he was waiting for his sons to come back so they could all leave together. Otherwise, with so many women, they couldn't have managed." Shi Yuebai said, "If those two sons come back, I'll kill them too." She stopped her wheelchair, turned in place, and looked up at the leader standing behind her. "If his brothers come, same goes for them. So, what's your choice? Whose side are you on?" A smile immediately appeared on the leader's face. "Come on, Yuebai, don't talk like we're strangers. If I wasn't on your side, would I be here talking to you now?" Sure, Yuebai might be fat, but the leader had seen clearly just now. If she hadn't controlled Chen Huaihai, could Ahong and Nong Yasi have killed him? This fat girl was actually pretty fierce. Sure, Yuebai nodded and said nothing more, heading into the Shi family compound. As soon as she entered the tarp, she couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. There was no one else inside. Shi Yaoao was in the yard doing her homework. Shi Yuebai took a deep breath, her whole body trembling, her face pale as paper. Just now, to stop Chen Huaihai, she'd pushed her meridians to the limit, mobilizing a huge amount of fat energy. She'd converted it into spiritual and soul power faster than ever before, and teleported in front of Chen Huaihai and the others. The price for this was massive rupture of her meridians. Shi Yuebai's vision went black, and she coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Outside the tarp, Shi Yaoao's voice called out. Shi Yuebai grabbed a towel, pressed it to her mouth, and wiped away the blood. Shi Yaoao came in, looking at her in confusion. "Auntie?" The little girl's clear eyes were full of concern. "Auntie, are you okay?" Shi Yuebai's face was cold. "I'm fine. Finished your homework? Bring it here." Shi Yaoao hesitated for a moment. She sensed something was wrong with her aunt, but couldn't say exactly what. She could only turn and go get her homework. By then, Shi Yuebai had already maneuvered her wheelchair to the edge of the pool. She looked over Shi Yaoao's homework. "Your handwriting's no good. Do it again." As she spoke, Shi Yuebai pressed the towel to her mouth, urging the girl who kept staring at her. "Hurry up, don't make me say it twice, or you'll get a beating." With her meridians ruptured, Shi Yuebai couldn't suppress the surging energy in her body. She still had to change the pool water. There was no time to take care of Shi Yaoao. Today, I'm starting to eat meat. Shi Yaoao left, swaying her head as she went. Shi Yuebai watched for a while, forcing herself to suppress the turmoil inside. She maneuvered her wheelchair to the edge of the swimming pool. Detection: 10% radiation-contaminated clean water. The radiation detector on her wrist beeped. Second sister-in-law Shi fumbled her way over and said to Shi Yuebai, "Water left out in the wasteland will gradually become irradiated." This was perfectly normal. Shi Yuebai responded with an then said, "Let's drain the water from the pool." At first, second sister-in-law didn't react. After a moment, she asked, "Drain it where?" "Just get rid of it. Drain it all." Shi Yuebai was decisive, steering her wheelchair over to the drain. She held a long stick in her hand, ready to pry open the drain. Second sister-in-law hurriedly said, "That's so much water, you're just going to dump it?" It felt like such a waste. People in the wasteland never wasted water like this. Even though this water was already 10% contaminated, it was still clean water, still drinkable. Even if it was 100% irradiated, it was still drinkable. What you couldn't drink was sewage, the kind that would kill you on contact. Shi Yuebai didn't feel the slightest regret. Enduring the pain all over her body, she pried open the drain. Out with the old, in with the new. Besides, this water isn't clean anymore. For days now, the Shi family had been using this pool for bathing. It had been many days. What was once a pool of crystal clear water had turned yellow. A few more days, and it would definitely turn black. Shi Yuebai had long been disgusted by this pool of water. She'd already planned to change the water today. But Ahong's incident had thrown her off schedule, leaving her with extensive ruptures in her meridians. But it didn't matter, Shi Yuebai wasn't someone who gave up easily. She stuck to her plan and started draining the pool. It would take some time to empty the whole pool. Shi Yuebai waited by the pool, taking the opportunity to regulate her breathing and let her body adjust to the pain. The churning nausea in her chest was gradually suppressed. Shi Yuebai painstakingly mobilized the fat energy in her body, sustaining a tiny healing talisman. So tiny it was even smaller than the coin-sized healing talisman she'd used while scavenging last time. For someone of her size and weight, this little talisman was almost useless. But it was better than nothing. Shi Yuebai thought, well, I'm already like this. If I don't use up this thick layer of fat, it'll just keep growing. Even just sitting and breathing, she would gain weight. So, almost masochistically, Shi Yuebai let her fat energy, spiritual power, and soul power repeatedly flush through her damaged meridians. The energy, thinner than a strand of hair, was like steel wire threading through her entire body. The pain nearly made her faint. But after a long exhale, she gritted her teeth and endured. Second sister-in-law, still standing by the pool, sniffed the air. She turned her face toward Shi Yuebai. "Yuebai, did you?" She wanted to ask if Yuebai had pooped herself. A foul, fishy stench was emanating from Shi Yuebai. A bead of blackish-yellow sweat rolled down Shi Yuebai's forehead. Her whole body was covered in black, oily grime, and faintly, there were red streaks of blood within the filth. The blood was already coagulated. "It's nothing, second sister-in-law. Go get my mom and find the new clothes she made for me." Shi Yuebai's face was hidden beneath a layer of black gunk. Second sister-in-law was worried. She thought Shi Yuebai's voice sounded shaky. But Shi Yuebai didn't want to repeat herself. She lifted her stick and tapped second sister-in-law's leg. "Go." Second sister-in-law had no choice and left. Once she'd gotten used to the pain, Shi Yuebai regained some strength and began drawing a healing talisman at her feet with the stick. This talisman was much larger, like a round carpet spread beneath her wheelchair. She trembled as she finished the last stroke, the pain making her briefly lose consciousness. Fortunately, her formation would automatically draw on her soul power. Soul power couldn't leave her body or take physical form. Every shaman's soul power was unique, with distinct personal characteristics. Unlike spiritual power, you couldn't just use someone else's soul power at will. Only through a contract could it be shared. Shi Yuebai was bathed in a soft, golden light. The light was very faint, a sign that her soul power was insufficient. Not enough to fully support such a large healing talisman. But it could still greatly relieve the pain of her ruptured meridians. She woke up in her wheelchair. Second sister-in-law still hadn't returned with her mother. Sure, Yuebai checked her weight. After all this ordeal, perhaps the only good news was that she now weighed only 710 jin. A little while later, Sure Yuebai let out a surprised because some of her meridians had shattered into fragments. Her fat energy, spiritual power, and soul power couldn't flow through them at all. So, under Sure Yuebai's urging, they actually forged a new path. Those shattered meridians were completely abandoned. Now, the new meridian was clear and unobstructed. Sure Yuebai couldn't help but recall a famous saying, "There was no road here, but as more people walk it, a road is formed." Her previously severed meridians, along with some toxins, were expelled from her body as waste. She looked down at the fine red streaks on her arm. Who would have thought her blocked meridians would break through in such a way? Her whole body still hurt, but it was much less intense than before. Sure Yuebai wasted no time getting back to work. Once the pool was drained, she plugged the drain again and started refilling it. Given her current state, it would take a while to fill the pool. But it was worth it. She mobilized all her fat, and after filling half the pool, her weight dropped to 708 jin. The pool was higher than where the Sure family slept. Meanwhile, second sister-in-law finally found Mother Sure rummaging through plastic bags at the dump. She brought her back. By then, Sure Yuebai had already undressed and gotten into the pool. She used half a pool of water to wash herself clean, then drained the pool again. By now, night had fallen, and the women of the Sure family had finished a long day's work. Sure Yuebai simply sat in the pool, continuing to drain the water. She soaked herself while using a water-gathering spell to collect the remaining water in the pool. Gnome Yasi looked at the shallow layer of water in the pool. She didn't say anything. Instead, it was Sure Yuebai who spoke up, asking, "Any news from the Qin family?" Wei Lingxia went home and cried her eyes out. Second sister-in-law and Sure Yaoao sat together, washing their hair with cool water. A lot of the women over there look worried and anxious. Sure Yaoao asked in confusion, "Then why don't they run away? My head feels a little dizzy." A hint of mockery appeared on Sure Yuebai's face. "They ran off. Where are they going to find food to survive? Some people are just like that. It's not that they have to band together to bring down Chen Huaihai, it's that the thought never even crosses their minds." Wei Lingxia was beaten so badly by Chen Huaihai, but when it came time to mourn for him, didn't she still cry as expected? "Webai, look." Gnome Yasi pointed to the area below the swimming pool, over by a pile of rocks. Because of the pool's height, they could see the entire layout inside the tent at a glance. Lit by the scavenged solar lamps, Sure Yuebai saw a cluster of lush green plants growing out of the potato patch. Surprised, she climbed out of the pool, put on her clothes, and sat in her wheelchair. Gnome Yasi and Sure Yuebai went down the steep slope, rounded the pile of rubble, and looked over. A thick carpet of potato plants filled the sunken ground. Gnome Yasi exclaimed in surprise, "How did this happen? Just a few days ago, the potato seedlings were still short. How could they have grown so much in just a few days?" Unable to resist, Gnome Yasi reached out. Scan. 100% radiation-contaminated potatoes. A trace of disappointment appeared on Gnome Yasi's face. "These are edible, but they won't fetch a good price." Food contaminated by radiation could still be eaten, because there simply wasn't anything else to eat. What couldn't be eaten was mutated food. No one knew if mutated food was good or bad. In the Wasteland, no one had the time to research it. Sure Yuebai told Gnome Yasi to dig up a few potatoes. They looked no different from ordinary ones. They grew a bit faster, but still had the normal potato shape, just a bit bigger. After only a few days, each potato was already the size of an adult's fist. Sure Yuebai gritted her teeth. She'd planned to fill the pool with water and take a break, but now she started counting on her fingers, using a purification spell on the big potato in her hand. A 100% radiation-contaminated potato wouldn't sell for much, but with food becoming scarcer, it was still worth something. Besides, the potatoes from the Sure family and the ones Ija gave her were almost gone. Lately, Guai Guai and Ahong had been surviving on these potatoes. And anything that left Sure Yuebai's hands had to be clean. Scan. 0% radiation-contaminated potato. Gnome Yasi was scanning the potato patch when she heard the announcement and froze in shock. She glanced back at Sure Yuebai. Sure Yuebai casually tossed the 0% radiation potato onto the pile by the fire. Gnome Yasi didn't dare ask any questions. She felt that muddling through life in ignorance was actually pretty good. At least she wouldn't have to face how powerful Sure Yuebai really was. The longer she knew Sure Yuebai, the more terrifying she found her. Pushing aside all doubts, Gnome Yasi dug up some more potatoes. To her delight, not only were these potatoes big, but there were a lot of them. Easily, the Sure family harvested over 100 potatoes. Most were 100% radiation contaminated, though there were some at 95% or 91%. If the contamination went above 100%, the potatoes would mutate. That's the difference between quantitative and qualitative change. As long as it was 100% or less, even right at 100%, humans could eat them. But even a tiny bit over and they became inedible. Sure Yuebai thought for a moment, then called over Sure Yaoao. She had Sure Yaoao drag over the little stones made by Pang Ziyuan and, following her instructions, press them one by one into the potato field. Sure Yuebai set up a purification spell over the potato patch. She couldn't be bothered to wait for Gnome Yasi to dig them up and purify each potato one by one. Instead, she'd just purify them as they grew. Now, Sure Yuebai's sole power was maintaining 2 large arrays and 1 spell. One was the Enhanced Dizziness Array covering the Sure family's courtyard. Another was the Purification Array in the potato field. And then there was a puppet spell, just for show, to scare people. These 3 were just enough to burn off the massive amounts of fat energy she gained each day. As long as Sure Yuebai stayed inside the Sure family tent and didn't go out in the sun, she could maintain her weight at 708 Jin. That night, Pang Zhonggong returned from scavenging with the team. After hearing about what happened in the group during the day, he brought Ahong, Pang Ziyuan, and half a box of instant noodles to the Sure family's compound. Sure Yuebai didn't stand on ceremony and had Sure Yaoao bring the half box of expired instant noodles inside. In the pitch-black night, Sure Yuebai said calmly, "There's still a lot of trouble over at the Chen family. You'd better head back early." She turned to leave. Ahong quickly nudged Pang Zhonggong. Carrying Pang Ziyuan on his back, Pang Zhonggong stepped forward. "Yuebai, we want to move over here and live next to the Sure family. Is that okay?" Sure Yuebai frowned, her face round and puffy from fat. Ahong hurriedly said, "I'll work hard, Yuebai. I really will." She'd already sold her life to Sure Yuebai. But she had a son and a husband, so she couldn't move into the Sure family house like Gnome Yasi. All she could do was settle for living next to Sure Yuebai. Sure Yuebai said nothing and went back into the tent to rest. Those who knew her understood. If she didn't object, that meant she agreed. The next day, Pang Zhonggong didn't go out scavenging. After Ahong and Pang Ziyuan left for work, he packed up the Pang family's belongings and moved next to Sure Yuebai. The night before, mutant beasts had attacked the mercenaries on the perimeter, and none of Iwa's group had returned. Pang Zhonggong hadn't told Ija about moving, nor did he dare live too close to the mercenaries. He set up his family's tent across from Ija's group. Now, the Pang family, Sure family, Guai Guai's family, and Ija's team formed a layout like the character gate. People from the group came over to watch and asked Pang Zhonggong, "Are you afraid the Chen family will come looking for trouble? Moving here is good, at least there are 3 mercenaries here. If the Chen family comes, you can ask Captain Yi to protect you." Pang Zhonggong looked at Ahong. Ahong pressed her lips together and said nothing. She hadn't moved here for the mercenaries. They were strong, but often away from the group. Pang Zhonggong also had to go out scavenging. In the end, only Ahong and her son would be left here, along with the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Sure family. Ahong understood better than anyone. In the end, the only one who could protect her and Pang Ziyuan was Sure Yuebai. The Sure family said nothing. Sure Yuebai sat by the door, her gaze falling on the Pang family's big tent. She told Shi Yaoao. Go ask Peng Zhenggong, where did their big tent come from? Today's been foggy and confusing. All I want to do is sleep, day or night. Shi Yuebai shamelessly set her sights on the big tent owned by the Peng family. No one knew where Peng Zhenggong had scavenged it from, but that tent looked fantastic, a physically inflatable model. Once fully inflated, it was about the size of a one-bedroom apartment. Inside, it was filled with air and even came with a little sofa. Not to mention the zippered door and windows, it had everything you could want. On top of this one-bedroom tent, Peng Zhenggong had also set up 2 tarps for extra cover. Compared to the Shi family, the quality of life here was leagues better. Shi Yaoao ran over, her big eyes full of curiosity as she stared at the tent. She clearly repeated her aunt's request. Peng Zhenggong paused for a moment, then immediately understood. He packed up his inflatable tent, the hand pump, and the tarps and brought them all over to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai was sitting in the shade, watching Peng Zhenggong's slightly ingratiating smile. She pursed her plump lips. That's really not necessary. I wouldn't even know how to set it up. She had just asked Yao to inquire, without any real ulterior motive. But Peng Zhenggong understood anyway. He put down the pile of stuff and set up the inflatable tent and tarps right in the Shi family's yard. The yard was already cramped, and with such a big tent taking up space, there was barely any room left. But since Peng Zhenggong was so earnest and insisted on giving her the tent, Shi Yuebai wasn't about to refuse and be ungrateful. She nodded, her face full of satisfaction. Yaoao, go get some potatoes for Uncle Peng to take home. After giving the order, Shi Yuebai didn't bother worrying about where the Peng family would sleep now that they'd given up their tent. She just sat in her wheelchair and wheeled a circle around the tent in the limited space. Not bad. The more she looked, the more pleased she was. The tent was practically brand new. Peng Zhenggong must have just scavenged it, and now she'd gotten it thanks to the move. Shi Yaoao obediently went to ask her mother for a plastic bag. Shi's mother rummaged around and found the smallest, oldest plastic bag for her. This one, it's the smallest and oldest. I don't like it. She was obsessed with collecting plastic bags of all sizes and colors. Now she had a whole box of them, all folded neatly. She hated to use even one. Shi Yaoao used the bag her mother gave her, put 4 potatoes inside, each about the size of an adult's fist, and handed them to Peng Zhenggong. At first, Peng Zhenggong wanted to refuse. He'd been lucky lately and managed to find food several days in a row. But when he looked down at the bag, at those 4 freshly dug potatoes, each one still carrying the scent of earth, not a blemish or wormhole in sight, they looked so tempting. Lately, he'd seen potatoes at home too, leftovers his wife Ahong brought back. He never wanted to eat his wife's rations, but the potatoes she brought home were nowhere near as fresh as these from the Shi family. While he hesitated, Shi Yaoao had already turned away to do her homework. Times were tough, and the team under the bridge was weak. Peng Zhenggong spent several times longer scavenging than before, but still couldn't find much food. He accepted the 4 potatoes from the Shi family, went back to his place, and looked around. His wife and son were both busy. Ahong was already piling up a wall along that weird line drawn on the ground. Nong Yasi had moved the cement mixing area outside the Shi family's wall. And Peng Ziyuan was sitting in front of a pile of stones, quickly shaping them with his hands. Peng Zhenggong looked at his own empty plot of land. He simply turned around, found a stone, and drew a circle on the ground. When Ahong finished her work, she asked curiously, "Aren't you going out with the team to look for food today? We already have enough food for the 2 of us for more than half a month." Peng Zhenggong was busy as he spoke. He was thin now, but there was a new spark in his once lifeless eyes. Ahong watched for a while before she realized what that spark was: hope. "Now that you're helping the Shi family, they feed you every day." Peng Zhenggong marked out the area for a wall and said to his wife, "If we ration the instant noodles, bottled water, and potatoes at home, we can stretch it for over a month." He was already eating less than a cat. For a grown man doing manual labor, it was nowhere near enough. His once big belly had already caved in. But with hope rekindled, he smiled at Ahong as he drew lines. "Didn't we always want to build a house? Now, let's just put up a wall here, keep it simple. He planned to connect their wall to Shi Yuebai's, forming a square like the Chinese character Tong. Once the wall was up, they could eat and drink inside, away from the prying eyes of the team. That way, no one would come asking to borrow food anymore. Ahong stood by his side, watching for a while. She didn't know why, but her eyes grew red. But now that she'd sold herself to Shi Yuebai, there wasn't much she could do to help Peng Zhenggong. She only watched for a bit, reminded him not to overwork, then went back to her own tasks. As long as she worked a day, Shi Yuebai would give her 2 potatoes and a bottle of water. After years in the Wasteland, Ahong's stomach had shrunk to almost nothing. She couldn't even finish 2 potatoes. Peng Ziyuan was still weak too. Except for his arms, which had gained a bit of strength from operating the digging machine, his legs were still useless. He couldn't finish the food Ija gave him every day either. So every day, Ahong and Peng Ziyuan had plenty of leftovers. Combined with what Peng Zhenggong brought home, they really did need a wall to hide all the extra food. Otherwise, it would just be another endless cycle of lending and never getting anything back. Ahong was still thinking about this as evening fell. She was just about to finish work when Shi Yaoao brought her today's wages. Ahong looked at the potatoes, each 2 or 3 times bigger than before. Still 2 potatoes for a day's work, but each one was huge. She was even less able to finish them now. With tears in her eyes, Ahong looked at Shi Yuebai. Yuebai, when I said I'd give you my life, I meant it. Even if Shi Yuebai didn't give her a bite to eat, she wouldn't complain. But not only did Shi Yuebai not shortchange her, she was actually giving her even more. Shi Yuebai turned around impatiently. She was trying to get into the inflatable tent. Just take it and eat. What's the big deal? Why so much fuss? So annoying. Everyone in the Shi family could get in, but she was too fat to fit through the door. The inflatable tent had a zippered door. But even with the zipper opened all the way, Shi Yuebai still couldn't squeeze inside. If she tried to force her way in, she'd probably end up tearing the tent door apart. This thing looked sturdy enough, probably designed by survivors before the apocalypse for outdoor recreation. Waterproof, windproof, and fireproof. But it definitely couldn't withstand Shi Yuebai's brute force. She stewed over it for a while, then decided to let it go. Whatever. She left the tent for Shi Yaoao, Shi mother, and Shi Xiangrui to sleep in. Shi Yuebai took Shi's second sister-in-law and Nong Yasi, and the 3 of them slept under the tarp as usual. After a night passed, the wasteland greeted a bright sunny day. Early in the morning, the ground temperature was already 36 degrees Celsius. Even though Shi Yuebai stayed in the shade, her weight still started to climb uncontrollably. Under these circumstances, Shi Yuebai had to find a way to burn off some of her body fat. She began to push herself. First, she poured spiritual energy madly into the dizziness array, so much so that when Nong Yasi got up, she was stunned. She asked Shi Yuebai, "Why is it so foggy today?" The sun blazed in the sky, but thick white mist drifted along the ground. Such a strange phenomenon. Was another disaster about to happen? Nong Yasi felt uneasy. But Shi Yuebai didn't answer her. She just turned away and had Nong Yasi and second sister-in-law use scavenge brooms to sweep all the trash and rubble from inside and outside the tarp, as well as the yard. The whole place looked much cleaner, though there was still a pile of rubble behind the pool. The stones under the bridge had been cleared away, revealing the original stone piers. The piers were smooth. Before the apocalypse, the bridge construction here must have been quite advanced. You could even vaguely see the neatly stacked embankment beside the piers. Looking at this flat area, Shi Yuebai could imagine that, before the wasteland, there used to be water in this river. When the water level was low, there must have been plenty of fishing enthusiasts sitting on the piers and embankment, casting their lines. Shi Yuebai looked up. Not far from the mattress was a patch of earth. A field of potatoes was growing there. The potato plants were lush and crowded, packed so tightly they were almost pushing against each other. Shi Yuebai fell silent for a moment. It was time to clear away more rubble and expose more of the riverbank. Second sister-in-law stood on a high spot, waving in Shi Yuebai's direction, delighted. "Yuebai, We've cleared the path to the toilet. Even the pile of stones blocking the public restroom entrance had been completely removed. Gnome Yasi, sweating profusely, pushed over a cart full of rubble. Webai, we want to use some water to clean the restroom. Sure, Webai nodded and followed Gnome Yasi up the slope to check out the public restroom they'd gradually dug out. It was a public toilet built from bluestone slabs. Before the apocalypse, this must have been a nice scenic spot, a swimming pool for people to enjoy, and a place for fishing enthusiasts. So the public restroom was large and modern. So modern, in fact, that a whole row of screens hung above the sinks. The roof was covered with solar panels. Though many of the screens were cracked and broken, you could still make out which stalls were occupied and which were free. Occupied stalls showed red. Unoccupied ones were green. Sure, Webai stared at the screen at the restroom entrance for a long time, struggling to figure out what use it could possibly have. Webai, there's so much toilet paper here. Gnome Yasi, who was cleaning the restroom floor, had opened a utility room next to the building. Half the room was filled with big, white rolls of toilet paper, stacked high. There were also several boxes of cleaning supplies, a dozen mops, buckets, and so on. Everything was well preserved. Probably because the restroom had been half buried in the ruins. No other survivors had managed to get into the utility room. Gnome Yasi said happily, now we don't even have to worry about finding toilet paper. She carried out a big roll, tore off the clear plastic wrap, and loaded it into the wall-mounted dispenser. She cheerfully pulled off a strip and went to use the toilet. Sure Yaoao and Sure Mother also climbed up excitedly to check out the restroom. Curious, they each tore off a strip of toilet paper and picked a stall. Sure Webai wheeled herself inside, bored, and looked up at the electronic screen. The stalls occupied by Gnome Yasi, Sure Yaoao, and Sure Mother all showed green, unoccupied. Sure Webai snorted. See, this thing was useless. She turned on the faucet. A stream of blackish-yellow water came out, reeking of rot. The drainage and water supply systems in this area are still working. Sure Webai said to second sister-in-law, who was feeling her way inside, then shut off the tap. Unlike the Sure family, she didn't need to use the toilet every day. After satisfying her curiosity, Sure Webai left the restroom. Sitting on a high spot and looking down, Sure Webai realized that after clearing away the rubble, their sleeping area was very close to the potato field. Judging by the terrain, the potato field used to be part of the riverbank. It was much lower than where the mattress was. The small pool was just above the mattress. Further up was the old bridge, and the restroom was by the riverbank. In fact, if they just dug a channel, water from the pool could flow straight to the potato field. Sure Webai hurried down from the restroom to find Guai Guai. She described what she needed. Guai Guai was silent for a long time before asking, in a dazed voice, "You guys have a public restroom now?" "What?" "You want to use your bathwater to irrigate the potato field." "Bathwater? Bathwater?" Ha ha. Guai Guai was about to lose it. Such a familiar yet foreign word. Was there really such a thing as bathwater in the Wasteland? Wasn't all clean water supposed to be for drinking? After mumbling to himself, Guai Guai looked at Sure Webai with a crazed expression. "Let me take a bath, and I'll build you an automatic irrigation system." "Ha ha, oh Sure Webai, you're such a waster." He was both pleading and exasperated, looking like someone with a split personality. Sure Webai actually used water for bathing. No wonder the Sure family all looked so clean lately. Well, Guai Guai wanted in too. Sure Webai looked at him coolly. "My family is all women and children. If you dare try to bathe here, I'll kill you." She wheeled herself away, rolling over the trash Guai Guai had piled under the tarp. "I'll let you bathe, but go use the public restroom. Figure out your own water tank." Finally, Sure Webai made the most of her resources. Both the men's and women's restrooms need one. Make a supersized tank. I want only clean water for flushing the toilets. If Sure Weibai's words got out, the storm they'd stir up would be unimaginable. As for how Guai Guai would manage to build an enormous water tank, Sure Webai didn't really care. Instead, she went off to direct Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Sure to clear the rocks near the potato field. Right now, the potato field was still too small. Shi Yuebai wanted to increase production. She'd been observing for 2 days. Because of the purification spell, the potatoes weren't growing nearly as fast as before. On this wasteland, anything that was about to mutate, or had already mutated, would grow rapidly. Take Shi Yuebai's own weight, for example. She herself was a mutant. So Shi Yuebai siphoned off a bit of her own soul power from the purification array, weakening its effect. That way, the potatoes buried in the ground could grow a little faster. But this meant that most of the potatoes they dug up had about 60% radiation contamination. Here in the wasteland, anything with over 60% radiation was considered highly contaminated. Below 30% was considered low contamination. Low contamination food fetched the highest prices. Food with 0% radiation could sell for a fortune. But after 5 years in the wasteland, it was impossible to find food with 0% radiation anymore. Shi Yuebai ignored the freshly dug potatoes with 60% radiation. Based on her current abilities, she drew a separate purification array, about 4 or 5 square meters in size. She had Shi Yuebai put all the dug-up potatoes, along with every bottle and jar of clean water, into this purification array. The array would run 24/7, fighting radiation and purifying whatever food was placed inside. By the time she finished, Shi Yuebai had reached the limit of her soul power output. For someone whose meridians were still largely unrepaired, this was already an incredible feat. Even Shi Yuebai couldn't help but admire herself for managing this much. To survive in this hellish wasteland, she was giving it everything she had. And even so, she still weighed 706 gene. It left Shi Yuebai feeling helpless. But she didn't lose heart. As long as she was alive, she'd never stop trying to lose weight. Meanwhile, over on Guai Guai's side, as soon as Shi Yuebai left, Guai Guai started sketching. He had a real talent for this sort of thing. In just a couple of days, he handed Shi Yuebai a cleverly designed irrigation system. Looking over the plans, Shi Yuebai figured it was an ancient irrigation device, something like a cross between a water wheel and bamboo tubes, with gears for mechanical action. Before, the Shi family watered the potato field by hand. Most of the time, it was just leftover wash water after washing their faces, nowhere else to dump it, so they'd just throw it on the potatoes. Shi Yuebai was determined to change this careless way of growing potatoes. She called over Nong Yasi. Among this group, Nong Yasi was the only one with a higher education and a knack for learning. Shi Yuebai handed her the blueprints and told her to follow Guai Guai's design and put it into practice. With Nong Yasi gone, only second sister-in-law Shi was left clearing rocks near the potato field. Shi Yuebai was in charge of digging up potatoes, piling them next to the purification array. Mother Shi was scavenging plastic bags from the mountains of trash. Ahong was building up the walls. Guai Guai had gone to the public restroom, pondering how to build a giant water tank next to it, so he could finally take a bath. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. Except for the group of women from the Chu and Shin families who came to the Shi family's wall to make trouble. Shi Yuebai glanced at the sun, then at the women crowding by the gate, frowning as she asked, "Don't you have anything better to do? It's broad daylight. Why not help fix the wall or move some rocks?" After all, Shi Yuebai never had enough hands. There was always more work than people. Chu Zhongshuan's wife spat at Shi Yuebai with a loud tui, aiming straight for her face. But as the spit flew toward her, Shi Yuebai blocked it with a perfectly intact palm fan. The next second, she swung the fan and smacked Chu Zhongshuan's wife. "Think I'm going to let you get away with that?" Shi Yuebai hit Zhang Xueyao several times, breaking the fan in the process. "I was talking to you nicely, and you dare spit at me?" Because of her weight, Shi Yuebai was still sitting in her wheelchair. Even though she used all her strength, the fan only managed to knock Zhang Xueyao to the ground. Zhang Xueyao lay there, wailing. "Shi Yuebai, you monster. You killed my husband. I want your second sister-in-law's life in exchange." No one expected second sister-in-law Shi to be so fierce or to have a gun. No one expected her to actually dare kill. Now Zhang Xueyao's husband was dead, and the Chu family still had so many mouths to feed. What were they supposed to do now? Along with the Chu family, Wei Lingxia had also come to the Shi family's wall. So had a few women from Chen Huaihai's tent, the ones who performed well. By performed well, it meant they cooperated with Chen Huaihai, never cried or made trouble, and were seductive and proactive when Chen Huaihai or the Qin men wanted them. These women got more food. On the other hand, those the Qin men thought didn't perform well, the ones who always looked miserable, sighed all day, weren't much to look at, and acted negatively, were lucky to get a meal every 2 or 3 days. Knowing Zhang Xueyao was coming to make trouble today, Wei Lingxia brought the good performers along to join the commotion outside the Shi house. Her eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. She looked at Shi Yuebai as if she were her mortal enemy. Your Shi family killed someone and doesn't have to pay for it? Wei Lingxia asked through gritted teeth. Shi Yuebai looked at her strangely. Are you crazy, or am I? In times like these, why would anyone pay for a killing? If you've got the guts, come kill me life for a life, simple as that. Before she'd even finished speaking, second sister-in-law Shi charged out with her gun. I'm the one who killed Chu Zhongshuan. If you want trouble, come for me. It's got nothing to do with the rest of the Shi family. Seeing how fierce she was, the women outside the Shi family's wall all took a big step back. Wei Lingxia gritted her teeth, her eyes darting, then plopped down on the ground and started wailing. We can't go on. This world is hopeless. My husband's been killed, and the murderer is still at large. What are we supposed to do? There are so many mouths to feed at home. Shi Yuebai looked at Wei Lingxia with a hint of mockery and said coldly, You're not really going to throw yourself in front of my second sister-in-law's gun, are you? You're just here to extort some food, aren't you? Nice try, but reality's harsh. You want food? Too bad. You're not getting any. Ever since Chu Zhongshuan and Qin Huaihai were both killed by the Shi family, Wei Lingxia and the rest of the Chu clan finally realized that the Shi family, who looked like nothing but a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people, were actually not easy to deal with at all. But just like that, 2 lives were lost? No, 2 lives could have been exchanged for a lot of food. That's why Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao joined forces, bringing the women and children from both families to make a scene outside the Shi family's wall. But Shi Yuebai was completely unmoved, and second sister-in-law Shi was even standing there with a gun in her hand. Especially since that second sister-in-law was blind, yet still holding such a dangerous weapon. If anyone so much as raised their voice, she'd aim in that direction and fire a bullet. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao didn't dare make any rash moves. Zhang Xueyao started crying, putting on her most pitiful and delicate act. My husband could be a bastard sometimes, but in this wasteland, who can survive without being a little ruthless? Shi Yuebai, you used to have a father and brothers too. All the men in your family are dead, do I even need to say what kind of life you're living now? But Shi Yuebai felt that after her father and 2 brothers died, life in the Shi family was still pretty decent. After all, with her around, it was nearly impossible for anyone in the Shi family to starve. Don't bother pretending to be weak and pitiful in front of me. I never fall for that. Shi Yuebai's face was cold, and the palm fan in her hand was already battered to pieces. Her long stick wasn't nearby either. So Shi Yuebai just pried a brick from the wall and tossed it in her hand. If you want to try force, then come at me. A woman standing behind Wei Lingxia didn't believe Shi Yuebai would really do anything. She pointed right at Shi Yuebai's nose and took 2 steps forward. You fat bitch. Before she could finish, Shi Yuebai smashed the brick down on the woman's skinny wrist. Everyone heard a crisp crack, followed by the woman's agonized scream. Ah! A pitiful woman, so thin she was just skin and bones, had her hand crippled by Shi Yuebai, just like that. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao's faces went pale. They'd thought Shi Yuebai was only ruthless to men, and had at least a little pity for women. After all, Ahong and Nong Yasi had both been allowed by Shi Yuebai to stay near the Shi family, and those 2 pitiful women even managed to get some food from her. But they never expected Shi Yuebai could be so ruthless to women as well. She didn't even blink as she smashed a woman's hand with a brick. The poor woman, dressed in rags, clutched her wrist and rolled on the ground in agony. She was in excruciating pain. Wei Lingxia looked at Shi Weibai, her lips trembling. How could you? We're all women here. How can you be so heartless? Shi Weibai tossed the heavy brick in her hand, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She didn't pity these women, nor did she hate them. She lived by only one rule: if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. That's just how heartless I am. Don't like it? Come on, let's fight. Shi Weibai had always said she wasn't a good person. Just because she'd recently taken in 2 women who were at least somewhat useful, did people start thinking she'd go easy on women? No. In Shi Weibai's eyes, men and women were all the same. She didn't discriminate based on gender. Shi Weibai's attitude made Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao furious, but none of them dared point at Shi Weibai's nose again. Even Wei Lingxia, who was sitting on the ground bawling, could only choke back her sobs for now. Zhang Xueyao, unwilling to give up, said, Shi Weibai, are you really just going to let my husband die like that? What, keep him alive for the holidays? But if my husband's dead, we can't survive. He was the only one in our family who could bring food home. Then hurry up and die sooner. Shi Weibai's round face was cold, and she showed not a hint of compromise. On the contrary, her aura was overwhelming. Zhang Xueyao glanced at Ahong, who was busy building the wall nearby. Ahong had been watching the commotion, but when she saw Zhang Xueyao looking over, she quickly lowered her head and kept working, hurriedly laying bricks. She knew Shi Weibai's temperament. There was work to do every day. If she didn't finish today's work, it would be left for tomorrow. If she still couldn't finish it tomorrow, Shi Weibai wouldn't let her work anymore. Shi Weibai might just kill her outright. Zhang Xueyao pointed at Ahong. Shi Weibai, why are you so good to Ahong? You even give her some of the food the mercenaries give your family every day. A nasty smile appeared on Zhang Xueyao's face. That smile made Ahong's heart sink, and she had a bad feeling. Zhang Xueyao continued, don't you know Ahong used to be one of us? She used to mock your family for being nothing but old, weak, sick, and disabled. Sitting on a pile of rubble, Peng Ziyuan's face flushed red as he shouted angrily. My mom never mocked anyone. She just didn't say anything when you all were making fun of the Shi family. Ahong anxiously dropped her work and rushed to Shi Weibai to explain. Shi Weibai raised her brick at Ahong and snapped. Did I tell you to stop? Get back to work. Threatened by Shi Weibai, Ahong actually felt relieved. She hurried back to continue working. As long as Shi Weibai still let her work, she wouldn't be abandoned. Looks like you all still don't understand me. Shi Weibai addressed the group of women in front of her. So let me repeat myself. In my eyes, there's no difference between men and women. Whether you've killed and burned or built bridges and roads before, as long as you're useful to me, I'll use you. It was a simple principle. But many people just didn't get it. Tears streaked down Zhang Xueyao and Wei Lingxia's faces, both of them seething inside. They couldn't win a fight, and making a scene didn't get them anywhere. Even acting weak and pitiful didn't earn a shred of Shi Weibai's sympathy. In the end, after making such a big fuss outside the Shi family's wall, they could only slink away with their heads down. That fat Shi Weibai is just too arrogant. As soon as they were out of sight of the Shi family, Zhang Xueyao's pitiful expression vanished. In its place was a look of malice. In the Wasteland, anyone who'd survived this long, who among them was truly weak and pitiful? Zhang Xueyao turned to Wei Lingxia and said, between our 2 families, we've got quite a few people. There's no way the rest of the group won't give us some respect. People are social animals. No one can survive in this world completely alone, without any connections. When the men go out scavenging, the women left in the group have their own territory too. Wei Lingxia instantly understood what Zhang Xueyao was planning. The Qin family was the largest clan in the group under the bridge. The Chu family was one of their affiliates. This time, except for Chu Zhongshuan, all the men from the Chu family had followed the Qin family men and moved over to another powerful team. It seemed they were doing quite well over there, so the rest of the Chu family men hadn't come back. Zhang Xueyao's plan was to unite the other women in the group to collectively ostracize the Shi family. Yue was completely oblivious. Who was ostracizing her, who wasn't friendly with her? Yue had no concept of these things. In her previous life among the Wu tribe, she had stood at the very top. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top, people at the pinnacle rarely have friends. So when it came to collective exclusion, not only could Yue not sense it, even if she did, she wouldn't care. It was Nom Yasi and Ahong who were truly upset. Their intelligence was normal, their eyesight was fine, and their social skills were perfectly adequate. So when faced with the pointed looks and subtle atmosphere of unity among the other women in the group, they felt it keenly. Every time I go outside, those women standing there chatting just stop talking, Ahong said with a stony face as she built a wall, speaking to Nom Yasi. Nom Yasi was in charge of making the automatic irrigation tool, so she was always near Pang Ziyuan, discussing things with him while mixing cement for Ahong. I feel it too. It's really uncomfortable, she said. It was a kind of malice that was perceptible but not overt. Before the apocalypse, this would have been called group bullying or social exclusion, deliberate at that. Now, the women in the group were using this collective ostracism, banding together to exclude the Shi and Pang families. The Shi and Pang families would never know what the others were whispering about. If they tried to join the conversation, all they'd get were secretive glances and knowing smiles that only the others understood. It was enough to make anyone paranoid. Were they talking behind their backs? Badmouthing the Shi and Pang families? It left Nom Yasi and Ahong constantly guessing. What were they saying when their backs were turned? Humans are social creatures. When excluded by the group, you start to doubt yourself. To fit in, you try to conform. It feels as if only by gaining the group's approval can you prove you're not a failure. Nom Yasi and Ahong were both in low spirits, realizing the whole group was gossiping about them. Just then, Yue rolled over in her wheelchair. Ahong hurriedly asked, Yue, what should we do? I think they're talking bad about us. Yue stopped her wheelchair, but before she could speak, second sister-in-law Shi, who had followed her, said, It's not, I think, they definitely are talking bad about us. Yue didn't even frown. So what? Let them talk. Is it going to make me lose a pound of flesh? If gossip could make her lose weight, she'd let them curse her out all day long. Ahong asked second sister-in-law curiously, How do you know? Second sister-in-law's eyes were hollow as she touched her ear. I heard them. Her hearing had always been good. And ever since her headaches had become less frequent, her hearing had gotten even better. As long as she focused, even sitting in the courtyard, she could hear the whispers of those outside. Ahong pressed on, so what exactly are they saying? Second sister-in-law's face darkened. Her lips moved, but she didn't want to repeat it. Obviously, what was being said behind the Shi and Pang families' backs wasn't pleasant. Second sister-in-law was angry too. Ahong's face fell. Aren't they going too far? We haven't done anything to them. Second sister-in-law added, they're planning to move their tarps further away from ours to avoid catching our bad luck. There was more, but second sister-in-law refused to repeat it. But even just those two sentences were enough to make Ahong and Nom Yasi's faces turn ugly. Pang Ziyuan, sitting on a pile of rocks, was young and couldn't hold back. He shouted angrily, How are we unlucky? We're actually really lucky. Take Pang Ziyuan himself, if he hadn't stuck close to the Shi family, he would have starved to death long ago. This wasn't bad luck, it was good fortune. It was this luck that let Pang Ziyuan meet Yue before he died. And because he got close to the Shi family, he was noticed by mercenary Asia. Now he ate rations provided by the Xiangqing mercenary team. Before the apocalypse, that was like landing a secure government job. Others could only envy him. Pang Ziyuan felt he had to say something. He couldn't let the Shi family be slandered like this. Just then, Yue turned her wheelchair to look at the area in front of the Shi family. Great. If they don't want to associate with us, I don't want to associate with them either. The Shi family had always been heavily ostracized by the group. Otherwise, why would all the other families live together, while the Shi family and Guai were forced to pitch their tarp under the bridge? Since they'd already been excluded, there was no point trying to fit in. Now, the women's behavior was nothing more than psychological warfare against the Shi and Pang families. Shi Yuebai pointed to the riverbank ahead. Let's dig a trench here. Draw a clear line. Best if we never interact again. The trench would be right in front of the Tong shared area where the Pang, Shi, Guai families and 3 mercenaries lived. It was exactly where the riverbank met the riverbed. Nong Yasi and Ahong were stunned. They never expected that, when it came to interpersonal relations, Shi Yuebai not only had no intention of reconciling with the group, she was ready to cut ties completely. Cutting ties. What are you standing around for? Get to work. Shi Yuebai urged Nong Yasi and Ahong to start digging. She turned and went behind the Shi family's tarp, up the slope behind their enclosure. A cold smile appeared on her face. They want to ostracize her? Fine. She'd set up a fog array around the public toilet. No one would be able to see what her family was up to. From a distance, their home would be hidden among the rocks. The weather was getting colder. Shi Yuebai's injuries still hadn't healed, and now she had to add another soul-consuming formation on top of that. For her, it was undoubtedly another burden. But Shi Yuebai was quite philosophical about it. Since she was always in pain anyway, a little more pain didn't make much difference. If this wasteland couldn't kill her, she'd just push herself to the limit. And everyone around her was dragged along for the ride. According to Shi Yuebai's plan, this trench had to be dug deep, at least 5 meters. It's not that they're excluding us now. It's that I don't want to associate with them. Shi Yuebai's proud declaration instantly gave the Shi and Pang families a boost of confidence, lifting their previously gloomy moods. That's right. Now it was them who didn't want to play with the rest of the group. So what? Nong Yasi quickly led Ahong and second sister-in-law Shi out, pushing a construction wheelbarrow, and started picking up stones in front of the Tong character frame. They piled the stones along the back of the frame, temporarily connecting it to the Pang family's wall. A few women, who usually got along well with second sister-in-law Shi, were gossiping in front of the wall. When they saw Nong Yasi, Ahong, and second sister-in-law Shi approaching, they immediately fell silent, exchanging knowing glances and smiling in a way only they understood. Their main tactic was psychological warfare, trying to get the Shi family to take the initiative to join their group. Once the Shi family wanted in, they'd be bound by the group's rules. But Nong Yasi, Ahong, and second sister-in-law Shi were racing against time. After finishing up here, they still had other tasks to do. Shi Yuebai had increased their workload. They simply didn't have the time to worry about what others thought. Tonight, they'd probably be working late into the night before they could rest. So the 3 of them didn't even glance at those women, just kept their heads down and moved stones. All this heavy labor had made them much tougher. Their hands were a lot stronger now, too. Before long, Nong Yasi, Ahong, and second sister-in-law Shi had dug a hole in the riverbank at their feet. There's sand under the rocks, Ahong said, bending down and scooping up a handful of sand. She turned back to Shi Yuebai, delighted. Yuebai, look. Now we have sand for mixing cement. We don't have to crush rocks by hand anymore. Shi Yuebai just glanced at the sand in Ahong's hand. Your son still needs to crush those rocks. There's a pile of rubble over there. It's an eyesore. Whether they had sand or not, Pang Ziyuan's workload wasn't going to decrease. Even if Pang Ziyuan didn't crush rocks for Shi Yuebai, Ija would find something else for him to do. Besides, there was so much rubble near Shi Yuebai's place. Just the collapsed bridge alone had created a mountain of construction waste. It was better to crush all that debris into fine gravel, at least it wouldn't be such an eyesore. Ahong smiled and nodded, then went back to work. It wasn't until nightfall that Shi Yuebai sent Shi Yao out to call everyone back. Pang Ziyuan was carried inside the Shi family's wall by Ahong. By now, it was dinner time in the wasteland. According to Shi Yuebai's instructions, once the sun set, no one from the Shi or Pang families was to be outside the wall. No one could guarantee that it was safe outside after dark. Given how things had blown up between the Shi and Pang families and the rest of the group, some of the more narrow-minded, unscrupulous survivors might take the opportunity to ambush them while they were outside. The area from our wall to the public toilet is safe, Shi Yuebai said, sitting in front of her tarp and addressing the exhausted group. So after sunset, move your work inside the wall. She had Shi Yaoao bring Ahong 2 potatoes and a bottle of water, then turned and went inside the tarp. As she passed a pile of potatoes, one about the size of a fist rolled over and blocked her wheelchair. Shi Yuebai stopped and looked at the little mountain of potatoes. Gnome Yasi hurried over, surprised, and looked at Shi Yaoao. Yaoao, how did you dig up so many potatoes? Yesterday, there had only been a small pile in the corner. Today, it was a whole mountain. Sorry, Shi Yaoao blushed and lowered her head as if she'd done something wrong. Her aunt had told her to do her homework and tend the little potato patch at the same time. So today, every time she finished her homework, she'd dig up more potatoes. She hadn't realized she'd dug up so many. Shi Yuebai told her, "There's nothing to be sorry for. Don't apologize so much. You did exactly as I asked, great job. Didn't I find a pot last time? Go get it. Let's fry some potato slices." Originally, Shi Yuebai had planned to save the potatoes to trade for other supplies. But now that she'd cut ties with the group, those survivors who'd shunned her probably wouldn't come to trade anymore. So she might as well eat the potatoes herself. The Shi family hadn't eaten properly in a long time. But that didn't mean their stomachs felt full. On the contrary, they'd get hungry at random times throughout the day. But if they endured it, the hunger would pass. Maybe it was anxiety about food. Every member of the Shi family thought that unless they were absolutely starving, they shouldn't touch the pile of potatoes in the corner. After all, Shi Yuebai was so good at turning food into other things, she always managed to trade food for a bunch of supplies. Even the not-so-bright Shi Yaoao and the half-crazy Shi mother thought this way. They were all afraid that if they ate the potatoes, there'd be nothing left for Shi Yuebai to trade. Little did they know, the more they tried to save the potatoes, the bigger the pile grew. Shi Yaoao quickly rummaged through a pile of odds and ends in the corner and found a brand new frying pan. Next to her, second sister-in-law Shi was feeling around. She had a habit of sorting all the scavenged supplies when she got back. Since Shi Yuebai wanted to fry potatoes, second sister-in-law Shi looked to see if there was any cooking oil. Then Shi Yuebai told Gnome Yasi, "Call Ahong and Pang Ziyuan in. From today on, you'll all have a meal of potatoes every day." Gnome Yasi, wearing a radiation detector bracelet, went to pick potatoes from the pile. She just wanted to pick one with the lowest radiation. Scan, potato with 10% radiation. Scan, potato with 20% radiation. Shi Yuebai, sitting in her wheelchair, reminded her, "Pick the ones at the bottom. The very bottom potatoes have 0 radiation." The purification array worked slowly. It couldn't instantly reduce the radiation in food to 0%. Instead, it purified the food bit by bit. Aside from consuming a lot of Shi Yuebai's soul power, it was at least less of a hassle for her. The purification spell was a bit faster, but Shi Yuebai didn't have the time or energy to purify each potato as soon as Shi Yaoao dug one up. So, the longer the potatoes sat on the purification array, the lower their radiation levels became. Following Shi Yuebai's instructions, Gnome Yasi managed to find a few potatoes from the bottom that had 0% radiation. She washed the potatoes with water. Shi Yuebai reminded her from the side, "Peel them." Gnome Yasi's hand paused for a moment, but she still did as Shi Yuebai said. On the Wasteland, anything edible was usually eaten as is. Gnome Yasi had seen it many times. Ahong and Guai Guai would eat potatoes with the skin on, dirt and all. So Shi Yuebai's request was already considered wasteful. But it didn't matter, they really did have a lot of potatoes at home. Shi Yuebai went to check on Shi Xiangrui. Shi Xiangrui was lying on a mattress inside the tarp. She was already a month old, no longer just eating and sleeping all day like a newborn. When she saw Shi Yuebai approach, the little one waved her hands and kicked her chubby legs, her big dark eyes fixed on Shi Yuebai. For a moment, Shi Yuebai felt like getting a cat teaser to play with the child. She stared expressionlessly at Shi Xiangrui. Suddenly, Shi Xiangrui burst out giggling. Shi Yuebai couldn't help but curl her lips and said coldly, "What are you laughing at, huh? Don't think you can get out of working just by acting cute." Second sister-in-law, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Yuebai. Their Yuebai was truly someone who made everyone feel safe. Second sister-in-law thought of how, after her husband died, Yuebai had taken on the responsibility of the whole family by herself. Her heart ached at the memory. Tears stung her eyes and fell again. She hurriedly fumbled for some clean water to wash her eyes. When she opened them, she saw a hazy white light. In that white light, there seemed to be a few blurry figures moving around. Second sister-in-law blinked hard, but the white light didn't disappear. Yuebai. Second sister-in-law cried out in alarm. Panic rose in her. Had her brain disease gotten so bad? Was she seeing heaven? Yuebai quickly spun her wheelchair over to second sister-in-law's side. She reached out to steady the swaying woman. What's wrong? Second sister-in-law started crying again. She was dying, but her daughter was still so young, and Xiangrui hadn't grown up yet. Those people would come and call them a family of idiots again, who would shoot them dead. In the whole Shi family, she was the only one with good hearing. The Wasteland was already hopeless enough, but the thought of dying and leaving so many things unfinished made her even more reluctant to go. She cried even harder, tears streaming down her face. The blackish-yellow tears stained her once fair, pretty face. The tears not only stung her eyes, but also caused a rash on her cheeks. Yuebai quickly had Yaoao bring clean water to wash second sister-in-law's eyes and face over and over. Yuebai, I saw heaven. Second sister-in-law sat in front of Yuebai's wheelchair, eyes dull, letting Yaoao rinse her eyes with a ladle. She gripped Yuebai's hand tightly, sobbing. What should I do? I can't let go of you all. Don't talk nonsense. Yuebai scolded her. There's no such thing as heaven. Be realistic, there's only hell in this world, and we're living in it right now. Her words were always sharp. Living on the wasteland was no different from living in hell. You've been drinking too much water lately. That's why you have so many tears. Yuebai was impatient with second sister-in-law's sentimentality. Second sister-in-law didn't dare cry anymore, afraid Yuebai would yell at her. When darkness slowly returned to her vision, she choked out. Yuebai, I couldn't find any oil. Without oil, they couldn't fry the potatoes. Yuebai said indifferently, it's fine. Just fry them without oil. Seeing second sister-in-law calm down, Gnome Yasi relaxed too and quickly sliced up several large potatoes. Yuebai had Gnome Yasi build a stove out of stones outside the tarp, then called over Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan. She also called over Guai Guai, who had come by. A group of people gathered around the stone stove to fry a pot of potato slices without oil. To keep them from sticking, Gnome Yasi put a bit of water at the bottom of the pot. In the end, the fried potato slices turned into boiled potato slices. Everyone still enjoyed them. Compared to just steaming potatoes, gathering together to boil potato slices had its own special flavor. After eating the potato slices, everyone even got some of the broth. Once they were done eating and drinking, they went back to building the wall under cover of night. The Shi family's activities were being watched in secret. Someone in the nearby group saw all this and couldn't help but whisper mockingly, "Do those idiots think they have tons of food or something? Do they think building that wall will get them more food? TCH, they're just a bunch of freeloaders living off mercenaries. The women of the Shi family have it easy, just spread their legs and the mercenaries bring food right over." A few days ago, some people had seen Ija and a few mercenaries deliver several big boxes to the Shi family's compound. Someone overheard them say it was rent or something. Zhong Xueyao sneered, maybe those Shi women are being kept by the mercenary group long term. TSK, the Shi family is building a brothel, huh? Even Ah Hong has sunk this low. Does her husband know? The women who were close to Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao made the nastiest speculations about the Shi and Pang families. Hungry, filthy, and with tangled hair, they all watched the Shi family, waiting for them to make fools of themselves. Using their own logic, they found what seemed like the most reasonable explanation for the Shi family's actions. No one from the Shi family came out to refute them. In the middle of the night, everyone was dog-tired. They'd eaten their fill and had energy to work, but Yuebai had assigned so many tasks. They didn't finish until midnight. Yao handed Ah Hong a plastic bag. Inside were 4 potatoes, each the size of an adult's fist, and 2 bottles of water. Ahong immediately looked at Sher Yuebai. Yuebai, isn't this too much? I already ate potato slices with you all today. Not only had she eaten potato slices, she'd also had potato soup. Ahong had always thought that if she ate at the Sher family's place, she wouldn't get paid. Sher Yuebai spoke to Ahong in a matter-of-fact tone. You did twice the work, so you get twice the food. Isn't that fair? As for the fact that Ahong had eaten some potato slices in her courtyard, was that even worth mentioning? Right now, if there was anything Sher Yuebai had in abundance, it was potatoes. She'd even rented an excavator arm to Ija and hadn't asked for any specific amount of food as payment for a day's use. Ija wasn't stingy either. He simply brought her 2 boxes of sprouted potatoes. Sher Yuebai planted all those potatoes in the newly cleared land. Then there was Pang Ziyuan's rations. Ija converted all of it into canned cat and dog food, as well as potatoes, and delivered 2 boxes to Sher Yuebai. In Ija's view, leaving Pang Ziyuan with Sher Yuebai was like placing a seedling there for training on behalf of the mercenary group. So Pang Ziyuan's rations were also entrusted to Sher Yuebai for safekeeping. Only when Pang Ziyuan diligently kneaded rocks for an entire day would Sher Yuebai give him a can of food. But Sher Yuebai found those cans of cat and dog food utterly distasteful and tossed them into a corner. She wouldn't eat them, and she wouldn't allow anyone from the Sher or Pang families to eat them either. Sher Yuebai was domineering and straightforward. She replaced Pang Ziyuan's daily can with 2 zero-radiation potatoes and a bottle of purified water. Do you have a problem with that? Sher Yuebai asked Pang Ziyuan. Pang Ziyuan immediately shook his head. He'd regained a bit of strength and could now prop himself up to sit, even though he was still skin and bones. Aunt Yuebai, I have no objections. I don't like eating pet food either. Pang Ziyuan was already 12 years old. He was of normal intelligence and understood what he needed to. For survivors in the Wasteland, just seeing meat in pet food made it top-tier rations. Ija hadn't treated him badly. In fact, he'd been given the best the mercenary group could offer. But at the end of the day, it was still expired pet food. Now, with zero-radiation potatoes and purified water to sustain him, the pet food became a backup option. Auntie's doing it for my own good, Pang Ziyuan said, just as obedient as Sher Yaoao. Sher Yuebai snorted. Good, as long as you don't mind. She kept back Pang Ziyuan's canned food. Originally, she'd planned to trade those cans for supplies within the group. But now that she'd cut ties, Sher Yuebai decided to find an opportunity to return the cat and dog food to Ija. Even if Ija just swapped them for another batch of sprouted potatoes, that would be fine. Anyway, as long as someone was under Sher Yuebai's roof, they weren't allowed to eat that stuff. But Ija hadn't come down from the perimeter for several days. It seemed the mutated beast horde they'd encountered this time was particularly troublesome. So Sher Yuebai just kept holding on to Pang Ziyuan's pet food, continuing to squeeze work out of the Sher and Pang families. The trench in front of the Tong character frame was being dug deeper and wider by the day. When Pang Zhonggong returned from scavenging, he learned that Sher Yuebai intended to cut ties with the group. He didn't say anything. He just spent a day at the edge of the shallow trench, building a counterweight well with a long pole. It was specifically for Ahong and Nong Yasi to haul dirt out of the pit. With the appearance of the well, the leader of the survivor group finally realized something was up. He hurried over to pay a visit, following his instincts to find Sher Yuebai. Outsiders didn't know, nor did they understand, what was going on with the Sher and Pang families now. But the group leader knew a bit. It seemed Sher Yuebai had become the head of both families. No matter, when the leader saw Sher Yuebai, he greeted her with a smile. I heard you've had some disagreements with the others in the group lately. I've already scolded those women. They really do like to stir up trouble. None of them are as capable as you. Sher Yuebai looked at the group leader coldly. No matter what happened in the group, this leader always showed up a beat too late. Yuebai, it's really not a big deal. Look, being talked about a little won't kill you, right? The leader smiled, as if he hadn't noticed Sher Yuebai's icy expression. You're going to all this trouble and wasting so much effort to dig a pit, it's not worth it. What he didn't say was that the Sher family had already become the butt of jokes lately. even more so than when they built their wall. But for some reason, the leader couldn't bring himself to laugh when he looked at that trench. He really wanted to win the Sher family back. Sure, Yuebai said coolly, they're the ones who excluded us first. What's the point of you trying to persuade me? The leader's lips moved. He knew that Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao were trying to force the women of the Sher family to join their clique, to play by their rules. But Sher Yuebai wouldn't bow her head. She might be infuriatingly fat, but she had backbone. You couldn't break her spirit with a stick, let alone with this petty ostracism. In that instant, the leader made up his mind. Webai, those women are their own problem. As the leader, my heart is with you. If there's anything good in the future, we'll share it together and advance or retreat as one. He spoke earnestly. Sure, Webai replied with a perfunctory smile. Sure, as long as you play fair, I'm not that hard to deal with. The leader immediately understood. He took out a box of disposable plastic bowls and chopsticks. Would you be interested in these, Yuebai? Sure, Yuebai's eyes lit up. Yes. These past few days, they'd been eating potato slices with scavenged twigs. Forget bowls, no one even had anything to eat out of. It was the Wasteland. Who cared about that sort of thing? Everyone just hunched over and ate straight out of the frying pan. Except Sher Webai. She hadn't eaten at all. The leader asked, so, what do you want to trade? I found a whole lot of these. His voice was a little weak, because he realized that Sher Yuebai wasn't stupid at all. On the contrary, this fat girl was not only smart but also tough. He was worried that if he tried to use this junk to scam food from Sher Yuebai, she'd kick him out. One can have pet food for 10 boxes, Sher Yuebai said bluntly. A big cardboard box held at least 10,000 disposable bowls. Before the apocalypse, that stuff was worthless. After the apocalypse, it was even more worthless. When it got cold and there was no wood or charcoal, people would burn this stuff for warmth. The leader nodded eagerly. While scavenging, he'd found a night market street. That street had already been picked clean by survivors countless times. There wasn't a scrap of food left. But who would have thought there'd be a silver lining? Now the leader could use the trash from that street to trade for pet food. He rushed back, gathered everyone in his household, and made several trips, hauling over 300 boxes of disposable bowls and chopsticks. He traded them for 30 cans of pet food from Sher Yuebai. The leader and his wife were all smiles. But just then, Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao stepped in to block the leader. Captain, the Sher family killed our men, and we're just going to let it go? Wei Lingxia, thinking she was about to leave the team anyway, spoke to the captain without any courtesy. They had worked so hard to isolate the Sher and Pang families. Now the captain was taking the lead in breaking the rules of the game. Wasn't that a bit too out of line? Wrinkles gathered at the corners of the captain's eyes, but he still tried to persuade them gently. You all need to be a bit more realistic. The world isn't what it used to be, and neither is the Sher family. For the sake of team harmony, the captain tried his best to avoid conflict. He spoke tactfully, and the smile on his face seemed genuinely sincere. But Zhang Xueyao wasn't having it. The Sher family has no shame, ruining the atmosphere of our team. If I were you, I'd kick out both the Sher and Pang families. The captain asked curiously, kick them out where? This wasteland isn't my territory. I don't have any authority here. So, what right do I have to kick anyone out? Besides, the place where the Sher family lives is already surrounded by walls, reinforced with cement. Even if you wanted to use force, you couldn't drive out both the Sher and Pang families. Wasn't Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao just talking nonsense? Wei Lingxia stomped her foot. Captain, if you can't lead us to become stronger, fine. I can accept that you're a coward. But you can't even deal with a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Useless. She was clearly getting agitated. The captain put away his smile and signaled to his wife behind him to take the canned food and go back. He spoke seriously to Wei Lingxia. You said it yourself, they're just a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Why don't you deal with them yourselves? Have I ever interfered with anything you guys have done lately? Haven't I just turned a blind eye? I was hoping you'd succeed, but how come you can't even drive out a few old women and children? To be honest, after all this time in the Wasteland, No one is really naive or simple-minded anymore. And no captain is truly a harmless peacemaker with no schemes or temper. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyo were left speechless. They were so angry at the captain they could hardly stand it. Seeing the captain's calm, bureaucratic demeanor, Wei Lingxia snapped. If you don't want to get involved, at least don't help the enemy. The captain smiled again. I'm not. I've always thought the Shi family were a bunch of idiots. Look, I traded a bunch of trash for canned food. How is that helping the enemy? I'm harming and deceiving the Shi family, aren't I? He had a point. The Shi family really was like a garbage dump. The captain wasn't wrong. But for some reason, Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyo were infuriated by the captain's lukewarm attitude. Zhang Xueyo yelled, "You're not on our side at all. Captain, if you keep this up, everyone will turn against you, you know. Then let's just disband the team." With his hands behind his back, the captain strolled slowly toward his own tent. They could barely survive as food was getting scarcer and scarcer in the Wasteland. How could he have the energy to manage team affairs? Besides, his team was so weak now, all the able-bodied men had left one by one. At first, the captain had tried to persuade them to stay. Who hasn't dreamed of being a hero when they were young? The first year in the Wasteland, he was full of ambition. By the second year, reality had crushed that ambition. Now, in the 5th year, the captain couldn't wait to get rid of all these old, weak women and children. Starving, who had the energy to play these little games? The captain shook his head. If you want to play, I'm not interested. Go on, go on. If you want to leave, then hurry up and go. His attitude suddenly made Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyo panic. Wei Lingxia wanted to say something more, but Zhang Xueyo grabbed her arm. When the captain had walked away, Zhang Xueyo whispered, "How much food do you have left in your tent?" "What for?" Wei Lingxia grew wary, afraid Zhang Xueyo wanted to borrow food. Zhang Xueyo looked anxious. "Did you see the captain's wife? The plastic bag she was carrying just now was full of canned meat. But our food is almost gone." Wei Lingxia slapped Zhang Xueyo's hand away and warned coldly, "Don't tell me you're thinking of going to that fat woman from the Shi family to beg. And this was your idea in the first place. You said we should use this method to force the Shi family to integrate with us, to follow our rules. They'd already come this far with the plan. If they made peace with Shi by now, wouldn't it all be for nothing?" Zhang Xueyo said nothing. It was true, she had wanted to use this kind of psychological tactic. Before the apocalypse, from elementary school to college, she'd used these tactics to force countless people to bow to her. She'd led the charge to ostracize many people. But now, this trick didn't seem to work anymore. Especially when the captain himself went to trade with those idiots from the Shi family today. The captain's reasoning made sense in a survival of the fittest way. But somehow, it was a slap in Zhang Xueyo's face. Wei Lingxia ignored Zhang Xueyo's silence and looked at the others. "What do you all think?" A skinny woman, her chest sagging like 2 empty bags, forced a smile and said, "Of course, we'll listen to you and Xueyo." Everyone nodded, their faces showing determined smiles. Wei Lingxia relaxed and shot Zhang Xueyo a fierce glare. See? Only Zhang Xueyo was wavering because of the captain's attitude. Idiot. As night fell, in the captain's tent, his family finally got to eat some meat. Meanwhile, Wei Lingxia kept berating Zhang Xueyo for her lack of resolve. But out of their sight, a few women quietly gathered up their own trash, snuck around the ditch, and ran to the Shi family's wall. "Hey, Shi Webai. Is Shi Webai there? We're here to trade for food." They kept their heads down, afraid Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyo would see them. But they were just too hungry. Zhang Xueyo had told them to ostracize the Shi and Pang families, and they had. But it hadn't worked at all. They'd watched helplessly as the captain traded for so many cans of meat. Who knew how many pet food cans were left? The mercenary group couldn't conjure up more cans out of thin air. No matter how much they gave Shi Webai, it was a limited supply. So they were anxious. They were afraid the captain would come again tomorrow with more disposable bowls and chopsticks to trade for the Shi family's pet food. They couldn't hold out any longer. They wanted to make peace with Shi Webai. With a rustle, the sheet curtain at the door moved. Shi Yaoao came out, standing just inside the doorway, and said in a clear, childish voice, "My aunt says we've already cut ties with you. Go eat trash." Shi Yaoao looked at the few sneaky women standing outside the door with an especially innocent and naive expression. If you said she was deliberately saying such things, she blinked her eyes, as if she didn't understand what her words even meant. The women outside the door couldn't reason with a mentally challenged child of just a few years old. One of the women stepped forward, forcing a smile onto her face as she gritted her teeth. "What's the big deal? Why are you suddenly cutting ties with us? Haven't we always gotten along just fine before?" Shi Yaoao didn't reply. She just tilted her little face up, trying hard to understand the expression on this woman's face. Although, with her level of understanding, she still couldn't tell whether the woman's smile was kind or malicious. But she didn't like this woman. Because Shi Yaoao had once overheard this woman call her a stupid, disabled child. Shi Yaoao said, "No," Auntie said, "it's not that you don't want to play with us anymore. It's that we don't want to play with you bitches anymore." Shi Yaoao was very honest. She repeated her aunt's words word for word. The woman's smile instantly twisted into something ferocious, like a demon in the night. "You little idiot, who are you calling a bitch?" She raised her hand and shoved Shi Yaoao. Just as Shi Yaoao stumbled backward, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the Shi family courtyard. A corner of a red dress hung down in front of the woman's face. At first, the woman thought it was just a scrap of cloth and swatted it away. But behind the corner of the dress appeared an upside-down face. It was a deathly pale woman, hanging right in front of her. The woman at the door froze, her heart stopping for a moment. She saw the upside-down woman in red, her long hair trailing on the ground, her eyes staring straight at her. In the next instant, the eerie woman in red grinned. Her mouth stretched wider and wider, the corners splitting all the way to her ears, as a chilling "Jia Jia Jia Jia" laughter came from her mouth. The woman by the door rolled her eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed backward in a dead faint. The women behind her caught her. They looked around in confusion at the empty courtyard gate. All they saw was Shi Yaoao sitting on the ground. What else could there be? But the woman who had fainted kept convulsing, the foam at her mouth growing thicker and thicker. It looked downright creepy. The women who had wanted to trade trash for supplies didn't dare linger any longer. They hurriedly carried the convulsing woman away. Each of them was both angry and anxious inside. Once again, they'd come away empty-handed. Their families weren't like Wei Lingxia's or Zhang Xueyao's. Their food was nowhere near enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have snuck over to look for Shi Yuebai tonight. But now Shi Yuebai had been angered. Not only did they fail to get any supplies, one of them had even started convulsing for no reason. The women carried the convulsing woman back to their tarp shelter. But she didn't receive any proper care from her family. The whole group could hear the men inside the tarp cursing and yelling. He wished he could just throw out this useless woman who only brought trouble to men. At a time like this, medical care was out of the question. So, what if she was convulsing? She could just keep convulsing. The next morning, Wei Lingxia stormed into the convulsing woman's home in a rage. She wanted to confront her for betraying their united front. But what she saw was the woman twisted up in spasms. Wei Lingxia demanded, "Did you go to the Shi family yesterday?" The woman's mouth and eyes were crooked, but she managed to pick up a stone and throw it at Wei Lingxia. Wei Lingxia, furious, stepped forward and kicked her. "How dare you hit me? Don't you know who my man is? Fuck you." A man burst out of the tarp, grabbed Wei Lingxia by the hair, and slapped her twice across the face. "You told my wife not to go to the Shi family for supplies? Now my wife's like this because of you. Are you looking for death?" The men in the group had all been out searching for food lately. Those who could leave, left. Before leaving, they'd tried to trade for as much food as they could from the Shi family. But they hadn't gotten any food, and now his wife had ended up like this. The man, understanding the situation, dragged Wei Lingxia by the hair straight to the Qin family's tarp. "My wife is gone. Your family has so many women, give me one to replace her." He made it clear he had no intention of keeping his now disabled, convulsing wife. Wei Lingxia screamed all the way as the man dragged her off. The whole Chen family erupted in terrified cries. The team leader stood watching from a distance, shaking his head. Really, when you pick up a stone, you never know whose foot you'll smash. Behind him, the team leader's wife, her face waxy and dark, asked, "Can we still trade for some canned food today?" Practical matters first, nothing in the group was more important than staying alive. The team leader immediately turned to look at the Sher family, plastering on a smile as he went to knock on their door. Like a cadre inspecting the countryside, he said, "Webai, your courtyard is really well built." Sher Yuebai sat in the shade, glancing at the team leader. She lifted a finger, and Sher Yaoao immediately got up to block the team leader's path. "My aunt says, get lost." Sher Yaoao beamed at the team leader, her face full of innocence. The team leader's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered and said, "Yuebai, do you still need any supplies? What about those disposable bowls, do you still want them?" Last time, the team leader's whole family had gone out and managed to scavenge half a street's worth of disposable bowls from the night market. He could still get another half street's worth. Sher Yuebai, sitting in her wheelchair, her fleshy face indifferent, let her hand fall and picked up a can of pet food from the ground, tossing it to the team leader. "In your group, there can't be any more cases of women being forced. Go stop it." A trace of difficulty appeared on the team leader's face. "Webai, if those people want to fight among themselves, what can I do?" Sher Yuebai swung a long stick, striking the team leader's hand and knocking the can of pet food to the ground. She said coldly, "That's your problem. I don't want the children in my family growing up watching this filth every day." The team leader's hand throbbed with pain. He frowned, clutching his injured hand with the other. A purple bruise appeared on his hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The team leader frowned, but forced a smile as he picked up the can of pet food from the ground. "All right, Webai, calm down. I'll make sure you don't have to see any of that." Outside the big city, there were no police, which meant that outside the city was a vast lawless land. Anything could happen here. And everyone was used to anything happening. No one had ever given the team leader a can of food to make him stop these things. He'd also gotten used to women being forced against their will. Life just went on like this. But now that there was food to be had, of course the team leader was willing to do as Sher Yuebai wished. Clutching the can of pet food, he rushed into the Chen family's tarp. A stone came crashing down, simply and brutally knocking the man off the woman he was pinning down. Wu Haoran clutched his bleeding forehead, his pants still not pulled up. He shouted angrily at the team leader, "What the hell are you doing?" The team leader's eyes were icy cold, sending chills down anyone's spine. "Don't blame me. There are people who don't want to see this kind of thing happening right under their noses." The woman pinned beneath Wu Haoran scrambled to her feet and bolted. As she ran, she screamed like a slaughtered pig, "Help! Somebody help me!" But Wei Lingxia quickly blocked her way. Already battered and bruised from Wu Haoran's earlier beating, Wei Lingxia slapped the innocent woman hard across the face. "Why are you running? If you run, do you want me to be the one getting bullied instead?" Inside the Chen family's tent, there were always a lot of women. But because there were so many men in the Chen family, no one in the group dared to covet the women inside their tent, unless Chen Huaihai himself offered them. Wu Haoran's wife had a fit in the middle of the night, so bad she couldn't even take care of herself anymore. After beating Wei Lingxia, Wu Haoran took advantage of the fact that the other Chen men were off with another group and came to pick a woman. Right now, all Wei Lingxia wanted was to calm Wu Haoran down. She twisted the woman's arm viciously, threatening her, "Go ahead, run. There's no food for you anywhere. If you don't starve to death, you'll be eaten alive by men out there." The ragged woman's eyes filled with tears. She hung her head in silence as Wei Lingxia dragged her back. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family's tent, Wu Haoran was squaring off with the team leader. "Who can't stand it? Let him come out, and I'll kill him right here." The team leader frowned and sat down on a small stool. "Listen to me. If you want to stay in this group, you'd better not do things like this. If you must, take it outside the group. Don't make things difficult for me." He was the kind of person who hated making enemies, but Sher Yuebai had forced his hand this time. The team leader hadn't forgotten. Just now, standing at the Sher family's gate, he'd seen a pile of pet food cans stacked in the corner. That meant Sher Yuebai could still trade for a lot more of those cans. Wu Haoran spat on the ground. In times like these, you want to play the savior? If I don't do it, someone else in the group will. The team leader pressed his lips together, silent, just staring at Wu Haoran. Of course he knew that stopping Wu Haoran alone wouldn't change anything. But Sher Yuebai had given him a can of food, and what she asked of him wasn't even that hard. Before the apocalypse, the team leader had been a capable leader, able to organize survivors and fight back against all kinds of disasters. But order had collapsed too quickly. No matter how much cohesion he had, it couldn't withstand the darkness in people's hearts. That's the situation. But today, I have to step in. The team leader looked at Wu Haoran. Wu Haoran got up, and when he saw Wei Lingxia coming back, he cursed, "I'm only listening to you out of respect, but who the hell do you think you are now?" In the chaos of the apocalypse, Captain Qiao's organizational skills had earned everyone's trust. That's why they'd followed him all the way to the Wasteland. But now, Captain Qiao was no longer up to the task. Aside from a bit of leadership, he simply couldn't help his people survive out here. Wu Haoran had long stopped wanting to listen to him. He deliberately dragged over the woman Wei Lingxia had brought back. Seeing her head bowed in unwillingness, Wu Haoran punched her in the face. "Bitch, you should feel lucky I even want you." Captain Qiao's face darkened. Amid the woman's sobs, he picked up a stone. And once again, he smashed it down on Wu Haoran's head. Wu Haoran cursed, "Qiao, did you take the wrong meds today?" The two of them started brawling, nearly bringing down the Qin family's tent in the process. Wei Lingxia watched from the side, not knowing what to do. Any woman from her family who didn't want to stay had already run off by now. The whole place was a mess. Wei Lingxia screamed, "My tent. Oh God, my food." No one knew which woman started it, but someone grabbed the food from the Qin family's tent. With no men coming out to stop them, a second woman, then a third, joined in. In no time at all, as Captain Qiao and Wu Haoran fought, all the food Qin Huaihai had stockpiled was looted. Some ragged women hid in corners, stuffing moldy food into their mouths as fast as they could. Others ran while eating, only to trip and fall. Wei Lingxia shrieked, "The Qin family still has people. My two sons will be back soon, just you wait." Wu Haoran and Captain Qiao were evenly matched, fighting for over an hour, both ending up injured. But Wu Haoran had lost all interest in forcing himself on women tonight. Cursing, limping, he left, leaving behind Captain Qiao, also bloodied from head to toe. The team leader's wife hurried over, looking at him with concern. All this for a can of food? Was it worth it? Captain Qiao patted her head and wiped the blood from his nose. It was. He looked in the direction of the Sher family and suddenly said, "It's been a long time since I've seen a wall actually go up." His wife didn't understand. "What?" Captain Qiao smiled. "I mean, now that the Sher family has mercenaries on their side, they'll have enough food for a long while. Look at their yard, the pet food cans are just piled out in the open, not even worried about being stolen." His wife curled her lip. "Aren't people always saying the Sher family are idiots? Because only idiots would leave food lying around like that." Captain Qiao pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Idiots? If they were really all idiots, could they have built a wall like that? Everyone said the Sher family was being kept by the mercenary group, that they were Asia and the others' regular brothel. To Captain Qiao, that kind of talk was ignorant and laughable. What kind of woman couldn't the mercenaries get if they wanted? If Asia said the word, women would line up to join them. Why would they go to such lengths to support a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people from the Sher family? Plus a baby? People shouldn't just trust their eyes or take things for granted. Captain Qiao couldn't figure out the Sher family, but he was sure they weren't simple. This wasn't just about a can of food. His wife fell silent, helping him back to their tent with a complicated look. And the whole group had just witnessed their usually easygoing, respected leader locked in a vicious fight with Wu Haoran. When Wu Haoran got back to his own tent and saw his wife lying there, her mouth twisted from her illness, he flew into a rage. He kicked her in the chest as if she were trash. "This shitty place, I don't want to stay here another day." Xiao's too weak to hold anyone here, and now he's pissed me off too. Without a second thought, Wu Haoren packed up his things and left the group. So cold. After leaving the team under the collapsed bridge with his bundle on his back, Wu Haoren sneaked away, taking a long detour and struggling to climb up a pile of rubble. He had actually been curious about the Sher family's wall for a long time. Not just him, many people in the group wanted to know how much food the mercenaries had given the Sher family. But after scavenging outside, no one ever had the strength left to climb up that heap of ruins. In fact, there wasn't even a real path from under the bridge up to the bank. What's more, there were exposed steel bars everywhere. One careless step, and you could easily impale yourself. Besides, the Sher family was just a bunch of fools. No matter how much food they had, how much could it really be? Lots of people had the idea and wanted to snoop around. But Wu Haoren was the only one who actually did it. He spent half the day carrying all his belongings, picking his way through the area full of exposed rebar. He saw a public toilet half buried under a pile of rubble, and, below that, a collapsed bridge pier also buried in stones. As for the Sher family, they were completely hidden behind all sorts of debris and rocks. He couldn't see what they were doing inside the wall at all. For a moment, Wu Haoren felt dizzy and faint from the sun's radiation. He cursed himself out loud. He couldn't understand what had possessed him to go through all this trouble to climb up to this godforsaken place. Those mercenaries are real bastards, he swore, then started cursing Isha. Weren't they supposed to turn the Sher family's place into a den of pleasure? So why did they let them build a wall and let that bunch of idiots hole up here like cockroaches? Only an idiot like him would get into a fight, get injured, and still climb such a treacherous path. He just couldn't let it go. He wanted to discover something no one else had. Wu Haoren, dizzy and lightheaded, plopped down on the ground. But he quickly jumped back up. There was nowhere to sit here, sharp rocks everywhere. He jabbed himself right in the butt. Shouldering his heavy pack, Wu Haoren stumbled his way back down. Idiot, he thought. His IQ must have dropped to the same level as the Sher family by now. Soon, everyone in the group knew that Wu Haoren had left the collapsed bridge. He hadn't taken his wife of over 10 years with him. Instead, he'd left with 2 women from the Qin family. Rumor had it those 2 women had gone with Wu Haoren willingly. Sher Yuebai listened to all this gossip, relayed by second sister-in-law Sher, with a blank expression. Her attention was focused on the Sher family's courtyard inside the wall. She'd known the moment Wu Haoren approached the public toilet. But she hadn't done anything to him. Her puppets didn't even come out to scare him. Sher Yuebai was content to let him go, to spread word of the Sher family's current sorry state. Looking at the little courtyard, Sher Yuebai regretted planning it so small in the first place. Ever since they'd set up an inflatable tent, the space inside the wall was definitely not enough. Not to mention, the 300 boxes of disposable bowls and chopsticks had taken up every last bit of open ground inside the wall. Sher Yuebai had no choice but to have Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Sher take down the old tarp. They used the tarp to cover the mountain of potatoes piled up on the purification array. As for the potato field, Sher Yuebai hadn't planned to do anything about it. But Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Sher both insisted that the potato patch was just too miraculous. It needed to be covered up. They busied themselves moving boxes, temporarily using the empty boxes from the disposable tableware as a screen. Sher Yuebai watched them stacking up the boxes as a barrier and wanted to say something to stop them. There was really no need to block off the potato patch so thoroughly. All they needed was a screen between the potato patch and the courtyard, so people standing in the yard couldn't see it at a glance. There was a fog array around the public toilet. As long as you stood by the toilet looking down, unless you were Sher Yuebai herself, you couldn't see the potato patch below from any angle. All you'd see was a mess of rubble and exposed rebar. But seeing how hard Gnome Yasi and second sister-in-law Sher were working, Sher Yuebai let them be. Let them fuss over it. Yuebai, look. Ah Hong came in from outside the courtyard, her fair face flushed with excitement. Peng Zhenggong followed, beaming, carrying a huge box on his shoulder. The couple had brought Sher Yuebai a big box of DIY fun plants for children. Peng Zhenggong set the box down, and Nong Yasi and Shi Yaoyao hurried over to take a look. Shi Yuebai couldn't help but crane her thick, almost unrecognizable neck in curiosity. "I found this while scavenging," Peng Zhenggong said, wiping sweat from his face. He'd set up a new tent for his own family, not as nice as the inflatable one he'd given the Shi family, but sturdy and weatherproof. These days, Peng Zhenggong had been scavenging with a few friends, leaving Ahong to build up the wall at home. But luck hadn't been on their side, they hadn't found anything useful. Just as Peng Zhenggong was about to head back, he dug up this box of children's fun plants. These fun plants for kids were packaged in fancy boxes. Before the apocalypse, they were toys for children. Maybe that's why they'd survived the disaster. For the first time, Shi Yuebai's eyes showed a trace of a smile for Peng Zhenggong. "Nice work." Peng Zhenggong was energized. "The moment I saw this, I dug it up and brought it back. I figured it'd be useful for us." What he didn't say was that his teammates had mocked him for insisting on digging up this box of garbage from the ruins. But all his old friends had joined other teams. They'd tried to persuade him to leave, but he'd refused. So now, several of them had a bit of a grudge against him. Ahong nodded vigorously beside him. Peng Zhenggong probably had an inkling that the Shi family had water. But no one had told him directly, and he hadn't asked. Ahong said, "I bought these fun plants for Ziyuan a few years ago. They really do grow. Just spray a little water and they'll sprout." Shi Yuebai watched as everyone took the fun plants out of the box. Most of them were mushrooms. Edible ones that grew just by spraying water, all sorts of colors. Oyster mushrooms, golden mushrooms, pink mushrooms, Yuebai. There are over a dozen boxes of each. Nong Yasi counted excitedly. The whole big box was full of mushrooms. But finding so many mushrooms was enough to get everyone excited. Seeing everyone's genuine joy, Peng Zhenggong felt more accomplished than if he dug up a box of moldy, expired food. "There's more in that area. I should be able to dig up quite a few more," he said, though his smile faded a bit. Still, since he refused to leave the bridge team, his old scavenging buddies probably wouldn't team up with him again. The weather was a bit chilly, but not too cold. Perfect for sleeping. Before the Wasteland, Peng Zhenggong worked in search and rescue excavation. It was a volunteer-based civilian job, with most of the funding coming from donations through partnerships with celebrity charity organizations. Wherever there was a natural disaster or catastrophe, earthquakes, shipwrecks, and the like, these charity groups would hire them, using the team's selfless efforts as publicity for the celebrities, while also assisting the authorities with rescue and excavation. But they were a truly professional excavation team. That's why, in the Wasteland, Peng Zhenggong and his teammates could rely on their expertise to consistently find more food than anyone else. In the beginning, they had also banded together, working side by side with Captain Xiao to save many people during the apocalyptic disaster. Everyone was passionate and united, fighting against the end of the world together. But when did things start to change? Peng Zhenggong himself wasn't sure. Maybe it was when every time their team dug up food, it would be snatched away in a frenzy, leaving not even a scrap for them. Or maybe it was when they rescued survivors who were still barely alive, but no family would claim them or take them for treatment. In the Wasteland, there were too many reasons to abandon faith. Peng Zhenggong's excavation team had always been highly sought after by every group. If Peng Zhenggong didn't go with them, the team's value would drop dramatically. Naturally, the excavation team was very unhappy with Peng Zhenggong. But Peng Zhenggong had no choice, he didn't want to leave. If he left the team under the bridge, his wife and child would be in grave danger. But if he stayed, he'd have to rely on himself from now on. He would no longer have teammates to fight alongside him. Going out to scavenge for supplies would become much harder than before. At the very least, he no longer had access to those professional excavation tools. In the Shi family's courtyard, Peng Zhenggong watched as Shi Yaoyao and Peng Ziyuan worked together to unpack dozens of children's mushroom-growing kits, placing them one by one in the shady corners of the yard. The two kids each held a bottle of water, carefully watering the mushroom boxes one after another. Peng Ziyuan's skinny face was full of innocence. Yao Ao, in a few days we'll be able to eat mushrooms. Sure, Yao Ao nodded happily. Yeah, mushrooms. We'll eat mushrooms. She clapped her hands and started spinning in place, twirling around and around. Sure Yuebai frowned, raised the long stick in her hand, and tapped Sure Yao Ao's waist. Don't spin in place. It had been 2 months since Sure Xiangrui. Every day, Sure Yao Ao changed just a little bit, almost imperceptibly. At first, she could barely speak, but now she could clearly say long sentences. Her constant head-shaking had lessened, replaced by spinning in place. Sure Yuebai had never studied medicine, so she didn't know what kind of bad habit this was. But whenever she saw Sure Yao Ao shaking her head or spinning, she would stop her. Otherwise, Sure Yao Ao would spin until she herself got dizzy. Peng Zhenggong looked at the supplies filling the courtyard and at the peaceful, contented expressions on the faces of the Sure and Peng families. All his worries melted away. He was more determined than ever to stay here. Yes, he hadn't made the wrong choice. He and Ahong returned to their own walled-in home. The wall had already been put up, Ahong worked quickly, and in just a few days, she had built a wall around the Peng family's place too. Webai is a good person. She may seem fierce on the outside, but she's actually very generous, Ahong chattered as she sorted through the food in the tent. I couldn't find the right stones for the wall, so I borrowed a few red bricks from Yuebai. She agreed without even thinking about it. The red bricks Sure Yuebai used to build the wall had all been traded for with the Sure family's food. After the wall was built, there was a small pile left. Sure Yuebai usually didn't even bother to look at them, but when Ahong asked to borrow some, she told her to take them all. That way, the Sure family's yard would have more open space. Sure Yuebai was so generous with her own people that it warmed the heart. Peng Zhenggong helped Ahong sort through the food in the tent. Staying with the Sure family is so much better than being in any other group. At least now, the Peng family had a wall and more food than they could eat. It was true that Peng Zhenggong was good at scavenging, and Ahong brought back 4 potatoes and 2 bottles of water every day. Peng Ziyuan was at the Sure family's place, eating his fill every day. The 3 of them lived like this, not only having enough food, but even stockpiling quite a bit. Looking at the little mountain of potatoes in the tent, and the boxes of instant noodles, crunchy snacks, bottled water, and vacuum-packed spicy strips that Peng Zhenggong had scavenged from the corners. A sense of security he'd never felt before filled Peng Zhengging's heart. He looked at Ahong with determination. I'm planning to split up with Ah Cheng and the others, and divide up the search and rescue excavation tools. Professional search and rescue tools were invaluable for scavenging. Ahong paused, turned her freshly washed face toward Peng Zhenggong. After a while, she said, "That's probably for the best. They'll be fine too." Ahong actually knew every member of Peng Zhengging's search and rescue team. Before the Wasteland, they were all good people, always greeting her with a smile and calling her sister-in-law. But things changed. In a world starved of food and resources, selfishness and malice were stripped bare and magnified. She didn't know when it started, but the way Peng Zhengging's teammates looked at her and Peng Ziyuan, it was full of disgust and annoyance. It was as if they were looking at 2 burdens who should have died already. Ahong had thought about telling Peng Zhengging's teammates about their current situation. It was good here. There was water, potatoes, and soon there would be mushrooms. If everyone stuck together, life would slowly get better. Just like the Peng family. The Peng family now had enough food to last for months. But she didn't dare take the risk. After all, the Peng family had once lent out all their food, nearly starving Peng Ziyuan to death. What's more, when Peng Zhengging's teammates tried to persuade him to leave the team under the bridge, they never considered things from her or Peng Ziyuan's perspective. Splitting up was the best solution now. Don't tell them about the Sure family. Ahong warned Peng Zhenggong. She looked at him with worried eyes. I know you're all brothers, and you used to be close, but don't test human nature. And also, fight for what you deserve. Webai really values loyalty and usefulness. She was telling Peng Zhenggong, either be absolutely loyal to Sure Webai, treat her like a faith, or prove your worth. Peng Zhenggong had to get a good, useful excavation tool. Peng Zhenggong nodded. I understand. I want to try for the snake eye detector. Their team's search and rescue tools fell into 5 categories: detection, demolition, lighting, communication, and protection. They were all communal property. If they were going their separate ways, these tools would have to be divided up too. Early the next morning, Peng Zhegong got up before dawn, ready to set out and discuss splitting up with the rest of his squad. Ahong got up too, packing a few bags of instant noodles and a bottle of water for him. After seeing Peng Zhegong off, she waited for Peng Ziyuan to wake up, then helped him over to the Shi family's place. Peng Ziyuan could just barely stand now, his legs as thin as reeds, but he could walk a few steps on his own. Though he moved slowly, with enough food and water, his body was gradually recovering. As soon as they entered the Shi family's courtyard, Shi Yaoao came running over excitedly. "We're going to fix the big water tank at the public restroom. Auntie said that once it's done, we'll be able to take showers there." Both Peng Ziyuan and Ahong knew the Shi family had cleared a path up the slope. At the top of that slope was a public restroom. Ahong had even carried Peng Ziyuan up there before so he could use it. But there wasn't much to see, just rocks everywhere on both sides of the path. Every day lately, Ahong had been getting 2 bottles of water from Shi Yaoao. She'd saved up quite a bit this way. Now, she could even spare a little water to wet a towel and wash her and Peng Ziyuan's faces. Being able to wash her face every morning made Ahong feel refreshed all day. As for taking a shower, she didn't even dare think about it. So when she heard Shi Yao mention it, she froze on the spot. It wasn't until Shi Yuebai, scowling, wheeled herself into a shady spot that Ahong finally asked, "Yuebai, can we take showers too? If you finish building the water tank, you can. If not, you'll stink for the rest of your life," Shi Yuebai replied flatly, her tone harsh. She hated the sun on this wasteland more than anything. Another day without losing any weight, so annoying. Getting Shi Yuebai's confirmation, Ahong was over the moon. She wanted to rush over and hug her, maybe even give her a kiss. "That's great, Yuebai, you're such a good person." Shi Yuebai leaned away, face full of disdain, clearly wanting nothing to do with Ahong. But her cold attitude did nothing to dampen Ahong's excitement. Ahong quickly turned and helped Peng Ziyuan up the slope to the public restroom. In front of the restroom was a very flat area, though many of the stone tiles were cracked. But that didn't matter, as long as it was cleaned up, it would be fine. Guai Guai was already sitting cross-legged on the broken tiles. He'd figured out the restroom's piping and found the main valve. He planned to build the water tank behind the restroom. "The solar panels on the restroom roof still work," Guai Guai muttered, spreading out a blueprint covered in complicated wiring diagrams that made Ahong's head spin. She only knew how to stack bricks and build walls, the rest was beyond her. But Guai Guai didn't expect her to understand. Once he'd made his plans, he grabbed his tools and went to fiddle with the electrical box by the restroom. Following his blueprint, Ahong started building the water tank behind the restroom. They didn't have a ready-made tank that big. So Shi Yuebai told Ahong to build one out of bricks, stones, and cement. Really, it was more like a reservoir than a water tank. After a while, Shi Yuebai wheeled herself up the slope, with Shi Yaoao holding an umbrella for her. She sat on the flat ground in front of the restroom, gazing into the distance, then suddenly said to Gnome Yasi, second sister-in-law Shi and mother Shi, who had just arrived, "Is that the visitor center up ahead?" Everyone followed her gaze to the back of the restroom. Sure enough, they saw a half-collapsed building, only part of the roof still visible. The huge visitor center sign was half buried in the rubble. But more importantly, most of the bricks in the collapsed ruins were still intact. A massive pile of bricks lay exposed before them. There were also a dozen or so sightseeing carts, all electric. Some had been smashed to pieces by the collapse, others were just dented and crooked. Shi Yuebai waved her hand, directing the Shi family and Peng Ziyuan, "Pick up all those bricks and use them to expand the water tank, make it twice as big." The trench in front of the Shi family's house was being dug deeper and wider. With all these bricks, Peng Ziyuan wouldn't have to spend so much effort shaping stones into brick-sized pieces. Shi Yuebai had him focus on making long, narrow, triangular stones. She had him embed these triangles evenly along the bottom of the 5-meter-deep trench, fixing them in place with cement. If anyone fell in, they'd be skewered like a hedgehog. Everyone got busy, full of energy. While her meridians were almost healed, Shirtyuebai also expanded the fog array around the restroom. It spread outward. Anyone inside the array would find that mountains weren't mountains and water wasn't water. Unless you got very close, all you'd see was rocks. Before she knew it, Hong had worked from morning to noon. At lunchtime, sitting cross-legged in the Shir family's courtyard eating boiled potatoes from a disposable bowl, Hong smiled and said, "Once Zhengong splits from the team, he'll finally be free. Tomorrow, we can have him dig around the visitor center out back. There's bound to be good stuff there." Following the team meant you never had full freedom. Especially since everyone in the squad had joined other groups, they had to dig wherever those team leaders said. The area and depth of excavation were all decided by someone else. Peng Zhengong was an outsider. He often came back saying it was a shame they couldn't dig deeper in certain places. He was sure there was something down there. Other places, he felt, weren't worth the effort. But it wasn't up to him. The squad followed the other teams. Peng Zhengong's opinion didn't matter. Noam Yasi and second sister-in-law Shir looked full of anticipation. Everyone chatted excitedly about the new life awaiting the Peng family. But by dinner time, Peng Zhengong still hadn't returned. Hong's smile faded a little, but she kept talking. "Team matters are complicated. It might not be easy to reach an agreement. Oh well, it's not like we have to get that snake eye detector. Even a regular entrenching tool would be nice." Shirtyuebai had been silent all this time. Noam Yasi and second sister-in-law Shir nodded along. Yeah, that's good too. Finally, Shirtyuebai muttered darkly, "As long as he comes back, it doesn't matter what he gets." The courtyard fell deathly silent. Guai Guai, oblivious to the mood, stuffed more potatoes into his mouth and added, "Hard to say. Whether he'd come back or not, hard to say." Everyone tacitly pretended not to notice how Hong's face had suddenly gone pale. No one paid me any attention. No one at all. Hong was growing more and more distracted. At night, when she worked by lamplight, her pace was agonizingly slow. Shirtyuebai frowned at her for a long while, tapping a long stick in her palm over and over. Time ticked by, growing later and later. Even Peng Ziyuan sensed something was wrong. He looked anxiously at his mother, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say at a time like this. Yao glanced at Hong, then at Peng Ziyuan, and finally whispered to Shirtyuebai, "Auntie, go to bed." Shirtyuebai cut her off before she could finish, urging, "This isn't something kids should worry about. Don't stick your nose in." Obediently, Yao returned to the inflatable tent. Shirtyuebai continued tapping her palm with the stick. Hong had stopped working, standing by the gate, craning her neck to look into the distance. The whole team had already settled in for the night. Out in the wasteland, some survivors would light lamps in front of their tents at night. Otherwise, scavengers returning late would get lost. But by now, Peng Zhengong should have been back long ago. He's spent the night out before. Hong muttered, as if trying to reassure herself. When he went scavenging before, sometimes he'd be gone for days and not come back. Their team had decent relations with the others. If they couldn't make it back, they'd stay with another group for the night and offer some food as payment. Thinking this way, Hong seemed to calm herself a little. She turned to Peng Ziyuan and said, "Yuan, go to sleep. I'll wait for your dad." But how could Peng Ziyuan sleep? He was only a bit over 12, but already very mature. He stood up, steadying himself against the wall. "Mom, I'll wait with you for Dad." At that moment, Hong's unease peaked. She simply walked out of the Shir family's yard. "I'm going to look for your father." All those things she'd said before were just self-deception. Peng Zhengong had gone to discuss splitting up the family. If things had gone smoothly, he'd have been back long ago. Before sunset, for safety's sake, scavengers never lingered outside their camps. Peng Zhengong wasn't the type to dawdle. If he was negotiating the split, he wouldn't have gone out scavenging with his old team. Peng Ziyuan tried to follow Hong, but a long stick blocked his way. "Go get Captain Xiao. Have him bring some people to go with your mom." How could a woman search for someone alone? In this pitch darkness, she might not find Pang Zhonggong and could lose her own life. Pang Ziyuan looked at Shi Weibai. She tossed 2 cans of pet food into his arms. Take these. Captain Xiao will agree. Pang Ziyuan's lips moved. He bowed to Shi Weibai. Auntie, I'll pay you back for the cans. He hurried off to find Captain Xiao. Before long, a bit of commotion rippled through the camp, but not much. A few curses rang out. Who would want to risk their necks searching for someone in the dead of night? No one was crazy. In the end, Captain Xiao brought 2 or 3 men. One of them, walking with Pang Ziyuan, joked. Pang Ziyuan, we're risking our lives for your family and you only give us 2 cans of pet food? That's not much. Pang Ziyuan, anxious to find his parents, could only jog along, panting. If we find them, I'll give you more food. His family still had a stash of supplies. As long as his parents were found, Pang Ziyuan would give it all up. With that promise, a few more men joined in, making 7 or 8 in total. They grabbed their solar flashlights and headed toward the neighboring camp to search. Shi Weibai sat in her wheelchair, expressionless, watching the beams of light disappear beyond the wall. Turning away, she spotted a pile of white scratch paper in the corner. They'd found those sheets while scavenging last time and used them for Shi Yaoao's math exercises. Shi Yaoao had gotten pretty good. She could do addition and subtraction within 20 now. Though it took her a long time to solve a problem and her error rate was high, her calculation steps were always right. With more practice, she'd get the hang of it. Shi Weibai picked up the paper, folding it into a few delicate paper airplanes as she pondered. She paused, looking at the paper planes on her lap, and sighed. It's not like I care about the Pang family. I just need my labor force. That tourist center needs Pang Zhonggong to dig it up. Who knows what treasures we might find. What's the rarest thing in the Wasteland? Talent. She spoke as she counted on her fingers, twisting them into a special madra. Sight cannot see, ears cannot hear, hands cannot grasp, the beginning of heaven and earth. Heed my command. Rise. A breeze swept through. A faint golden light glimmered at Shi Weibai's brow. The paper airplanes on her lap caught the wind and soared, one after another, over the Shi family's wall. Higher and higher, riding the wind. In that instant, the world began to take shape in Shi Weibai's mind. It was as if a patch of darkness was being explored by her paper planes. Wherever they flew, the map lit up. A trickle of blood slid from the corner of Shi Weibai's mouth. She pressed her fingers together, pain racking her entire body. Her fat trembled with the agony, and she had to use one hand to form a healing spell. She needed to draw on more of her fat reserves to sustain 2 spells at once. Her meridians, still not fully healed, began to rupture at a terrifying pace. Shi Weibai felt like she was about to explode. Her head throbbed, her eardrums felt like they would burst. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, only about half her meridians had been severed before, so a small portion remained intact. Another small section had been forced open by the wild surge of energy in her body. So, with most of her meridians ruptured, Shi Weibai's massive body became half paralyzed. Only her left arm and right hand could still move. Gritting her teeth, she maintained her spell, feeling her weight drain away. 703 Jean. Shi Weibai rolled her eyes. Amidst the searing pain, her eardrums burst, blood trickling from her ears. At that moment, Shi Weibai saw Ahong and Captain Xiao's group. They had reached the neighboring camp. Ahong, in tears, was caught up by Captain Xiao. He told her to keep her head down, while he led the men to find the other camp's leader. Unlike Captain Xiao, the neighboring leader was a hulking brute. He looked like he could take on 10 Captain Xiaos by himself. His physique was unnatural, muscles bulging like a comic book character mutated by radiation. And unlike Xiao's group, the neighboring camp's nightlife was just getting started. Around a bonfire, chaos reigned, men and women carousing, doing what only primitive people would do. A faint stench lingered in my home. I worry a mouse might have died in some corner. Ahong and Pang Ziyuan stood anxiously behind Commander Xiao. The neighboring commander spoke gruffly. Who are you looking for? What do you think this is, a shelter? Every time someone loses a cat or a dog, they come running to me. His gaze lingered on Commander Chiao's face before landing on Ahong. Even though Ahong had smeared mud on her face and messed up her hair before coming here, her figure, nourished by good water and soil, was still far fuller than those shriveled women. The neighboring commander narrowed his eyes. So this is the wife that Peng Zhenggong brought into your team? He was talking to Commander Chiao, but his hand reached out toward Ahong. Peng Ziyuan hurriedly stepped in front of Ahong. At the same time, Commander Chiao shielded both Ahong and Peng Ziyuan behind him. He smiled and said to the neighboring commander, "She's just worried about her husband. Do us a favor, if you hear anything about Peng Zhenggong, let her know." Peng Zhenggong's entire search and rescue team had joined this neighboring group. The men from the Qin and Chu families were here too. Compared to the team under the bridge, this group did have more able-bodied men. But by the same token, life was much harder for the women and children. Ahong's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face in anxiety. Even now, she didn't forget to cover Peng Ziyuan's eyes. Not far away, by the campfire, the anguished cries of women could be heard. This place was nothing short of a hellhole. The neighboring commander sneered, "You want to know? Well, it's not impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, he grinned, stepped onto a nearby rock, pulled down his pants, and looked at Ahong with a shameless smile. "Come over here and make me feel good, and I'll tell you where your husband went." Commander Chiao's jaw tightened. He swallowed his anger and said, "Don't go too far. We're all registered teams from the city. Show a little respect." He shouldn't have said that. As soon as he did, the neighboring team burst out laughing. Especially that muscle-bound commander, who laughed exaggeratedly. Registering a team is just to make it easier to buy water, isn't it? I'm not forcing her, am I? Get it straight, Commander Chiao. You're the ones begging me, not the other way around. Ahong's eyes reddened with humiliation. She told Peng Ziyuan, whose eyes she was covering, "Don't look. Go back first." Peng Ziyuan clenched his fists, hatred burning in his eyes. No wonder Dad didn't take him and Mom away. Compared to the team under the bridge, these outside teams were all scum. They deserved to die. Just then, Ahong suddenly saw a man walking by. "Ah Ching!" She cried out, forgetting to cover Peng Ziyuan's eyes, and rushed forward to grab Song Yuqing's hand. "Where's my husband? Where did he go?" Song Yuqing was the friend who'd tried to persuade Peng Zhenggong to leave last time. He froze for a second, then quickly shook off Ahong's hand. "I don't know. Don't ask me. How could you not know? My husband came to discuss splitting up with you today. Where did he go?" Song Yuqing avoided her gaze and turned to leave. "I don't have time for this. Don't go." Ahong sobbed, grabbing his hand. "Tell me, did you do something to my husband?" Song Yuqing turned his head, clearly unwilling to answer or even look at her. It was obvious something was wrong. Peng Ziyuan rushed over too, shouting, "Uncle Cheng, please, tell me what happened to my dad." The neighboring commander, ignored by everyone, watched the scene coldly from the side. Song Yuqing gritted his teeth, turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Go. Go back now. Don't come here looking for death." It was as if Ahong had been struck on the head. She watched as Song Yuqing ran off without looking back. At that moment, she seemed to realize something had happened to Peng Zhenggong. Something life-threatening. She lifted her foot to chase after him. She had to see him alive or dead. A paper airplane drifted down onto Ahong's shoulder. "Come with me. I found him." Ahong froze mid-step. She looked around in confusion. "Yuebai's? Where are you?" "Cut the crap. Move." Sure Yuebai's irritated voice came from the paper airplane, as harsh and impatient as ever. She was half paralyzed now, no wonder her tone was so bad. The white paper airplane flew silently into the darkness, like a streak of light. Ahong saw that the airplane was heading in the opposite direction from where Song Yuqing had run. Without hesitation, trusting Sure Yuebai instinctively, she ran after the paper airplane. Peng Ziyuan followed close behind his mother. Commander Chiao was still arguing with the muscle-bound neighboring commander, dropping names of people he knew in the city and mercenary circles, hoping to intimidate him. Commander Chiao, Ahong and her son have run off, someone behind him reminded. He quickly patted the neighboring commander on the shoulder. Let's leave some room for each other. We might meet again. I'll talk to you later. Commander Qiao turned and hurried after Ahong and Pang Ziyuan. With him gone, the 7 or 8 scrawny, sickly men from the underbridge team naturally didn't stay behind. They hadn't left Commander Qiao because they didn't want to, but because they were so weak and thin that a gust of wind could blow them away like paper. No other team wanted them. And the teams that did only wanted them as meat for roasting. The muscle-bound neighboring commander, who'd been about to throw his weight around, was left standing there, pants down, dumbfounded. Ever since he'd grown his team, he'd poached plenty of people from Qiao's group. Women he never lacked. What he enjoyed was making people kneel and break down before him. But before the fun even started, the group had run off. Why did they leave so quickly? He gritted his teeth, laughing coldly. Xiao, are you playing games with me? Ahong followed Shi Yuebai's paper airplane, scrambling over jagged rocks. Ahong lost her footing and fell, instinctively catching herself with her hand, only to have an exposed steel bar pierce right through her palm. Pang Ziyuan tried to climb up behind her, but Ahong shouted, "Stop. It's dangerous. Don't come up." High above in the darkness, the paper airplane made a turn and floated back. Shi Yuebai's impatient voice came from it. Can you move or not? If you can't, I'm done playing with you. She was risking her life to help Ahong save someone. Every second they delayed, she had to endure another second of agony. And Peng Zhongging's chances of survival slipped away with every moment. If you want to give up, then give up. Your husband doesn't have long left anyway. Shi Yuebai's cruel words were as light as the wind in the endless darkness. Ahong gritted her teeth and pulled her pierced hand off the steel bar. Let's go. We have to save him. I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find where the smell was coming from. Ahong braced herself, stumbling along behind Shi Yuebai's paper airplane. She couldn't see the path in the darkness, only the white paper airplane floating ahead. Shi Yuebai did her best to guide Ahong along a relatively smoother route. But still, Ahong staggered and tripped through the ruins. Her hand, pierced through the palm by an exposed steel bar, was dripping blood, drop by drop. Shi Yuebai said nothing. Maybe she hadn't noticed Ahong's injury. Maybe she had. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Soon, under Shi Yuebai's guidance, Ahong found Peng Zhonggong lying amidst a tangle of steel bars in the rubble. Honey. Ahong lurched forward, tripping over a steel bar and falling straight into the debris. She didn't care about the pain. She crawled over the jagged stones. How did this happen? Weren't you going to the family meeting? How did you end up here? Peng Zhonggong didn't answer. His eyes were tightly shut. He looked like a rag doll, discarded among the sharp ruins. Ahong's tears fell, one after another. She lifted her pierced hand and wiped her face. Very quickly, her face was smeared with soot, sweat, and blood. But she knew now wasn't the time to cry. The urgent thing was to check on Peng Zhonggong. Dead or alive. She needed to know for sure. This shouldn't have happened. You and Ah Cheng were good brothers. Ahong crawled closer, raising her bloody hand to gently touch Peng Zhongging's cheek. The moment she spoke, Peng Zhonggong, who had seemed on the verge of death, suddenly fluttered his eyelids. He's still conscious. Shi Yuebai's paper airplane circled above Peng Zhonggong and Ahong. Stay here. I'll go get Commander Qiao and your son. As long as he wasn't dead, Shi Yuebai believed he could be saved. Of course, even if he died, she could find a way to bring him back. Though, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. In any case, the first priority was to get Peng Zhonggong back. In the darkness, all the scattered paper airplanes gathered and landed in front of Commander Qiao and Pang Ziyuan. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at the floating paper airplanes. Commander Qiao swallowed hard. He felt like he was witnessing something supernatural. After all, 4 or 5 white paper airplanes were hovering in front of him and Pang Ziyuan. Was this some kind of superpower? Or had the Wasteland world turned into a ghost story? He seemed to recall seeing Ahong chasing after a paper airplane earlier. Good grief, humans hadn't even figured out how to survive in the wasteland, and now they had to deal with all this spooky stuff. Up ahead, Peng Ziyuan suddenly had a flash of insight. Commander Chiao, follow them, quickly. He didn't really understand what these paper airplanes were, but he was sure that following them would lead him to his mother. Peng Ziyuan's limbs felt weak as he started climbing over the rubble ahead. Chunks of concrete, steel bars, bricks, and all sorts of debris formed a strange mountain. Peng Ziyuan struggled to climb up. Commander Chiao followed behind. As an adult man, he quickly caught up to Peng Ziyuan. He reached out to steady Peng Ziyuan. Careful, there's steel bars everywhere. Don't get hurt. Below them, a few scrawny, out-of-breath men were catching up. They all had one thing in common. They were skinny, almost as skinny as Peng Ziyuan. By the faint starlight, they looked up at the towering ruins ahead. It's too high, Commander. Maybe we should just give up. It's too dangerous up there. Let's go back. Anywhere there were ruins, there were all kinds of hidden dangers. Sometimes it was a kitchen knife. Sometimes a razor blade. Exposed steel bars were actually the most obvious, most visible danger. Commander Chiao and Peng Ziyuan were halfway up. Commander Chiao looked down and snapped. Cut the crap. Do you want Peng family's food or not? If you miss this meal, with your skills, you won't scavenge anything edible. Commander Chiao was now determined to cling to Shi Weibai for dear life. Everything was so unusual, paper airplanes floating over the ruins in the middle of the night. That said it all. The Peng family was now following the Shi family. To put it more bluntly, the Peng family was Shi Weibai's loyal follower. When Peng Ziyuan came to him with a can of pet food, Commander Chiao knew. It was Shi Weibai giving him orders. This was a great chance to prove himself to Shi Weibai. The skinny guys below, hearing Commander Chiao's words, grumbled but had no choice but to start climbing the ruins as well. Soon, they reached the spot the paper airplanes had led them to. Peng Ziyuan stumbled forward. Mom, what happened to Dad? Before Ahong could answer, one of the paper airplanes circling in the night sky swooped down. Still got time for questions? Your dad's about to die. Peng Ziyuan snapped out of it, and with Commander Chiao and the other skinny men who'd just climbed up, hurriedly lifted the blood-soaked Peng Zhonggong. Commander Chiao was shocked. Quick, let's get back. A paper airplane could actually talk. And it was Shi Weibai's voice. He finally realized Shi Weibai was an esper. But weren't espers in the stories always about wind, rain, thunder, lightning, the 5 elements? What kind of power was Shi Weibai's? Commander Chiao racked his brains, but couldn't figure out which category in the wasteland a talking paper airplane would fit into. This way. The paper airplane led Peng Ziyuan down a shortcut. Peng Ziyuan immediately waved at the now enthusiastic Commander Chiao. Meanwhile, in the neighboring team, the muscle-bound commander was calling roll. When he called Song Yuqing, he sneered maliciously. Your little team is really something, getting people killed and not even cleaning up the mess. Go deal with them. Don't let them bother me again. He paused, then added to Song Yuqing. Your brother's wife still has some meat on her. Don't kill her. Song Yuqing's eyes were red, his whole body shaking. He exchanged glances with his fellow dig team members. The group left the team, heading in the direction Ahong had run. They knew where Peng Zhonggong's body had been dumped. They'd thought Peng Zhonggong was dead, and that no one would try to take any of the team's rescue and digging tools anymore. But then Ahong and Peng Ziyuan came looking for him, and went straight to the new commander. Ahong's wife and kid are looking for death. What's it got to do with us? A teammate muttered, as if comforting his own conscience. Ahong shouldn't have tried to take the team's communal property. He deserved what he got. Song Yuqing led the search and excavation team, along with the rest of the new group, hurrying toward the spot where they'd dumped Peng Zhonggong's body. None of them really believed that, with just Ahong and Captain Chiao's abilities, they'd be able to find Peng Zhonggong. This wasteland was nothing but ruins, without a single distinctive landmark. Even Song Yuqing's own excavation team members could barely remember where exactly they'd tossed Peng Zhonggong's body after killing him. So after wandering around the general area for ages, Song Yuqing and the others still hadn't seen any sign of Ahong or Captain Chiao. They probably didn't even search in this direction, one teammate said, his tone dripping with disdain. That Cho guy's team is nothing but a bunch of losers and dead weight. They can't even find food or water. How could they possibly find Zhang's body? Song Yuqing frowned and looked at the teammate. But we haven't found Zhang's body either, have we? They used to be a professional search and rescue excavation team. They'd found things in ruins, in the open sea, you name it, they'd done it. But now, even with a clear idea of where they'd dumped the body, they couldn't find Peng Zhenggong. A sense of unease gnawed at Song Yuqing. A teammate patted Song Yuqing on the shoulder. So what? Maybe a mutant beast dragged Zhang's body away. It's getting late. It's dangerous to be out here. We should get back. Song Yuqing's eyes were red as he stared at his teammate, gritting his teeth to hold back his emotions. How can you talk about it so lightly? Peng Zhenggong was their brother. They were a team, sworn brothers with bonds forged in iron. They'd traveled all over, at home and abroad, facing countless dangers together for the sake of search and rescue. It had taken so much to build their team into one of the most cohesive, top-performing groups in the field. But now they'd all ganged up and killed Peng Zhenggong. All because he'd been reluctant to join the new group. The others had grown resentful of him. A teammate said coldly it was Zhang's own fault. He abandoned us. Every time we went out to scavenge, we let him come along, no hard feelings. So why did he think he had the right to demand a share of our search and rescue tools? Peng Zhenggong had been their team leader. Without him, the team would never have existed. He'd seen their potential, recruited them from all walks of life. He taught them everything about search and rescue, step by step. He'd led them all over the world for training and courses, absorbing and improving on every bit of knowledge they could find. Didn't Zhang always say, "Our team has to keep up with the times"? The teammate looked especially innocent. But now it's the Wasteland. If he can't adapt to the rules of survival here, he's bound to be eliminated. Our team has to be united. Anyone who undermines that unity can't be tolerated. The team had long been dissatisfied with Peng Zhenggong's lack of commitment. This time, he'd finally crossed their line. No one could say for sure who threw the first punch at Peng Zhenggong. Then came the second, the third. In the end, everyone was venting their anger and frustration, beating and kicking him together. No one meant to kill Zheng. He just couldn't take a beating. Yuqing, we can't allow traitors. They all spoke self-righteously. Yuqing, you hit him too, didn't you? Song Yuqing's lips moved. He took a deep breath, bloodshot eyes lifting to the sky. In the darkness, a few scattered stars hung far out of reach. Let's go back. We're done searching. Song Yuqing could easily imagine what would happen to Ah Hong, with so many men out here looking for her. Anyway, searching these ruins was a waste of time. They hadn't found a single soul. He lowered his head and led the way back. Even if we find Zhang's body, so what? Who in this wasteland is going to fight to the end over a single life? So they'd beaten him, and now he was dead. Peng Zhenggong was gone. There were no laws to restrain them, and there would be no punishment. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao, Ah Hong, Peng Ziyuan, and 7 or 8 other rough-looking men had already carried Peng Zhenggong's blood-soaked body back to the camp under the bridge. From a distance, he looked no different from a corpse. Along the way, someone muttered, after all that effort, we're just bringing back a corpse. Might as well have buried him out there. Tears streaming down her face, Ah Hong turned and glared fiercely at the speaker. Captain Xiao snapped, enough with the useless talk. Save your strength for the work. Only when they'd set Peng Zhenggong down in front of the Shi family's wall did Peng Ziyuan bow expressionlessly to the group. Thank you, uncles, for your help. Please wait here, I'll get you some food. He brought out a box of instant noodles and a case of bottled water from the Peng family's yard, setting them on the ground for the 7 or 8 men to take as they pleased. Peng Ziyuan and Ah Hong exchanged a glance, then together lifted Peng Zhenggong and carried him inside the Shi family's walls. Captain Xiao didn't join the others in scrambling for the food and water. Instead, he stepped forward to help Ah Hong and her son lift Peng Zhenggong's legs. In this way, he slipped inside the Shi family compound with them. Dawn had not yet broken. Shi Yuebai sat hunched in her wheelchair as if she'd been waiting there all along for them to return. Auntie, can you save my dad? Pang Ziyuan knelt in front of Shi Yuebai, reaching out to touch her leg. No time. A white paper airplane landed on Shi Yuebai's knee. It wasn't Shi Yuebai speaking. The voice came from the paper airplane. Just as despair was settling in for Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan, the paper airplane spoke again. Just leave him there. Don't touch him. Shi Yuebai really didn't have time to save Pang Zhonggong. Right now, aside from one hand and one arm, her whole body was numb. She couldn't feel a thing. She couldn't even make facial expressions, let alone speak. A drop of blood fell onto Pang Ziyuan's hand, and only then did he look up at Shi Yuebai. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Frightened, Pang Ziyuan burst into tears, hugging Shi Yuebai. Only then did Ah Hong and Captain Xiao, in the dim light, see that Shi Yuebai's head was bowed, blood seeping from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Especially the blood trickling from her lips, staining her shirt a deep red. "So noisy. If you keep crying, I'll kill you." Seeing Shi Yuebai injured, everyone was struck as if by lightning, as though their whole world was collapsing. Even Commander Qiao, who had only just regained consciousness and realized Shi Yuebai was an ability user, felt all hope was lost. It was a kind of faith-shattering despair that was hard to describe. In this hopeless wasteland, they trudged alone through a world of darkness. It seemed they had finally found a glimmer of light and were about to follow it toward a bright future. But that glimmer was suddenly snuffed out. The hope they had managed to ignite once again began to fade. Commander Qiao stared in disbelief at the barely breathing Shi Yuebai. He was plummeting into the abyss of despair. A paper airplane floated up, and Shi Yuebai roared irritably. "Are you done yet? I'm not even dead and you're already mourning me. Get out, all of you." With her like this, even if she didn't die from her injuries, she'd be cried to death by them. Pang Ziyuan's sobs stopped abruptly, and Commander Qiao and Ah Hong, snapping out of it, quickly dragged him out. When Shi Yuebai lost her temper, whether it made sense or not, it was best to just do as she said. Tears still clung to Pang Ziyuan's eyes. Once outside the Shi family's walls, he looked up anxiously. "Mom, Auntie, don't cry. Your aunt will get annoyed." Ah Hong's eyes were red and swollen, but she still chose to believe in Shi Yuebai. "There's nothing we can do right now. The best we can do is not make things harder for your aunt." Commander Qiao nodded along. "Yeah, that's right." So Pang Ziyuan could only wait outside the Shi family's wall with Ah Hong, Commander Qiao, and the others. As for the 7 or 8 men who had fought over instant noodles and bottled water in the yard, they were already hugging their wages with satisfaction and had run back to their own tarps. The job hadn't taken much time, but each of them had managed to grab 2 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water. That was probably more food than they could scavenge in several days on the ruins. And bottled water, no less. These days, people would trade whatever food they could find for water. 3 bottles of water were worth far more than 2 packs of noodles. If only there were jobs like this every day. Not long after those men left, panicked shouts erupted from the Shi family's yard. The first to wake was Shi Yaoao. She saw Shi Yuebai bleeding from every orifice and Pang Zhonggong lying in front of her, covered in blood. It was as if the two of them had been baptized in blood. Shi Yaoao's scream was even shriller than Pang Ziyuan's. Within seconds, everyone in the inflatable tents was awake. They rushed out and surrounded Shi Yuebai, wailing in despair. Not even the paper airplane's attempts to calm them could pull them back from their grief. Shi Yuebai, thoroughly annoyed, sent the paper airplane over the wall and ordered Commander Qiao, who was squatting outside, "Get them to quiet down and talk some sense into them." Commander Qiao was good at this. He immediately got up and strode into the Shi family's yard, putting on an air of authority, hands clasped behind his back. All right, everyone quiet down and listen to me. Here's the situation. Yuebai is a good person and fully capable of saving herself, so there's no need to panic. Look, this is Yuebai's paper airplane. It can talk, so clearly Yuebai is fine. Now, follow me, calm yourselves, and shout together, "We believe in Yuebai." He was eloquent, one hand on his hip, the other gesturing grandly. Everyone quickly quieted down, staring at the floating paper airplane. In truth, among the Sher family, only Nong Yasi was truly panicked. Because she was the only one with normal intelligence, she knew how dire Sher Yuebai's current, paralyzed state was. But things involving Sher Yuebai could never be judged by normal standards. So when Sher's mother and Sher Yaoao looked up and nodded at Commander Chiao, Nong Yasi quickly calmed down as well. Sher's second sister-in-law couldn't see, and her heart was uneasy, but she didn't dare cry out loud anymore. She waited until Commander Chiao had talked for over half an hour before quietly feeling for Sher Yuebai's hand. "Yuebai, are you really okay?" she whispered. Sher Yuebai squeezed her hand in reply. The paper airplane landed on her shoulder, and Sher Yuebai's cold voice sounded. "I'm fine. Go get to work. Just pretend I'm not here." She kept her healing technique running. Fixing her paralysis was only a matter of time. Peng Zhenggong, lying beside her, was also within the range of her healing technique. He wouldn't be jumping up and running around anytime soon. But keeping him alive was no problem. A streak of white appeared on the horizon. Sher Yuebai frowned, probing her paralyzed meridians. The sun's radiation was causing her weight to rise again. Her shattered meridians would soon be filled with fat. It was like a broken road. Before the path could be repaired, the trees on either side started swelling, and there was a landslide. Faced with this predicament, Sher Yuebai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if the wasteland was determined to kill her. Sher Yuebai wanted to curse out loud, but the sun gave her no time. Today, the sun was rising especially fast. Soon, half the sun had leapt above the horizon. Sher Yuebai quickly called to Commander Chiao, who was about to leave. "Drag your tarp over here and cover me, hurry." Commander Chiao blurted, "Huh? What would his family use for shelter then?" But he didn't dare disobey Sher Yuebai. Just that talking paper airplane was enough to make him listen. It was hard to get close to an ability user. Even the lord of a big city might not know one. How had he, of all people, ended up with an ability user in his team? Commander Chiao had to seize this opportunity. His rise to glory, his days as the loyal sidekick to a future powerhouse, all depended on Sher Yuebai. Sher Yuebai was the future dragon overlord. Even if he couldn't be the dragon overlord himself, being her sidekick would be great. He ran at top speed, dodging the ditch in front of the Tong character frame, and raced back to his own tarp. Before his wife could say a word, Commander Chiao yanked down the tarp and dashed back to the Sher family. Su Xuejiao chased after him, yelling, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" He was the only able-bodied worker in their family, with 2 teenage daughters at home. If he got radiation sickness and lost his mind, how would they survive? Commander Chiao ran like a monkey out of the mountains and soon reached the Sher family's yard. He threw the bundle of tarp over Sher Yuebai's head. The paper airplane cursed. "Are you trying to kill me? Set it up properly. Are you trying to smother me? If you mess up again, get lost." Commander Chiao apologized at once. Sorry, Yuebai, I thought you were in a hurry." He quickly adjusted the tarp on Sher Yuebai's head, found a long stick, and wedged it into her wheelchair. "Let this stick prop it up for now so you can breathe. I'll fix it right away." The paper airplane kept a close eye on Captain Chiao. A few other paper airplanes circled above the character Tong. They saw Ahong and Peng Ziyuan still crouched in the corner. One paper airplane swooped down, its tip pointing at Ahong. Ahong immediately stood up, a little scared. I'll get to work right away." "Yubai, how's Zheng?" "Get to work." Sher Yubai's cold, merciless voice came from the paper airplane. Ahong hurried off to dig ditches and build walls. The paper airplane's tip then turned to Peng Ziyuan. Peng Ziyuan silently put on his mechanical digging arm and, eyes lowered, started picking up stones. The paper airplane quietly flew away. Peng Ziyuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Even though his aunt was half paralyzed, her oppressive presence was as strong as ever. As for the Sher family, Sher Yubai yelled at them too, sending them off to work. "Don't slack off. I'm watching you all the time." The paper airplanes flew diligently, patrolling over everyone's heads from time to time. These things were even more intimidating than Sher Yubai watching in person. If anyone so much as took a breath, Sher Yubai would know. No one helped Captain Xiao. He had to climb up and down by himself, tying the corners of the tarp above Shiryu Bai's head to the top of the wall. One careless moment, and Captain Xiao fell off the wall. He glanced at Shiryu Bai, slumped in her wheelchair, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. But Shiryu Bai's paper airplane only let out a cold laugh as it flew past him and continued its patrol. She never blamed someone who was already giving their all. On the ruins, Shi's mother stood gracefully, a plastic bag hanging from her wrist. She spoke to the paper airplane that had stopped beside her. "You Bai, what do you think of that plastic bag over there?" The paper airplane was silent for a moment. "It looks nice. I'll buy it for you." Shi's mother walked over, pinched her fingers into an orchid shape, and dug a plastic bag out from under a few stones. She examined the bag critically, turning it over and over. "You Bai, the workmanship on this plastic bag isn't great, is it? You're the eldest miss of our Shi family. This plastic bag isn't worthy of your status." The more she looked, the more dissatisfied she became. But as if in a hurry, she pinched her fingers again and said in a delicate voice, Forget it. You're always like this. If things don't go your way, you just sulk and stop talking. I'll buy it for you. With elegance, Shi's mother turned and hung the plastic bag she dug out from the ruins on the tip of the paper airplane. Her eyes were full of doting affection as she patted the back of the paper airplane. "Happy now?" Shiryu Bai replied gloomily, I'm happy. Come on, go with Mom to get our nails done." As she walked, Shi's mother pulled a card out of the plastic bag on her arm. "Waiter, swipe my card. Wrap up all the plastic bags here for me. Hurry up, don't make me and my precious daughter late for our manicure." Shi's mother was getting impatient. Shiryu Bai's paper airplane beeped. Shi's mother, satisfied, put her card away. "Sweetheart, it's done. The plastic bags will be delivered to our house later." She walked with elegance. "Honey, is your allowance enough this month? I'll give you another $1 million. Don't hold back. If you want something, just buy it. Is anyone bullying you at school? Don't worry, Mom's on the school board. You just go ahead and bully others if you want. Our family's rich. We're not afraid of trouble." A paper airplane with a plastic bag hanging from it accompanied Shi's mother as she picked through the ruins. From time to time, it would chime in to humor her. By noon, Captain Xiao finally finished setting up the tarp. His tarp was the biggest and most intact among all the families in the group. Spread out, it was enough to cover most of the Shi family's courtyard. Shiryu Bai let him work as he pleased. Although the sun above her was blocked by the tarp, the daytime sun's radiation was much stronger than at night. If she didn't burn off more fat, even with the tarp, her weight would keep going up. She decided to take a risk. Shiryu Bai moved her one usable arm over, pressing her fingers together with her other hand. Slowly, she channeled the small amount of fat energy she had into a newly formed meridian. She had always liked to challenge herself beyond her limits. Especially in desperate situations like this, if she didn't push forward, death was all that awaited her. And not just her own death, the Shi family and the Peng family would die too. She had no choice but to fight with her back to the wall. Shiryu Bai kept her head lowered the whole time. Even though her body was paralyzed like this, only one arm's meridians were still clear. Her other usable arm was already close to having its meridian shattered from overuse. Still, she gave it her all, forcing energy through her battered meridians. Even if it was just a trickle of energy. Even if the fat energy in her body, under her urging, ran wildly and chaotically. Even as blood began to gush from her 7 orifices again. The searing pain was so intense that she didn't even dare pass out. She was afraid that if she lost consciousness, her energy would spiral out of control and blow her to pieces. She wasn't afraid of being blown to pieces herself. What scared her was not knowing how big the blast radius would be. In her previous life, when she self-destructed, she wiped out more than half the Wu clan. This time, she didn't want to drag the Shi and Peng families down with her. Maybe it was her mother's craziness, or maybe it was Shi Yao glancing back at her from time to time. Shiryu Bai bit down hard on her tongue to stay conscious. Just then, a healing spell, its soul force even more powerful, suddenly rose up behind her. It hovered above Shiryubai's head. Golden, red-tinged grains of sand drifted down from the healing spell. Most of them landed on Shiryubai, with a small bit falling on Pang Zhonggong at her feet. Pang Zhonggong's breathing grew steadier, no longer ragged. He was exhaling more than inhaling. Shiryubai's whole body felt like it was being torn apart. A web of blood-red lines appeared on her usable arm. From time to time, faint golden light flickered. On the back of her other hand, a similar web of blood appeared. The faint golden light on her hand gradually grew stronger. The healing spell continued, its soul force nearly breaking off several times. But Shiryubai gritted her teeth and held on. The blood vessels on her arms snapped one by one. Her once clean skin turned blotchy and bruised, as if she'd been beaten. Shiryubai's weight dropped to 702 jin. This was the result of her pushing herself to the limit in broad daylight. Only then did Shiryubai finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now she could pass out. But by making it through this ordeal, she'd raised her threshold for fainting. Behind her, Captain Xiao bent down cautiously, craning his neck to look at her. Suddenly, Shiryubai jerked her head up from her wheelchair, her bones cracking audibly. Her face turned ghastly and terrifying, blood streaming from her eyes, even dripping from her hair. "What are you looking at?" Captain Xiao fell to the ground, a chill crawling up his spine. And nothing at all. Kids these days really are under a lot of pressure. Shi Xiangrui is now 2 months old. She's lying in a baby cradle. People passing by coo at her, those coming over tease her. When she saw Shiryubai bleeding from all 7 orifices, the little baby lay in her cradle giggling. Commander Qiao's horrified gaze landed on Shi Xiangrui's soft, rosy little face. A 2-month-old baby, excitedly waving her arms and legs, dressed in a soft, clean baby monk's robe. She looked no different from an ordinary baby before the apocalypse. Actually, she was even prettier than most babies. But it was precisely this chubby, soft, and fair little baby that made her seem all the more special. Paired with Shiryubai, who was bleeding from every orifice, the visual impact was striking. For a moment, Commander Qiao really wanted to turn and run. But he held himself back. If you can't endure hardship, you'll never rise above the rest. If he couldn't handle a scare, he'd never be able to cling to Shiryubai's coattails in the future. And as it turned out, he hadn't misjudged Shiryubai. She really was something. Otherwise, with blood gushing so horrifically, how is she still alive? Expressionless, Shiryubai spat out a single word at Commander Qiao. Scram. Shiryubai was in a foul mood. Even though she now weighed only 702 jin, having lost 48 jin in just 2 months, her meridians were shattered all over her body. Only her neck could straighten and turn. Plus, only one hand was still nimble. Every other part of her body, including her previously usable left arm, was now immobile. She was slumped in a wheelchair. Shiryubai cursed her luck. With all this going on and Commander Qiao still acting all shocked and dramatic, of course she was annoyed. The only reason she hadn't strangled him was because she physically couldn't. Not because she was merciful. The only thing that brought Shiryubai a shred of comfort was that the meridians in her right hand were clear. She could form hand seals with perfect dexterity. If she only mobilized a tiny bit of her fat energy, she didn't even feel pain anymore. But that wasn't much help. That tiny bit of energy, converted to soul power, was barely enough to power a paper airplane. What really infuriated Shiryubai was the chaotic energy rampaging through her body. It was like trying to power a paper airplane while having to control a raging ocean, and then drawing a thin tube to let water drip out drop by drop from a faucet. How messed up is that? Is there any other grand shaman in the entire Wu tribe more down and out and useless than her? So Shiryubai simply stopped wiping away the blood from her 7 orifices. It would just keep flowing anyway, so why bother? She just had to focus on not letting herself explode and die. Commander Qiao was chased off by Shiryubai's scolding. But before long, he shamelessly poked his head back in through the gate. "Yuebai, are you still going to fix that canal? Do I look like I'm up for it?" Shiryubai, blood streaming from her eyes, glared at Commander Chiao and said in a sinister, terrifying voice, "I think your corpse is up for it." "Alrighty, my corpse is at your service anytime." Commander Chiao pressed 2 fingers to his forehead in a salute and scurried off. Shi Yuebai didn't stop him. She closed her eyes and sat in her wheelchair, fuming. Shi Yao got up, brought over a basin of clean water, washed a towel, and carefully wiped the blood from Shi Yuebai's face. Shi Yuebai, frustrated at her own uselessness, suddenly opened her eyes and stared coldly at Shi Yao. "Auntie, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt," Shi Yao said as she wiped Shi Yuebai's face, gently blowing on her eyes. Shi Yuebai's thick lips twitched, and she swallowed her anger. Soon, the basin of clean water turned red with blood. Shi Yao changed the water, scooped a fresh basin from the water jar. As blood kept flowing from Shi Yuebai's 7 orifices, Shi Yao just kept wiping her aunt's face. Finally, even Shi Yuebai couldn't help but ask, "Yao, aren't you tired of this?" Shi Yao didn't show the slightest impatience. She seemed to have gotten lost in the repetitive task, wiping and wiping Shi Yuebai's face. "No, Auntie. Auntie looks so pretty when she's all clean." In Shi Yao's eyes, her aunt was the most beautiful woman in the world. She liked her aunt best. Shi Yuebai frowned and decided she'd better try to control the bleeding from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Lately, Shi Yao hadn't been shaking her head or spinning in circles much. But she was always doing repetitive things, like going to change the water for Shi Yuebai again. This was already the 12th time Shi Yao had changed the water. If Shi Yuebai didn't stop her soon, her face would be scrubbed raw. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Grand Shaman Shi Yuebai still cared about her dignity. On the ground, Peng Zhonggong was still lying there, half dead. Ahong and Peng Ziyuan would occasionally peek in through the gate. But they didn't dare ask or come in. They were afraid that if they annoyed Shi Yuebai, she'd scold them. Seeing Peng Zhonggong's chest rise and fall, Ahong and Peng Ziyuan felt relieved. They worked with renewed energy. Even though Peng Zhonggong was half dead, that in itself was a kind of hope. Because by normal standards, if you left someone like him lying on the ground, untreated and unattended, he should have died long ago. The fact that he was still hanging on was proof of Shi Yuebai's power. Ahong wanted to kowtow to Shi Yuebai 100 times, but was afraid of being scolded. Everyone was afraid of being scolded by Shi Yuebai, but everyone was growing more and more fond of her. After a while, Shi Yuebai took a breather. When Shi Yao brought the 20th basin of water to wash the blood off her face, she managed to control the chaotic energy in her body a bit more, speeding up the flow in her right hand's meridians. With more soul power output, the swelling from the rampaging energy eased a little. And with Shi Yuebai deliberately holding back the energy from rushing to her head, by the time Yao brought the 30th basin of water and was about to scrub Shi Yuebai's face raw, the bleeding from her 7 orifices had improved a lot. "Now, as long as I don't get emotional, I won't bleed from my 7 orifices," Shi Yuebai said in a breezy tone, looking at Shi Yao. "Yao, go do your homework." The drawn-out ending left Yao confused. But seeing her aunt's flushed face and the skin looking badly abraded, she nodded and obediently went to do her homework. Shi Yuebai finally felt better. Her face still burned, but above her head was a 2-square-meter healing array. Such a minor injury was nothing. The healing array played a crucial role in Shi Yuebai's recovery. And her right hand's new meridians, though only able to output soul power drop by drop, were sturdy. As long as Shi Yuebai kept channeling energy into the new meridians, the soul power output would speed up a bit. That soul power was just enough to keep her paper airplanes flying, and to keep the healing array above her head running. As for the dizziness, fog, and purification arrays she'd drawn before, she couldn't spare any attention for them now. Fortunately, Shi Yuebai had once filled these arrays with rich spiritual energy in her past efforts to lose weight. Arrays can function as long as they have spiritual energy. But arrays are usually powered by soul force, which is like plugging an electronic device into an outlet. It's like using your phone while it's charging. This way, You don't have to worry about running out of power. Spiritual energy is like a power bank stored inside the arrays. Once it's depleted, the arrays become completely useless. So for now, Shi Yuebai wasn't too anxious. At least the spiritual energy she'd stored in the arrays would last them a month or two. A day passed. Peng Zhenggong still hadn't opened his eyes, but he was still breathing. At noon, after everyone finished their boiled potato slices, Ahong fed Peng Zhenggong a couple of spoonfuls of potato soup. He didn't swallow a single mouthful. But seeing that Shi Yuebai didn't say anything, Ahong didn't dare show her worry. She could only get up quickly and drag Peng Ziyuan off to work. Shi Yuebai saw all of this, but she wasn't kind-hearted enough to comfort Ahong. The fact that she could keep Peng Zhenggong alive was better than any words of comfort. She had more important things to do now. After a whole day of continuous practice, Shi Yuebai's right hand could now channel soul force smoothly, like water trickling into a stream. Her output speed had improved, and it had become muscle memory. She no longer had to consciously force energy into her new meridians. The chaotic energy inside her had finally calmed down under her guidance, like a tsunami settling. Now, Shi Yuebai's whole body felt like a vast ocean. There were no rivers or tributaries, just a mass of calm, settled flesh. As long as she kept her emotions stable, her body wouldn't rebel. At this point, Shi Yuebai had given up. She was satisfied just to be able to channel soul force through one hand. Hoping to regain sensation in her whole body was already impossible. Other than being slumped in her wheelchair, she didn't really feel anything. After all, she used to be so fat she couldn't move anyway. Accepting this reality, Shi Yuebai's mood became even more stable. She was even optimistic enough to think, as long as she didn't recklessly output energy to the point of damaging her new meridians, her body could handle it. And because her meridians were shattered, she couldn't feel pain at all. Losing her sense of pain actually solved a big problem for her. She kept channeling soul force and even had enough energy to pour a bit of spiritual energy into the healing technique. Since it didn't hurt, why not go for it? In this way, the balance of energy in Shi Yuebai's body reached a strange equilibrium. Her weight stayed stuck at 702 jin, about 350 kilograms, not budging. By evening, after a whole day of digging ditches, Captain Xiao followed behind Ahong into the Shi family compound. He saw everyone gathered around a stone stove, eating boiled potatoes. Captain Xiao cheerfully found himself a set of disposable chopsticks and bowl, and squeezed in next to Peng Ziyuan. Everyone looked over at Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai didn't say a word, just kept a cold face while continuously infusing spiritual energy into all the arrays and healing techniques. The whole Shi family courtyard was filled with an ethereal, otherworldly aura. This took all her energy and time. So no one minded Captain Xiao inviting himself over. "I'm so full." Captain Xiao squatted by the frying pan, looking at the half pot of boiled potatoes left, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. He noticed at noon that the Peng and Shi families, along with the weirdos, would stop whatever they were doing and all head into the Shi family compound together. They'd stay inside for about 20 minutes. When they came out, everyone looked energized and satisfied, as if they'd just eaten and drunk their fill. Captain Xiao guessed that Shi Yuebai was feeding everyone. He secretly decided to sneak into the Shi family compound at noon tomorrow too. But he hadn't expected Shi Yuebai to also provide dinner. So why wait? Captain Xiao decisively joined in. After everyone finished eating and dispersed, Captain Xiao helped tidy up and was just about to leave, when Shi Yaoao handed him a plastic bag. "Here, this is your payment for working." Captain Xiao looked down, eyes wide in shock. It contained 2 potatoes and a bottle of water. He hadn't expected that, after inviting himself to help, Shi Yuebai would actually give him food. And so much at once. Captain Xiao looked at Ahong and couldn't help but ask Shi Yaoao, "Do they get some too? Why aren't they leaving?" Ahong and Guai Guai still seemed to be working. No one from the Shi or Peng families looked like they were taking a break. Shi Yaoao replied matter-of-factly, "We all do double the work. Aunt Hong gets 4 potatoes and 2 bottles of water a day." Captain Xiao froze in place. His knees went weak. He almost wanted to kneel before Shi Yuebai and worship her as an ability user. This is the good life you get by following an ability user. Look, the legendary ability user. Her whole team is practically glowing with good fortune. Shi Yuebai looked at his pathetic expression, face blank. Webai, I can do double the work too. I'll work from morning till night. Captain Xiao promised eagerly. Shi Yuebai, annoyed, raised her only movable hand. Captain Xiao immediately got the message, grabbed his potatoes and water, and rushed out to dig ditches. The ragtag bunch who'd helped look for people yesterday stood curiously by the ditch, watching Captain Xiao dig. Captain, are you trying to move mountains like Yugong? What are you doing? Captain Xiao, have you caught the Shi family's weirdness? Digging ditches at night, are you crazy? Captain Xiao stood at the bottom of the pit, leaning on his shovel, and looked up at them. Go, go, go. I don't have time to mess around with you. Did you go scavenging today? Anyway, my family's all gone. As long as I'm fed, I've got nothing to worry about. Someone laughed and simply sat by the ditch, chatting with Captain Xiao as he worked. Didn't the Pang family share some food and water yesterday? Didn't you get any, Captain? You were too slow. We each grabbed several packs of instant noodles and bottles of water. These 7 or 8 misfits had no real attachments left. Some had lost their whole families, some had family missing since the apocalypse and never found, some had been abandoned by their wives and daughters because they couldn't provide a better life. Naturally, they couldn't stop their loved ones from leaving. They were all the type to live for the moment, and joining other teams would only make them a burden. After a while, Captain Xiao frowned at the men by the pit and sighed. Eventually, the men got bored and left. Shi Yuebai's paper airplane landed by the ditch and spoke to Captain Xiao inside. I thought you'd tell them I have food here. I was going to. Captain Xiao stopped digging. Standing at the bottom, he looked up at the paper airplane. But look at them, they can't help themselves. Telling them about your food would only bring trouble to all of us, not a single benefit. As the leader, Captain Xiao was naturally someone with foresight and a sense of the bigger picture. He knew very well that as long as he could make use of Shi Yuebai's abilities, he could rally a lot of people together. But right now, Shi Yuebai could barely take care of herself. Her powers could only protect a handful of people. Even Captain Xiao had to squeeze his way in just to get a share of her protection. Shi Yuebai couldn't do any more. She was already at her limit, teetering on the edge of collapse. At a time like this, if word got out that Shi Yuebai was an ability user, or that she had a lot of food, not only would Shi Yuebai die, but all of them would die as well. We're all in this together, Yuebai. For once, Captain Xiao revealed his forward-thinking side, giving him a wisdom that set him apart from the mediocre masses. If we keep you safe, we'll have a future. So, Yuebai, don't let us all down. The paper airplane by the ditch fell silent. A gentle breeze rose, and the paper airplane took off lightly. Before it left, Shi Yuebai's voice drifted over. You're overestimating me. I only look out for myself. Why should I care if you all live or die? She had always been selfish. Back in the witch tribe, she'd grown up with no one to love her, no one to care for her, raised by the world itself. She believed in survival of the fittest, in the law of the strong. Taking over this body was the lowest, ugliest point in Shi Yuebai's life. She could barely fend for herself. If it ever came to the worst, she promised she'd ditch this group of burdens without hesitation. She'd run faster than a rabbit. I heard you have 2 daughters, both in their teens? Have them move over to this side of the ditch. As wide as you can dig the ditch, that's how big their safe zone will be. After she finished, Shi Yuebai snorted. Those 2 daughters of yours are my hostages now. If you ever leak my secret, I'll kill them both. Her words were vicious, full of threat. At first, Captain Xiao didn't understand what Shi Yuebai meant. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned and waved up at the paper airplane in the sky. Thank you, Yuebai. Thank you so much. Those 2 daughters of his hadn't attracted much attention a few years ago. But after 5 years on the Wasteland, De Jiao and Xiao Jiao had grown up. Though their minds had been damaged by radiation, it didn't stop men's eyes from lingering on them more and more. Captain Xiao and his wife Su Xuejiao had been anxious about this for the past 2 years. That was also the main reason Captain Xiao was less and less interested in leading the group. He wanted to move into the big city with his wife and daughters. At least in the city, his 2 foolish daughters would be much safer. But now, with Shi Yuebai willing to shelter De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, Captain Xiao was so happy he could jump 3 feet high. After finishing his work, he rushed home with a plastic bag in hand to share the good news with Su Xuejiao. "Why are you so happy?" Su Xuejiao couldn't understand Captain Xiao's excitement. To her, the Shi family wasn't a good place. Everyone in the group says the women of the Shi family are all kept by the mercenary corps. Su Xuejiao looked at Captain Xiao in disbelief. "You want our daughters to live over there by the ditch? You're sending them straight into the fire." The more she spoke, the angrier she got, wishing she could shake Captain Xiao until all the water in his brain sloshed out. "Just do as I say. You don't understand." Captain Xiao couldn't explain everything. Don't just parrot what everyone else in the group says. For De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, this is already the best arrangement. Seeing how firm Captain Xiao was, Su Xuejiao turned away, sat down on a mat, and cried bitterly. She knew deep down that rather than letting her daughters be ruined by the monsters and demons of the Wasteland, it was better to hand them over to the mercenary corps. At least Ija and the others seemed decent. But still, Su Xuejiao's heart ached like it was being stabbed with needles. What had her daughters done wrong? They were beautiful, but the radiation had left them simple-minded. Was that their fault? In the 5th year on the Wasteland, they'd just turned 16 or 17, in the prime of their youth. Was that a crime? Why couldn't they have a better fate? Why was their only option to enter the Shi family and be kept by the mercenary corps? Listen to me. Captain Xiao sat down in front of Su Xuejiao. The Shi family isn't what people say it is. With red-rimmed eyes and a face caked in dirt, Su Xuejiao suddenly looked up, glaring at Captain Xiao with hatred. If it's not like that, then what is it? The Shi family always has food and drink. The Peng family can easily offer a whole box of instant noodles and a box of bottled water as a reward for a job. And you never see the Shi family out scavenging. All their food comes from the mercenary corps. To be kept by the mercenary corps was already a good outcome for women on the Wasteland. But as a mother, who could accept it? Su Xuejiao turned away, pointing at their own shelterless home. You're always speaking up for the Shi family because you plan to send De Jiao and Xiao Jiao there. Otherwise, why did you even give our tarp to the Shi family? Captain Xiao was left speechless by his wife's accusations. He raked his fingers through his hair. Fine. But if they don't go to the Shi family, what do you think will happen to our daughters when we're dead and gone? With their current abilities, there was no way they could get into the big city. Even if Captain Xiao racked his brains, he couldn't find a way to get them in any time soon. Because at that very moment, every survivor outside the city was trying to find a way in. They say a rising tide lifts all boats, but with so many people trying to get in, the requirements for entry kept getting higher and higher. Even if Captain Xiao worked for 100 years, he'd never meet those requirements. While he and Su Xuejiao were alive, they could still use their combined strength to shield their 2 foolish daughters from the wind and rain. No matter how fierce the storm outside, they could still protect that small patch of sky above their heads. For De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, that was already a better life than most girls on the Wasteland. But tomorrow and accidents, who could say which would come first? What if, in the very next moment, Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao died? Who would protect De Jiao and Xiao Jiao then? Even if they made it into the city, would their looks guarantee a lifetime of safety, free from bullying? Su Xuejiao fell silent. Suddenly, she found herself hating Captain Xiao. She hated the Wasteland. She hated the big city, hated all the survivors on the Wasteland. She hated Shi Yuebai and the mercenary corps. But most of all, she hated her own helplessness. Fine. I agree. Su Xuejiao closed her eyes, making the heartbreaking decision. It wasn't that parents wanted to push their daughters into the fire. But when forced to choose between 2 evils, you pick the lesser one. The next morning, Su Xuejiao and Commander Qiao woke up early and brought De Jiao and Xiao Jiao to the Shi family compound. This was Su Xuejiao's first time inside the Shi family's walls. She had expected to see all sorts of unspeakable scenes here. But to her surprise, the walled yard, packed with supplies, held only a blood-soaked Shi Yuebai sitting in a wheelchair and Peng Zhonggong, lying at her feet, his condition uncertain, alive or dead. They just left you here alone? Commander Qiao could hardly believe his eyes. He even felt a surge of anger. Shi Yuebai was a precious ability user, rarer and more valuable than a giant panda before the apocalypse. How could the Shi and Peng families leave Shi Yuebai alone in the yard? They should be worshipping her. They're all busy. Shi Yuebai replied coolly, looking at Commander Qiao. I told them not to bother me. Ever since the Shi family's tarps had been taken down, Shi Yuebai had slept outside the tent at night. Which was fine, made it easier for her to bask in the moonlight. Back in the Wu tribe, Shi Yuebai often sat cross-legged alone under the moon, absorbing the essence of sun and moon. But now there was no essence, only radiation. So all she could do was chase the feeling. Before Commander Qiao could say anything, Shi Yuebai started scolding him. If you're working for me, you should be up before dawn. Look at the time now. They've all been up for ages, working hard. Actually, it wasn't fully light yet. But Gnome Yasi was already pushing a construction cart, sweating buckets, weaving through the piles of supplies. Commander Qiao, you can't be this lazy. You Bai will chew you out. The Shi and Peng families bustled about. No one spared a glance at the two beautiful girls behind Su Xuejiao. But Su Xuejiao's anxious, worried gaze never changed. She scrutinized Shi Yuebai, wary of everything in the Shi family's yard. Shi Yuebai ignored her, closed her eyes, and bowed her head to continue channeling fat energy. Commander Qiao hurriedly said to Su Xuejiao, come with me. Find a place to settle De Jiao and Xiao Jiao. I need to get to work. He brought Su Xuejiao and her daughters to show their faces in front of Shi Yuebai. As long as Shi Yuebai didn't say anything, it meant she had no objections. Commander Qiao let Su Xuejiao and her daughters sit outside the compound wall to wait. He rushed off to dig ditches. Su Xuejiao was still anxious, but after a while, seeing her daughters playing with a rope at the base of the wall, she got up and walked into the Shi family compound. By a pile of rubble, Peng Ziyuan kindly warned her, don't wander around. Aunt will get angry. Su Xuejiao shot Peng Ziyuan a glare. Ignoring his warning, she marched straight up to Shi Yuebai. What are you planning to do with my daughters? Her tone was accusatory. Shi Yuebai slowly looked up, saw the anger on Su Xuejiao's face, and let out a cold laugh. You talking to me? Su Xuejiao turned her head away, stubborn and aggrieved. Suppressing her anger, she said, Shi Yuebai, does your family have to live like this? Do you really have to rely on men to survive? Isn't there another way, a path you can carve out for yourself, with your own blood and tears, without depending on men? Shi Yuebai asked, do you have another way to survive? Of course Su Xuejiao didn't. Eyes red, she turned her head away. It was precisely because she was powerless that she'd forced herself to send her daughters here. Then what are you even talking about? Shi Yuebai snapped. Su Xuejiao, what right do you have to throw a tantrum in front of me? Just because your man had some skills before the apocalypse and protected you for a few years after, you think you're above it all now? Su Xuejiao glared at Shi Yuebai. Why do you have to be so mean? And you think your little tantrum isn't ugly? Shi Yuebai sneered, I only took your daughters as hostages and gave your family a slim chance to survive because your husband clings to me like a dog. And now you think you're somebody, and you resent me? Who gave you the nerve to come talk to me like this? Su Xuejiao had feelings, sure, but what right did she have to them? Did Shi Yuebai owe her anything? Did she have to beg Su Xuejiao to let her protect her daughters? The truth was, Shi Yuebai owed nothing to Commander Qiao's family. Su Xuejiao never understood. Her only correct attitude should have been to beg and plead, not to harbor resentment and dissatisfaction. Su Xuejiao's face fell. Ashamed, she turned and walked out of the Shi family compound. Seeing her two daughters, both in the prime of youth, Su Xuejiao rushed over, gritted her teeth, and said, come on, let's go home. De Jiao and Xiao Jiao were lost in their own world, squatting in the corner, who knows what they were thinking. Su Xiaojiao, heart aching, crouched down and hugged her knees, crying. She lashed out at Shi Yuebai because she was hurting. She understood all the logic, but as a mother, she just couldn't accept it. Commander Qiao, covered in dirt from the ditch, climbed out and glanced at Su Xiaojiao from a distance. He brushed off the dust, hurried over to her, and asked, "What are you crying for?" Su Xiaojiao looked up, full of grievance. Shi Yuebai isn't stupid at all. She's just so mean. Commander Qiao's face darkened. He looked toward the compound and asked urgently, "You made her angry?" When Su Xiaojiao didn't answer, Commander Qiao scolded her. "Why did you have to provoke her? Don't you know what's important?" Shi Yuebai had a temper, a sharp tongue, and was harsh. Was this really the first time Su Xiaojiao had noticed? She's got skills, so you have to treat her with respect. What are you making trouble for? Commander Qiao was at his wit's end. He grabbed Su Xiaojiao's hand and dragged her toward the Shi family compound. "Go apologize to Yubai." But as soon as Su Xiaojiao stepped through the compound gate, a woman in a red wedding dress blocked her way. Her long, straight black hair floated in the air. Before Su Xiaojiao could even see her clearly, a blast of energy sent her flying. Shi Yuebai didn't want to see Su Xiaojiao. She'd never understand at the moment she couldn't step into the Shi family compound what she'd truly lost. Commander Qiao's face went pale. He looked back at Su Xiaojiao, who sat on the ground, stunned. He looked at Shi Yuebai and pleaded, "Yubai." She didn't know any better. "You get lost too." At Shi Yuebai's command, 4 or 5 paper airplanes swooped down from the sky like chickens pecking at rice, poking at Commander Qiao. Commander Qiao covered his head. "Ow, ow, I was wrong. I'll leave right now, okay, I'm going." Shi Yuebai lost her temper, but Su Xiaojiao didn't understand why. She knew she'd done something wrong, so when Captain Qiao came out, she anxiously ran up to him. Why is Shi Yuebai's temper so bad? Can't she tolerate even the slightest bit of emotion from others? Su Xiaojiao had heard from others in the group that the Shi family used to be very wealthy before the apocalypse. Shi Yuebai, that fat woman, was the little princess of the Shi family. But even before the world fell apart, this little princess was known for her bad temper. After the apocalypse, the whole Shi family suffered terribly for Shi Yuebai's sake. The men of the Shi family had all been turned into fools by the radiation, but they were still incredibly strong. Father Shi and Shi Yi and Shi Air were the 3 strongest people in the whole group under the bridge. By all logic, the Shi family shouldn't have had such a hard time. But because Shi Yuebai ate so much, all the food the Shi family scavenged went to her. Su Xiaojiao never expected that even after the men of the Shi family were gone, Shi Yuebai's temper would still be so unrestrained. "I didn't even say anything that bad. As a mother, I just spoke to her with a bit of emotion, that's all." Su Xiaojiao couldn't understand why Shi Yuebai couldn't even tolerate that much. Couldn't Shi Yuebai try to understand a mother's heart? Captain Qiao shot Su Xiaojiao a glare. "Just say less. You're a mother, you're allowed to feel upset. But no one has the responsibility or obligation to put up with your feelings. Especially not someone like Shi Yuebai. She's always been proud, and she's the one doing Captain Qiao's family a favor. Shi Yuebai has had a hard life too. Just look at all the blood on her, anyone can see that." In ways others can't even imagine, Shi Yuebai must have endured pain no one else could bear. Why should she have to care about Su Xiaojiao's feelings? Captain Qiao ran a hand through his hair in frustration and turned to walk toward the ditch. Su Xiaojiao followed him nervously. "Where are you going?" "To dig the ditch." Even though Shi Yuebai had lost her temper and told Captain Qiao not to come inside the Shi family's walls again, with her abilities, she hadn't actually hurt him. She hadn't killed him either. That meant Captain Qiao still had a chance. Under Su Xiaojiao's incredulous gaze, he jumped down into the ditch and started digging with all his might. Su Xiaojiao stood at the edge at a loss for what to do. She just couldn't swallow her pride and apologize to Shi Yuebai, nor could she truly accept Shi Yuebai's authority. In Su Xiaojiao's mind, the Shi family had built a den of debauchery, which was already immoral. The only reason the Sher family wanted her two beautiful daughters to move to this side of the ditch was because they wanted pretty girls in their den. As for her husband, Captain Xiao, being angry, Su Xuejiao understood that even less. Captain Xiao was basically groveling and flattering Shi Yuebai all on his own. Couldn't he see that Shi Yuebai was so proud, she barely even acknowledged him? Time passed in Su Xuejiao's anxious waiting. By noon, she and her two daughters, De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, were hungry. Captain Xiao climbed out of the ditch, trailing hopefully behind Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan, wanting to get inside the Shi family's walls. They'd already moved all their belongings to this side of the ditch. Captain Xiao turned to Su Xuejiao and said, "You and the girls eat some of our rations first. I'll go see if I can get a meal from Yuebai." It wasn't that Captain Xiao didn't want to bring Su Xuejiao and the girls along for a proper meal. But knowing Shi Yuebai as he did, he wasn't even sure he'd be allowed inside the Shi family's walls himself. Let alone Su Xuejiao, who had just vented her emotions at Shi Yuebai. Su Xuejiao's eyes were red as she watched Captain Xiao line up at the Shi family's gate. Life was so hard. Before the apocalypse, she'd never seen her husband so humble. After the world ended, every time she saw Captain Xiao bowing and scraping to others, she just couldn't get used to it. Captain Xiao waved at Su Xuejiao, telling her not to worry. He stepped through the gate and was immediately thrown back out by some unknown force from inside. Su Xuejiao rushed over, unable to hold back her anger. "Shi Yuebai, my husband's been working all morning. Did I beg him to do it?" Shi Yuebai sat in her wheelchair, looking at Su Xuejiao's red-rimmed eyes. "It's the apocalypse and you're still so thin-skinned? If you can't swallow your pride, then don't. Who wants to take in your whole useless family?" Tears fell from Su Xuejiao's eyes. She stood there, fists clenched tight. In the courtyard, a group of people had already set up a pot and were putting in slices of potato. So the Shi family was actually providing some lunch? Su Xuejiao was a little surprised. But no one in the courtyard spoke up for her. Everyone knew what Shi Yuebai was like. She was right. She always had to be. She was their only correct answer. If anyone spoke up for outsiders, they'd be the next to be kicked out. Peng Zhonggong, lying on the ground, was breathing a little easier than yesterday. He'd been barely alive, but now at least he was still breathing. So Ah Hong and Peng Ziyuan were Shi Yuebai's staunchest supporters. They watched Captain Xiao's family, who'd just been turned away, like thieves. That was their stance, absolute loyalty to Shi Yuebai. Captain Xiao climbed up from the ground with a smile, dusting himself off. "Yuebai, I'll just keep digging the ditch and wait for you to cool off." Su Xuejiao stared at Captain Xiao. She wanted to ask her husband why, but what was the point? In the apocalypse, it was survival of the fittest. They had no food, so they had to bow and scrape. They weren't strong, so they had to smile and flatter. Su Xuejiao understood all of this. She understood all the reasons. She just couldn't swallow her pride. Yes, she had self-respect. She was highly educated. She'd been the top student in the province, first in the nation on the civil service exam. She had every reason to be proud. "Just say less and look at your daughters," Captain Xiao pleaded, gazing at Su Xuejiao. "Wife, the past is the past." Su Xuejiao looked over at her two daughters, 15 or 16 years old, huddled in the corner. They seemed used to being hungry, squatting by the wall, staring at their mother with blank, identical eyes. Captain Xiao silently went back to digging the ditch. The Shi and Pang families were eating and drinking while he went hungry. He didn't fight his wife and kids for food, he just worked hard, hungry. Su Xuejiao's lips trembled. To her left, inside the Shi family's walls, everyone was feasting. To her right, Captain Xiao was bent over the earth, digging. And her two daughters, bewildered, not even understanding what was happening. It was all too much. When night fell, Commander Qiao shamelessly followed behind Peng Ziyuan, trying to get into the Shi family compound. But once again, he was unceremoniously tossed out by that mysterious woman in the red wedding dress. He didn't get angry. He just dusted himself off and went back to digging the trench. Su Xuejiao and her two daughters had a tiny bit of food to eat. It wasn't nearly enough to fill their stomachs, just enough to keep them alive. As the sky darkened, Su Xuejiao walked over to the trench and asked Commander Qiao. "We already gave the tarp to the Shi family. Where are we supposed to sleep tonight?" Commander Qiao waved her over, signaling for her to come down into the trench. "We'll sleep here." He pointed to a hole at the bottom of the trench. "I dug it today. We'll make do for one night here. Maybe Web-Eye will have cooled off by tomorrow." Su Xuejiao wanted to get angry at his words, but she didn't even have the energy for that. All she could do was call her two daughters down into the trench. The family huddled together in the little pit. "Aren't you hungry? You should eat something," Su Xuejiao said to Commander Qiao, feeling miserable as she looked at her two daughters curled up in the hole. He'd been working all day, digging the trench with all his might. While the Shi and Pang families had eaten 2 meals, Commander Qiao hadn't had a single bite. "I'm really hungry, but I can hold on a bit longer," Commander Qiao replied, his lips cracked, but he managed a smile at Su Xuejiao. Su Xuejiao leaned against him and asked, "Why aren't you trying to talk sense into me anymore?" She thought that once Commander Qiao had a break, he'd start lecturing her about life again, telling her to accept reality, just like he used to. But Commander Qiao shook his head. "There's no point. You're smart, you understand everything. Web-Eye understands your problem too." Sure, Web-Eye wasn't stupid, she saw things clearly. Su Xuejiao's problem was that she still couldn't accept the rules of survival in the Wasteland. People like that either die or, if they survive, end up undermining the group's unity. She always had a sarcastic tone, harboring resentment and dissatisfaction inside. Just looking at her put people in a bad mood. Actually, sure, Web-Eye is a capable person. Commander Qiao paused, then said earnestly, "Xuejiao, you can't expect someone capable to be generous, good-tempered, and always go along with everyone's wishes. No one is perfect." Commander Qiao didn't say anything more, and Su Xuejiao fell silent too. The family just huddled together in that little pit and made it through the night. Before dawn the next day, with the stars still twinkling in the sky, Commander Qiao got up and started digging again. Su Xuejiao opened her eyes and watched her husband's back as he swung the hoe. She couldn't fall back asleep. She knew the team was on the verge of falling apart. At first, she thought that she and Commander Qiao were both capable people. They could handle anything the Wasteland threw at them and protect their daughters. But as the days grew harder, more and more people left the team. The scavenging parties grew weaker and brought back less and less food. Su Xuejiao had gone from being a respected leader in the system to the admired wife of the commander to now just an ordinary woman with pride in her heart but powerless to change anything. Her life had been on a downward slope. Inside the trench, her husband was swinging his hoe. Outside the trench, the Shi and Pang families were busy building the wall and moving stones. Su Xuejiao looked at herself and her daughters, huddled safely in the pit. After a while, when the sun came up, her daughters woke up too. They looked at Su Xuejiao. She sighed, took out half a dry biscuit from her bag, broke it up, and gave it to her daughters. Looking at her two daughters, so quiet and well-behaved, Su Xuejiao felt a deep ache in her heart. At noon, Commander Qiao was once again thrown out by the woman in the red wedding dress. He hadn't eaten in a day and a half. But he still smiled. "Web-Eye, I'll just keep working. You can't go on starving forever or you just won't make it." That evening, after being rejected from the Shi family compound for the nth time, Commander Qiao ate the half biscuit Su Xuejiao handed him and sat in the pit to rest. Su Xuejiao frowned and said, "We haven't gone scavenging in days. Maybe we should." Their food stores weren't plentiful. If Commander Qiao kept digging here without any return, they'd run out of food soon. Commander Qiao sat at the edge of the pit, thought for a moment, and said, "Web-Eye wants a trench dug. She's clearly setting up a defensive line. If I stop working now, she'll never use me again." Even though he hadn't gotten a single bite to eat these past days, and wasn't even paid for his work, it was basically free labor for Shi Web-Eye. But during the day, the two girls would climb up onto the trench. They'd walk around inside the Tong character enclosure, and Shi Web-Eye never chased them away. That was a kind of hope. The silent protection of an ability user was invisible, but more important than food or pay. Before, Su Xuejiao had been afraid her daughters would be targeted by bad people. She kept a close eye on them, never letting them leave the tarp. Now the tarp was gone, and all the strong men in the team had left for other groups. Shi Yuebai's Tong character enclosure was like a wall, keeping the two girls safe. Once the trench was finished, anyone wanting to get inside the Tong would probably have to build a bridge. Commander Qiao asked Su Xuejiao, "Can you see how many benefits this trench brings?" Su Xuejiao was silent. She knew. Compared to letting her daughters run around the team, Shi Yuebai's Tong enclosure gave a much greater sense of security. Su Xuejiao regretted a lot, deep down. She could actually apologize to Shi Yuebai. But Shi Yuebai never came out from behind the Shi family walls. Su Xuejiao didn't know how to get her to stop being angry. Another night passed. The 7 or 8 ragtag survivors left in the team came looking for Commander Qiao. They stood at the edge of the trench, looking at the equally gaunt Commander Qiao, and said, "Most of the team is gone, Commander. What do we do now? We haven't gone scavenging in days. Are we going out today?" Clearly, the food and water they'd gotten from the Pang family had run out. Su Xuejiao climbed out of the pit and said to Commander Qiao, "You go. I'll dig the trench today." She'd thought it over for days. There was no point in butting heads with Shi Yuebai anymore. The mercenaries hadn't shown up these past few days, but the Shi and Pang families looked healthy and clean. It seemed Ija was still supplying the Shi family with food, but the mercenaries weren't coming often. That way, the girls' bodies wouldn't suffer as much. There was no better place than the Shi family. Su Xuejiao wanted to show, through her actions, that she was apologizing to Shi Yuebai. She had a few passion fruits for breakfast, but her stomach kept growling all day. Captain Qiao put Su Xuejiao in charge of digging the trench. He did a head count of the people left in his group, aside from those 7 misfits. All the able-bodied men had left. Some had joined the muscle team next door, others had gone to teams farther away. Out of a sense of responsibility, Captain Qiao asked around about where those men had gone. If he found out, he'd make a note of it. If not, he just let it go. When he looked at the 7 misfits, Captain Qiao couldn't even bear to look. There used to be 8, but last night, the only one who was physically sound and seemed halfway normal had run off. The ones left were all skin and bones as a baseline. A few were a bit slow-witted. Some were slow to react. A couple had mental issues. Sometimes they'd just grin foolishly at nothing. One had a limp, with one leg longer than the other. Not a single normal one among them. Captain Qiao pinched the bridge of his nose and glanced back at the trench. Maybe it was just the early morning light, but from a distance, it looked like a faint layer of mist was floating inside the Tong character frame. His 2 daughters were holding hands, spinning in circles inside that mist. They were very quiet. To avoid attracting attention, Su Xuejiao had trained them for years not to make a sound. When they were in the tent, they'd only play quiet games. So even if they were hungry, they'd just look at Su Xuejiao with pleading eyes, never crying or fussing. That was probably why Shi Yuebai could tolerate the 2 girls. Captain Qiao turned back to the 7 misfits lined up in front of him and said, "This is all we've got. Let's head out." Captain Qiao was different from Pang Zhonggong. He didn't have a knack for finding supplies, and with so few people left, he didn't plan to go far. He set his sights on the visitor center behind the Tong character frame. One of the misfits asked curiously, "Captain, we've searched this area countless times. There can't be any food left back there." Another nodded. "We should go farther. I heard the team next door is heading toward the perimeter today. Why don't we follow behind them? Unless we don't get caught otherwise, we'll get beaten to death." Captain Qiao shook his head. His team was weak now. The muscle team had been swallowing them up bit by bit. Last time, because of Pang Zhonggong, there'd even been some friction. The only reason the muscle team hadn't pursued it further was because they didn't even see the bridge team as worth their time. So it was best to steer clear. After he explained, the men could only nod. No other team would take them in anyway. And besides Captain Qiao, no one else would organize them to go scavenging. So be it. Captain Xiao led the 7 misfits around the Tong frame and started scavenging in the ruins. Try to find anything useful for daily life, he told the men. Seeing their puzzled looks, Captain Xiao explained, if it's useful, we can take it to the big city and trade for points. Points weren't worth much. Even if you hauled tons of useful goods, you'd only get a few points. And the city people would lowball you. But if you traded daily necessities directly with Shi Yuebai for food, it was much more worthwhile. Captain Xiao didn't say more. He just reminded the 7 men, and everyone buried themselves in the trash. When Captain Xiao stood behind the Tong frame and looked down, he couldn't see it at all. He wondered if he'd gone the wrong way, or if he just couldn't see where Shi Yuebai lived from above. All he saw ahead were rocks and wisps of white smoke drifting among the rubble. A few days ago, when Captain Xiao had eaten with the Shi and Peng families, he'd heard there was a public restroom behind the Tong frame. But after climbing up, he hadn't seen it. Oh well, maybe he'd gone the wrong way. Captain Xiao kept digging through the rubble when the limping man called out, "Captain, there's a printer here, looks brand new." Captain Xiao craned his neck and saw that, sure enough, there was a brand new inkjet printer buried in the ruins. The kind you'd see in a print shop, one of those big ones. Then another misfit dug up several boxes of A4 and A3 paper. Captain Xiao said, "Get it out, be careful not to bang it up on the rocks." Someone muttered, "What's the use? You can't eat it or drink it." Captain Xiao chuckled, "You never know. Let's get it out first." The printer was heavy, it took all the men working together to move it. They cleared away the rubble around it, then slowly hauled it out. Luckily, the printer was still in its original packaging. They'd only found it because one of the misfits had spotted the writing on the box while digging. Once the printer was out, Captain Xiao quickly had them dig out the remaining dozen or so boxes of paper. He got a few men to carry the printer back to the Tong frame. As soon as the 2 girls saw men approaching, they quickly hid behind a pile of rocks, just as their mother had taught them. Peng Ziyuan was sitting in front of the rocks. He glanced back at the 2 girls. "Yuebai, do you want this printer?" Captain Xiao still had a big smile plastered on his face, trying his best to please. Just when he thought Shi Yuebai was going to ignore him again, Shi Yuebai's massive figure rolled out of the Shi family courtyard in her wheelchair. After a few days of treatment, Shi Yuebai still couldn't feel pain, but her hands and neck could move. That meant the meridians in her hands and neck had fused back together. But the rest of her body's meridians were still severed. The fused ones were fragile, good for moving her hands and neck, but not much else. Fortunately, Shi Yuebai had figured out a way to circulate her fat energy. She could bypass her damaged meridians and send energy straight out through the new ones in her right hand. At the gate, a fool stared at Shi Yuebai's massive body and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, so fat." Captain Xiao and everyone else working in the Tong frame turned to look at the fool. Everyone was silent and expressionless. He really was a fool. The fool seemed to realize that laughing at a time like this was a bit out of place. He stopped laughing, rubbed his nose, and muttered under his breath, "It really is funny, though." At the gate, Shi Yuebai's gaze shifted from the printer to the fool's face. She gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You're pretty funny yourself." Behind the rocks, the 2 girls peeked out, confused. Peng Ziyuan turned and whispered, "He mocked Andy. He's a bad person." The 2 girls immediately grabbed handfuls of small stones and threw them at the fool who had laughed at Shi Yuebai. It had poured rain today. Big Jiao and Little Jiao rarely show any aggression. Maybe after spending the past few days together in the same enclosure, they've gotten familiar with Peng Ziyuan and started to let their true natures show. Commander Qiao frowned as he looked at his 2 daughters. Then he glanced at Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai didn't say a word about what the girls did, so Commander Qiao kept quiet as well. After a while, Shi Yao joined the fray. Her temperament was even bolder than Big Jiao and Little Jiao's. Shi Yao grabbed handfuls of small stones from the ground and started throwing them at that fool. The fool was chased off. The few oddballs left behind didn't dare laugh anymore after seeing the fool run away. Meanwhile, Shi Yao and the Jiao sisters clapped and cheered together, as if they'd just won a great victory. Expressionless, Shi Yuebai said to Commander Chiao. The printer stays. Yaoao, go get the food. Shi Yaoao bounced back inside the wall and brought out a plastic bag full of potatoes for Commander Chiao. Each potato was tiny, about the size of a child's fist. There were exactly 8. Commander Chiao and the 7 oddballs could each have 1 potato. But even this many potatoes was enough to make Commander Chiao's eyes light up. Webai, there's still a lot of white paper over there. Do you want it? Sure, Webai replied, sure. Commander Chiao happily took the bag, handed out a potato to each person, and then led the 7 oddballs off to haul more white paper. Shi Yuebai left the printer behind and told Shi Yaoao and Peng Ziyuan to take it apart. How are we supposed to use it without electricity? Gnome Yasi came over to look at the printer. It was a good piece of equipment, but at a time like this, what was the point of trading for something like that? Shi Yuebai mused. Even just printing some information would be useful. For example, a menu. Monday, breakfast on your own. Boiled potato slices for lunch. Boiled potato chunks for dinner. Tuesday, boiled potato chunks for breakfast. Boiled potato slices for lunch, dinner on your own. Wednesday, boiled potato slices for breakfast, lunch on your own. Boiled potato chunks for dinner. Thursday, you could print out the full week's 3 meals and post them on the wall for everyone to see. That way, everyone could look forward to each day's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The menu could be more systematic and varied. This task was handed over to Gnome Yasi. She would write the menu by hand, then use the printer's copy function to duplicate it and post it on the wall. As for powering the printer, there was no rush. Guai Guai had already fixed the solar panels on top of the public restroom. They just needed to run the wiring down. Gnome Yasi. Guai Guai. Wasn't this just something to do out of boredom? But who would dare say that out loud? Having just finished repairing the solar panels, Guai Guai scowled and, under Shi Yuebai's orders, went back to his own walled yard. His pile of junk parts was hidden behind the wall, so no one could see just how much scrap he'd hoarded. He rummaged through the pile and found a few half-used solar panels. After tinkering for a while, Guai Guai slanted the panels along the top of his wall. The large printer was set up right beside his wall. Shi Yuebai's wild ideas might be impossibly difficult for others. But for Guai Guai, they were just a matter of lifting a finger. The only difference was whether he wanted to do it and whether it was worth his effort. If he didn't get 2 potato meals a day from Shi Yuebai, he wouldn't bother listening to her at all. Late at night, Su Xuejiao looked complicatedly at the potato Commander Chiao had brought home. She couldn't help but think of the menu posted on the Shi family's wall above the ditch. It made the Shi family's place feel just like a workplace cafeteria. But she couldn't deny that the Shi family really seemed to have a lot of potatoes, enough to come up with something new every day for a whole week. It might seem boring, but the Shi and Peng families spent the whole day discussing the menu.